Dreams shattered at Hualing. The four eminent families of the state Feng, Pei, Hung, and Chu have made indelible contributions, with the Feng clan, the royal kin of the empress, holding the most significant influence. However, on the very day Emperor Jin completed the grand sacrificial rites at Dingshan and returned to the capital, concubine Chu unexpectedly suffered a miscarriage, with all evidence pointing towards the empress, the Feng family. I, loyal and sincere King Shaolun, petitioning in the name of the royal family, implore your majesty to depose the Feng family from their position, to rectify the court's governing, and cleanse the royal lineage's atmosphere. Your majesty, the child that concubine bears is of your own blood. The actions of Empress Feng have betrayed the virtues of motherhood. Furthermore, concubine Chu is the most esteemed daughter of our Chu lineage, a jewel in my palm. I earnestly beseech your majesty to uphold justice for concubine and the Chu family. My sister has committed no fault since entering the palace to serve. Yet, the empress has treated her thus, which truly chills my heart. I beg your majesty to forgive my audacity in stating that the Feng family lacks virtue and is unworthy of the title of empress. Chancellor Feng Jin has been arrogant since the reign of the late emperor, showing no respect for the sovereign. The empress, relying on her maternal clan's power, has repeatedly harmed the consorts and heirs. If this continues, our Jin dynasty shall be in peril. I, Hung Guang, respectfully request your majesty to depose the empress. I, Pei Xiao, second this motion. As the royal relatives took a stand, Duke Chu Kong prostrated himself in the Grand Hall, while the Chu family's officials clamored for justice. Even the seemingly unrelated Pei and Hung clans led the assembly of ministers in calling for the empress removal. The relentless tide of opposition surged towards the empress like a tempest. In a single night, the Feng family of Hualing underwent a complete transformation. All confidants and loyalists of the recently appointed head, Feng Jin, were either demoted or executed, without exception. The swiftness of this purge raised suspicions that it was a long-planned cleansing. In an instant, the court and the realm were thrown into chaos. Smack, within the imperial palace of Feng Chao, a few flickering orange-eyed candle flames danced, casting an ambiguous glow upon the opulent hall, shrouding it in a dim haze. The soup bowl shattered violently upon the floor, producing a crisp sound as it splintered into white porcelain shards, mirroring the heart of Feng Ju, torn asunder. Your Majesty, you have poisoned the royal fetus within the favored concubine thus. You deserve this fate. Whether regarding your actions towards the concubine or my obligations to the Chu family, it is only a fair reckoning, declared the emperor, his voice calm, yet almost icy in the Shah. Doused where the candlelight dared not reach, Feng Ju lay amidst the pool of blood, her abdomen writhing in agony akin to a knife's twist, her eyes stubbornly fixed upon the dark corner. In her pain and resentment, her lips had been bitten until they bled that I did not. Poison the royal fetus, she protested, the same words escaping her lips for the third time, each syllable trembling with desperation. She clung to the last vestiges of hope, wishing that he might believe her. However, his irritation with her obstinacy had reached its limit. Bring forth the removal of her phoenix crown and hairpins. The gravity of this command was understood by all present. Two eunuchs, upon receiving the order, hastily approached to strip away the resplendent crown adorning her head, their Han. DS showing no mercy as they yanked away not only the crown, but also a considerable amount of her hair. Get away! Suddenly, Feng Ju summoned an unexpected strength, forcefully pushing aside the two eunuchs. Am I to be touched by the likes of you? Mere castrated wretches? Empress! The Jin Emperor's furious roar echoed in response. The woman in court attire, who had been observing silently, feigned concern and said, Ah Ju, heed your elder sister's advice. See and do not remain obstinate. Do you intend to defy the Emperor's decree? Regardless of the circumstances, you are at fault. The Chu family is relentless in the court, demanding an explanation from you. The Emperor's actions are beyond his control. Do not burden him further. Silence. I regard you as my own sister. Yet how have you treated me? Feng Qingwan, I am the legitimate wife, and you are but a concubine. You seek to position yourself as an elder sister, but you are unworthy. Feng Juyu. Feng Qingwan was struck at her vulnerable point, trembling with rage. Just as she was about to retort, Feng Ju's icy gaze swept past her, landing in the shadows. Lang. This name, uniquely hers, was spoken with an exquisite tenderness, yet the profound pain in her eyes was insurmountable. In the past, there were those who slandered Aju, accusing him of poisoning the air, yet you always believed in me. You vow to trust me eternally. Why, this time do you not believe? With a sorrowful inflection, hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had promised to always believe in her, so why had that faith faltered? What could possibly account for this betrayal? Chapter 2. 14 years deep, the Emperor of Jin emerged slowly from the shadows, still as handsome as the memory of him, radiant like the bright moon in the sky. Yet at this moment, as the golden threads of his dragon robe dazzled her eyes, Fengju realized that some things had changed. The once gentle and bright Lang, whose demeanor resembled the soft glow of moonlight, now bore a cold indifference on his face and a sinister glint in his eyes, so utterly unfamiliar. The Emperor treaded upon a pool of blood, lifting her chin with the tip of his foot. Empress, your Feng family has grown too formidable. Every time I see your father, I feel the throne beneath me tremble. Though his words did not address her directly, the underlying truth chilled her to the bone. Such merit can overshadow the sovereign, he scoffed. Fengju's sorrowful smile was accompanied by tears that flowed continuously. Even if you harbor fears of the Feng family and my father, what of me? What of the child within me? Lang, she called out with all her might, as if to accuse him, or perhaps to awaken him from his stupor. Would I harm you? Would my child harm you? Her near-desperate cries tightened the Emperor's brow. And with a swift kick, he sent her sprawling, her forehead colliding heavily with the corner of the table. Blood instantly clouded her vision, mingling with her disheveled hair, rendering her figure terrifying in the dim candlelight. Tears mixed with blood blurred her sight, yet Fengju disregarded her pain, continuing to gaze fixedly at the cold man before her. Lang, I was but 14 when I first laid eyes on you, and I pledged my heart to you. You promised to marry me once I came of age. To become your wife, I knelt and bowed before my kin, severed ties with my mother, and nearly sacrificed my very life. I have yearned both day and night, and at long last, I awaited the moment of my coming of age. Do you still remember the promises you made to me? You vowed to cherish me for a lifetime, to love only me, to care for me tenderly. And I believed you. You confided in me about your humble beginnings, explaining that you needed to marry into a noble family to secure your status for self-preservation. Though my heart was filled with reluctance, I chose not to oppose you, wishing to spare you from the humiliation of dependence and unfulfilled aspirations. To buy you some time, I willingly became a hostage in the enemy camp, treated like livestock. When you were struck by a poisoned arrow in battle, the physician declared that only the flesh of a phoenix could serve as an antidote. Thus, I sacrificed my own flesh, vigilantly guarding your side for a full 7 days and nights. It has been 14 years since we first met, 14 long years. So much can happen in that span of time. Even the coldest stone should have warmed by now, shouldn't it? Enough is enough. The Emperor of Jin has grown impatient. With a crack, the candlelight flared. She gazed at him earnestly, tears streaming down her face as she spoke and laughed, suddenly reaching down to scoop up the blood on the ground, presenting her bloodied hands to her beloved, the father of her child, the Emperor. Look, my dear. This is our child. This is our child. With that, she lunged forward, grasping the Emperor's garments, wailing and crying out frantically. How could you let them harm our child? How could you? How could you do this to me? 14 years of devotion. 14 years. Is this truly the outcome of my wholehearted sacrifice? Chapter 3. A tragic and once believing herself to be the happiest woman in the world, she ultimately realized that her Na'vi delusions were utterly foolish. Deceivers. They are all deceivers. You lunatic. The Emperor struck fiercely, landing a blow squarely upon Fengju's chest. It is well known that the Emperor is both cultured and martial. His kick was merciless, sending Fengju flying several steps like a mere piece of paper, followed by a sudden spurt of blood. Observing this, Feng Qingwan's lips curled into a cold and sinister smile as she called out to the courtiers beside her, "What are you still dawdling for? The Empress has gone mad. Restrain her at once." Fengju attempted to struggle, her innate nobility and pride filling her with disdain for the servile attendants. Yet she found herself devoid of strength. Like a fallen stray dog, she was pinned to the ground, her face pressed against the earth, barely clinging to life. Alas! Aju, you have sullied the Emperor's dragon robe. This is nothing short of a grave insult to Imperial authority. The phrase insulting Imperial authority struck a raw nerve within the Emperor. He violently tossed the blood-stained dragon robe aside, and as his gaze fell upon Fengju's pitiful posture and her ghostly visage, Any lingering affection vanished without a trace. I no longer wish to see her. Tanlang, you have deceived me. You have cruelly deceived Aju. Yes, your servant obeys. Feng Qingwan bowed deeply, then rose to gaze at Feng Ju. Her eyes glinting with sharpness, a venomous smile curling at her lips, more lethal than the sting of a scorpion, shimmering under the flickering light of her golden hairpin. The luster of the glaze bestowed by the Empress Dowager is indeed refreshing and sweet. Do you know what the glaze fragrance is? Glazed tiles, glazed tiles. The fetal flow child departs. Do you truly believe that the Empress Dowager's bestowed fragrance is a mark of favor upon you? Feng Qingwan deliberately waved her handkerchief, inhaling the lingering aroma within the hall, and sauntered gracefully to stand before Feng Ju. As she spoke, she mercilessly trampled upon Feng Ju's upturned face. What do you possess? Feng Shiraju. Weakness, folly, and frailty. Nothing compares to me, yet you bask in your noble lineage. You were born into high status. Thus, you can tower over me, and ascend to the role of empress, while I must bow in deference, reverently submit, and consume your leftovers, using what you discard. With venomous disdain, she glared at the face beneath her foot. Then, seizing a fruit knife, she bent down to slash, stab, and peel with wild abandon. Ha ha ha. The agonizing screams and the twisted laughter intertwined in the night, weaving a chilling melody that sent shivers down one's spine, causing even the nearby attendants to feel their scalps prickle. With a clang, the knife was cast aside. When the attendants beheld Feng Ju's countenance, their faces turned ashen, their hair standing on end, some even retching upon the ground. That visage could no longer be deemed a face. Feng Qingwan, may you meet a wretched fate. The hoarse voice struggled to articulate, yet it only intensified the clarity and joy in Feng Qingwan's laughter. May I meet a wretched fate? Feng Qingwan appeared to have heard the most delightful jest, as she wiped the blood from her hands with the handkerchief and rose to kick at the broken porcelain scattered on the ground. TSK, 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 is it all consumed? It seems this bowl of fragrant meat broth is indeed delectable. What a pity. Alas. Chapter 4. The venomous sister, she sighed, as if genuinely lamenting, Aju. How cruel you are. After raising Yin Tuan for so many years and professing your affection for it, you could actually bring yourself to consume it. What a pity for that poor creature. Feng Ju's eyes widened in shock, fixating on the shattered soup bowl as a tumultuous wave of nausea and hatred surged within her. What did she just say? Yin Tuan. Yin Tuan was her beloved Leon Burger, a creature of pure white fur that had accompanied her since before her marriage, akin to family in every sense. Feng Qingwan. Feng Qingwan. At this moment, all she could do was grit her teeth and utter the name of her adversary, utterly at a loss for how to express the fury boiling within her. She was filled with hatred for her past blindness, for failing to see that this seemingly delicate sister was, in truth, a venomous viper, hatred for having been so foolishly naive, allowing her heart to be swayed by such a duplicitous soul, hatred for having genuinely regarded her as the closest of kin. Foolish. Feng Ju, you are truly foolish. Utterly foolish. Aju, please do not be so agitated. In Feng Ju's eyes, Feng Qingwan had transformed into a demonic figure, radiant and enchanting. What was it you just said? That it deserves a terrible fate? Does your cherished Yin Tuan not count as such? Being thrown alive into boiling water. Oh. You have no idea how your beloved Yin Tuan cried out in that pot. Its screams were truly heartrending. However, it was merely an animal, so I might as well present you with another grand gift. Your uncle and that lowly born, yet arrogant mother of yours have indulged you excessively, to the point where your ignorance of many matters borders on foolishness, a folly that I can scarcely bear to witness. As the elder sister, it is my duty today to enlighten you on the meaning of a wretched end. With a subtle signal, a woman disguised as a palace maid cautiously emerged, her neck drawn in. This maid, named Yun Dai, had served by Feng Jiu's side since her time in the inner chambers and was her most trusted attendant. Yun Dai, take your mistress and broaden her horizons, commanded Feng Qingwan. As they stepped beyond the gates of Feng Zhao Palace, the night breeze slipped beneath her collar, prompting the maid to hurriedly drape a cloak over Feng Qingwan's shoulders. She gazed out at the countless palace lanterns illuminating the royal residence, marveling at the beauty of the night, where even the wind seemed to carry a sweet fragrance. The distinction between nobility and commonality had been a piercing thorn in her heart, yet at this moment, she finally felt a sense of ease in her breathing. But what of Fengjiu, who had finally been trampled underfoot? The mere thought of having consumed the cloud cake made her retch, almost bringing bile to her throat. She clawed at the ground, her nails painfully separating from her flesh, oblivious to the damage. Feng Qingwan's last words ignited a wave of intense unease within her. Gripping Yundai tightly, she urgently inquired, "Yundai, what does Feng Qingwan mean by that? Tell me, what has transpired outside, in the Feng family, with my father?" Yundai averted her gaze, unable to meet the sight of her mistress's bloodied face, and whispered softly, "Your Majesty, please do not press further. I shall take you out of the palace at once. You will understand everything when you see for yourself." Chapter 5. A desperate impasse in the shadowy depths of Hualing City. A solitary carriage raced through the streets, the echo of hooves and wheels resonating with an unsettling enchantment in the stillness of the night. A thick scent of blood emanated from Feng Ju, causing Yundai to fight back waves of nausea. Each time her gaze met that horrifying countenance, as if risen from the depths of hell, she felt an instinctive urge to scream, struggling with all her might to suppress it. "Your Majesty, perhaps you should cover your face with this handkerchief. I am concerned, that I might perish from the sight of your ghastly visage." Yet Feng Ju misinterpreted her words, believing Yundai to be worried about her injuries. Gratefully, she clasped Yundai's hand tightly, declaring, "Yundai, my trust in you over these years has not been in vain. You are my sole companion." The sticky warmth of blood seeped into Yundai's palm, sending a shiver down her spine as she discreetly furrowed her brow, yearning only for their arrival at the destination. The carriage halted before a dilapidated thatched shrine on the outskirts of the city. Feng Ju hesitated momentarily, glancing at Yundai, who nodded in affirmation. With renewed determination, she dashed inside, stumbling several times, nearly collapsing, until she ultimately scrambled into the crumbling sanctuary. Despite her foolishness, she had long anticipated the grim reality, preparing herself mentally for the worst. However, upon entering the decrepit shrine, the sight before her struck her like a sudden chill, plunging her into despair. A pack of wild dogs was voraciously feasting on two corpses, the bodies decomposed and reeking, evidently having met their demise days prior. All that was edible had been completely devoured, leaving behind only bare, scattered bones, some even shattered into fragments. Amidst the tangle of wild grass nearby lay remnants of garments, fashioned from the most sumptuous fabrics, along with a small fan carved from purple sandalwood, its delicate design ravaged by wild dogs. Feng Ju felt an icy chill envelop her. It was as though a solitary thread tethered her existence, and should it snap, she would collapse to the ground. The words of Feng Qingwan echoed in her mind. "Today, I shall teach you what it means to meet a miserable end." Indeed, it seemed, a miserable end it was. Suddenly, the wild dogs, sensing the presence of a living being intruding upon their territory, surged forth in a frenzy, baring their teeth and barking ferociously. Enraged, Feng Ju felt her blood boil. What did identity or decorum matter now? To hell with them all. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, she lunged forward in a frenzy. "Get away! Get away! Get away!" she screamed, desperately trying to drive the ferocious dogs away from the remains, forbidding them to approach even a step closer. One of the wild dogs sank its teeth into her leg, and in a fit of rage, she swung the stick down. A dog leapt and clamped its jaws around her arm, causing her to drop the stick in agony. Dragged to the ground by the wild dogs, she became entangled in a chaotic struggle, pounding and even biting in retaliation. One of the dogs tore a chunk of flesh from her arm, and in a desperate act, she bit into the neck of the wild beast, warm blood spraying across her mouth and face. In that moment, she was no longer the cherished daughter of the Feng family, nor the exalted empress of the Jin dynasty. She had transformed into a cornered beast, driven to the brink of desperation. She was not particularly robust, nor was she a malevolent being. She was merely pushed to the brink. She found herself powerless, bewildered, and uncertain of her next course of action. The wild dog, its throat severed, lay on the ground whimpering, while Feng Ju seized a wooden stick and swung down recklessly. With each strike, 1, 2, 3, the blows became increasingly frantic, more forceful, and more vicious. Blood spread across the ground, further igniting her taut and desperate nerves. The wild dog had long since lost its breath, lying motionless, yet she continued to strike. She had succumbed to madness, her mouth uttering incoherent cries, tears blurring her vision. The gentle are often preyed upon, and perhaps her frenzied demeanor was indeed so intimidating that the other wild dogs, whimpering and tucking their tails, fled in terror. After delivering a few more blows, she found herself utterly drained. The bloodied stick thudded to the ground. Dragging her weary feet, she took one step, then another, before collapsing, her knees crashing heavily against the stone slabs. Chapter 6. The unquenchable flame. She stared blankly at the scattered bones, her hands trembling as she longed to pick them up, or perhaps merely to touch them gently. Yet, she overestimated her own courage. She lacked the fortitude, the strength. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the bones, she abruptly halted, bending down to the ground, and was overtaken by a wretched sobbing. She wept for her parents, for her child, and for herself. Yet, she could no longer discern her own voice amidst the cacophony of grief. Her body, devoid of any remaining strength, could only scream, her hoarse and battered throat straining to call out, though her voice emerged as if ground repeatedly against the stones. Tears, blood, and sorrow cascaded down, mingling and coalescing into an indelible, profound hatred. On the altar of the dilapidated temple, the stone Buddha, its once vibrant hues now faded, gazed with wide-open eyes at the despair of the mortal realm, questioning whether it bore witness with intention or indifference. The acrid scent of charred remains mingled with the odor of oil, as flames encroached upon the crumbling sanctuary. Thick smoke began to permeate the air, causing Feng Ju to cough uncontrollably, her bloodshot eyes staring vacantly into the chaos outside. Faint sounds of armored soldiers resonated in the distance, soon accompanied by the arrogant voice of Yun Dai, echoing through the air. "My lady, do not blame your servant. This is all orchestrated by His Majesty and the gentle consort one. I act merely under orders. Besides, who among us wishes to remain a servant for all eternity? On the road to the underworld, my lady, please do not seek me out. I am but a coward. Thus, I shall respectfully bid farewell to the head of the family, the lady, and you, my lady, as you embark on your journey." Once again confronted by sudden betrayal, Feng Ju found herself unervingly composed. Enough. Truly enough. She stared at the increasingly fierce flames, straightened her posture, her demeanor as regal and dignified as ever. Slowly, she raised her hand to remove her phoenix crown, scrutinizing it for a moment before hurling it forcefully to the ground. The golden phoenix, jewels, and luminous pearls scattered, bursting forth in a dazzling display of light. The allure of wealth and opulence held no attraction for her. Her eyes were consumed solely by the flames of endless fury. The loss of the favored consort's child did not concern her, yet all demanded an explanation, a semblance of justice. So, who could provide her with an answer? Restore her sense of fairness? The bitterness within her was palpable. A profound sense of injustice envelopes her. A tempest of fury and hatred surges within. If it were possible, she would wish for nothing less than to drag everyone down to the depths of despair alongside her. With her head held high, bloodied tears cascade silently down the contours of her face, stinging the grotesque wounds that mar her skin. Oh heavens, if you have not turned a blind eye, then exact retribution upon them, delivering to me a semblance of justice. If not, then I, the indomitable Feng Jiu, shall rise from the abyss, determined to dismantle their very bones and strip their skin. Let them witness their own lifeblood trickle away, drop by drop. Whispering the words "trickle away," a sinister and cunning smile flickers at the corners of her eyes as she succumbs to frenzied laughter. Her throat, ravaged to its limits, is flooded with a metallic sweetness. Amidst the misty crimson haze, she finds herself transported back to that year. I bestow upon you a garment of peach blossoms, promising you a lifetime of unwavering devotion. In that springtime, the man she adored had pledged his life to her. The peach blossoms of Shishan blazed brightly, akin to an inferno. Chapter 7. Yet death returns to the soul fire. Such a fierce blaze. It seems intent on consuming everything in its path. Feng Jiu gazes vacantly into the sea of flames, a rigid and eerie smile creeping across her lips. Burn, burn, haraha. Suddenly, a figure clad in resplendent garments emerges through the inferno, piercing through the flames into her line of sight. She fixes her gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. Agio, quickly, come with me. It is perilous here. The man rushes towards her, enveloping Feng Jiu in a protective embrace, as if cradling the most cherished treasure. Upon confirming that Feng Jiu was unharmed, the man immediately attempted to pull Feng Jiu outside. However, she remained utterly still. Agio? He was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, Feng Jiu lunged at him, not in a tender embrace, but rather with a fierce bite aimed at his neck. A sharp pain surged from the side of his neck, and before he could react, blood was already gushing forth. Surrounding them were the crackling sounds of flames and the chaotic noise of various objects collapsing. Yet the sound he perceived most clearly was the sickening gurgle of blood being swallowed. She was drinking his blood. How intoxicating. The lingering fragrance enveloped his senses, and Feng Ju felt her mind clear, as if all her faculties were awakened. She gazed intently at the gauzy canopy above the bed, gradually releasing a soft sigh. Dr. Jia, how is my sister's condition? A young man's voice beside the bed resonated with deep concern. Feng Ju peered through the delicate veil, her heart turning to ice. Even though she was covered by a thick brocade quilt, she could distinctly feel her entire body trembling. It was Feng Yi, her elder brother, who had assumed the role of the head of the Feng family. According to the family lineage, she was still obliged to address him as third brother. If only he would utter a single word on her behalf, just one, she would not have been pushed to the brink of despair. Dr. Jia, too, found himself in a difficult position. It was said that over the past 7 days, the Feng family had turned the entire Imperial Medical Institute upside down for the sake of their only legitimate daughter, even alarming the emperor. In these recent days, the colleagues at the Imperial Medical Institute had been brainstorming tirelessly and were confident that a viable remedy would soon be proposed. Having spoken, he curiously lifted Feng Ju's eyelid, wishing to inspect it once more. However, at that moment, Feng Ju suddenly cast a fierce glare at him, her eyes radiating an intense ferocity that startled him into a sudden retreat, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Dr. Jiao? Feng Yi exclaimed in surprise, hastily instructing the stunned maid beside him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and assist Dr. Jia. Yes. Feng Ju's gaze remained chillingly fixed upon the flustered doctor and the maid, Yun Dai. Chapter 8. The Phoenix returns to its nest. Yun Dai, perplexed, followed Dr. Jia's line of sight towards Feng Ju, who had already lowered her eyelids, struggling to sit up. Her nearly translucent white hand pushed aside the intricately carved lotus-patterned screen beside the bed. Feng Yi, Feng Ju's voice emerged dry and weak, imbued with an inexplicable chill. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes drawn to her pale, emaciated face. The once vibrant phoenix-like eyes, now a faint amber, regarded him with a distant gaze, lacking the previous trust and affection. Yet, he did not dwell on this peculiar shift. Instead, he excitedly approached and grasped Feng Ju's hand. A Jew? At last. You have awakened. Do you know how worried third brother has been these past days? He then turned to Yun Dai, instructing, quickly go downstairs and inform them that a Jew is awake. Yes, I shall do so at once. For the past 7 days, she had behaved like a normal person, eating and sleeping, yet during that time, she was merely a moving shell, unresponsive to others' words, her consciousness adrift in a state of confusion and oblivion. However, she was already certain about some crucial information, and now, it was 14 years ago. At that time, she was merely 14, still sheltered in her boudoir. Did you not hear? I desire tea. Feng Ju disdainfully shook off Feng Yi's hand and frowned slightly. The expressions of surprise and displeasure flickered across Feng Yi's face in succession. He sighed and apologized, saying, very well, it was my oversight. You have just awakened. It is only fitting that you soothe your throat. I shall prepare tea for you at once. Dr. Jia, observing from the side, could not help but shake his head in amazement. This esteemed daughter of the Feng family is truly pampered beyond measure. Feng Sanlang has countless admirers outside, yet at home, he is entirely at the behest of this young lady. However, suddenly recalling something, his gaze towards Feng Ju shifted to one of disdain. However precious she may be, she is still just a girl. Everyone knows that Feng Sanlang is the already designated heir of the Feng family. Once he formally assumes the role of family head in the future, it is likely that even this legitimate daughter will have to show her respect. Ah Ju, come, drink your tea. Feng Yi carefully presented the teacup to Feng Ju. She observed the shifting expressions on Dr. Jia's face, accepted the teacup, and unexpectedly offered Feng Yi a gentle smile. Third brother, now that Ah Ju is well, do take Dr. Jia out for a stroll. Although he is a physician, lingering too long may lead to discomfort. Feng Yi suddenly understood and chuckled. Indeed, Ah Ju speaks wisely. Look at me, so preoccupied with worrying about you that I nearly overlooked this. Turning to Dr. Jia, he said, I shall personally escort you out. As they turned to leave, Feng Ju distinctly noticed Feng Yi exchanging a knowing glance with Dr. Jia. Upon hearing the distinct footsteps of the two individuals descending the stairs, Feng Ju hastily set down her teacup, threw off the blanket, and prepared to pursue them. However, as she took her first step, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. Yet, This brief moment of hesitation allowed her to reconsider her course of action, and she turned towards the back door instead. Should she pause to take the medicine? No, she could hardly wait any longer. Feng Yi and Dr. Jia were traversing the main hall, while Feng Zhu stealthily followed the flower-lined path, regrettably hindered by her frail constitution, which prevented her from catching up. She could only intermittently hear snippets of their conversation. At this moment, to expect her to believe that these two were not colluding was utterly implausible. Chapter 9. The love and hatred of the phoenix. Feng Zhu had always been delicate, with physicians asserting that she possessed a body fit for nobility, one that required gradual nurturing with no alternative remedies. Eventually, Feng Yi, through tireless efforts, sought out Dr. Jia. At that time, the doctor was merely a humble figure, yet his prescriptions proved remarkably effective. The head of the Feng family, Feng Jin, cherished his daughter above all in the entire Jin dynasty, and upon finding someone capable of saving his precious child, he expressed profound gratitude, soon bringing the doctor into the Imperial Medical Academy. Since then, whenever Feng Zhu experienced even the slightest ailment, it was invariably Feng Yi who summoned Dr. Jia. Feng Yi and Dr. Jia. The smile on her face was difficult to decipher, tinged with either bitterness or animosity. Lady, a Jew, voices called out from ahead, indicating that her absence had not gone unnoticed. She chose not to respond, continuing to stroll leisurely forward. Just as Feng Zhu lifted her gaze, she spotted a figure swiftly distancing themselves from the others, rushing towards her. At this moment, as winter wanes and spring begins to unfold, the remnants of snow melt away, and the blossoms and trees awaken. The scenery within the Wutong courtyard is pristine and radiant, and from this very vista emerges a figure of remarkable grace. Clad in a snow-white inner garment and a flowing azure cloak adorned with silver threads, he darts forward with such swiftness that rather than diminishing his elegance, he resembles a celestial phoenix soaring on the wind beneath the luminous moon, exuding an ethereal charm that captivates all. His noble demeanor is almost overwhelming, difficult for anyone to gaze upon without feeling the weight of his presence. The celestial phoenix rides the winds, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Who could rival such exquisite grace? Only the moon stands in close proximity. Indeed, he lives up to the praise bestowed upon him by the world, for the resplendence of the entire garden pales in comparison to his brilliance. Yet, alas, how unfortunate it is that no one can see the heart concealed beneath his resplendent exterior, a heart more frigid and ruthless than that of a devil. Ah, Jew, where have you gone? You've awakened and are running about recklessly. Do you have any idea how worried I am for you? When suddenly embraced by another. The warmth of the embrace is profoundly reassuring, yet Feng Zhu trembles uncontrollably. Ah, Jew, what troubles you? Are you cold? Look at you. How could you venture out dressed like this? Xiao Luan, you devil who has cast me into the depths of despair. Hypocrite. Feng Zhu lifts his gaze to the neck of the one before him, where a band of white gauze encircles it, a faint stain of blood seeping through. Likely due to his exertion, Feng Zhu realizes that it is blood drawn by his own teeth. Earlier that morning, a fire broke out in a house, and in her dazed state, she encountered the person she loathed most and impulsively bit him, even swallowing a mouthful of his blood. How satisfying! How painful! The one she now despises most was once the one she loved dearly. In a brief moment, Feng Qingwan and the maids hastily arrived, and upon seeing Feng Zhu in good health, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, the sight of the two embracing was exceedingly jarring to Feng Qingwan. Ah, Zhu, what has happened to you? Why are your hands so cold? They are still trembling. With a gentle smile, Feng Qingwan stepped forward. Concern etched on her face as she grasped Feng Zhu's hand, deftly separating the two. Chapter 10. The authority of a heiress. Feng Zhu held her breath, following the hand to gaze upon Feng Qingwan's visage. Undeniably, Feng Qingwan was indeed beautiful. Otherwise, she would not be celebrated as the most exquisite beauty of the Jin dynasty. Yet at this moment, as she beheld that face, Feng Zhu longed to deliver a harsh slap, to rend apart her flawless facade. Feng Qingwan, momentarily taken aback by her attitude, soon managed a resigned smile. You, as always, are so willful. Running out like this, what if you catch a chill again? That would only exacerbate your illness. Hand it over. Upon hearing this, Yundai promptly presented a cloak. Feng Zhu instinctively wished to break free, but upon catching sight of Feng Qingwan's displeased expression, she chose compliance. If it meant causing Feng Qingwan discomfort, enduring this moment was a small price to pay. Feng Qingwan, this is merely the beginning. Logically, Xiao Wan's actions were inappropriate. However, as the fourth prince of the current dynasty, none dared to challenge his behavior. Yet for Feng Zhu, being held by him felt akin to treading upon a bed of nails. At that moment, she realized that her nails had unknowingly sunk into the tender flesh of her palm. Feng Qingwan, as if the true mistress of the Phoenix Tower, commanded the servants with an ease born of familiarity. How have you been attending to your duties? Mei Shi, why aren't you hastening to light the incense and dispel the medicinal scent in this room? A young girl, clad in a lavender high-waisted skirt, promptly turned to fetch the incense box. Suddenly, Feng Zhu exclaimed, "No need." The sharpness of her tone was evident enough for anyone not deaf to perceive. Yet, she was utterly exhausted, drained of energy, and had no desire to engage in further insincere exchanges with those whose words and actions were discordant. Addressing the hesitant Mei Shi, she instructed, "Simply open a side window and place some fresh fruits on the low table by the bed." This time, her tone seemed particularly gentle. Mei Shi, taken aback, hesitated, and Yun Dai, with her clear and sparkling gaze, chirped, "Allow me to do it." Feng Zhu shot her a sidelong glance, her voice cold and cutting. "Did I permit you to speak? When did the servants of the Feng family become so lacking in decorum?" At this, everyone in the room was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Was this imposing, dignified young lady truly the same as the one who merely possessed status yet lacked grace? Xiao Wan, standing closest to the bed, had observed Feng Zhu's change in demeanor from the beginning. What had transpired? Zhu, this girl is simply loyal. Feng Qingwan wished to speak up for Yun Dai, but before she could voice her thoughts, she met Feng Zhu's cold, amber gaze, leaving her words inexplicably lodged in her throat. Feng Zhu, however, paid no heed to anyone and turned her back to the group, lying down. Feng Qingwan, with a bitter smile, tugged at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps it was simply that Zhu had just awakened and was not feeling well. "Brother, it's nothing." She appeared as if she had been burdened with an immense grievance. Chapter 11. The unfading jade words. The atmosphere was peculiar and awkward. Xiao Wan, lost in thought, cast a glance at Feng Zhu's silhouette, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. He brushed aside the Yunlan veil and, separated by a mere fabric, addressed Feng Zhu. "Zhu, do take your rest. I shall visit you another day." Feng Zhu remained unresponsive. Xiao Wan displayed no outward signs of concern. Yet a flicker of displeasure crossed Feng Qingwan's eyes, and Feng Yi felt a considerable discomfort, deeming Feng Zhu's demeanor today utterly inappropriate. Feng Yi turned to Feng Qingwan, saying, "Qingwan, why don't you accompany me to see off His Highness the Fourth?" Qingwan shyly agreed. With a creak, the door outside closed as the gilded screen of Phoenix Quitong stood between them. Only then did Feng Zhu lower the brocade quilt slightly, a cold smirk playing on her lips. "Third brother? A daughter devoid of virtue, expelled from the family tree, do as you please. You, who utter such words, are you worthy?" The vast room was now deserted. Feng Zhu rose from her bed, approached the window, and opened it a crack, silently observing the trio as they laughed and chatted while departing from the Wutong courtyard. Her gaze settled on the enchanting figure in the middle, and her eyes stung with tears, her throat tightening with bitterness. The most profound anguish does not stem from hating someone, but rather from harboring love for them even when hatred runs deep, love for a once fabricated facade. Yet Xiao Wan, I swear I shall not forgive you, otherwise. I am unworthy to be called a daughter, unworthy to be a mother. The grievances of my parents, the hatred of blood, I shall gradually bestow upon you in full measure. With an icy charm, she lifted the corners of her lips and slowly wiped away the tears from her eyes. "Lady." Feng Zhu quietly observed Wei Shi as she placed the small basket of fruits on the low table, each movement executed with utmost caution. The girl and another named Yuci were both sent by their mother, Xie Yun. However, due to the estrangement between Feng Zhu and her mother, coupled with the machinations of those with ulterior motives, Feng Zhu had consistently kept them at a distance. It is no wonder that when she had just commanded Wu Shi, the latter was taken aback. In a previous life, Xiao Wan had offered Wu Shi as a concubine to an official over 50 years of age in a bid to curry favor, only for Wu Shi to succumb to the torment of the man's fierce wife not long thereafter. As for Yuci, on the very day Feng Zhu suffered a miscarriage, purportedly to fetch soup from the kitchen, she vanished without a trace. Feng Zhu recalled that evening when someone mentioned that Yuci had drowned in the pond. What a peculiar coincidence. Yuci perished, yet the soup, infused with her very essence, was delivered to Feng Chao Palace, a bowl containing the fragrant meat stew that bore her blood and spirit. Perhaps UCI had uncovered something that day, leading to her silence. Feng Zhu exhaled deeply. The events of her past life would not repeat themselves this time. What of Wu Shi and UCI? UCI? Chapter 12. The golden lotus in the Buddha's box. Wu Shi's hesitation stirred an unusual feeling in Feng Zhu. What had transpired? The circumstances surrounding Wu Shi and UCI in Wudong Courtyard were far from favorable. They were companions, their bond remarkably deep. As they spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably. UCI had already faced punishment, and their cramped quarters were adjacent to the ice cellar. Was the young lady truly intent on taking UCI's life? The maid boldly implored the young lady to spare UCI's existence. She knocked her head repeatedly, fully aware of Feng Zhu's grievances against them both. Yet if enduring a beating could save UCI, it would be a worthy sacrifice. Very well, rise. Feng Zhu gazed towards a room nestled in the corner of the Wutong Courtyard, now reduced to ashes. Wei Shi, I ask you, when UCI took me there this morning, were you aware of the circumstances? Wei Shi's words seemed tinged with hesitation. Feng Zhu inquired, what is it? UCI claimed that the young lady had instructed her to escort you to that room. And she stated that when the young lady gave her orders, Yundai was also present. However, Yundai later insisted that she had no knowledge of the matter, alleging that UCI was fabricating excuses to evade responsibility. Though UCI is a woman, her character is steadfast, and she would never resort to deceit. As for Yundai, in Feng Zhu's mind, this treacherous individual, who betrays her own master, is utterly untrustworthy. Arson? Wei Shi. Fetch the Buddha Lotus golden box. Wei Shi was perplexed by Feng Zhu's intentions, interpreting her indifference towards Yuxi's situation. Indeed, the young lady has always avoided even a mere glance at them, let alone concerning herself with the orders of the young lady. With a heart heavy as lead, her complexion pale, and her voice quivering, she replied, My lady, have you forgotten? The keys to the dressing chamber are solely entrusted to Yundai, especially for such a precious item as the Buddha Lotus golden box, which I am unworthy to touch. Feng Zhu furrowed her brow slightly, resolutely declaring, Smash it. What? Wei Shi, already distracted, was now convinced she had misheard. Feng Zhu reiterated, If the dressing chamber cannot be opened, then we shall break it open. Wei Shi stood in stunned silence. If the young lady demanded it now, she would promptly seek out Yundai to have her unlock it. The exquisite set of bridal adornments was crafted by the finest artisans, fashioned from premium gold and silk Namu wood, worth a fortune. Feng Zhu cast a fleeting glance at her and inquired, Do you wish to rescue UCI? If so, act swiftly, smash it. Wei Shi regarded the priceless bridal adornments and then glanced at Feng Zhu, stealing her resolve. She stepped forward, grasped one of the boxes, and hurled it to the ground. The lock shattered, and a cascade of gold, silver, and precious jewels spilled forth, causing Wei Shi's heart to flutter. To casually pick up even a single item from this treasure would be a burden she could not bear for several lifetimes. Could it be that this young lady bore her ill will and sought to torment her in this manner? Feng Zhu leaned against the window, unfazed, and leisurely remarked, Do you know which bridal adornment contains the Buddha Lotus golden box? No, I do not. It has always been guarded by Yundai. Oh. Feng Zhu nodded slowly, maintaining his composure. Then continue smashing until you uncover the Buddha Lotus golden box. What? Young lady. Wei Shi felt tears welling up. Smash. Yes. Chapter 13. The Feng Blood Jade Pendant. Wei Shi. Oh Wei Shi, you truly are unfortunate. She silently empathized with herself, tears brimming in her eyes, lamenting her plight as her gentle and delicate nature was exploited by her own master to engage in such earth-shattering labor. Bang. Another bridal adornment was shattered. Crash. More gold, silver, and jewels scattered across the floor. Bang. Crash. At this moment, the Chi Feng building was indeed in turmoil. The maids and matrons heard the commotion and hurried upstairs to investigate, but the door to Feng Zhu's room remained firmly closed. Some, fearing the worst, pushed against it several times, yet it would not budge. Madam, are you inside? If so, please open the door. Otherwise, shall we force it open? Are you out of your mind? This is the ladies' chamber. What shall we do then? Hearing the conversation outside, Wei Shi felt increasingly anxious. Her expression distressed as she glanced at Feng Zhu, who silently gestured with her finger, indicating for her to remain silent. Feng Zhu listened intently, her eyes cold as ice. This Wudong courtyard sprawled over dozens of acres, with numerous servants. There were at least a dozen first and second tier maids and matrons permitted to move within the Shifeng Tower. Originally, all had been personally selected and sent by their mothers, but later on, It was only those serving closely within the Shi Feng Tower who had been dismissed for various faults. Now, apart from Yuxi and Wei Shi, the others in the Shi Feng Tower had all been sent by Feng Qingwan and her mother, Lin. Could they be trusted? Feng Zhu strode over, rummaging through the chaos until she unearthed a pearl-inlaid box and smashed it to the ground. Immediately, a small box crafted of pure gold tumbled out. The box was intricately engraved with a Buddha seal and 9 golden lotuses, exuding a subtle and soothing sandalwood fragrance. It was precisely the Buddha lotus golden box she sought. Wei Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Madam, if you knew from the start which box it was in, why did you instruct me to? It's what I wanted you to break. What are you afraid of? Feng Zhu replied, opening the small golden box only to discover it was empty of any contents. She instinctively reached for her neck and, indeed, found a gold chain. Beneath the chain dangled 2 teardrop-shaped blood jade pendants, fastened with a golden phoenix clasp. The pendants were hollow, and within them, a liquid resembling blood could be faintly discerned. She removed one of the blood jade pendants and placed it into the golden lotus box, handing it to Wei Shi, who felt as though she was cradling a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds. The phoenix blood pendant. Even the current emperor would not dare to handle it carelessly. My lady, I understand now. You find me bothersome and wish for me to depart alongside Yuxi. As a servant of the Feng family, if you desire my life, there is no need for such elaborate schemes. Just utter a single word. Tears finally streamed down Wei Shi's cheeks, and she exclaimed in astonishment, My lady, do you mean? Feng Zhu nodded slightly, uttering 2 words, Yuxi. Though she was ostensibly the most esteemed, legitimate daughter of the Feng household, she had been treated like a fool by Feng Qingwan's faction over the years, believing their words implicitly and almost obeying them without question. Over time, it seemed that the servants of the Feng family recognized only Feng Qingwan, forgetting about Feng Zhu. Chapter 14. A reunion of bloodkin. Wei Shi glanced at Feng Zhu and then at the object in her hand, overcome with emotion and poised to bow. Feng Zhu interjected, No need for that. Hurry along, exit through the back door. Wei Shi hastily wiped her tears away with her sleeve, replying, Yes, I shall go at once. Although she had never paid much attention to these matters, she retained fragments of memories that suggested certain items were missing. So, who could have taken them? There were only a handful of individuals to consider. Yun Dai has held the key for so long that it is difficult to ensure she or anyone else has teammate to spare. The thought is quite disheartening. Perhaps it would be better to shatter it entirely. From this moment forth, no one shall dare to extend their dirty hands beneath her eyelids. My lady, please open the door. The commotion outside was deafening, prompting Feng Zhu to close the intricately carved screens around her, lying sideways with her back to the door, lost in thought while gazing at the phoenix blood pendant in her hand. It is said that this pendant was personally sought by her mother from Qixia Temple when she was merely a month old, and indeed, it contains her very blood. The venerable master Shi Hui, who crafted the pendant, declared that once consecrated, it would be intertwined with Feng Zhu's life. Thus, the Feng family has treasured this pendant as dearly as they do Feng Zhu herself. It can be said that the pendant symbolizes her very essence. On the day of her marriage to Xiao Wan in her past life, the pendant inexplicably shattered, and the blood within fell upon her foot. Letting out a breath, she tucked the pendant back into her garment, murmuring, Is this destiny? At that moment, with a loud bang, the door was suddenly thrust open. A Jew, a man clad in a green robe with a jade crown, rushed in ahead of everyone else. He appeared to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome. His movements as fluid as flowing water, exuding an effortless grace. This was Feng Zhu's father, Feng Jie, the current head of the Feng family, the grand tutor of the court and the minister of the interior, holding a position equivalent to that of a prime minister, as well as a renowned scholar and calligrapher of his time. Instantly, Feng Zhu recognized the voice, but recalling her own schemes, she struggled to suppress the urge to rise immediately and continued to feign sleep. A Jew, upon seeing the person peacefully slumbering on the bed, Feng Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He never anticipated that within just a few hours of stepping out, such tumult would unfold at home. The woman who had shadowed him since he entered the door reacted almost identically to him. She cast a glance over the disarray and softly remarked, As long as no harm has come to the person, it is fortunate that aside from the cosmetics, there is little else that has been damaged. The woman, of a similar age to Feng Jin, appeared less exceptional in comparison to his striking beauty, yet she possessed an elegant charm, particularly her pair of bright, discerning eyes that hinted at an inscrutable cleverness. She was none other than Feng Zhu's biological mother, Xie Yun. Feng Jin understood that his wife was not as composed as she seemed, for he grasped her icy hand in his own. A sense of unease enveloped him. How could a mother and daughter be so estranged? Approaching the bedside, he gently called out, "A Jew, a Jew." The girl seemed to be in a deep sleep, stirring only after several calls. In that fleeting moment of turning, Feng Ju's eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears. Her deceased father now stood before her, as if alive. "Father! Father!" She leaped into Feng Jin's embrace, weeping inconsolably. "Father, I am so sorry. A Jew is truly sorry. It was utterly wrong to trust the deceitful, to be blinded by my own judgment, leading to my own ruin and that of my parents." Everyone stood in shock, including Feng Jin and Xie Yun, as well as the timid maidservants lingering at the door. What had befallen her? If she were merely frightened by the raging fire, a delicate display of tears would suffice. However, it was evident that she was burdened by some repressed emotion, akin to sorrow, akin to pain, perhaps even hatred. Xie Yun had initially intended to ascertain her daughter's safety and then take her leave, for the daughter had always been reluctant to see her. Yet, witnessing her daughter weep so sorrowfully tugged at her own heartstrings painfully. "Everything is all right. Ah Jew, everything is all right. Father is here." Over and over, she repeated these words as she held her daughter tightly, utterly at a loss for further action. In matters concerning his wife and daughter, Feng Jin, a high-ranking official, found himself utterly helpless. After a while, as the sound of Feng Ju's sobs began to wane, Xie Yun silently turned away, discreetly wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Feng Jin attempted to inquire, "Ah Jew, tell father, what has happened? My daughter has lost her composure. Please, father, punish me." As a young lady of a prestigious family, such public displays of weeping were absolutely intolerable, especially in an era that placed immense value on personal demeanor. Nevertheless, it was understandable. "Fortunately, you are safe and have regained your senses," which can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Not only had she regained her senses, but she seemed transformed. Feng Ju's gaze darted around, locking onto the chaotic scene before her, her face instantly reflecting horror. "Father, this is..." Feng Jin looked at her in confusion. "Ah Jew, do you truly not know? Did you not hear any commotion inside, or see anyone?" Feng Ju appeared bewildered. "Father, though I have awakened, my mind remains clouded. I fell asleep the moment I closed my eyes and was unaware of anything." She cautiously tugged at the corner of Feng Jin's ample sleeve and inquired, "Father, is it possible that someone seeks to harm me?" Feng Jin gently patted his daughter's hand, declaring with indignation, "If I uncover who has resorted to such treachery, they shall not escape my wrath." The head of the Feng family was typically known for his modest and amiable demeanor, yet when provoked, his fury could erupt like a mountain crumbling, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Feng Ju cast a cold glance at the anxious faces of those outside the door and remarked, "I have always entrusted these adornments to Yun Dai for safekeeping. Where is she? Why is she absent?" As if recalling something, she leaned closer to Feng Jin, both puzzled and fearful. Could it be that I was the only one in this room, just now? Reflecting on it, if that malicious individual intended not merely to vandalize, but harbored ulterior motives? Could it be? The more she pondered, the more terrified she became, her bright eyes glimmering as she looked at Feng Jin. "Father." Chapter 16. Mastery of the craft. Upon Feng Ju's deliberate reminder, Feng Jin became acutely aware of the issue at hand. He rose with an imposing presence, glaring towards the throng outside and bellowing, "How have you been attending to your duties? Where were you all when Ah Jew was in peril?" Instantly, a chorus of kneeling figures filled the doorway, the maids and servants bowing their heads in supplication. "Spare us, master. Please spare us. We acknowledge our wrongs." Feng Jin let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over their bowed heads, his brow furrowed. "Where is that girl, Yun Dai?" At that moment, Yun Dai happened to ascend the stairs alongside the Feng siblings, and Feng Qingwan shot her a glare, whispering, "Why aren't you hurrying up?" Yun Dai hurriedly lowered her head and ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room and witnessing the scene before her, she was so startled that she fell to her knees with a thud. "I am Yun Dai, the servant." She was utterly bewildered and at a loss for words. Feng Jin sternly inquired, as a first-class attendant of a Jew, "Where have you been while failing to attend to her side?" "I accompanied the third master and the young miss to bid farewell to His Highness the Fourth Prince." "Preposterous. Your lack of decorum is increasingly alarming. A Jew rarely concerns herself with you. Yet have you completely disregarded the rules of the Feng family?" Feng Jin had never expressed such anger before, causing Yun Dai to tremble, and she quickly bowed her head repeatedly, pleading. This servant acknowledges her fault. Please, master, spare me. Please, master, spare me. Everyone around was terrified, trembling on the ground like leaves in a storm. Even the Feng siblings, who were about to step over the crowd of servants, halted in their tracks. Feng Jin snorted coldly. Are you so oblivious to your own responsibilities? As a Jew's attendant, you are to remain by her side at all times. Matters such as escorting the fourth prince should be handled by others. Why must you concern yourself with them? Today, a Jew has faced numerous dangers. What punishment do you deserve? This. Although Yun Dai possessed considerable courage, she found herself at a loss for words in the presence of Feng Jin's imposing authority after just a few reprimands. Feng Ju discreetly glanced at Feng Qingwan, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and thought, it is nearly time. Sure enough, Feng Qingwan rushed in, her face filled with guilt as she knelt before Feng Jin. Uncle, a Jew is usually lenient, and as a result, these servants have become rather lax. Today, I truly failed to take care of my sister. If you wish to impose punishment, please direct it towards Qingwan. Qingwan, I understand this matter does not pertain to you. You may rise. Feng Qingwan's eyes glistened with tears, yet she managed to refrain from shedding them, presenting a picture of delicate sorrow without ruining her makeup or losing her composure. Feng Ju silently observed, unable to suppress his admiration. This is indeed a skill. Feng Qingwan has mastered it to perfection. Feng Qingwan did not rise. Instead, she cast a glance at the trembling Yun Dai and said, Uncle, it is customary for such negligence among these servants to warrant punishment and dismissal. However, considering they have been in chiefing building for quite some time and Aju has grown accustomed to them, replacing them entirely might only cause more discomfort for Aju. In my opinion, it would be better to impose a fine of 1 month's salary on each, with Yun Dai bearing the greatest responsibility and thus receiving a penalty of 3 months. What do you think? In an instant, grateful glances were directed towards Feng Qingwan from all around. Feng Ju was nearly inclined to applaud her. Feng Qingwan, you are truly remarkable. In this way, you not only appease your father, but also bestow kindness upon the lower ranks, winning their hearts and securing a good reputation for yourself. It seems that my previous life's misfortunes at your hands were not without reason. However, you are clever, and I shall not allow myself to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 17. A back-and-forth exchange. Feng Ju nodded slightly and said indifferently, Sister speaks with great reason. Indeed, the ignorance of these servants regarding the rules is a reflection of my own excessive indulgence as their master, showcasing my failure in governance. Aju, that is not what I meant. Feng Qingwan, taken aback by Feng Ju's unusual demeanor today, hurriedly sought to defend herself. Yet, Feng Ju offered her no opportunity, continuing, Aju must firmly remember Sister's words and henceforth strictly discipline these servants. However, Sister ought to consider. Today I encountered peril upon peril and nearly lost my life. Is it sufficient to merely penalize them with a little monthly silver? Or do you believe Aju's life is worth only that amount of silver? Feng Qingwan clenched her fists beneath her sleeves. How could the once docile fool who always obeyed her suddenly become so sharp-tongued, even opposing her? Aju, Sister understands you have indeed suffered grievances today. It is not unreasonable for you to wish to punish a few maids for your relief. But the fire in the side room was caused by that girl you see and is unrelated to these individuals. Given the stature of our Feng family, we must not allow rumors of unjust punishments to spread. How eloquently she speaks. Yet, Feng Ju had her own intentions. Sister is mistaken. Aju never stated she would impose harsher penalties on these maids. What do you mean then? Feng Ju smiled gently. I simply pondered that since the fire in the side room occurred first and my quarters were subsequently intruded upon and damaged, both incidents placed me in life-threatening situations. If Sister believes the latter merits only a penalty of silver, then the former should be treated with equal measure, should it not? By the way, I have heard that Sister has had UCI beaten to near death. Thus, her penalty of silver should be waived, correct? Feng Ju understood well that Feng Qingwan had indeed intended to eliminate UCI to destroy evidence. She resolutely denied her the opportunity. Since you do not wish to pursue the matter further, I shall abide by your wishes. Feng Jin addressed the crowd, stating, Since a Jew does not wish to pursue this any longer, let us put this matter to rest. However, if such negligence occurs again, irrespective of who intercedes, I shall show no mercy. The crowd bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, miss, thank you, head of the family. Feng Jin dismissed them, and Feng Yi entered to assist Feng Qingwan, saying to Feng Jin, "Uncle, we shall take our leave now." "Go ahead." After the siblings departed, Feng Jin sighed softly. "Aju, your words were rather extreme just now. Although Qingyuan has her faults, she has always considered your well-being." "For her well-being? Huh. Feng Qingyuan would rather I perish sooner." Feng Ju lamented. "Father, today I suddenly feel I have misjudged so many things in the past, to an absurd degree." Turning her head slightly, she tentatively remarked, "Father, I recall that although I was frail as a child, I was not truly ill. It seems, ever since Annie from the left brought third brother and sister Wan to reside in our Zhugua mansion, I have fallen gravely ill. Do you think it is possible that my fate has crossed some taboo with them?" A fleeting hesitation crossed Feng Jin's face, but he quickly dismissed the thought. One ought not to speak of the supernatural. Henceforth, such matters should not be mentioned again. Though they are distant relatives from the left, they are still members of the Feng family. With Yuan Liang's passing, it is our family's duty to shelter his wife and children. Should we allow them to wander aimlessly? Chapter 18. Proceeding with caution. Yuan Liang is the courtesy name of Feng Yi and Feng Qingyuan's deceased father, Feng Xian. Moreover, the esteemed physician Jia, who is diagnosing your ailment, was painstakingly sought after by Feng Yi. "Aju, you must not indulge in such unfounded thoughts any longer." Feng Ju contemplated saying more, yet ultimately merely nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aju has taken note. She could discern that while her father professed such sentiments, there lingered an undercurrent of doubt within him. However, given the extensive network of the Feng family's collateral branches, it would be unwise for her father, as the head of the Feng family, to harbor such notions. Otherwise, the stability of their clan could be jeopardized. In a family as intricately woven as theirs, disturbing one strand could unravel the entire tapestry. It seems that any endeavor to disturb those within the Zhuayin side branch must be approached with caution and patience. Inflicting discomfort upon them gradually is far more intriguing than a swift resolution, akin to how Feng Qingyuan meticulously carved her face with a blade. "My lady, it is time to take your medicine." Yun Dai entered with the concoction, her demeanor cautious and obedient after the earlier events. Feng Jin glanced into the jade bowl and inquired, "Is it the same as usual?" Feng Jin nodded, evidently pleased with Feng Yi. Yun Dai continued, "The eldest young lady personally came to oversee this, and she filtered the medicine herself, emphasizing that it concerns your health, and no one can afford to be negligent. She never missed an opportunity to commend the Zhuayin side branch, akin to a pair of ravenous wolves." Feng Ju could endure no more. Each word she heard made her stomach churn with revulsion. "Get out. Leave this instant." Immediately, her eyes ablaze with fury, she swept the bowl and tray to the ground. Yun Dai, startled, collapsed onto the floor, her voice trembling, "My lady." Even Feng Jin was taken aback. Never had he witnessed such a temperament in his daughter before. "Aju." Feng Jin wished to articulate something. Yet upon witnessing her daughter's wide-eyed fury and trembling form, words evaded her. She cast a glance at Yun Dai, whom Aju had always trusted and cherished. What had this girl done to incite such wrath? "You may leave now, and have someone fetch the spare medicine," she instructed. "Yes." Yun Dai stumbled out, her steps unsteady. Feng Jin sighed. "Aju, if you find this girl unsatisfactory, you may simply send her away from the estate. You are the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, and should not lose your composure in such a manner." "Send her away? Is it that simple?" Aju retorted. "Father, do you have any idea how much I loathe this situation? I only wish for mutual destruction." Taking several deep breaths, Feng Ju endeavored to regain her composure. "Father, Aju wishes to visit Qixia Temple to pray for blessings." This marked the first time Feng Ju had proactively requested to venture outside. Feng Jin observed the chillingly stern expression on Feng Ju's face and did not refuse. "It would be beneficial for you to clear your mind. However, given your current state, it is inadvisable to go out just yet. You should rest for a few days before embarking on your journey. I will arrange for the carriage and horses to be ready at any moment." "Thank you, father." Feng Jin scrutinized her, exhaling deeply. "Your mother's concern for you is no less than mine." Feng Ju felt a pang of guilt. "Father, Aju understands that, but I still need some time." The relationship between her and her mother could not be mended overnight. Yet, her progress thus far filled Feng Jin with unexpected joy. Good. Knowing you have this sentiment brings me great comfort." Chapter 19. Ruthless control over the scheming. Not long after Feng Jin departed, a maidservant entered bearing a bowl of dark, viscous concoction. Feng Ju dismissed the maid and, fixated on the inky brew, pondered for some time before rising and striding to the rear window. where he emptied the entire contents into the koi pond nestled behind Chiefing Tower. These koi, tenderly nurtured by Feng Qingwan, were treasures indeed. A faint smile curled upon his lips as he murmured, "One must never consume medicine indiscriminately." At that moment, sharp and scathing insults drifted in from outside the window. "Oh, so it is you, the shameless wretch, who has caused us to bear the brunt of your misdeeds. Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly docile exterior lies a creature that cannot even bark? Are you aware that the value of that cosmetic box far exceeds what you could repay if sold by weight? Humph, as if it were not enough to smash something. You even dared to steal the Feng blood pendant. Now, even if you manage to save that wretched jade girl, I shall relish the sight of how you intend to safeguard your own self." Her hair was disheveled, pulled by the hands of the older women, and a red, swollen mark marred her delicate, graceful visage. Clutching the Feng blood pendant tightly, she cried out in a mixture of indignation and sorrow, "I did not steal it. The lady gifted it to me." "Huh," spat a matron with prominent cheekbones and narrow brows, her saliva striking the face of the young girl. "How dare you weave such lies? It is clear you were eager to rescue that jade wench, secretly smashing the cosmetic box and pilfering the Feng blood pendant, all while invoking the lady's name. Moreover, within this Wudong courtyard, it has always been the young lady who holds sway. The lady has never even cast a glance your way, so how could she possibly have countered the young lady's orders to send you to rescue anyone? Even so, it is you, this wretched creature, who deceives the young women, who have always been rather naive." As Zhang was furiously reprimanding, a flower pot suddenly plummeted from the second floor, striking her head with unerring precision. Instantly, blood trickled down her face, causing the surrounding matrons to panic and flee in terror. With a cry of anguish, Zhang turned to hurl further insults, but upon glimpsing the figure leaning against the window on the second floor, she found herself rendered utterly speechless. As if she had swallowed a fly, Feng Zhu's pallid visage bore a faint sheen, akin to a delicate frost. "You blind mutt. I had no idea when the Wutong courtyard changed its master." She surveyed the silent maids and matrons, aware that at this very moment, Feng Qingwan must be standing just beyond her line of sight, observing and listening. Zhang intended for Feng Qingwan to grasp the reality, to let these dim-witted servants comprehend who truly held dominion over the Wutong courtyard. "It was I who ordered Wei Shi to bring Feng Shui to meet her fate. What of it? In my courtyard, do I not have a say? Or do you truly believe I am more foolish than you old crones?" Her voice, though not raised in volume, carried a languid and nonchalant tone, yet it was this very lack of fervor that induced a sense of dread. For she bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, Xie Yun. That matron, hailing from a merchant family, was not one easily trifled with in Hualing City. Chapter 20. Who holds authority? Zhang's legs trembled, and disregarding the blood staining her face, she sank to her knees without hesitation. "Dear lady, I acknowledge my mistakes. I was merely concerned that undesirable individuals were surrounding you. My intentions were sincere, and my haste led to my unfortunate words. I did not mean to offend." Feng Zhu interrupted her pleas. Wei Shi stepped forward. Wei Shi felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, dashing into the Qi Feng Tower. Throughout her entrance, she dared not glance at Feng Qingwan, who stood by the window on the first floor. Feng Zhu cast a discerning eye at Zhang Shi, noticing her furtive gaze directed towards the first floor, seeking assistance. A cold smile crept upon Feng Zhu's lips. Ah, the servile wretch. Still unable to discern who holds dominion in this Wu Tong courtyard. Bring forth the others. With a languid command, Feng Zhu summoned the remaining maids and servant girls, who promptly bowed their heads to the ground, responding, yes. However, Feng Zhu's attention was not on them, but rather on the distant servants who observed with indifference. These individuals, like Wei Shi, had been sent by Xie Yun and were often oppressed by those few wretched souls, their lowly status rendering them unworthy of approaching the Qi Feng Tower. Initially taken aback, they swiftly approached, their gestures of reverence and salutation precise and unerring. "We have met the esteemed young lady," they proclaimed, addressing her as young lady rather than lady. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Feng Zhu's bright eyes. Long ago, this was how the household addressed her. Despite the Feng family's vast lineage and numerous descendants, the most esteemed and legitimate heir was none other than Feng Zhu, the sole daughter. Undeniably the esteemed young lady and legitimate heiress. Yet, with the arrival of Feng Qingwan, the latter claimed to be her elder, insisting that others refer to Feng Zhu as young lady, which left her feeling quite uneasy. Reflecting upon it now, Fengju truly believes she was possessed by some malevolent spirit at that time, disregarding her parents' admonitions and insisting that the household refer to that beautiful and gentle sister as the esteemed young lady. The distinction between young lady and girl is a chasm that separates the noble from the lowly. These individuals are indeed a testament to her mother's upbringing, as they swiftly bestowed upon Feng Qingwan such a resounding slap. Unable to contain herself, Fengju raised her eyebrows and declared, "Enough." She then cast a glance at Zhang, the old servant, who had spoken disrespectfully to her master. "Drag her away and execute her with the rod." The final two words were articulated with deliberate slowness and exceptional clarity. Zhang had already sensed the gravity of the situation, trembling even more violently than before, yet still desperately sought assistance from Feng Qingwan. "Esteemed young lady, save your old servant." In her cries, she found herself restrained by 4 or 5 robust matrons. "Esteemed young lady?" Fengju sighed softly, "Alas. It seems I must first silence her before the execution." Upon her utterance, several hands were immediately raised to deliver a series of slaps to Zhang. Fengju found herself questioning whether her mother had specifically trained these individuals in the art of striking. In mere moments, Zhang's mouth was awash with blood. As she opened her mouth to speak, a few of her teeth tumbled forth. "Young lady," the servant merely spoke impulsively, "it is not a grave transgression. Even if you disregard my devoted service, you should consider the years of toil I have endured by your side. To condemn me to death over such a trivial matter is unjust. I refuse to accept it." Trivial matter? To show disrespect as a servant to one's master. If you perceive that as trivial, then what constitutes a serious offense? Regicide or treason? Fengju slowly shook her head, declaring that such a malicious and terrifying servant was simply not to be tolerated in the Feng family. "Take her away." Zhang's face paled as she cried out repeatedly, "Miss, save me. Miss, please save me." Chapter 21. Unfamiliar kindness. Fengju let out a soft snort, casting a glance at the dozen individuals kneeling on the ground. Once so arrogant and haughty, they now dared not even lift their heads. The group, faces ashen, collectively turned to Feng Qingwan, hoping she might intercede. Fengju feigned ignorance and remarked coldly, "I am speaking here. What are you all looking around for? Or do you share the same devious intentions as that old treacherous servant?" The group instinctively shrank back, scrambling to flee. Unfortunately, as Zhang was dragged further away, and the figures of the dozen individuals faded into nothingness, no one emerged from beneath the golden eaves of the first floor. "Feng Qingwan, you have hidden your true nature behind a facade of hypocrisy for over a decade. I failed to see through your guise. Now, if you can endure, then endure. I am quite eager to see how long you can maintain this pretense of yours. Miss, your actions are both good and ill." Wei Shi entered the room and instinctively adjusted her form of address. Previously, she had not done so willingly, but now it seemed fitting. As for her assertion of good, Fengju could grasp the meaning, yet what of ill? Meeting Fengju's inquiring gaze, Wei Shi hesitated and said, "It is true that the young lady holds a noble status. However, she is still merely a woman. Your current suppression of the left side of the secondary household may jeopardize your future stability once the third young master becomes the head of the family." In a fleeting moment, Fengju felt a softness within her heart. These words were truly heartfelt, had it not been for her sincere disposition. An ordinary person would never have confided such sentiments to her. Yet, in her past life, she had laid bare her soul to a few individuals within the Hualing family, treating them as her dearest kin, only to find that they did not offer her the support she sought. Not only did they fail to provide solace, but they also caused harm to her true source of reliance, her parents. There exists a type of person who cannot be nurtured. Fengju smiled faintly, pondering who could guarantee that Feng Yi would inevitably ascend to the position of family head. In the illustrious Feng family, a lineage that has spanned centuries, she had more than a dozen brothers who could potentially claim higher standing, not to mention the countless offspring from various branches and side families. In terms of lineage, talent, and character, Feng Yi was not necessarily the most outstanding among them. Feng Yi's ambition to become the head of the family was, in this lifetime, a mere delusion. Wei Shi still wished to voice that the third young master was already designated as the future heir of the Feng family, and that in 2 years, once his position was formally established, his ascension to family head would be a matter of time. However, she ultimately refrained from speaking out. Such matters were beyond the purview of a servant. The Lisan courtyard was where the maids of the Wutong courtyard resided. Fengju nodded, resolving to find the finest physician in the city to ensure the patient's recovery, regardless of the cost involved. Tears welled in Wei Shi's eyes as she knelt in deep reverence, proclaiming, "The grace of the eldest young lady is beyond measure. I, as a servant, express my gratitude on behalf of UCI. Both UCI and I shall serve the eldest young lady with utmost dedication, without a trace of disloyalty." Feng Zhu gazed silently at the top of her head for a considerable time. Could there truly be no disloyalty? Chapter 22, 7th day of the 2nd month. How many words in this world can be trusted? She could no longer afford to place her faith in mere words. In the Chiefing Tower, aside from you and Yusi, I am the only one who cannot remain. Feng Zhu's words were devoid of mercy, yet his tone was imbued with a sense of melancholy. Wei Shi raised her head in astonishment. "Miss you. You may leave." "Yes." Wei Shi dared not utter another word and solemnly bowed her head. In her heart, she felt an overwhelming joy. The young mistress had finally discerned the true nature of those around her. The young mistress trusted her and Yusi. As she stepped out of the room, Wei Shi vaguely heard Feng Zhu muttering something to himself, though the words were indistinct. In Wutong Courtyard and Chiefing Tower, there was always but one master. Feng Qingwan, your days of usurping this nest are numbered. Feng Zhu plucked a begonia blossom from the window, crushing it violently between his fingers, its juice flowing red as blood. In the subsequent 6 days, Feng Zhu continued to dispose of 4 or 5 servants for various reasons, either dismissing or executing them without compassion. The atmosphere in Chiefing Tower grew increasingly tense, with some even pleading with Feng Qingwan for mercy. Feng Qingwan was not without anger, nor was she devoid of urgency. Yet the current Feng Zhu was a stark contrast to the past, unpredictable and, one might say, ruthless. She dared not act rashly until she grasped the complete situation. Watching as nearly half of her appointed personnel were eliminated, Feng Qingwan could no longer remain passive. However, after that, Feng Zhu became strangely quiet, as if the previous upheaval was merely a fleeting moment of frustration unleashed upon others. Feng Qingwan was so infuriated that she felt murderous, as if a fly were lodged in her throat, impossible to swallow, and just as she sought to expel it, someone had sealed her mouth shut. In the brief span of merely 6 days, Feng Qingwan appeared as though she had succumbed to a grave illness, utterly devoid of spirit. In contrast, Feng Zhu, who had long been beset by ailments, experienced a miraculous resurgence in health, her once pallid and emaciated cheeks now bearing a faint blush. Thus, the pilgrimage to Qixia Temple was hastily scheduled for the 7th day of the 2nd month. On that day, as the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon, Feng Zhu rose from her slumber. As her maids busily styled her hair, she gazed intently into the copper mirror, an enigmatic gleam flickering in her eyes. No one was aware that throughout these 6 days, she had not consumed a single drop of the medicinal concoctions delivered to her, instead pouring them all into the koi pond. Strangely, her complexion had improved without the aid of the potions. Was that not peculiar? Once attired, Yundai casually remarked, "My lady, you." But before she could finish, her expression shifted dramatically. She knelt and delivered a sharp slap to her own face, exclaiming, "Miss, I have spoken out of turn. I have spoken out of turn." Adorned in her hairpins and resplendent garments, Feng Zhu maintained an upright posture, her gaze too precious to bestow upon Yundai, her serene countenance exuding an air of grace and composure. A nearby maid surreptitiously cast a glance at Yundai, who was the lady's most trusted confidant. In earlier times, the lady had been so gentle as to seem almost weak, leading them to overlook a crucial truth. A mistress has the power to elevate one to the heavens or cast one into the mire. Miss Wan, after all, was not the same as the lady. Contemplating this, the maid stepped forward tentatively and inquired, "Miss, shall we summon the meal?" "No need. Let us proceed to Hualing Courtyard." Feng Zhu replied. Hualing Courtyard was the residence of Feng Jin and Xie Yun, and according to custom, Feng Zhu was obliged to inform them before departing. "Miss, shall we take a carriage or a sedan chair?" Feng Zhu gazed into the distance, a tinge of sorrow crossing her features. "Let us walk," she decided. Chapter 23. Kneeling in apology. The Feng family has been a distinguished lineage for a century, renowned for their noble status and illustrious ancestry. Their residence, the Feng Zhuge Mansion, is situated in the prestigious residential area of Chongzi Lane, adjacent to the palace, sprawling over 100 acres in extravagant luxury. Unlike the ostentatious grandeur of the Pei, Heng, and Chu families, whose gates are adorned with gilded vermilion and golden plaques that exude opulence from afar, The Feng family's entrance is marked by a deep-hued rosewood door and a plaque inscribed by Feng Jin himself. The calligraphy of Yu Zai, a master of the art, is worth its weight in gold. This esteemed title reflects the admiration held for Feng Jin by the world. Thus, describing the Feng family as embodying understated luxury is entirely fitting. However, this subtle demeanor is starkly absent when it comes to their affection for their daughter. As Feng Ju traversed from Wutong Courtyard to Hualing Courtyard, each step revealed breathtaking vistas, rocky landscapes, pavilions, waterside halls, and painted corridors, all delighting the senses. Yet, her eyes grew increasingly red, and her pace hastened. In her previous life, she recognized her father's love, while her mother was often stern and rarely smiled. Little did she realize that her father, perpetually engrossed in state affairs and disliking the lavish aesthetic of Wutong Courtyard, had left every blade of grass and every piece of furniture in the Feng residence as a testament to her mother's devotion. As the gentle breeze caressed her face, Feng Ju blinked, and tears unwittingly moistened her eyelids. At that moment, Xie Yun was partaking in her breakfast when the maid, Lu Chun, hurriedly entered the warm hall. "Madam, Miss has arrived." Xie Yun's hand, which held the soup bowl, suddenly paused mid-air, remaining motionless for an extended moment. The serving maid, Qingxi, discreetly cast a questioning glance toward the figure standing opposite her, a dignified and gentle woman in her 40s, who had been Xie Yun's mute companion for nearly 2 decades. Upon noticing Xie Yun's hesitation, the mute woman silently approached to take the bowl from her hands. Meeting the mute woman's encouraging gaze, Xie Yun finally exhaled softly and set the bowl down steadily. "El Chun, you may wait outside. When the guests arrive, usher them in directly." "But, madam, Miss is already waiting at the door." El Chun hesitated, her words trailing off, which prompted a perplexed and anxious glance exchanged between Xie Yun and the mute woman. At that moment, Feng Ju knelt on the steps outside the warm hall, accompanied by 5 or 6 maids who, oblivious to the situation, followed suit in kneeling beside her. She had merely intended to pay a brief visit, yet as she journeyed, an overwhelming sense of obligation emerged within her. She felt she owed her mother this bow in both past and present. From a young age, her mother had imposed strict expectations upon her, fostering a mixture of envy for the affectionate bond seen in other mother-daughter relationships and resentment towards her own mother's perceived coldness. Over time, this led to a growing distance between them, while the gossip of others only deepened her turmoil. People often remarked that Xie Yun, the matriarch of the Feng family, was a merchant's daughter of humble origins, claiming that she shamelessly pursued Feng Jin until he had no choice but to marry her, and that she was inherently jealous and cruel. Such allegations had reached Feng Ju's ears far too often. Though the family of the left shadowy chamber has purposely sowed discord by whispering such words into Feng Ju's ears, she, as a daughter, harbors disdain for the mother who bore her. Disrespect towards one's parents is irredeemable. No multitude of justifications can absolve her of this fault. Thus, this act of kneeling is one she ought to perform, and indeed must. Upon emerging, Xie Yun was met with this poignant scene. Her daughter stood on the corridor, her bright and intelligent eyes shimmering with a flicker of light, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Chapter 24. The shared meal resolves tensions. The mother and daughter, one poised on the corridor above, the other kneeling below, shared a silence laden with unspoken understanding. Xie Yun did not inquire why her daughter knelt, nor did Feng Ju offer an explanation for her position. Perhaps, in the intimate bond of blood that connects them, words have become superfluous. In the warm embrace of the morning sun in the courtyard of the warmth hall, the sweet chirping of birds filled the air, yet an undeniable stillness weighed heavily on the heart. The ground was chilled. "Rise." After an indeterminate passage of time, Xie Yun finally spoke. In Feng Ju's recollection, her mother's tone had never been as gentle as it was now. Perhaps it had always been so. She simply had not taken the time to truly perceive it. The head maid, Chen Shi, intended to assist Feng Ju, but halted, frowning as she glared at the maidservants behind her. "What are you still dawdling for? Quickly help the young lady up. Do you not realize how much she has cared for you all?" In this way, she was subtly reprimanding the attendants on behalf of Feng Ju. As Feng Ju accepted the maid's support to rise, she discreetly cast a glance at Chen Shi. Beside her mother stood 4 of her most trusted attendants: the mute maid, her 2 aunts, Tan Yun, and the slightly older maids, Chen Shi and Lu Chun. Once, she paid little attention. Now, as she gazes upon the morning light, she is adorned in a delicate coral-hued, cross-collared waist-length skirt, complemented by accessories, hairpin, brooch, all fashioned in the likeness of morning glories. She resembles a morning glory blooming in the dawn, exuding a refreshing elegance imbued with a certain vitality. The spirited and lively green spring may be considered equally admirable. Fengju observed that those surrounding her mother shared a common trait. Their eyes shimmered with a keen intelligence. Unbeknownst to her, while she scrutinized the individuals near Xie Yun was equally attentive to her. Xie Yun inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Fengju shook her head, indicating she had not. She had intended to visit Qixia Temple early, which is why she had bathed and dressed before coming to pay her respects to her mother. At that moment, a woman clad in an autumn-hued skirt hurriedly entered the courtyard. Her voice ringing out with laughter from afar. There's no need to rush breakfast when preparing to travel. The carriage and attendants for the young lady's trip to Qixia Temple are all thoroughly arranged. I have checked 3 times since dawn. Young lady, please enjoy breakfast with the madam before setting off. It was none other than Aunt Tan Yun, who was always greeted with a smile, her cheeks adorned with 2 charming dimples. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Yun reached out and took Fengju's hand, saying, "You are frail. Let us dine before departing." Fengju gazed at her mother's hand in astonishment, not rejecting the warmth it offered. Indeed, her mother's hand was so warm. This time, there would be no instigation from the left concubine. She wished to learn more about the mother she had long misunderstood and resented. "Why is father absent?" Aunt Tan replied with a smile. "Early this morning, someone from the palace came to summon the head of the family. It seems there must be some significant matter occurring in court." The mute matriarch gazed with profound satisfaction as Xie Yun and her daughter finally came together, tears welling up in her eyes. With a heart brimming with joy, she busily served rice and dishes for Fengju. Observing her daughter's graceful demeanor and the absence of any hint of disdain towards the matriarch, Xie Yun felt a sense of relief wash over her, and turned to Tan Yun, inquiring, "How did the visit go? Is everything reliable?" "Yes." Xie Yun nodded while deep in thought. Chapter 25. The Insight to Recognize People Today. Xie Yun adorned herself in a flowing, rose-purple home dress with wide sleeves, delicately embroidered with peony patterns and golden threads. The 2 purple jade gold hairpins danced gracefully beside her loosely styled hair. She appeared resplendent and enchanting, her posture languid, exuding an air of privilege that even the most esteemed ladies from noble families could not rival. Adding to her allure, a naturally occurring vermilion beauty mark rested just beneath her full lips, infusing her every smile with a captivating charm. Though her beauty may not have been outstanding in a conventional sense, it left an indelible impression on all who beheld her. Fengju silently mused, "No wonder. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with me?" Xie Yun turned her gaze and caught her daughter staring expectantly at her, her amber eyes shimmering with curiosity, which sparked a hint of bewilderment within Xie Yun. The unexpected visit of her daughter caused a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Fengju merely smiled softly, shaking her head gently. "No, I was just reminiscing about how long it has been since we shared a meal together." Yet, deep down, she pondered, "No wonder my father, once hailed as the most handsome man in Hualing, was willing to forsake the flocks of admirers in the city to marry my mother, a merchant's daughter. He not only granted her the status of a legitimate wife, but also vowed never to take a concubine in his lifetime." In this era, individuals place immense importance on family lineage. The noble families and the commoners never intermarry, for such unions would bring disgrace to their households and invite ridicule from society. Despite Xie Yun's background, even though her family once basked in immense wealth in the Yangzhou of Beiyin, the merchant class is eternally regarded as the lowest echelon. Thus, even if she were to become a concubine in the Feng household, it would still be perceived as an elevation of her status. The more Fengju contemplated this, the heavier her heart grew. Her father bore considerable pressure, reflecting the depth of his affection for her mother, who possessed discerning taste. Yet, in contrast, all the burdens associated with her impending union with Xiao Wan rested solely upon her shoulders, as Xiao Wan had done nothing for her. In the end, she realized that she had misjudged the situation from the very beginning. Suddenly, Yin Yang gently tapped Fengju's shoulder, her gaze filled with concern. Lu Chun also noticed Fengju's unusual pallor and inquired, "Miss, do you feel unwell?" Fengju smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing. Perhaps I simply rose too early today and am not quite accustomed to it." Xie Yun, pondering, cast a thoughtful glance at her before turning to Tan Yun. "Have all the names of the attendants been duly recorded?" "Indeed," Tan Yun replied, producing a folded booklet from her sleeve, which contained the names of the 6 individuals accompanying them to Chi Feng Lu, all accounted for, not a single one missing. "Please review it, madam." Xie Yun glanced over the list and instructed Lu Chun, "Go inform Wei Shi that she should accompany the young lady. You shall take care of UCI for now." "Yes, I shall attend to it at once." Lu Chun, always the swiftest, dashed off immediately after finishing her words. Understanding the motivations behind Xie Yun's actions, Feng Zhu recognized that although there appeared to be many individuals accompanying him on this journey, apart from the carriage driver and the guards, the 6 maidservants were all arranged by Feng Qingwan from Qi Feng Lu, none of whom could truly be relied upon. Comforted by his daughter's acceptance of his arrangements, Xie Yun turned his gaze towards Yin Yang, urging, "Yin Yang, you should accompany us as well." This suggestion resonated perfectly with Yin Yang, who nodded eagerly in agreement. Feng Zhu, while savoring a bowl of snow fungus and ginkgo porridge, inadvertently caught sight of the purple jade ring adorning Xie Yun's right middle finger, triggering a sudden recollection. "Mother, I remember you possessing a carved and hollowed purple sandalwood fan that you often played with." At that time, folding fans had yet to gain popularity, and women predominantly used round fans. Thus, Xie Yun's small folding fan made of purple sandalwood was indeed a rare and precious item. "Might you consider gifting it to me?" A Jew? Without hesitation, Xie Yun commanded Chun Shi to retrieve the item, and this unreserved act of generosity once again stirred a pang of sorrow within Feng Zhu. After accompanying Xie Yun for breakfast, Feng Zhu took her leave, sighing regretfully. If our eldest daughter were not so young and had not suffered from years of illness that marred her appearance, her grace and beauty would far surpass that girl from the Zhuiyin's concubine family. How could she possibly overshadow our daughter? Chun Shi concurred, adding, "The eldest daughter is indeed the flesh and blood of the master and mistress, so she is bound to be exceptional. It is truly unfortunate that she places her trust solely in the Zhuoyin family, who harbor no good intentions. In my view, they should have been expelled from the Zhuguo residence long ago." As the first light of dawn broke, Chenxi suddenly fell silent, casting a cautious glance at Xie Yun. Over the past few years, Xie Yun had indeed entertained similar thoughts, yet she refrained from acting upon them due to her husband and daughter. Taking a sip of tea, she leaned against the beauty couch with an account book in hand, a knowing smile lingering at the corners of her lips, suggesting a depth of meaning. The world is ever-changing. Perhaps it is time to observe once more. Nothing remains constant. Meanwhile, Feng Zhu made her way towards the main gate. Having just rounded the main hall, Songfeng Hall, the fragrance of pine wafted from either side, uplifting her spirits until her gaze fell upon Feng Qingwan standing at the entrance. Her countenance darkening immediately. Feng Qingwan noticed Feng Zhu as well. She smiled with warmth and grace, seemingly unfazed by the events of the past few days. "A Jew, are you heading out?" Feng Zhu remained silent, contemplating. "Aren't you also preparing to leave?" "No, that was not quite right. Today." Feng Qingwan was adorned with a delicate layer of powder, her hair styled in a celestial updo, adorned with a butterfly hairpin draped in tassels. She wore a flowing pale purple long-sleeved dress, cinched at the waist with an embroidered purple sash, exuding elegance and grace, ethereal and otherworldly. Clearly, she had put in more effort than usual into her appearance. Feng Zhu felt a pang of bitterness, sorrow, and anger. The only person who could inspire such meticulous care from Feng Qingwan was one singular individual. Yet, if she intended to meet that person, why was she now standing before her? Or had she already met him? A Jew. Noticing Feng Zhu's prolonged silence, Feng Qingwan grasped her hand, her face filled with remorse. "Though I am unaware of what has led to your misunderstanding, it truly saddens me to see you so distant. A Jew, we are the closest of sisters. Are we not?" Tears. She is actually shedding tears, uttering the absurd and hypocritical words that we are the closest of sisters. Yet her eyes glisten with the most poignant of tears. This woman, this viper. Feng Zhu quietly clenched her fists, striving to maintain a calm tone. "You jest. Though you hail from the left side of the family, we are merely distant relatives by birth, having shared the same household for several years. What misunderstandings could possibly exist between us? Let us refrain from such remarks in the future, lest outsiders overhear and believe that our esteemed Feng family treats its branches with disdain. You, bearing the surname Feng, should always be mindful of our family's honor." Feng Qingwan, since the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring pricks at your heart, I shall drive this thorn deeper. May you relish the pain. Chapter 27. Holding one's breath. Legitimate, illegitimate. Main family, branch family. Feng Qingwan repeatedly recited these terms, a shadow passing through her clear, beautiful eyes, yet her face remained adorned with a smile of satisfaction. "It is all for the best that we, as sisters, harbor no misunderstandings. We have always been inseparable. Your health is frail, and you seldom venture out. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, thus allowing me, as your elder sister, to feel at ease. Fengju slowly lifted her lips. Her smile as radiant as peach blossoms in spring. I intend to visit Qixia Temple to pray for blessings. Since you are so considerate, let us go together. The stepmother instinctively furrowed her brow, wishing to offer a word of caution. Yet, whether intentional or not, Fengju extended her arm, adjusting her sleeve, inadvertently blocking her. Fengqi once sought to affectionately grasp Fengju's hand, but Fengju had already taken a step forward, declaring, "It is getting late. Let us be on our way." At the end, Feng Qingwan softly remarked, "Remember, do not call me miss anymore, lest it be used against me." Huaping, unwilling to acquiesce, had accompanied Feng Qingwan for many years, gaining much insight and consequently developing an air of pride. Yet, in every regard, it was evident that she was more deserving of the title Miss of the Feng family. "Do you think I take pleasure in this?" Feng Qingwan gritted her teeth and replied solemnly. "But who can deny that she is the legitimate offspring of the main household, born into greater privilege than I?" Fengju, observing the exchange between the mistress and her maidservant falling behind, wore an even brighter smile. "Feng Qingwan, since you wish to follow, then do so. Whether your aim is to surveil or for other purposes, if you dare to accompany me, you must learn to temper your temper. Otherwise, hey." The carriage for their outing had been waiting outside the main gate for quite some time. The black Nanmu carriage, adorned with gold and jewels, was draped with lake blue crepe, complemented by 2 magnificent steeds at the front, exuding an opulent allure. 20 fully armed guards were divided into 2 groups, 10 positioned at the front and 10 at the rear of the carriage, while the 6 maidservants brought by Qifeng Lu, having been reprimanded by Fengju, were self-aware enough to stand on either side of the carriage, walking alongside it. With the assistance of Yinyang and Weishi, Fengju mounted the carriage and said to the 2, "You may come up as well." Feng Qingwan, witnessing the 2 maidservants blatantly disregard her and board the carriage ahead of her, felt a twinge of displeasure but managed to suppress it. Just as Huaping was about to ascend, Fengju cast a dismissive glance at her. "What is your status?" "Without my permission. Do you presume to sit on equal footing with me?" The expressions of Feng Qingwan and Huaping changed abruptly. Huaping promptly replied, "Miss, I am the foremost maidservant by my lady's side." Fengju let out a cold laugh. "Oh, and so what?" As she spoke, she took the fan box from Yinyang's hands, lowering her head to open it with utmost seriousness, unwilling to engage in a verbal dispute with a mere servant. Weishi remarked, "A servant is but a servant, and a master is a master." "Huaping, are you seeking to argue with the young lady over who holds authority?" Huaping's demeanor was decidedly disrespectful, which irked Yinyang. Frowning, she rose and kicked Huaping down, swiftly drawing the curtain aside. This abrupt action caused Feng Qingwan's face to turn a shade of green. Her lips twitched twice, managing a forced and awkward smile. "Aju, was that truly necessary?" Nevertheless, Fengju's focus remained entirely on the fan in her hands. The more she concentrated, the less she wished to cast a glance at Feng Qingwan. Feeling thwarted, even Weishi, who was usually patient and gentle, secretly relished the moment, suppressing a smile as she shouted towards the outside, "Let us depart." Meanwhile, Fengju merely stared at the Zeton fan nestled within the box. Chapter 28. AIXIN Speechless. The exquisitely crafted, ornate fan exuded a subtle scent of sandalwood from the box, a fragrance that was both elegant and soothing. Fengju felt a suffocating sensation wash over her. At that moment, it was as if she could once again smell the overwhelming scent of blood from a dilapidated temple in her past life. The fan, this very fan, was the one she had seen beside her mother's lifeless body. She could never forget that harrowing image. While her thoughts drifted, the carriage suddenly jolted, causing the fan box to topple and the fan to fall at her feet. Feng Qingwan bent down, about to retrieve it. "Do not touch." Fengju's voice erupted like a thunderous roar, chilling to the very marrow, imbued with a haunting intensity. Feng Qingwan was taken aback, staring blankly at her. "Aju, I merely wish to assist you." Yinyang, equally astonished, cast a furtive glance at Fengju, then turned to Feng Qingwan, her brow instinctively furrowing. Having watched Fengju grow up, she was fiercely protective. Though Fengju's temper flared inexplicably, she resolutely believed it must be Feng Qingwan's fault. Yinyang personally retrieved the fan and offered it to her. Fengju grasped the handle tightly, remaining silent, striving to suppress her tumultuous emotions. She recognized that her inability to control her feelings was detrimental. Upon lifting her gaze, she chanced upon Yin-Yang gesturing several movements towards Feng Qingwan, whose tearful expression began to ease. Feng Qingwan could comprehend Yin-Yang's signs. A vivid memory from a past life suddenly surged in Feng Zhu's mind. Subsequently, Feng Qingwan had arrived at Feng Zhao Palace, where she had declared, "You, old shrew, who incessantly incites my aunt, dare to presume upon your age and brazenly intrude upon the palace. Who can decipher the frenzied gestures of this mad mute? Someone, swiftly expel this lunatic." It seemed that trouble had already been brewing then. Yin-Yang had intended to convey something to her, yet was rendered voiceless. Feng Zhu slowly unfurled the fan, shielding her face, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Through the intricate lace patterns, she discreetly observed Yin-Yang, the mute aunt, clad in elegant shades of mugwort green, adorned with embroidered mugwort leaves and wafting the fragrant aroma of the herb, always gazes quietly at her with a gaze imbued with tender compassion. Much like at this very moment. She once inquired of my mother why we lacked capable servants and why we chose to keep a mute woman by our side. My mother replied that some may be unable to speak, yet possess sincere and trustworthy hearts, while others may possess eloquence and sweet tongues, concealing venomous intentions beneath. Indeed, this time, Feng Jin and Xie Yun, intent on showcasing their daughter's status, deliberately arranged for an impressive entourage of carriages and guards, creating a grand spectacle. The family crest of the Feng clan was prominently displayed on the carriage, ensuring an unobstructed journey, which attracted numerous onlookers along the way. As the carriage arrived at the entrance of Qixia Temple, the crowd only swelled, with many speculating about the identity of the occupants within. Chapter 29. The Qixia Treasure Temple. What a magnificent display. It seems to be the ladies of the Feng family, does it not? The Feng family? Which Feng family? Pray tell? Surely, it must be the Feng clan, one of the 5 great surnames of the Jin dynasty, and judging by this grandeur, it is undoubtedly the direct line of the Hualing branch. Ah, it must be that ethereal beauty, the talented Lingbo. But wait, that cannot be right. This carriage bears the family crest. Did you see? The family crest is the most esteemed emblem of a clan, not something that just anyone can display. At the very least, Feng Qingwan does not possess that distinction. Amidst a flurry of speculation, Yin-Yang and Weishi descended from the carriage, followed by Feng Qingwan. The moment Feng Qingwan graced the scene, she captivated countless adoring gazes. Bathed in the warm embrace of spring sunlight, the beauty stood elegantly in the breeze, her graceful silhouette reminiscent of a celestial being poised to ascend the heavens, while her movements flowed like a lotus gliding upon the waves, evoking a sense of longing and admiration. Such exquisite allure truly embodies the essence of Lingbo. Yin-Yang cast a displeased glance at Feng Qingwan before exchanging a knowing look with Weishi. Weishi nodded and called out crisply to the carriage, "We humbly invite the young lady." The mention of young lady shifted the crowd's fascination to confusion. Was not Feng Qingwan the eldest daughter of the Feng family? Just then, laughter erupted. Ah, it is no wonder. I wondered why the 4th son of the Shao family was in such a hurry, abandoning us without his usual composure. It turns out, it is due to the arrival of a fair maiden. 4th brother, do wait for me. In the midst of hearty laughter, a group of elegantly attired noble youths hurried down the steps from the temple, Feng Yi among them, their flowing sleeves and handsome features captivating all. Yet none could rival the charm of the foremost figure. Feng Qingwan gazed dreamily at the dashing young man hastening towards her, her eyes sparkling with the essence of spring. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Feng Zhu trembled with unease. The 4th son of the Shao family. This was how people referred to Shao Wan outside the court. Your Highness. Feng Qingwan performed a graceful curtsy, exuding warmth and poise, leaving those around her to feel that she and Shao Wan were indeed a match made in heaven. Their gazes intertwined, seemingly conveying unspoken sentiments. Shao Wan nodded with a gentle smile and walked directly to the carriage. At this moment, even the young noblemen who had accompanied him were taken aback. What? Was his eagerness not for Feng Qingwan? Through the lake's azure curtains, Shao Wan's voice was imbued with utmost tenderness. "Aju, I have come to fetch you." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Aju, the Feng family. Yes, Aju, the daughter of the Feng family who never ventured beyond her chambers, yet was driven to despair by her infatuation with Shao Wan. The young lord who had first stirred the crowd, Hung Yongji of the Hung family, with bright eyes, clapped his hands in laughter. Ah, so it is the delicate lady of the Feng family, who would marry none but the 4th young master of the Shao family. Ah, could it be that she has come seeking the footsteps of the Shao family's scion? Seeing is believing. Feng Aju, your beloved awaits you. Why not reveal yourself quickly, so we may behold you? Hung Yongji's words dripped with mockery, yet rather than feeling any sense of impropriety, the others joined in uproarious laughter. Feng Ju tightened her grip on her fan, taking a deep breath. Since everything had begun anew, one must face what lay ahead. There was no evading it. So she could only confront it head-on. Finally, a corner of the fan brushed aside the curtain. The mute maid lifted the curtain, and Feng Ju bowed as she emerged from the carriage. A delicate hand, pale to the point of translucence, gently settled in the palm of Xiao Wan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wan was taken aback, and so was everyone else. They had anticipated a frail girl too timid to raise her head. Chapter 30. Just ordinary. The past feels like a distant world. Tonight is not like yesterday. Today, Feng Ju donned a gown of vibrant canary yellow, adorned with a waist ribbon of willow green silk. The hem of her skirt flowed gracefully, and her sleeves billowed in the breeze, while the golden and jade ornaments at her waist chimed melodiously in the wind. She embodied the essence of spring, captivating all who beheld her. Though she was still young and her figure did not possess the delicate elegance of Feng Qingwan, she seemed to be shrouded in a veil of cold moonlight, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation in those who gazed upon her. "Thank you," she said softly as she gradually lifted her gaze. Xiao Wan felt a momentary disorientation, instinctively tightening his grip. He was uncertain whether it was the brilliance of the southern pearl that fell across her forehead or the mesmerizing amber glimmer in her phoenix-like eyes that enchanted him so. In the crowd, there were murmurs of admiration. To toil for 100 lifetimes to earn the status of a Feng family daughter. Indeed, such words rang true. Others nodded in agreement, oblivious to whether their envy was directed toward the person herself or the exquisite jewels and silk she wore. "Fourth prince, do not linger," exclaimed a voice. "Aunt, we shall not tarry." Indeed, Wei Shi turned to the accompanying guards and commanded, "Send 4 into the temple to protect the young lady closely. The rest shall remain here, ensuring that the sanctity of the temple is undisturbed." Understood. At this moment, 2 advanced troops had already positioned themselves, kneeling silently on either side of the steps, paying their respects. Feng Ju ascended the steps with measured grace, exuding an effortless nobility that seemed innate, a birthright woven into her very being. In contrast, the disparity was both striking and formidable. Previously, all had regarded Feng Qingwan as the epitome of beauty and grace. At this moment, when the true daughter of the Feng family graced their sight, a peculiar sensation befell them. It seemed that the noble and ethereal aura surrounding Feng Qingwan bore an air of artifice. Feng Qingwan, astutely aware of the subtle shifts in the gazes around her, was particularly troubled by the unwavering attention of Xiao Wan, who seemed to follow Feng Ju with keen interest. For the first time, she felt as though she was merely a backdrop to Feng Ju, an utterly absurd notion. As she passed by Hung Yong, Feng Ju paused, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked mockingly, "Hung family young master, you were so eager to see me earlier. Now that we meet, what do you think?" Hung Yong, possessing striking features with his dark brows and bright eyes, appeared to be a handsome and upright gentleman at first glance. However, his true nature was one of narrow-mindedness. He furrowed his brow and turned his face away in displeasure, scoffing, "Just nothing of significance." His words lacked conviction. Feng Ju let out a cold laugh, sizing him up with a dismissive nod. "Indeed, just nothing of significance. What did you say?" "Feng family aju you," Hung Yong stammered, but Feng Ju paid him no heed, turning away with an air of indifference. A group of young gentlemen quickly intervened to block Hung Yong's path. Pei Xiao, the young master of the Pei family, chuckled. "Oh, Yongji, she is merely a capricious and spoiled girl. Why bother to engage with her?" Such a response hardly befits the demeanor of a young master from the Hung family. Meanwhile, the third prince, Xiao Sheng, glanced at Feng Ju's retreating figure while heartily laughing. "Huh, in Hualing City, which lady does not blush and yearn upon seeing you, young Master Hung? Today, it seems you have stumbled." He remained oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Hung Yongji's face. After finishing his words, he expressed genuine interest to Feng Yi, saying, "I always thought of you, my little sister, as someone unworthy of the spotlight. Today, it is clear that you are truly the daughter of Yuzai." Chapter 31. Devout worship. Feng Yi cast a glance at Feng Qingwan nearby, noting that both siblings wore displeased expressions. Upon seeing Xiao Wan gaze into Xiao Shang's sparkling peach blossom eyes, a flicker of discontent stirred within her. Qixia Temple, a century-old ancient monastery, was built against the mountainside. showcasing breathtaking scenery. Funded by the Imperial court and constructed according to royal standards, it boasted resplendent gilding and grand scale, traditionally renowned for its flourishing incense offerings, earning it the title of the foremost temple of the Great Jin. In the Great Hero Hall, the golden statue of the Buddha stood solemn and dignified, compassionately overseeing all beings. Fengju raised her hands in prayer and knelt reverently before the statue, silently confiding secrets that she could not divulge to anyone. At that moment, Feng Qingwan followed suit, kneeling beside her. Fengju discreetly glanced at her and continued, "Aside from the initial 7 days when I was lost in my thoughts, today marks exactly the 7th day since I truly opened my eyes. I intentionally chose this day because, for me, the 7th day of rebirth coincides with the 7th day of my previous life, the day of my death. I have come today to repay a vow and to make a new wish. Having been reborn, I cannot allow the tragedies of my past life to repeat. Those who deceived, harmed, and brought ruin to my loved ones, I would rather sacrifice everything than allow them to achieve their desires." Feng Qingwan inquired with a smile. "A Jew, you never sought the divine or worshipped before. What wish have you made with such devotion?" Fengju, with hands turned upwards and head bowed in reverence, solemnly recited, "May the Buddha be benevolent and grant me my desires. May my loved ones be blessed with peace and longevity." Feng Qingwan curled her lips in disdain. "Some things cannot be attained merely through prayers and offerings, Fengju. No matter what schemes you are concocting, you are ultimately nothing but an empty vessel. Everything you possess will eventually find its way into my grasp." After completing the incense offering and contributing to the temple funds, Fengju emerged from the grand hall and spotted Xiao Wan and a group of young gentlemen standing beside a snow cedar, engaged in animated discussion over a stone tablet beneath the tree. Xiao Wan turned first, her graceful profile illuminated by a gentle smile, strikingly captivating. Xiao Sheng's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "At last, you have emerged. We have been awaiting your arrival." Pei Xiao teased, "It seems that for the third prince, a fair maiden holds more allure than ancient stone inscriptions. We discussed for ages without eliciting a response from you." The others joined in the laughter, save for Heng Yong, who scowled upon seeing Fengju. Xiao Sheng shot them a disapproving glance, remarking, "A graceful lady is indeed a worthy pursuit for a gentleman. This has been true throughout history. Do you think I am oblivious? Your idle chatter about a lifeless object is merely an affectation, pretending to be cultured. I, on the other hand, am simply being true to myself." The group erupted into laughter once more. Xiao Wan approached softly, saying, "A Jew, why did you bow for so long? In a tranquil temple, one must approach the Buddha with sincerity and patience." Her voice was gentle, imbued with a languid indifference that contrasted with the gravity of the moment. Yet, despite this, those around them clearly heard the insinuation regarding their raucous behavior within the temple, leaving everyone feeling both embarrassed and awkward. Xiao Wan gazed at her in confusion, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Heng Yongji articulated his thoughts. What a clever wordsmith this lady is, no wonder. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Xiao Wan's neck. Realizing why she had drawn blood from the fourth prince's neck, she was indeed fiercely formidable. Chapter 32. A retort in kind. No longer shall we refer to him as Zhao's fourth young master, but rather as the fourth prince. Is this an attempt to belittle Xiao Wan's royal status? How laughable. Fengju's gaze swept over the intentionally high white silk collar of Xiao Wan's attire, contemptuously directed at Heng Yongji. "Do you wish to engage me as a wife?" Heng Yongji's handsome face instantly flushed crimson, though it was undoubtedly out of indignation. "When have I ever expressed a desire to marry you? A woman as fierce as you would find herself settling for scraps." Upon hearing this, many nearby discreetly cast sidelong glances at Xiao Wan. Even with her remarkable composure, her expression soured at that moment. Whether intentional or not, Fengju, with her gown flowing gracefully, stepped closer to Xiao Wan and coldly addressed Heng Yongji. "Since you have no intention of courting me as a wife, my fierceness is a concern for my future husband alone and has nothing to do with you." Xiao Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, contemplating her words. Though discussions of lofty ideals were currently in vogue, engaging in verbal sparring with a woman was hardly Heng Yongji's forte. His face flushed and his neck thickened as he pointed at Fengju, exclaiming, "A woman devoid of virtue, lacking in shame. It is only a matter of time before your future husband meets his demise at your hands." As he spoke, he unconsciously leaned closer to Fengju, exuding an intimidating aura. The 4 guards behind Fengju immediately stepped forward, ready to defend her, but she calmly gestured for them to stand down. Yongji, mind your words. Xiao Wan suddenly interjected, his voice deep and authoritative. Is this the demeanor befitting the young master of the Hung family? To engage in a verbal dispute with a woman in the sacred place of the Buddhist faith? Known for his gentle and humble nature, Xiao Wan rarely lost his temper, earning him the respect and camaraderie of both noble scions and esteemed scholars alike. They would even jest with him, disregarding his royal status, yet when he did become enraged, the innate majesty of an emperor radiated from him, instilling fear in all present. The crowd's expressions shifted in alarm, rushing to restrain Hung Yongji, who, visibly intimidated, instinctively took 2 steps back. Feng Yi cast a serious glance at Feng Ju, saying, "A Jew, as a lady, it is unbecoming to display such aggression. Do you realize whom you are defying?" Feng Qingwan gently added, "A Jew, your behavior is indeed rather disrespectful." Feng Ju scoffed in response, "When others mock and deride me, where were my siblings to speak up on my behalf? I am aware that he is the eldest son of the Hung family, and I also know that I am the legitimate daughter of the Feng family. In terms of status, we stand as equals. His initial rudeness is entirely justified, yet my reasoned rebuttal is deemed defiance." As she spoke, a faint smile graced her lips. "Third brother, clan sister, you must be cautious with your words. Do not emulate those who pride themselves on their gentlemanly demeanor, yet criticize others for their lack of virtue, when in reality, it is their own lack of decorum that is glaring." Such a sharp tongue. The young gentlemen were utterly taken aback. Concerns etched across her face. Anyang gently tugged at Feng Ju's sleeve. Hung Yongji was like a firecracker, ignited and ready to explode, yet restrained by Xiao Wan. He could only pace restlessly, his anger simmering within him. He yearned to storm away, preferring to avoid the spectacle, yet he refrained, knowing that such an act would tarnish his reputation. In the grand realm of Jin, a single whisper could ruin a man's future. Feng Ju observed him, then glanced at the displeased Xiao Wan, nearly bursting into laughter. Regardless of her intentions, Xiao Wan was determined to marry her, yet here was Hang Yongxi, infuriated and incessantly proclaiming that her future husband was desperate and would be doomed by her. Naturally, such remarks did not sit well with Xiao Wan. Chapter 33. The Rise of the Dragon and the Phoenix. Initially, they had come to the temple to seek blessings. But this uproar had left some of the most prominent young scions of Hualing City looking utterly pale. Feng Ju felt a pang of guilt. "Buddha, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your tranquility. These individuals. In a previous life, her parents had been wronged. While it was Xiao Wan and Feng Yi who orchestrated the events, one seeking to weaken the Feng clan and the other eager to ascend to the position of family head. What are the other clans?" Within the Jin dynasty, the royal family and the noble houses shared dominion over the realm, governing together while maintaining a delicate balance of power. Likewise, the noble families themselves were not exempt from such dynamics. Without the support of other clans, Xiao Wan's cautious nature would never have permitted such reckless actions. Thus, it appears that her journey is quite extensive. What is this? Feng Ju shifted the conversation, scrutinizing the ancient stele they had previously discussed. The 5-foot-tall azure stone monument bore the 4 flowing characters Shi Hui Chan Jia, and apart from the stone lotus at its base, it was devoid of any intricate embellishments, standing silently beneath the snow-laden cedar, akin to an old monk seated in tranquility, guarding a sense of ease. Xiao Wan remarked, "This is the Wuyun Shi Hui stele. It is said that 14 years ago, the esteemed monk Shi Hui Chan master attained enlightenment here. The monks of the temples, adhering to the late master's wishes, buried his remains at this site and erected this 5-foot azure stele." Shi Hui Chan master? Feng Ju's fan handle brushed against the Feng blood pendant within her collar. Could this be the venerable master who gifted her the pendant? Xiao Sheng exaggeratedly leaped back a few paces, exclaiming, "Fourth brother, I told you to cease your words. The mere thought of a corpse being interred beneath sends chills through my feet." Xiao Wan cast him a disapproving glance, stating, "Third brother, Master Shi Hui is a revered sage, respected even by our father. While we stand here, we must harbor a sense of reverence. Such behavior is unacceptable." He then turned to Feng Ju and softly said, "By the way, the Feng blood pendant you possess was indeed bestowed by the master, and it is said that even your name was derived from his words. Furthermore, the characters inscribed on this stele were penned by your father, Yu Zai. You share a significant bond with the esteemed master. My name?" Xiao Wan cast a gaze toward Feng Ju, which suddenly deepened with an inexplicable intensity. "It is said that years ago, Madame Feng brought you to Qixia Temple to forge a connection, and upon seeing you, Master Shi, the venerable monk, exclaimed, "With the rise of dragons and the soaring of phoenixes, one is born of noble lineage and prosperous times." The phrase rise of dragons and soaring of phoenixes. Noble lineage and prosperous times echoed in Fengju's mind, who murmured it softly to herself. Even. Fengju lifted her gaze, pondering what even might entail. Indeed. The old monk had solemnly paid his respects to you with a gesture of kneeling. Xiaowan's expression grew particularly grave. Fengju was astonished, even shocked. It is known that monks need not prostrate themselves before the emperor, let alone a sage like Master Shi, whose wisdom is renowned. It was only heard that the late emperor had once wished to renounce his throne and sought Master Shi as his mentor. But there was never any word of the monk bowing to any noble. She nearly blurted out, "Why?" Her bewildered expression elicited a soft laugh from Xiaowan. "Why? I cannot say. Perhaps all of Dejin, even my father, seeks to understand this mystery. Perhaps you truly are a celestial being sent to the mortal realm, born of noble essence, compelling even a man of Master Shi's stature to yield." His gaze was focused and affectionate. Yet the words seemed to Fengju to be a blend of truth and fiction. Perhaps Xiaowan's desire to wed her was motivated by the need for the Feng family's support. And perhaps it was indeed influenced by the cryptic prophecy of the old monk. Yet the notion of a celestial being, might be as fabricated as the deep affection reflected in his eyes. Chapter 34. Master Shi beside them. Feng Qingwan wore a composed smile. Yet the sleeves of her inner garment were already clenched tightly, crumpled in her grip. It is always the case that Fengju effortlessly possesses everything without lifting a finger. Noble lineage alone is insufficient, as fate has also bestowed upon her a mysterious destiny. Why is that? Why is that? Heng Yong let out a soft grunt, wielding words like daggers. It is a pity that the old Zen master passed away shortly after. Thus, it is evident that sometimes such connections may not be blessings. Xiaowan cast a cold glance at Fengju, while Pei Xiao hurriedly tugged at Heng Yong's sleeve. Yet, Fengju remained oblivious to their exchange. She adjusted her attire and respectfully knelt before the Wuyun stele, bowing deeply. Regardless of the veracity of the prophecies, the Zen master's profound understanding of Buddhism warranted such reverence. Moreover, the master had bestowed upon her a precious jade and a name. Her demeanor was solemn, devoid of pretense, which, in turn, left Heng Yong in an awkward position. Surprisingly, others were influenced by her sincerity and silently nodded towards the azure monument. Xiaowan observed Fengju, increasingly convinced that she had transformed into someone entirely different from before. At that moment, "Little benefactor, your connection with the Buddha is profound. And you share a bond with Brother Shi as well." The monk, draped in robes, with a snowy beard and kind eyes, exuded warmth. Xiaowan was the first to offer a respectful gesture of prayer, realizing it was Master Shi they had the fortune to meet today. Fengju rose. And as Wuxi helped to brush away the dust from her skirt, she stepped forward to pay her respects, acknowledging Fengju's courtesy. Master Shi regarded her thoughtfully, nodding as he spoke. "Years ago, when my brother passed, he mentioned having witnessed the noble essence of a flourishing era. In this life, he has fulfilled his merits and shall return to the Pure Land with no regrets. Save for one, he lamented not being able to see the young lady of the Hualing Feng family blossom into maturity. In the present moment, guided by the affinity of Buddhism, the young devotee personally visits his senior brother, who must surely find solace in the other realm." Fengju turned his gaze once more to the azure stele, lamenting his lack of fortune to behold the old Zen master in person. Master Su sighed lightly, acknowledging that all things are predestined and one must merely follow the course of fate. Fengju, observing the venerable master, suddenly smiled gently, affirming that indeed, following fate brings its own rewards. Perhaps the very encounter with the master today is the auspicious guidance of the late Master Hui. Master Su was momentarily taken aback and laughed heartily, remarking on the young devotee's profound words, which reflected a deep connection to the Dharma. "Since we are destined to meet, would you care to accompany me within the temple?" Just as Fengju was about to agree, Xiaowan interjected, "A Jew, I will accompany you." Master Su regarded the two with a faint smile and consented, even calling upon two young monks to see them off. As he watched Fengju's elegant figure recede, Master Su clasped his hands in contemplation, turning to face the azure stele. "Amipa, this young lady possesses an extraordinary demeanor, undeniably a woman of noble birth. Yet, my own understanding is limited, and this is all I can perceive. Brother, what profound mysteries did you discern in your time? What did you intend to witness by establishing this stele of the 5 aggregates? On the path leading out of the temple, a group of young gentlemen animatedly discussed their next excursion, while Xiao Wan's attention was largely fixed on Feng Zhu. In the past, Feng Zhu's gaze had been perpetually entranced by him, yet now, lost in thought, what could she possibly be pondering? Chapter 35. The illusion of flowers in a dream. Feng Zhu was deep in contemplation when she heard someone inquire, to which she naturally responded. Why is it called the stele of the 5 aggregates? Xiao Wan smiled gently, reflecting on the Buddhist teaching that all living beings are composed of the 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Though these 5 aggregates are ultimately empty, they manifest externally. Considering that Feng Zhu might not grasp the concept, he elucidated. The stele of the 5 aggregates stands 5 feet tall, symbolizing the very essence of these aggregates. Perhaps Master Shi Hui still harbors unfulfilled wishes, wishing that after his passing, his essence might be entrusted to this green stele, bearing witness to certain truths. Life, formed by the convergence of the 5 aggregates, is ultimately void. As Feng Zhu pondered aloud, she suddenly pinched her arm. The sharp sting caused her to frown immediately. Xiao Wan seized her hand, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Feng Qingwan exclaimed, "Oh dear, you've pinched it red. Zhu, what on earth is wrong with you? Just days ago, you harmed the 4th prince. And now you seek to harm yourself?" Feng Zhu stared blankly at the mark on her arm, muttering softly, "I am indeed alive." The surrounding onlookers found her antics amusing. Xiao Cheng chuckled, "Feng Zhu, are you suggesting that you are not alive? Rest assured, you are not only alive but also of vibrant and enchanting beauty." Haha. Hung Yong glanced at Feng Zhu's foolishly dazed expression, letting out a muffled chuckle, unable to suppress his amusement. Xiao Wan regarded her with a smile that held a hint of affectionate indulgence, saying, "You, my dear, are unlike any other foolish maiden I have encountered." Pei Xiao jested. "I fear she is not only foolish but deeply infatuated. Otherwise, how could she have left such deep bite marks on the neck of the 4th young master of the Xiao family, causing him to fear even stepping outside? This is a proclamation to the world. Xiao Lang has found his match." Yet, Feng Zhu merely gazed blankly ahead, watching the ginkgo leaves unfurling their life in the spring sun. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over me, as if my existence were but a fleeting dream, akin to the ephemeral flowers of the 5 aggregates. After a whisper of soft words, she lifted her gaze earnestly to glance at Xiao Wan, then turned and strode away. Unaccountably, Xiao Wan instinctively reached out his hand, only to grasp nothing but emptiness. The figure had already receded into the distance. Just as he contemplated pursuing her, a swift steed galloped towards him. "I have seen His Highness the 3rd Prince, the 4th Prince, and all the esteemed guests," announced the servant. Xiao Sheng urgently inquired, "What on earth has happened?" In contrast, Xiao Wan remained remarkably composed. "Has General Chu Ao returned victorious?" Indeed, General Chu was the first to enter the city with his troops, and is likely already en route to the palace. Xiao Sheng suddenly shouted, "What? Chu Ao is on his way to the palace? We must not delay. I have no desire to witness the arrogance of that insufferable man. 4th brother, why do you linger?" The sons of various families hastily mounted their horses, yet Xiao Wan remained still, quietly asking, "What of the important prisoner of war?" Chapter 36. Peony Wine. Feng Zhu, at a distance, did not catch all the words as she prepared to board the carriage. Zhu, it would be impolite to depart without bidding farewell." Feng Zhu glanced at Feng Qingwan. "If that is the case, cousin sister may take her leave." "Well," Feng Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly donned a teasing expression. "Zhu, are you not being disingenuous? It is rare to encounter the one you hold dear. Can you truly bear to leave?" Feng Zhu couldn't help but smile, for Feng Qingwan, who clearly harbored affections for Xiao Wan, had to feign indifference and jest at her own expense, likely nursing a heart that bled with unspoken resentment. At that moment, Xiao Wan approached with hurried steps, gazing at Feng Zhu with a reluctance to part. Feng Zhu offered no response, and simply turned to board the carriage. It was not until the sound of hooves faded into the distance that she lifted the curtain to glance outside. What transpired at this moment in a past life? On the journey back to the city, an enveloping silence blanketed the carriage. Yin Yang observed Feng Zhu with increasing delight, as if she were witnessing her daughter blossom into a graceful beauty filled with genuine contentment. She retrieved a delicate set of white jade wine vessels from the compartment and poured a small cup of amber-hued liquid, presenting it to Feng Zhu. Upon receiving it, Feng Zhu inhaled a hint of fragrant peony, taking a gentle sip as the mellow warmth of the wine unfolded, smooth, yet sweetly aromatic, along with the essence of the beverage. A warm smile accompanied the experience. I recall this as peony dew, a concoction my mother often prepared to satisfy my cravings in my childhood. I would secretly treat it as tea. However, as time passed, I grew distant from my mother, and the occasions for indulging in this wine diminished. Yin, smiling, gestured playfully, and Feng Zhu, with a mix of guesswork and intuition, managed to comprehend her meaning, inquiring with a laugh, "Are you saying that I would often get drunk?" Yin nodded fervently, perhaps overwhelmed by joy, and playfully tapped Feng Zhu's nose. Feng Zhu was momentarily taken aback, feeling both warmth and a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She took the initiative to clasp Yin hand, saying, "Aunt, you still remember those childhood moments of mine?" Indeed, with a husky voice, Yanni emitted 2 heavy murmurs, her gentle eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Feng Qingwan concealed her displeasure and smiled, saying, "I have long heard that Aunt collects peony blossoms each year to brew wine, yet she seldom bestows it upon others. Only you, Zhu, are fortunate enough to partake." Feng Zhu grasped the wine jug, and while the 3 in the carriage assumed she would pour some for Feng Qingwan to taste, she merely smiled and filled her own cup, quietly observing the rigidity of Feng Qingwan's expression. I recall watching my mother brew wine in my childhood. She once told me that as she gazed upon her beloved peony petals steeping in sweet honey, she would reminisce about my father and me, feeling a profound happiness. Thus, this peony wine is reserved solely for those closest to her. She was aware that Yanni and Tan Yun had already savored it. Hence, Feng Qingwan was mistaken. Their mother did not refrain from sharing, but simply had never offered it to the Zhuoyin branch. A look of dejection crossed Feng Qingwan's face. Indeed, although we share the surname Feng, my mother, my brother, and I have never truly belonged to the main line of the Zhugua house. Regardless of our efforts, Aunt always seemed to harbor some resentment towards us. Yanni, disinclined to hear this, wished to argue, but was interrupted by a gentle hum from Feng Zhu. Why is it that Qi, usually so eloquent, has stumbled over her words today? Our mother has always treated others with sincerity. How could she possibly harbor ill feelings towards you? If such words were to spread, it would lead outsiders to misinterpret our mother as character. In her previous life, Feng Qingwan frequently uttered similar remarks in her presence, leading her to mistakenly believe that their mother was unkind to the Zhuoyin lineage, even daring to confront her mother to protect them at all times. Before her, it was already so what of outsiders? Feng Qingwan chuckled weakly, coughing gently twice. Indeed. Look at me, feeling unwell, my mind muddled. Zhu, do not take it to heart. It is good to recognize one's own confusion. As she spoke, Feng Zhu reached for the wine again, but Yin restrained the wine jug, preventing her from drinking further. Feng Zhu, with an air of affability, raised her empty cup, claiming that the wine bore little distinction from honey tea. Aunt, just 1 cup? Accidentally, Feng Zhu caught sight of a Buddhist scripture commentary beneath the lattice, presumably perused by Xie Yun. She casually picked it up and flipped through its pages, her eyes landing on a particular phrase. Life in this world is akin to being ensnared in thorns. With an unmoving heart, one refrains from errant actions, and thus remains unscathed. Yet if the heart stirs, one acts recklessly, inflicting wounds upon oneself and experiencing profound suffering. Lost in thought, she gradually closed the book. An unmoving heart means no errant actions, and to remain still is to avoid harm. Does this imply that as long as one does not let their heart be swayed by others, they shall no longer be ensnared by love or suffer its pains? Having endured such agony in a past life, she had cultivated a deep-seated fear of love in this lifetime. Upon entering the city gates, the carriage noticeably slowed. As part of the escorting forces for the war captives were making their way into the city, the townsfolk were congested, eagerly watching the returning soldiers from the recent bloody battle. Make way, clear the path. Feng Zhu lifted the edge of the curtain with her fan, addressing the maid outside. Go ahead and inform them that we shall wait by the side for the troops to pass, and inquire who leads them. Yes. Feng Zhu glanced around, observing the bustling atmosphere of the main street of Chaiyang today, which was unusually lively. In addition to the common folk, numerous splendid steeds and luxurious carriages lined both sides of the street, while the taverns were adorned with elegantly dressed patrons, creating a magnificent spectacle. What could have prompted these aristocrats, who typically indulge in the pleasures of nature, to suddenly take an interest in the victorious army? Soon, someone galloped up to Lu Cheng, whispering, "General, it seems to be the carriage of the Feng family from Hualing, bearing the family crest." The mention of the Feng family crest made Lu Cheng's expression change dramatically. Just as he was about to order the way clear, a young scholar clad in blue suddenly dashed to the center of the street. Though the weather was still bearable, he appeared disheveled, his hair unkempt and his garments loosely draped. With a piercing cry, he laughed boisterously and sang, "For 1,000 years, the land of Han, yet in an instant. The Hu invaders come. After a century of decline for the Jin, today we dare to raise our heads. How strange. How fortunate. Haraha." Lu Cheng furrowed his brow in anger, raising his whip to point at the man and shouted, "It's you again, you madman Lu, spreading your delusions. Oh no, it's Mahong." Chapter 38. Lu Sher Mahong. On the second floor of Ingrue building, a group of young nobles leaned over the railing, watching intently. As soon as they recognized the young scholar in blue, chaos erupted. When had he managed to slip away? How had they not noticed? Some were so frightened that they trembled, retreating in haste, fearing the sight of blood. Amidst the turmoil, one individual remained leisurely, lounging at the corner of the railing. Clad in a translucent white silk shirt, his chest partially exposed, he wore a loose, azure brocade robe, exuding an air of elegance and nonchalance. He tilted his head back, finishing the contents of his cup in one gulp, flinging the empty goblet behind him as he cast a sidelong glance at the commotion. Why do you not hasten to drag them away? Just claim that a potion was administered, forcibly taking them away. And it is likely that Lu Cheng will not pursue the matter further. It is evident that the young man in the blue robe holds immense prestige among these individuals, even occupying a position of leadership. As soon as he speaks, the others seem to find their guiding spirit in an instant. A potion? Indeed. Yes. This method of lawn is truly excellent. Let us depart swiftly. A throng of people immediately surged away. On the Feng family's carriage, Feng Ju was intently listening to the commotion ahead when he heard Feng Qinwan remark, "This Lu Lulang is truly obstinate, arrogant in his talents, repeatedly uttering grandiose claims. The majesty of the royal family and the currents of court affairs are not matters for him to discuss frivolously. I fear this time he is truly facing inevitable doom." Her words rang true, though the capital, Hualing, appears resplendent and prosperous, with scholars indulging in licentiousness and disdainful of all, should one dare to speak recklessly about state affairs. Whether born of noble lineage or humble origins, a grim fate awaits. Ahead, Lu Maohong continued to laugh heartily, yet his laughter was tinged with a sobbing tone. In these chaotic times, how many can truly be called heroes? Today, the radiant Lord Huyan has perished. Will there be any heroes left in this world tomorrow? My heart aches, my heart mourns. Oh Huyan, why have you been captured? Why, oh why? He wept and laughed, ultimately succumbing to a fit of wailing, leaving others in a quandary as to whether to chastise him for madness or to share in his sorrow. Lu Cheng had already drawn his sword, pointing it menacingly at Lu Maohong, the dark blade still stained with the blood of the enemy. "It appears that this day, I can grant you no mercy." The sword flew forth, aimed directly at Lu Maohong's heart. Ah, a murder is afoot. Amidst the throngs, cries of alarm erupted, prompting Feng Ju to instinctively clutch the edge of the car window. In a moment of peril, the noble youths from the Ingrue tower hastily arrived, pulling Lu Maohong back with all their might. "Let go. Do not obstruct me." Lu Maohong, with his stubborn temperament, was undeterred by the chaos and had no intention of preserving his life, thus resisting their efforts. In the struggle, a heavy sword flew toward him, grazing the back of his foot, causing him to scream in agony. Nevertheless, by some stroke of fortune, his life was narrowly spared. "Release me. Why do you hold me back? Today, I, Lu Mahong, shall stain the annals of history with my blood." "Maohong, cease your uproar." The noble youths looked on in horror at the bloody blade. One bolder individual retrieved the sword and returned it to Lu Cheng, while the others, unable to drag Lu Maohong away, resorted to lifting him, all the while offering apologetic smiles to Lu Cheng. The concoction they referred to was the fashionable Han Shi San, a potent mixture that, once ingested, often incited heightened emotions and warmth throughout the body. It necessitated wearing loose, old garments and moving briskly, creating an appearance of flowing sleeves and spirited demeanor, reminiscent of ethereal beings, thus earning the admiration of the elite and the powerful. The ludicrous antics of these notable figures, after consuming the mixture, were seen as justifiable, even commendable, by onlookers. It was rumored that the esteemed scholar Chu Xiu once invited his friend Lu Tingxi to his residence, where Chu Xiu's cousin, General Chuao, was also present. After indulging in the concoction and further consuming wine, Lu Tingxi not only ridiculed Chuao but also chased after him in a frenzied manner. Chuao's notorious arrogance is widely recognized. Yet he finds himself helpless against Lu Tingxi, resorting to a futile attempt to shield himself. The protagonist of this tale, Lu Tingxi, is indeed the uncle of Lu Maohong, while the unfortunate General Chuao, tasked with the northern campaign, is the direct superior of Deputy General Lu Cheng. With such precedent, Lu Cheng finds himself equally powerless. The streets of Chaoyang have narrowly escaped a bloody conflict, and the populace breathes a collective sigh of relief. Lu Cheng recalls the carriage of the Feng family and promptly raises his whip, halting the entire army to make way. This action undeniably thrusts Feng Zhu and his entourage into the spotlight. Fortunately, the guards of the Feng family have grown accustomed to such attention, their imposing presence rivaling that of battle-hardened soldiers, eliciting admiration from the onlookers. The young gentleman in the blue robe atop Yingrui Tower gazes with keen interest and quietly exclaims, "Truly, they are worthy of the reputation bestowed by Yu Zaman." A companion responds, "Indeed, in his youth, Yu Zai commanded 80,000 troops to repel 1,000,000 enemies, eclipsing the prowess of his contemporaries. Such a figure is rare in this world. The only one who might be comparable is you, Heng Shirlan." Heng Xiao, known as Shirlan and the 11th of the Heng clan, chuckles softly. "Am I to be lauded or ridiculed for being a carefree soul who embraces the clear winds and the bright moon? Haha, you do me a great injustice. Yet, I find myself intrigued. Who might be seated within that grand carriage of the Feng family? Is it the renowned Lingbo talent?" In contrast to his friend's enthusiasm, Heng Xiao merely smiles lightly, casting a casual glance. Meanwhile, Feng Zhu has dispatched Wei Shi to express gratitude to Lu Cheng. Feng Qingwan, with an air of delicate pride, remarked, "A Jew, given our status, it is only fitting that they yield to us. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you may simply send someone. After all, Wei Shi is your personal maid, and sending her might diminish our stature." Lu Qing is one of the most esteemed deputy generals under the great general of Chu, renowned for his military achievements, holding the rank of a 4th-grade Zonglingjiang. Yet, what is the lineage of Qingwan's clan sister? Suddenly, Feng Qingwan's expression changed dramatically, turning pale as if struck by a chill. "We hail from the Feng family. Naturally, our lineage is far superior to that of a mere warrior." Even the mute mother looked at Feng Zhu in astonishment, but Feng Zhu remained silent. She furrowed her brows, gazing out the window, still trying to discern who it was that Lu Cheng was escorting into the capital. In the grand tapestry of life, every thread can alter the entire fabric. In this second chance at existence, any individual or event could influence her fate, and she must not be careless. To expedite their escape from the throngs of people, the coachman quickened the pace. The wind stung her eyes, leaving them dry and uncomfortable. Feng Zhu could not help but squint, and at that moment, the carriage passed closely by the military escort's prison cart. Feng Zhu's eyes widened in shock. "That figure is—" "Stop! Quickly stop!" Feng Zhu exclaimed in a panic, rising without regard for her poise, shouting towards the outside. However, the speed of the carriage, combined with the surrounding clamor, rendered the coachman momentarily oblivious. In her desperation, she lifted the curtain and leaped down. "Ah! Ah!" The mute mother cried out in alarm, following suit without a second thought. "Who is that?" The crowd erupted in commotion. The young lady, the guards and maidservants stood in stunned disbelief. "My esteemed friend, this individual is a notorious criminal, unworthy of approach, far too perilous." The soldier guarding the prison cart instantly sensed Feng Zhu's intentions and obstructed her path. Yet, she resolutely pushed aside the spear that barred her way, seizing the prison cart's railing and fixating her gaze upon the captive within. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon her. She comprehended at last why Xiao Luan held such profound concern, why the escort of a war prisoner into the capital warranted such meticulous caution, why the city's elite and distinguished ladies congregated on Chaoyang Street to witness this spectacle, and why Lu Maohong exhibited such fervent indignation. The occupant of the prison cart was the very individual who had, in a previous life, inflicted upon Xiao Luan the bitter pangs of defeat. He was her most formidable adversary. Once hailed as the undefeated god of war of Beiyin, he had first taken to the battlefield at the tender age of 10, emerging unscathed while vanquishing dozens of foes without any protection. By 13, he commanded 100 soldiers, executing a rapid march of 100 miles to rescue his besieged grandfather. At 14, he led his first campaign, obliterating a state of Beichin. Now, he should be 18 years old. Yet, the accolades and military achievements he bore, along with his renown across the realm, would eclipse even those of Chu Ao, the foremost warrior of the Great Qin. Furthermore, this man possessed an enchanting visage that bewitched the world. Every stunning beauty would pale in his presence. Anyone who caught a glimpse of him would find it impossible to avert their gaze. For the people of Jin, who revered beauty, especially male allure, he was akin to a potent poison. He was a legend of Beiyin, and indeed, a legend of the world. Though now reduced to a prisoner in chains, a beast confined within a cage, his once resplendent silver armor now stained with blood and dust, he appeared utterly disheveled. Although Feng Zhu had no direct connection with him in his past life, not even having laid eyes upon him, he nonetheless discerned his identity at a glance. This was solely due to the pair of unique eyes he possessed, eyes as pure and icy as gemstones, shrouded in a mysterious depth of blue. With great anticipation, Feng Zhu inquired, "What is your name?" Beneath the disheveled hair, those blue eyes suddenly fixed upon Feng Zhu, sending a chill down his spine, compelling him to retreat a couple of steps. Those eyes were astonishingly beautiful, yet their gaze resembled the razor-sharp edge of winter's icy blade, proud, piercing, and resplendently noble. Yin Yang was also startled, instinctively shielding Feng Zhu behind her. Wei Shi, Lu Cheng, Feng Qingwan, and the guards of the Feng family hurried over. Wei Shi, in a flurry of concern, began to examine Feng Zhu's condition. "Miss, are you hurt anywhere? How could you jump down like that? It was so perilous." Feng Qingwan stared in astonishment at the figure within the prison cart. She had thought that His Highness, the fourth prince, was already an unparalleled beauty, only to discover that there existed such a celestial countenance in the world. Lu Cheng cast a puzzled glance at Feng Zhu, uncertain of the noble and exquisite young lady's connection to the Feng family. Chapter 41. The celestial pride of Beiyin. Lu Cheng nodded respectfully to Feng Zhu, acknowledging her presence. "My lady, the individual in this prison cart is exceedingly dangerous and a serious criminal, destined for immediate transport to the palace. I must advise you to depart swiftly." Yin Yang tugged at Feng Zhu's sleeve, and Feng Qingwan echoed, "Yes, Aju, let us leave. We wouldn't want to trouble the general further, and look around. Everyone is watching us." Feng Zhu, however, was impervious to all distractions, drawing closer to the prison carriage once more, locking eyes with the pair of furious and disdainful orbs. Fear lingered. Yet this time she did not flinch. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Humph." The occupant of the carriage responded with a scoff, his gaze brimming with arrogance and scorn. Such a look reminded Feng Zhu of a certain creature, the snow wolf. Lu Qingdao interjected, "This man is the Prince of Beiyin, King Murongzhua of Chongling, a significant threat to our great Jin dynasty. He has been captured by the Grand General following his defeat. Yet, he is exceptionally valiant, even as a cornered beast. He remains a perilous figure. It would be prudent for noble ladies to maintain their distance. If there is nothing pressing, I kindly ask you to leave, so we may all embark on our respective journeys." Feng Zhu's eyes sparkled with clarity. Murongzhua. Indeed, it was this name echoing throughout the realms. The chosen one of the heavens, from Beiyin, Murongzhua. She endeavored to delve into her past memories of him, suddenly recalling something that elicited an involuntary expression of sympathy as she gazed upon Murongzhua. If her memory served her right, his capture would not lead to his demise. Rather, it would ignite an illustrious legend throughout his life. Yet, before that, he would endure an unprecedented humiliation, one that would haunt him eternally, a source of deep shame, even compelling his disposition towards extreme savagery. Feng Zhu instinctively tightened her grip on the fan's rib. If his defeat and capture marked a pivotal turning point for Murongzhua, could it also signify an opportunity for her? Her expression resolute, she yanked the Feng blood pendant from her neck, cradling one piece in her palm and presenting it before Murongzhua. Meeting his haughty gaze, Feng Zhu's thoughts whirled as a playful, languid smile graced her face. "The phoenix blood pendant was crafted from my own blood by Master Shi Hui. It is intrinsically linked to my life, ensuring my safety. However, should it be worn by another, it would lead to their demise. Once, a favored concubine in the palace met her end for this very reason. Thus, in our great Jin dynasty, none dare to touch it, not even His Majesty the Emperor. So do you dare?" While her words seemed to ring true, they were laced with a measure of fabrication. The fear surrounding the phoenix blood pendant stemmed not from any curse or malevolent magic, but rather from the apprehension that should anything happen to the young lady of the Feng family, they would seek vengeance. Madame Ya, eager to dissuade Feng Zhu, understood the gravity of the situation. The phoenix blood pendant was not to be trifled with. Yet, Feng Zhu silently grasped her hand with surprising strength, rendering Madame Yi momentarily speechless. At that moment, the young lady exuded an aura of authority reminiscent of a matron, unwavering despite the gossip of others. Feng Zhu's provocative demeanor deeply wounded Mu Rongzhu's pride. He retorted sharply, "Get lost." Feng Zhu chuckled lightly. "So, you two are afraid. I had thought the renowned Mu Rongzhu of Bei Yin was a paragon of youthful heroism, but it appears you are merely a name without substance." Humph. Feng Zhu felt a pang in her head, realizing that this individual was indeed formidable and rather difficult to contend with. Yet, recalling the myriad tales from her past life concerning him, she resolved to make an earnest effort, hoping that she would not inadvertently complicate matters. Surely, it wouldn't. Would it? Chapter 42. Dare or not dare. Mu Rongzhu furrowed his brow intensely. Mu Rongzhu, now that you find yourself a captive, with such exquisite beauty, would you be inclined to become a concubine? To serve the powerful of Hualing City, indulging in pleasure, would surely be preferable to your current predicament, would it not? At this, a chorus of laughter erupted around him. Colorful silk handkerchiefs and floral tributes were thrown playfully towards the prisoner, while some men and women even shouted with abandon. Longling Wang, how can the harsh cold of the north compare to the resplendent splendor of Hualing City? Zhualang, what a pity it would be for such an enchanting figure to be wasted on the uncouth barbarians of the north. Why not remain comfortably in Dejin? Feng Zhu leaned against the prison cart, smiling as she slowly opened her perfumed fan to obscure half of her face, allowing only her captivating eyes to sweep over the assembly of dignitaries, finally resting at an angle upon Mu Rongzhu's countenance. Behind the fan, her rosy lips curled into a smile. Lang Jun, do you see? This is Dejin. This is Hualing City, a realm entirely distinct from your northern Yin. Here, from the nobility to the common folk, even the refined scholars enchanted by nature, all are enamored with beauty. A treasure such as you, Lang Jun, is indeed a coveted prize. Mu Rongzhu's hands clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Before him stood a young woman. Her complexion pale, yet her features strikingly beautiful, particularly her amber eyes, glimmering with a soft smile, enchanting to behold. Draped in a delicate yellow jean garment that danced with the wind, she resembled a blooming forsythia. Yet at this moment, he yearned to pluck this delicate flower and tear it to shreds. After years of battlefield conquests, severing countless enemy heads, he now found himself the target of mockery from a mere girl, a humiliation beyond measure. Lu Qing glanced at the sun, a hint of urgency in his demeanor. "Noble lady, we should not dally. We may risk missing the appointed time to enter the palace." The moment she revealed the phoenix blood pendant, everyone discerned her true identity. At that juncture, Mu Rongzhu suddenly spoke. "You bear the surname Feng? From the illustrious Feng family of Hualing?" Feng Zhu closed her fan, once more presenting the phoenix blood pendant at its tip, extending it towards the confines of the prison cart. "What say you? Do you dare?" She appraised Mu Rongzhu from head to toe, her gaze finally settling on his earlobe, her smile casual yet teasing. "If you dare to adorn your ear with this phoenix blood pendant, I shall grant you one request. But I wonder, does the Prince of Chongling possess such courage?" Mu Rongzhu scoffed disdainfully, replying nonchalantly, "Grant a request to this prince? Huh, what if this prince demands you release someone?" Feng Zhu, still smiling, cast a glance at Lu Cheng and the chains binding the cart. "If you dare to wear it, I shall indeed release them. The Feng family of Hualing holds great prestige. I, Feng Zhu, am a woman of my word." Chapter 43. The caged bird. Mu Rongzhu's eyes suddenly deepened with contemplation. The girl before him maintained a seemingly indifferent smile, yet her eyes bore an earnest intensity. He understood well that the Emperor of Jin would not easily let him go. Reason dictated that he should not trust her words, yet his intuition whispered. Feng Zhu was sincere. After a moment of deliberation, he finally extended his hand. After all, what harm was there in taking a risk now? In the instant, Mu Rongzhu pierced the golden clasp of the phoenix blood pendant into his earlobe. A droplet of blood emerged. Feng Zhu beamed, her smile laden with significance. Mu Rongzhu gazed earnestly at Feng Zhu, while those around them erupted into laughter. A noblewoman exclaimed, "Zhualang is so innocent. It truly makes one's heart race." Lu Qing mocked, "I never expected the king of Chongling from Beiyin to be so naive. No wonder he has been deceived by his own people." Indeed, everyone was laughing at him, ridiculing his belief that a sheltered young lady could possibly free a notorious criminal from an enemy nation. Yet, just as Mu Rongzhu, filled with indignation, was about to tear off the phoenix blood pendant, Feng Ju unexpectedly drew the sword from Lu Cheng's waist and struck at the lock of the prison cart. In that instant, all laughter ceased abruptly. She truly dared to act. Seasoned by the trials of battle, Morongjua exhibited unparalleled agility as soon as the lock was broken. Lu Cheng had yet to react before Morongjua had already escaped from her confinement and seized the sword from Feng Ju's hand. Almost simultaneously, several agile figures sprang forth from the flanking crowds, advancing towards Morongjua with lethal intent, clearly having been in ambush for some time. Quickly, we must not allow the criminal to escape. Archers. Lu Cheng snatched a spear from one of his subordinates, encircling Morongjua with the nearest 10 soldiers. While chaos erupted around them, filled with screams and cries of anguish. The guards of the Feng family numbered in the dozens, yet they remained steadfast in their duty, immediately surrounding Feng Ju and slaying anyone who dared to approach. Yin Yang held tightly onto Feng Ju, and Wei Shi remained close by. The current turmoil was indeed unforeseen by Feng Ju. They had already entered the city of Hualing. And yet there were those who dared to risk their lives to rescue someone. She rested the handle of her fan against her chin, thoughtfully surveying the scene. The group of over a dozen captives are undoubtedly the elite assassins surrounding Morongjua. Regardless of their rigorous training or Morongjua's formidable prowess in this place, they remain as caged birds, utterly incapable of escape. It was this very realization that emboldened her to take action. Indeed, she had no intention of genuinely aiding Morongjua's escape. Allowing him to flee would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Feng family, jeopardizing all her meticulous plans. However, these assassins must not perish. Feng Ju's gaze swept the vicinity before she suddenly bellowed, "They must have accomplices within the city. We must capture them alive." Coughing, the chaos around her was overwhelming, with fighting, fleeing, and wailing all blending into a cacophony. In her desperate attempt to be heard by Lu Cheng, she nearly strained her voice to the breaking point, and by the end, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Naturally, Morongjua could not escape hearing her, and he shot a frigid, piercing glance in her direction. Chapter 44. The vanity of beauty. Feng Ju was momentarily taken aback by those cold, enchanting eyes, and an inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped her heart, causing her to involuntarily draw back her neck. She acknowledged that her actions were somewhat ungracious towards Morongjua. Yet, the painful lessons from her past had imparted a crucial truth. Human nature is inherently selfish. To survive, even in the simplest sense, one must prioritize their own interests above all else. She endeavored to persuade herself, straightened her posture, and with a defiant tilt of her head, she proclaimed, "Hualing. Hualing, unparalleled in beauty. If you were to perish amidst this chaos, it would surely shatter the hearts of those who admire you." Feng Qingwan had long been startled into a pallid visage by the scene before her, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, leaning against her maid, Hua Ping. At that moment, she heard Feng Ju shouting desperately, not content with her own cries, but also commanding Wei Shi to join her. Feng Qingwan gazed incredulously at the seemingly deranged Feng Ju. Had she been possessed by some malevolent spirit? The mute mother, astonished, hurriedly grasped Feng Ju, fearful that she might incite the wrath of the Yin people. Yet, Feng Ju, undeterred, shouted even more fervently, her hairpin askew, "Spare the lives. Capture them alive. Not a single one shall be killed. If they perish, it will sadden my Hualing, and I will hold you all accountable." After her fervent outburst, she elbowed Wei Shi. With a conflicted expression, Wei Shi reluctantly echoed, "Spare the lives. Not a single one shall be killed. No, do not cause Hualing any sorrow." In terms of valor, Lu Cheng was no match for Morongjua, and his frustration grew as he absorbed Feng Ju's cries, which only fueled his ire. Were it not for the antics of the Feng family's young lady, would such a commotion arise? Although Feng Ju appeared to be shouting, without rhyme or reason, after she and Wei Shi had cried out a dozen times, the previously tumultuous crowd in the tea house suddenly quieted. As they beheld the elegant figure of Morongjua moving through the throng with grace, his eyes as icy and clear as a winter's sky, an overwhelming admiration surged in the hearts of all present. Strangely compelled, more and more individuals began to mimic Feng Ju's cries. "Spare the lives. Do not cause Hualing any sorrow." Lu Cheng, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, immediately commanded, "Spare the lives. Do not kill. Surround all the crossbowmen. Capture them alive." As Feng Ju let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. This is the great Jin dynasty. This is Hualing City, where everyone is imbued with an inescapable love for beauty and romance. even in the face of a formidable adversary to the great Jin. Even as Beiyin has seized half of the northern territories, these nobles and princes remain indifferent. As long as they have sufficient wealth and comfort to indulge in, their concerns are solely about the fleeting joys of life. The chaotic situation suddenly stabilized for this inexplicable reason, and the desperate captives lost the cover of the tumultuous crowd. Instantly laid bare before the crossbowman's gaze, Lu Cheng took a step back and coldly declared, "Morongjua, this is Hualing City, not your Beiyin Ping City. You should surrender." The death warriors swiftly rallied around Morongjua. "Your Highness, we vow to follow you to death." They dared to come, fully intending to seek no mercy. Chapter 45. Loyalty and Trust. Feng Ju keenly observed the changes in Morongjua's expression, sensing the unwavering resolve of his followers, and immediately tightened his grip on the fragrant fan. "Prince of Chongling," Feng Ju called out, her clear voice resonating sharply through the tranquil street, provoking Morongjua and his warriors to glare at her with predatory eyes. She took 2 steps forward, her slender fingers gracefully fidgeting with the fan. The hairpin atop her head had long been removed, allowing her flowing tresses to sway freely in the wind, exuding a casual elegance reminiscent of a refined scholar under the clear moonlight. These individuals are willing to risk their lives to save you, which undeniably reflects their unwavering loyalty. Yet, knowing full well the futility of the situation, you still urge them to sacrifice themselves for your sake. Is this the extent of your benevolence and righteousness? From what she has heard, Morongjua of Northern Yin is a figure entirely dissimilar to Xiao Wan. While Xiao Wan outwardly appears gracious and humble, he is, in truth, emotionally detached and indifferent. In contrast, Morongjua is genuinely a man of deep sentiment and unwavering faith. Xiao Wan once remarked that had Morongjua not been so driven by emotion, but rather a cold and unfeeling individual, he would have surpassed Morongjua at the cost of significantly more time and effort. Indeed, Morongjua has faltered. Feng Ju, seizing the moment before those warriors, calmly inquired, "What are you waiting for if you do not immediately cast aside your weapon? Are you waiting for Vice General Lu's command, only to witness your subordinates fall before you, pierced by 1,000 arrows? Your Highness, the Jin are notoriously cunning. Do not heed the words of this woman. We are willing to share life and death with your Highness. As long as we can assist you in breaking through, our sacrifice would be worthwhile. Please do not hesitate any longer, your Highness." Alas, Feng Ju shook her head in lamentation, sighing. It is one thing to be unable to save the sovereign, but to be so foolish as to encourage him to join you in death. Even if you were to perish, I would feel nothing but shame for you. Ah, it seems she suddenly grasped something, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be that you have Yin fears of Jin? Otherwise, why does your master and his followers so desperately seek death, lacking even the courage to face us? Or perhaps these 10 or so individuals are indeed lifelong foes of the Prince of Chongling, sent deliberately to lead him to his demise?" At this critical juncture, she racked her brain, casting forth every thought that came to mind. "Do not speak ill without cause. Our loyalty to His Highness is unwavering. Is that so?" The minion was hardly the target of Feng Ju's intentions. She turned her gaze directly towards Morongjua. Anger surged within Morongjua. A tempest of fury reflected in his eyes, as he nearly ground his teeth in response. Feng Ju maintained her composure, her countenance adorned with a smile. "Yes, I am Feng Ju, my lord. You must remember me well, lest you forget. Should you fail to recall, today's commotion shall have been in vain." Morongjua then directed his attention toward Lu Cheng. "Release them, and I shall surrender myself unconditionally. Otherwise, the casualties among your esteemed nobles of Jin may be beyond reckoning." Before Lu Cheng could respond, Feng Ju interjected, "One Longling king is sufficient. What use is there in keeping these brutish, foolish Yin slaves? I surmise that His Majesty is anxiously awaiting within the palace, not to witness a display of bloody corpses. What say you, Deputy Lu?" Chapter 46. A perilous nightmare. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before replying, "Morongjua, should you acquiesce, I will release these individuals immediately. As for their escape afterward, humph." He doubted that several Yin individuals could elude capture within Hualing City. "Your Highness, this must not be. Your Highness." Morongjua spoke in a low voice. "You must leave at once." He then lowered his tone further. "Once you depart, find an opportunity to exit the city swiftly. Do not linger within its confines." He had clashed with Lu Cheng several times and was well aware of the latter's commendable patience. He was not one to relent easily. The military command was as unyielding as a mountain. The warriors exchanged glances, and one of them softly uttered, "Your Highness, we shall certainly seek another opportunity and vow to rescue you from this predicament." As the warriors retreated, Feng Zhu cast a glance at Lu Qing and quietly whispered something to the two nearby guards, who immediately slipped away from the crowd, their destination unknown. Morongjua forcefully threw his sword to the ground, prompting Lu Cheng to swiftly command a squad of soldiers to seize the person. The situation had escalated to a point where resolution seemed imminent. However, to everyone's astonishment, Morongjua, despite having his hands restrained, managed to kick the sword at his feet into the air. The heavy sword whistled through the air, aimed straight at Feng Zhu's chest. The sudden turn of events left Lu Cheng's soldiers momentarily stunned, while the Feng family's guards sprang into action, only to find the sword's immense force too overwhelming to deflect, resulting in the loss of their own weapons. "Miss!" Wei Shi cried out in alarm. The mute matron, her face pale, unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Feng Zhu. In a critical moment, a sharp clang echoed as the sword, which was about to pierce the mute matron, was suddenly deflected by an unseen force, narrowly grazing her shoulder and merely tearing her clothing. "Ah!" Huaping shrieked in terror as she saw the flying sword approaching her direction, instinctively covering her head and fleeing. Feng Qiwan, paralyzed with fear, involuntarily took a step back, only to find her skirt trampled by Huaping, causing her to lose her balance. At that moment, the deflected sword had lost much of its momentum, but still grazed Feng Qiwan's arm. "Ah!" She cried out in pain, her light purple sleeve stained crimson with blood. From the severity of the wound, it appeared to be quite serious. "Miss!" Huaping collapsed onto the ground, her complexion as pale as death, trembling as she rose to assist Feng Qiwan. In that fleeting moment of unexpected turmoil, it felt akin to a harrowing nightmare. Feng Zhu, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly pulled the mute maiden before him, and upon confirming that she had merely torn her garment, his gaze, filled with righteous indignation, shot towards the distant Morongjua. Morongjua, too, glared back at him. In his eyes, Feng Zhu had been toying with him from the very beginning. A man may be slain, but not humiliated. Today, even if he could not escape, that detestable young woman would undoubtedly pay the price. Yet, when Feng Zhu's eyes bore down upon him, for a fleeting instant, he found himself momentarily stunned. Within those eyes blazed an intense hatred, starkly contrasting with the gentle, resplendent hue of her amber irises. He had only encountered such a hellish chill in the midst of a battlefield, where bones piled high and blood flowed like rivers. This young woman, seemingly nothing more than a pampered daughter of a noble family. Why? Chapter 47. Misunderstood hearts. The lock on the prison cart had been severed, and to prevent Morongjua from making any further moves, Lu Cheng ordered his men to bind him with additional ropes, securing the cart's door beyond the possibility of escape. "Morongjua," he thought, "once you uncover the truth, you shall surely feel ashamed for the manner in which you treated me today. Just wait. The heavens are unjust. How could a woman devoid of virtue and so spoiled bring such disgrace upon a hero? The esteemed Yu Zai, a paragon of elegance and a renowned minister, has a daughter of such questionable character? If only Wang Changling's sword had found its mark." At that moment, others also voiced their criticisms of Feng Zhu's behavior. Only a rich, intoxicating voice rang out, calm yet profound. It is to be feared that had the sword struck true, it would have truly evoked a lament. Led by Lu Maohong, the crowd turned their gaze towards Hung Sha, who appeared serene and was observing the street, particularly the location of Feng Zhu, with great interest. Lu Maohong exclaimed, "Lan Ji, what do you mean by that? Furthermore, why did you intervene to rescue that detestable woman? In my opinion, her existence merely tarnishes the esteemed name of her father, Yu Zai." Hung Sha smiled faintly. "Maohong, a hero may slay, but cannot humiliate. Is this not true? Indeed. That woman's recent words and actions are nothing short of disgraceful. Do you then believe what that Feng lady said to be untruthful?" The appearance of the crown prince of Beiyin, like jade and precious stone, inspires admiration at first glance. Should he perish upon entering the palace, or worse? Should he not even meet his demise, what do you suppose will follow? What will follow? Lu Mahong furrowed his brow, contemplating countless possibilities. Hung Sha continued. "Observe the jade pendant adorning the crown prince's ear. It is no ordinary object." Lu Maohong's expression wavered, filled with uncertainty. At that moment, a shout echoed from the street. "Morongjua, should you dare to discard my jade pendant, think of the lives of your loyal assassins. Do not assume they are safe." The voice of Feng Zhu resonated, causing a headache for him. "Lady, You have lost a considerable amount of blood. What shall we do? Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and find a physician. Ah, Feng Qingwan and Huaping, one commanding the Feng family guards imperiously, the other feebly lamenting, drew attention. Feng Zhu, growing impatient, remarked, "What are you shouting about?" The screen painter, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Miss, you must understand that Our Lady has been injured. If it were not for your decision to release the prisoner, how could she have sustained such harm?" Yet, the latter part of her reproach remained unspoken. Feng Zhu cast a glance at Feng Qingwan's arm, the entire sleeve stained crimson, with droplets of blood trickling from her delicate fingertips. The vivid and intense hue deeply stirred Feng Zhu, evoking waves of uncontainable delight within her heart. Chapter 48. A gesture of gratitude, such a trivial injury. Why the commotion? She declared. Someone, escort Qingwan to the medical hall for treatment. Humph, it is but a scratch on her arm, compared to the agony I endured in my past life. This is nothing. Feng Qingwan, do you comprehend the horrific sight of my parents being devoured by wild dogs, leaving behind only bones? You were the one who carved dozens of wounds upon my face. So, you too can feel pain? A Jew, my injury is of little consequence, however. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Feng Qingwan, her forehead beaded with sweat from the pain, managed to utter these words before her body leaned weakly against the screen. Quick as lightning, Feng Zhu supported her. Lady, what is the matter with you? Lady. One fainted just perfectly, while the other cried out in alarm. In response to the surrounding murmurs of discontent, Feng Zhu smirked mockingly. It seemed unnecessary to send her to the medical hall. Countless admirers had already rushed to summon a physician. Feng Zhu nodded, but was searching the area for something. Suddenly, she spotted 2 shards of broken porcelain on the ground, which appeared to be remnants of a wine cup. It was indeed this object that deflected the arrow, thus saving her life. She instructed Wei Shi with a few words and, facing the direction of the Yingrui Tower, performed a gesture of respect not befitting a lady, but rather that of a gentleman or scholar. Wei Shi proclaimed loudly, "The kindness of the noble sir in rescuing us shall forever be etched in the heart of my esteemed young lady. If the benefactor prefers anonymity, please accept this token of gratitude. Should there be a need in the future, feel free to visit the Feng family's Zhugua mansion. Feng family Aju will certainly remember today's grace." On the bustling street, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young girl in the yellow robe stood with her attire billowing in the wind and her hair flowing freely, displaying none of the bashfulness typically associated with a lady of the boudoir. Instead, she exuded an aura of elegance and poise that captivated those around her, causing any prior disdain to diminish. As the Feng family's carriage gradually receded, someone atop the Yingrui Tower remarked, "It seems this young woman indeed possesses a semblance of her father's demeanor. As for her beauty, in a few years, she will undoubtedly bloom into a peerless beauty. Since Lanji has performed such a heroic act, why not reveal himself? With your charm and grace, Lanji, you would surely win her favor, and it would be a delightful affair. Hasn't this young lady already been promised to His Highness the Fourth Prince?" Someone interjected, "This girl is simply not worthy of Lanji. Only the talented Ling Bo would be a fitting match for him." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, clearly sharing this sentiment. However, Peng Sha remained silent, thoughtfully gazing into the distance with a faint smile illuminating his eyes. The manner in which the young lady from the Feng family had bowed was laden with significance. But wait, where is Mao Hong? How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? Is he still injured? Mao Hong. A man burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "While you all have been debating here for ages, it is he, Lu Shimahong, who has pursued the Feng family's carriage." Chapter 49. The interception at the alley. After the previous commotion, the guards of the Feng family remained on high alert, their nerves still taut. They held the conviction that if those Northern Yin assassins did not come seeking retribution against their young lady, it would indeed be abnormal. Even the sudden appearance of Lu family's 6th young master did not strike them as peculiar. As the carriage exited Chaoyang Street and was about to turn into Chongzi Alley, a figure in a blue robe suddenly dashed out to block its path. The guards immediately held their breath, thinking to themselves, just as expected. The head guard intoned gravely, "6th young master Lu, what is your intention?" Lu Maohong, of noble birth and of free spirit, deemed it beneath him to engage in idle chatter with these guards. Instead, he shouted towards the carriage, "Feng family lady, Lu requests an audience." Inside the carriage, Feng Zhu involuntarily twitched her lips. Could it be that Lu Maohong had truly come to trouble her? Upon meeting the worried gazes of her mute mother and Wei Shi, she smiled helplessly, gently tapping her palm with the handle of her fan. The Feng family boasted numerous ladies. Which one could the sixth young master be seeking? Could it be my cousin, Feng Qingshan, who hails from the left? Suddenly, a melodious voice floated out from the carriage. Lu Maohong, taken aback, exclaimed in surprise, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you are indeed an intriguing lady. Yet, in a moment, his expression turned serious as he scoffed. Humph, spare me the theatrics. What would I want with her? I seek none other than you. Feng Shijiu, dare you come out to meet me? The arrogant tone was truly displeasing. Feng Ju furrowed her brow, her temper rising. You, Lu Lulang, hail from a prestigious family, but I, Feng Ju, am no ordinary person. Must I meet you simply because you wish it? Moreover, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. Lu Lulang should be mindful of this and step aside. Little did she know, her defiance only served to further ignite Lu Maohong's interest. You, Feng family Saju, are quite the performer. Just moments ago, you mocked the crown prince of Beiyin in the streets. Where was your consideration for propriety then? If you do not wish to see me, I am determined to see you today. Let us see what you can do about it. A commotion arose outside the carriage, and amidst the noise, a side curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing a disheveled face that intruded upon Feng Ju's vision. With black hair cascading down, a smirk revealed a row of pearly white teeth. Startling Feng Ju. She had encountered few men and had always assumed that all men were like her father and Xiao Wan, elegant and composed, exuding the air of gentlemen. Or at least appearing so. Upon first glimpse of Lu Maohong's wild demeanor, she could not help but feel averse, deeming him exceedingly rude. However, upon closer inspection, he appeared far more agreeable than from a distance. Lu Maohong chuckled heartily. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling his hair, revealing a strikingly handsome visage that seemed hardly more than a youth. Though his complexion appeared slightly sallow, his eyes shone bright, reminiscent of the North Star. His smile was genuine and carefree, seemingly devoid of malice. Feng Ju steadied herself, influenced by his cheerful demeanor, and raised her brows in a smile. Only now did she realize that Lu Lulang was indeed a remarkably charming young man. Subsequently, she deliberately composed her face, yet it was regrettably rather impolite. Lu Maohong was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. However, his subsequent actions left Feng Ju utterly bewildered. Chapter 50. Half a jade pendant. Lu Maohong gazed at Feng Ju with a solemn expression, retreating 3 steps while dragging his injured foot, and bowed deeply with a gesture of reverence. Feng Ju was taken aback, inquiring, what does this gesture from Lu Lang signify? Yet, Lu Maohong offered no explanation. He merely fixed her with a steady gaze before turning away, limping as he departed. His silhouette gradually receded, his youthful figure appearing somewhat frail beneath the voluminous garments. Reminiscent of a centuries-old pine clinging to the precipice, resilient and weathered, standing boldly against the wind. Wei Shi remarked, Miss, this Lu family's 6th young master is indeed quite peculiar. Feng Ju responded indifferently, let us set forth. The demeanor of a distinguished gentleman is not easily grasped by ordinary folk, nor could she comprehend it fully. Nevertheless, the fact that someone of Lu Maohong's stature regarded her in such a manner was not without merit. Was it, Miss? Feng Ju lifted a corner of the curtain, asking, how did the matter unfold? One among them presented half a jade pendant, whispering, as you anticipated, after the northern Yin assassins departed. They were indeed ambushed by Lu Cheng's troops. We have followed your orders and handled the situation accordingly. The adversary left behind half of this pendant. Have the weapons been destroyed? Yes. All belongings will be incinerated as well. You have done well. Feng Ju grasped the jade pendant tightly, carefully tucking it into her sleeve. I have my own plans regarding this matter. There is no need to inform my father. Should any details of this affair be disclosed, you must fully comprehend the consequences. Almost simultaneously, Lu Cheng received the news. General, we were on the verge of capturing the target, but unexpectedly, a group of masked individuals appeared and managed to facilitate their escape. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow. Masked individuals? Could it be that those assassins from Beiyin still have accomplices? It seems I cannot be mistaken. Those masked figures wielded curved blades. Although the patrol in the capital is not our responsibility, this matter is of great importance concerning Beiyin and the escaped prisoners. I shall report this to the Grand General for his decision. For Feng Ju, this was undoubtedly the most fruitful day since her rebirth. Several servants exchanged troubled glances at Yundai. Miss Yundai, what do you think about this? We haven't done anything wrong today, so why is the young lady behaving like this? Yundai tightened her brows and shot a glare at Wei Shi. She pulled her aside and whispered sternly, "Tell me, what did the young lady do during her outing today?" Over the past few days, Wei Shi had gradually shed her former submissiveness. She forcefully broke free from Yundai's grasp, her voice laced with a gentle yet sharp edge. "What the young lady did?" Madame did not inquire further. "Yundai, you and I are merely the young lady's servants." "How dare you?" Yundai clenched her fists. Wei Shi straightened her back, stating, "Madame has ordered me to continue taking care of you, so I must take my leave." One of the servants spat towards Wei Shi's retreating figure. "Humph. A little wretch relying on others' power." Suddenly, a languid voice echoed from the room. "And who do you think you are relying on?" Chapter 51. Discarded like rags the moment the door closed, the chatter outside ceased. Listening to the rustling sounds akin to scattered birds, Fengju let out a soft hum and reclined gracefully upon the bed. The hues of the clouds and the soft brocade bedding created a scene of exquisite beauty, mirroring her current mood. Mu Rongjua. She mouthed these names, a smile gracing her lips. Today, a fleeting glimpse had bestowed upon her the finest gift from the Buddha, the nemesis of Xiao Wan. The mortal enemy of her foe had become her most formidable ally. Yet, the memory of those azure eyes sent a shiver coursing through her. The gaze, cold as ice yet blazing like the sun, was something she had never encountered among the men of Jin. How could one possibly tame a proud wolf from the snowy realm? With a deep sigh, she turned her attention to the half-jade ring in her hand. The uproar surrounding recent events left Fengju at a loss on how to explain things to her parents, prompting her to remain discreetly within the Qifeng Tower, hoping to evade the situation for a time. However, as she had anticipated, her respite would not last long. At this moment, chairs were not as commonplace as they would be 14 years hence, and most Jin people still preferred to kneel while seated. Upon entering, Fengju noticed that Lu Chun had prepared a seat for her at Xie Yun's side, adorning it with a thick, floral brocade cushion. Yet, Fengju hesitated to take her place. Aju has seen her father and mother. The loyal and valiant general has achieved a resounding victory against Yin to the north, capturing the king of Chongling, Mu Rongjua. His Majesty is exceedingly pleased and has arranged a grand banquet in the palace to celebrate, which is why I return late. Feng Jin's tone remained as usual, but Fengju sensed that her father's reluctance to have her sit immediately was undoubtedly due to the events of the day. She clenched her fist, carefully weighing her words. Today, I saw Mu Rongjua on the street, a figure of unparalleled beauty and an imposing presence. Alas, he has become a prisoner beneath the rule of our great Jin. I wonder how His Majesty intends to deal with him. Mu Rongjua's status and influence in Beiyin are extraordinary. To restrain Beiyin, His Majesty has decided to keep him temporarily as a hostage. This means he shall not be executed. Indeed, everything is unfolding along the trajectory of a past life. Feng Jin then remarked, I heard that you gifted Mu Rongjua a phoenix blood pendant today? Logically, Fengju should kneel and admit her mistake at this moment, yet she did not perceive her actions as erroneous. Thus, she merely nodded and affirmed, yes. Following this, an awkward silence ensued. Feng Jin and Xie Yun awaited her explanation, but she found herself at a loss for words. To claim that she was committing treason by supporting Mu Rongjua in his quest for usurpation, her father would undoubtedly cast her out of the family. Unexpectedly, Feng Jin refrained from pressing further, merely sighing. Chu Ao did not report today's incident to His Majesty, even if, on another day, His Majesty learns of it. You were merely indulging in a moment of whimsy. Surely, he would not hold it against you. Was her father subtly advising her on how to absolve herself in the future? At that moment, Xie Yun interjected, while other matters may be of lesser importance. The significance of the phoenix blood pendant to you is unparalleled, a Jew. Are you certain that he will not discard it like a worthless trinket? Perceiving the underlying meaning in her mother's words, Fengju resolutely replied with a slight smile. I believe he will soon comprehend the significance and value of the phoenix blood pendant. The pendant symbolizes her. Once, Xiao Wan had cast her aside as if she were worthless, but now, she would never again tread that path. As long as you maintain your composure, everything will be fine. Please take a seat. There is something I must convey to you. Feng Jin finally relented. Just as Fengju settled down, Feng Jin instructed Chun Shi to deliver a brocade box into her hands. At that moment, it felt as though a tremendous thunderclap reverberated in her mind, a continuous buzzing echoing within. This scene was eerily familiar, including the contents of the brocade box. Without even glancing inside, she instinctively knew what it contained. Chapter 52. The betrothal token. Inside the brocade box lay a pair of jade bangles adorned with gold phoenix motifs. Today, The fourth prince requested the emperor's permission for marriage at the banquet, and the emperor acquiesced. These are the tokens sent to you by the fourth prince. Feng Jin's words struck Feng Zhu's ears, leaving her in a tumult of emotions. She was well aware of the significance of these bangles, for in her previous life, at almost the same moment, Xiao Wan had also used this very pair of bangles as a betrothal token. In recent days, her thoughts had been in disarray, causing her to overlook a crucial detail. At this moment in her rebirth, it should have been shortly after she had nearly taken her own life in desperation to marry Xiao Wan. Father, have you truly agreed? I have given it considerable thought. Given the status of the Feng family, only a royal offspring is worthy of matching with you. Among the emperor's many princes, although the fourth prince may not have a prestigious background, in terms of character, intellect, and demeanor, he is indeed the finest choice. Since you are so determined to marry him, I naturally must make arrangements for your happiness. Is this truly what you desire? Desire? How could that be? Feng Zhu's nails dug into the brocade box concealed within her sleeve as she struggled to maintain her composure and replied, But father, I am only 14. Is it not too early to discuss marriage? Feng Jin was perplexed. Yet, were you not eager just a while ago? Xie Yun suddenly interjected. 14 is too early. Feng Jin cast a puzzled glance at her mother. Was this not a decision made together? Their daughter was infatuated with the fourth prince. She would marry no other. In pursuit of his daughter's happiness, he was willing to relinquish numerous familial interests to support her, which was why he had readily consented to the marriage proposal today. Xie Yun, seemingly contemplative, glanced at Feng Zhu and softly remarked, Since His Majesty has bestowed the marriage in front of the officials, and you, my husband, have nodded in agreement while accepting the token, this union is undoubtedly difficult to refuse. Fortunately, this is merely a preliminary arrangement. The formal wedding will have to wait until a Jew reaches her coming-of-age ceremony in a year. Once a Jew matures and completes her coming-of-age rites, she will understand the implications, and we can then deliberate on the marriage appropriately. Her words roused Feng Zhu from his reverie. Indeed, this marriage was indeed hard to decline. It could potentially implicate the entire family. She closed the brocade box and calmly stated, I will heed my parents' arrangements. Xie Yun's expression was enigmatic, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. Fengxiu Pavilion was originally the residence of Feng Qingwan, situated in the northwest corner of Yuqing Courtyard, with Wudong Courtyard to the east and a vast Hualing Courtyard along with two small gardens in between, the distance considerable. Expelling Feng Qingwan from Wudong Courtyard was truly in alignment with Feng Zhu's wishes. She had no reason to object. Xie Yun smiled excellent, uncertain if she was overthinking. She felt that her mother's simple affirmation carried profound significance. Upon returning to Qi Feng Tower, Feng Zhu took a small hammer used for cracking walnuts and smashed the bracelet into pieces, feeling an immense sense of relief. Yun Dai entered with steaming water for the bath and was taken aback by the shattered pieces of jade and soft gold on the table, almost exclaiming, Miss, how could you have broken the token from the fourth prince? What shall we do? Do you find it regrettable? Through the mist rising from the bath, Feng Zhu gazed calmly at her face. Of course, this was a gift from the fourth prince. Its worth is evident. Yun Dai could not help but inwardly criticize. The young lady truly does not recognize her fortune. How fortunate she is that someone of the fourth prince's caliber would consider marrying her. And yet she fails to cherish it. If it were I, Feng Zhu noticed the gradual flush on Yun Dai's cheeks and walked over, seizing the broken jade and placing it in Yun Dai's hands. Since you find it regrettable, take it. The humid mist filled the room, and Yun Dai suddenly perceived the young lady's smile as hazy and eerie, sending shivers down her spine. Chapter 53. The Anger of the Left Shadow. Yuqing Courtyard, Fengxiu Pavilion. Lin Xiran, filled with frustration, reprimanded her daughter by poking her forehead. Feng Qingwan had long been simmering with pent-up grievances, and now, being scolded by her mother, her anger surged, casting aside all pretense of decorum. The mistress? Lin Xiran, both incensed and disdainful, spat vehemently. How could a woman of such lowly origin be deemed a mistress? Even if she is the mistress, what of it? For years we have held her daughter in our grasp. Do we not dictate every matter? Why do you allow her to bully you now? Lin Xiran, barely in her 30s, with a narrow forehead and thin lips, her almond-shaped eyes slightly drooping, dressed herself as a strikingly beautiful matron, yet bore an innate sharpness in her demeanor. At this moment, her coarse demeanor elicited nothing but disdain from onlookers. Feng Yi observed from the side, subtly furrowing his brow. Mother, one cannot entirely blame Qingwan. Despite her humble origins, that woman remains the matriarch of the Feng family. Are you suggesting that Qing Wan should engage in a contest with her? If such news were to spread, outsiders would merely accuse Qing Wan of disrespecting the matriarch and lacking virtue. He glanced at the injury on Feng Qing Wan's arm, sighed, and continued, moreover, in my opinion, it may be beneficial for Qing Wan to temporarily relocate from Wudong Courtyard. Lin Qiran was utterly unyielding, but Feng Qing Wan displayed a measure of clarity. What do you mean by that, brother? Feng, he let out a cold laugh. Sister, consider why you were injured today. The moment this was mentioned, Feng Qing Wan's anger flared. Was it not due to that fool Feng Ju, who insisted on provoking those savage Yin people? She caused the trouble and now drags me into it. Indeed, Feng Ju had stirred up the Yin people. They are fierce and vengeful. Having publicly humiliated the king of Hualing today, it is highly likely that the fleeing assassins from Beiyin will seek retribution. You have already been harmed due to her actions. Staying with her may only bring further calamity. Moving out would be a means of evading disaster. Despite her intelligence, Feng Qing Wan was ultimately a sheltered young lady. Her perspective not as broad as Feng Yi's. After hearing his reasoning, it seemed somewhat plausible to her, and a wicked smile crept onto her face. It would be best if those Yin people killed her directly. That would alleviate the resentment in my heart. Feng Yi frowned and said in a deep voice, this matter will be dealt with by the Yin people themselves. I have heard that your majesty intends to conduct the spring hunt in the western suburbs at the end of the month, an event of unparalleled grandeur, with all the nobles and dignitaries of Hualing City in attendance. What you must do is to expedite your recovery and prepare for the spring hunt, rather than engage in trivial disputes with her. Brother? Sanlang? Feng Qiwan and Lin Qiran were taken aback, for Feng Yi had never addressed them in such a tone before. Feng Yi admitted that he was indeed somewhat irritable today. There was a matter he simply could not comprehend. Since awakening, Feng Ju seemed to have changed, resorting to violence against servants, distancing themselves from the Hualing family, deliberately visiting Hualing Courtyard, and even showing willingness to venture outside, causing quite a stir in the capital. All of this was most unusual, and he disliked this feeling. The room fell into a sudden silence, as Lin Qiran gazed at her injured children, filled with sorrow and resentment towards Feng Ju. No matter the circumstances, her daughter must not be cast out from Qi Feng Tower. Chapter 54. The calamity of the pool fish that night. Feng Ju hardly closed her eyes. To avoid marrying Xiao Wan, she had to either compel Xiao Wan to withdraw from the engagement or render the emperor's betrothal null and void, yet neither was an easy task. At dawn, just as she was drifting into a drowsy slumber, her eyes suddenly widened, and she coughed a mouthful of blood onto the carpet. The incident alarmed Feng Jin and Xie Yun, and before dawn broke, Physician Jia was summoned to the residence. Rest assured, esteemed tutor and madam, the young lady's vomiting of blood is due to her failure to take her medication in a timely and adequate manner over the past several days, which has exacerbated her condition. She merely needs to continue taking her prescribed medicine as before, Physician Jia remarked, casting a furtive glance at Feng Yi. Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Feng family has unraveled some secret? Feng Ju had not anticipated that the esteemed Dr. Jia could discern her condition, prompting her to charmingly complain to Feng Jin, the medicine is truly too bitter. Thus, after receiving a few admonishments from Feng Jin, she managed to evade further scrutiny. However, upon reluctantly consuming the potion once more, the oppressive, metallic taste in her chest dissipated almost instantaneously. This revelation made her acutely aware that her foremost objective was to swiftly extricate herself from this perilous elixir. 7 days later, under a serene and sunny sky, Feng Ju prepared to venture out with Wei Shi. She noticed a servant carrying a fishing net towards the back of the Qi Feng Tower. What could this signify? Were the fish dead? She murmured softly, lost in thought. While fish dying was not an unusual occurrence, these were the very fish that had ingested the medicine for her. Thus, her mind could not help but wander. Miss, Yindai called out. Feng Ju glanced at her a few times before breaking into a gentle smile. Yindai? There is a matter I wish to entrust to you, though I am uncertain if you will be willing. Yindai's eyes lit up with joy, as your servant. I am at your disposal, miss. Please, command me. Yindai's eyes widened with concern, miss, but those koi are raised by Lady Wan. I am worried. Feng Ju feigned indifference, cheerfully patting the back of her hand. You have always been my most capable maid. I can only feel at ease if you handle this matter personally. With that, she turned and walked away. Her actions were not solely intended to test Yindai. If these fish truly perished due to the medicine, One could only imagine the inquiries her father would pose to Feng Yi and Dr. Jia should an entire pond of fish meet the same fate. Before discovering a definitive remedy, my fate remains firmly in their grasp, and one cannot guarantee that they will not resort to desperate measures. Feng Yi could easily cast the blame onto Dr. Jia to stir the waters and alarm the snake, inflicting harm upon the enemy, while simultaneously suffering greater losses oneself is, quite frankly, not prudent. This outing differs from the last. She has brought only the coachman and 8 guards, and the carriage bears no family insignia. Miss, I have brought it, and no one has seen, said the maid. But what do you intend to do with this? Feng Ju lifted a corner, revealing the fishtail. Remaining silent. Today, her destination is the Pei family in Hualing. If all goes as planned, Miss Pei Mingxue is currently bedridden, with esteemed physicians visiting the residence daily. Even if Feng Yi could arrange spies within his own home, his reach would not extend into another family's domain. Chapter 55, The Pei Family in Hualing. Madam. The eldest daughter of the Feng family has come to visit the young lady. Mrs. Pei, who was accompanying her daughter, responded with a calm demeanor upon hearing the maid's announcement. Since she has arrived, please invite her in. The maid drew back the curtain, and Feng Ju entered, smiling as she performed the customary greeting to her elder. I, Ju, have come to see you, madam. Mrs. Pei had initially anticipated the arrival of Feng Qingwan, as she had been the one representing the Feng family in high society for the past few years. Now, confronted with a stranger, a young girl of tender years yet exuding grace and poise, she could not help but feel perplexed. And who might you be? Feng Ju replied with a gentle smile. Madam, do you not recognize me? I remember fondly how you would often bring Mingxue to play with me in our youth. Are you Ju of the Feng family? Mrs. Pei inquired, as Feng Ju nodded and smiled in affirmation. Years ago, at a banquet, the young daughters of both families became fast friends upon their first meeting, and later, she and Xie Yun conspired to create a pair of golden hairpins, thus forging an unbreakable bond of friendship. However, after Feng Qingwan arrived at the Feng household, their relationship grew distant. Many years later, Mrs. Pei was genuinely astonished by Feng Ju's arrival. After such a long absence, she hardly recognized him. Did you come with your mother? She inquired. My mother did not accompany me. I came on my own after hearing that Mingxue was unwell, and I wished to pay a visit, he replied. At that moment, the Imperial physician exited after completing his diagnosis. Although Feng Ju had encountered nearly all the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau, he had no recollection of this particular one. Mrs. Pei, disregarding all else, urgently asked, How is she? The physician responded. The condition of the esteemed young lady has greatly improved. With the warming weather and the assistance of medicinal broth, her cold will soon dissipate. However, if I may speak candidly, complete recovery will require addressing the emotional distress she harbors within. Upon the physician's mention of emotional turmoil, Mrs. Pei's demeanor shifted slightly, and she hastily remarked, Thank you, esteemed physician. Please, someone, escort the physician out. Wait a moment. Mrs. Pei, concealing her concerns and unwilling to be exposed, was taken aback by Feng Ju's unexpected interjection, her tone betraying her unease. What is it? Feng Ju, feigning ignorance, hesitantly replied, Madam, I too would like to request this physician's assistance, but might it be possible to find a more secluded space? Women often harbor certain ailments they prefer to keep private, and Mrs. Pei understood this unspoken sentiment. With a smile, she instructed her attendants to lead Feng Ju and the physician to a private chamber. To avoid any suspicion, the door was left wide open. Besides the servants of the Pei family, Wei Shi was stationed at the entrance, ensuring that even she could not overhear the conversation between Feng Ju and the physician. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor, Feng Ju said, placing a silk handkerchief over her wrist. The physician's expression grew increasingly grave, then shifted to one of perplexity. This. Feng Ju's gaze flickered, and she called out, Wei Shi, bring that item in. Wei Shi placed the cloth bundle before the physician and retreated. The physician, puzzled, opened the bundle and was taken aback to find a dead fish inside. He glanced at Feng Ju in inquiry, but she remained silent, prompting him to examine the fish further. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something alarming. The fish's eyes were extraordinarily protruding, and its orange-red body appeared duller than usual, tinged with a faint purplish hue. This was unmistakably a sign of poisoning. Given the gravity of the situation, the physician hesitated to draw any conclusions hastily. He retrieved a small knife from his medical kit, but felt a sense of restraint with Feng Ju present. Miss Feng, perhaps you should step aside. Although a daughter of a prestigious family, she was unlikely to tolerate the sight of dissection. Please do not concern yourself with me, doctor. Proceed, she insisted. Matters concerning her own life compelled her to witness the process firsthand. The physician took his knife and made a deep incision in the koi. Chapter 56. The despair of childbearing. Once the physician had cut and tested with silver needles, Feng Ju finally spoke. What is the verdict? The physician furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before taking her pulse once more. He stroked his long beard and said, Miss Feng, you are astute. Since you have brought this fish, you must have already surmised something. His words were concise yet veiled, clearly laden with caution. It is not entirely his fault. What sort of lineage does the Feng family possess? And what manner of person is the head of the household? Yuzai, the esteemed daughter of the Feng family, cradled in her father's palm, has found herself embroiled in such a scandal. It is likely that those responsible are not of virtuous character. This matter holds the potential for both great consequence and triviality. Feng Ju slid the prepared gold and silver towards the physician, her fan delicately fluttering in her hand. She spoke slowly. You need only disclose the effects of this poison and the true state of my health. Rest assured. Today, as events are known to both you and me, should a third party become aware, it would undoubtedly be due to your loose tongue. However, if you choose to conceal the truth from me, and should my father discover any delay in what I ought to know, what then? What then? The physician's gaze fell upon the lifeless fish, a chill creeping down his spine. A saying circulates among the common folk of Dejane. One emperor and 4 clans share the world, with the Feng clan leading them. The emperor, of course, refers to his majesty, while the 4 clans denote the esteemed Feng, Pei, Hung, and Chu families. To conceal the death of the emperor's daughter, should she fall victim, would surely spell doom for anyone who dares to remain silent. As for the one who administered the poison, to act against such a powerful figure is to invite an early demise. Let it be. The physician steeled himself and spoke truthfully. Miss, you have deduced correctly. This koi has indeed perished from poisoning, and the toxin mirrors that which resides within you. What sort of poison, you ask? Forgive my limited knowledge, but I cannot specify its nature. However, observing the fish's condition, the poison has permeated deeply into its flesh. Considering your circumstances, this toxin appears to be chronic, unlikely to cause immediate death, but rather, it will insidiously infiltrate your very bones over time, leading to one's undoing without a trace. According to my conjecture, the young lady suffers from physical weakness and a lack of vitality, having been afflicted by this poison for quite some time. Moreover, we need not dwell on the extent of its impact on her life, at the very least. The old physician cleared his throat and, after a moment's hesitation, stated, henceforth, the prospect of bearing children is bleak. The phrase the prospect of bearing children is bleak struck like a nail into Feng Ju's mind, causing her to feel dizzy and her blood to surge. It was only now that she realized her inability to conceive in her previous life was not due to genuine frailty, but rather the result of human intervention. Suppressing her resentment, she inquired, is there any possibility of an accidental pregnancy? After all, she had indeed been pregnant in her previous life, though it ultimately ended in betrayal. The physician, both puzzled and embarrassed, was taken aback by the audacity with which a noble lady posed such questions without a hint of shame. He solemnly shook his head. According to reason, it is almost impossible. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, unless. Upon uttering these words, he noticed Feng Ju gazing at him intently, her eyes wide with earnestness, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. How could he dare to continue? Unless, unless perhaps. The physician's stammering was Feng Ju's last glimmer of hope. Chapter 57. The unfeeling fanbone. The physician departed. Feng Ju intended to visit Pei Mingxue, but Madame Pei interjected. It is still unwise for Mingxue to meet with anyone in her current condition, and given your own frailty, it would be ill-advised to expose yourself to her illness. It would be best to wait a few more days. Clearly, there were unspoken concerns at play. Ultimately, as the head of the household had spoken, Feng Ju could not press the matter further. Young lady? On the way out of the mansion, Feng Ju was lost in thought regarding the physician's words when a call from Wei Shi brought her back to reality, and she realized they had arrived at the second gate. At that moment, a cacophony emanated from the side gate, where a young man adorned in an elegant attire was supervising a group of robust servants who were transporting livestock, the largest of which were 2 live deer. Many young men from noble families had the habit of drinking deer blood to enhance their vitality, so this scene was not particularly surprising. Just as Feng Zhu intended to leave with Wei Shi, a familiar voice, tinged with amusement, broke through her reverie. Isn't that the eloquent lady from the Feng family? The young man approached with a smile. Feng Zhu paused, turning her face slightly. You flatter me, young Master Pei, she replied. Although being articulate was not necessarily a virtue, the beauty before him radiated charm, her smile bright and enchanting. Yet, Pei Xiao felt a sudden chill in the air, as if the gentle breeze had shifted. Was it merely an illusion? Why was Ah Zhu behaving so distantly? He had heard of her close bond with Ming Xue since childhood, and thus, they could still be considered as siblings. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Feng Zhu, his gaze lingering, his low voice soft and tender. Ah Zhu. Since our last parting at Xixia Temple, I have kept you in my thoughts. Feng Zhu inwardly scoffed. It appeared he had deliberately lingered here to intercept her. Pei Xiao was undeniably handsome and charismatic, with a natural smile that graced his lips. He had distinguished himself among the many branches of the Pei family at the tender age of 14, adopted by the head of the family and nurtured with care. Destined to be the young master, truly a youthful prodigy. However, Feng Zhu harbored no affection for him. In fact, she felt nothing but aversion and disgust. He had been among those who had conspired against her during her time of misfortune. This individual bears an uncanny resemblance to Feng Yi, sharing a similar identity and circumstances. And both exhibit the same duplicitous nature, ungratefulness, and moral decay. In a past life, various kings vied for the throne, and the Pei family supported the crown prince, ultimately facing tragic defeat. In a bid to curry favor with Xiao Wan and attain wealth and prestige, this person callously severed the head of the Pei family patriarch. Such actions are no different from those of a beast. Pei Wei Shi felt that the behavior of the Pei family's young master was inappropriate and wished to offer a warning, but was halted by a mere glance from his own young mistress. Feng Zhu nonchalantly twirled his fan, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Pei Lang should be aware that I am already betrothed to the fourth prince by imperial decree. Are you not concerned about your brazen conduct towards me? Huh? Is it not true that the formal marriage has yet to take place? Since ancient times, a graceful lady is well suited for a gentleman. Ah Zhu, I find it difficult to contain my feelings for you. Oh, is that so? As laughter and soft whispers filled the air, Pei Xiao found himself enamored by the enchanting maiden. Yet, in an unexpected turn, the fan's rib in her hand struck his face with surprising force. What are you doing? Caught off guard, Pei Xiao erupted in fury. Feng Zhu, how dare you strike me? He clutched his mouth, feeling a painful and numbing sensation, with even his front teeth throbbing severely. The surrounding attendants slowed their movements, peering curiously at the scene. Feng Zhu paid little heed to his rage, wiping the fan's rib with his sleeve, his laughter laced with palpable mockery. Chapter 58. An assassination in the alley, my lady, that was truly perilous. We are in the Pei residence, and you dared to strike the young master of the Pei family. I fear what he might do to you. The master and servant were escorted out of the Pei family without hindrance. Upon hearing Wei Shi's words, Feng Zhu smiled lightly. If he truly dared to act, then the Pei family should consider a change in their choice for the young master. Moreover, Lady Pei still resided within the estate. Pei Xiao's brazen disrespect had first struck at the dignity of Xiao Wan and the emperor. He could not afford to flaunt his transgressions and thus silently swallowed this bitter pill. Wei Shi, seemingly understanding yet not fully grasping, nodded in agreement. The eldest young lady spoke truthfully. It was unexpected that the young master of the Pei family, despite his facade, was such an undignified person. However, the blow delivered by the eldest young lady was indeed severe, causing even the servant to wince in sympathy. One might as well have knocked out a front tooth. Setting aside his character, Pei Xiao was remarkably handsome. It was surprising that the eldest young lady could bring herself to strike him. Dear young lady, what purpose do you have for such a thing? Besides, the kitchen has ample supplies. Why seek far when the near is sufficient? Feng Zhu's smile was imbued with mystery and a hint of disdain. You shall soon discover the reason. Just remember not to let anyone see. Oh, understood. Inside the carriage, a pair of amber phoenix eyes shimmered, seemingly anticipating something. Take the alley. Yes, young lady. The coachman replied affirmatively. The 8 guards exchanged glances, then silently fastened their swords at their waists. Within the heavy purple alley, every household belonged to the elite, bustling with visitors, a rare sight in the truly desolate byways. The wheels rolled over the blue stone slabs as the carriage gradually entered the secluded lane. The spring breeze began to stir restlessly. Kill. A coarse, low voice shattered the tranquility of the alley. 7 figures, agile as leopards, suddenly sprang forth from all directions, wielding bloodthirsty crescent blades, intent on claiming the lives of those within the carriage. The insulted Lady of Jean deserves no pity. Protect the young mistress. The 8 guards of the Feng family seemed to have anticipated this moment, swiftly unsheathing their swords. On one side stood the fierce and battle-hardened assassins of Ban, while on the other were the well-trained private soldiers of the Feng family. Both parties were evenly matched, quickly becoming entrenched in a stalemate. Inside the carriage, Feng Zhu sat upright, his hands tucked into his sleeves, as if grasping something of significance. Suddenly, oh no, a voice from the Feng family soldiers sounded alarmed, as 4 more Jin men, disguised as Yin people, leapt down from above, heading straight for the carriage while the guards were preoccupied. Humph! How dare these mere Yin slaves act recklessly beneath the Feng family's roof? The seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged coachman unexpectedly drew a long sword from beneath the yoke, blocking the intruders. Though wielding the sword with his left hand, his movements were sharp and seasoned, clearly indicating he was a skilled swordsman. However, outnumbered, the 4 Yin men quickly coordinated their efforts. 3 engaged the coachman, while a stout-faced assassin decisively leaped onto the carriage. The curtain was suddenly pulled aside, and the assassin met Feng Zhu's gaze, astonished to find the young girl inside the carriage displaying no hint of panic, instead offering him an enigmatic smile. I have finally awaited your arrival. Chapter 59, The One Among Thousands. Awaiting them? Awaiting their attempt to kill her? Was this Jean lady mad? The assassin pondered for a brief moment, but swiftly raised his curved dagger, menacingly declaring, "As valiant warriors of the Yin, we do not slay women. But after your insult to His Highness, the Prince of Chongling, you must die." The blade gleamed coldly like a shooting star, instilling dread. Just as Feng Zhu was about to make a move, a series of anguished screams erupted from outside. Both the assassin and Feng Zhu were taken aback, simultaneously looking outwards. Unbeknownst to them, a cadre of crossbowmen had appeared, encircling the elite assassins of Beiyan. Several had already been struck, yet their remarkable agility allowed them to evade fatal injuries. So, this was the meaning behind your words of waiting for our arrival. You had long set this ambush. Feng Zhu was indeed wronged. The family head has decreed that should you harm the young lady in any way, the Prince of Chongling shall exact a double retribution upon you. Outside the carriage, the Feng family guards vociferously proclaimed. Inside, the square-faced assassin found himself in a precarious predicament. The Jean woman before him was both a target he could not eliminate and a captive he could not bear to keep. At that moment, Feng Zhu let out a resigned sigh and produced a half-piece of jade pendant that she had clutched in her hand. I had no intention of being your enemy. Is it you? The square-faced assassin's eyes widened in astonishment. A thrilling assassination attempt had come like a swift wind and departed like a sudden downpour. The secluded alley returned to tranquility. The coachman continued to drive the carriage, accompanied by 8 guards, moving steadily forward. The assassins and crossbowmen had vanished without a trace, as if the entire episode had been but an illusion. When did my father begin to secretly protect me? Feng Zhu inquired of the coachman ahead. The carriage curtain trembled with the jolting motion, revealing only fleeting glimpses of the coachman's ordinary back. Yet, she sensed that among all those tasked with her protection today, this individual was the most formidable. After the young lady had publicly humiliated Morongzhua, Feng Zhu mused. Indeed, it is as I thought. She admired her father's foresight and meticulousness, while simultaneously feeling grateful for the profound care he bestowed upon her. However, have you secured the items? Feng Zhu asked, assisted by Mei Shi as she disembarked. Wei Shi nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, it is contained within a small gourd. Would the young lady like to see it?" "No need," Feng Zhu replied, subtly caressing her abdomen, a flicker of suppressed hatred gleaming in her eyes. Having implicated Sister Wan and caused her injury for many days, I ought to visit the Shuyuan. The Imperial physician suggested that unless I find a man who is impervious to all toxins and possesses a physique stronger than the ordinary, there might still be hope. Yet, this is merely his conjecture, and such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even if found, how could one marry and bear children without mutual affection? For instance, Xiao Wan. Even if he were truly that one in a million, a union between him and myself is utterly impossible. I have once again lost the opportunity to become a mother, all thanks to the family of Zuiyin. At Shuyuan, specifically Fengxioga, the lotus ponds were still desolate, as summer had yet to arrive, with not a single expanse of lotus leaves in sight. Approaching the entrance, Wei Shi said, "Young lady, I shall summon someone." Feng Zhu waved her hand, glancing at the half-open window, and remarked with profound meaning, "It has been a long time since I visited Fengshuge. I did not expect that, with the waves of time, it would be in such a desolate state." Chapter 60. The air of dominance. Wei Shi was perplexed by her words. Meanwhile, inside the room, Feng Qingwan was being attended to by her maid, Shu Hui, as she took her medicine. Upon hearing this remark, her chest tightened, and she found it impossible to swallow the medicinal soup. "My lady, do not take it to heart." Shu Hui, who had been with her and possessed a slight understanding of poetry, discerned the underlying tone. Feng Qingwan remained silent. Yet the bedding beneath her was nearly torn to shreds by her grip. How could she possibly not take it to heart? Feng Qingwan is deeply concerned about her origins, a fact that Feng Zhu understands better than anyone else. When Wei Shi noticed Feng Zhu turning away, she curiously inquired, "Miss, are you not going inside?" The corner of Feng Zhu's eye caught a glimpse of Lin Xiran not far away, a smile lurking in her gaze. "Sister One has been injured because of me. She surely would not wish to see me. Why should I provoke her anger further?" Lin Xiran, having spotted Feng Zhu, was puzzled as to her purpose for being there. However, upon reaching the exterior of the house, she overheard Feng Qingwan angrily smashing objects within. Instantly, she surmised that it must be Feng Zhu who had caused her daughter distress, and thus, she furiously pursued after her. "A Jew! Stop right there." At that moment, Feng Zhu had just stepped beyond the moon gate of Feng Shui Pavilion. Wei Shi glanced at Feng Zhu and, taking a step forward, intercepted Lin Xiran. "Madam Wu, may I inquire as to your business with Miss?" Lin Xiran's late husband, Feng Xian, was ranked 5th in the Feng family genealogy. Hence the servants typically referred to her as Madam Wu to distinguish her from Xie Yun. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Lin Xiran exclaimed, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Wei Shi, a gesture she appeared to execute with practiced ease, even her maid daring to shove Wei Shi aside. "A Jew, I ask you, have I, as your aunt, not treated you well enough, or have I wronged you in some way?" Feng Zhu merely gazed at her in fear, speechless. Lin Xiran's demeanor grew increasingly aggressive, her spittle nearly landing upon Feng Zhu's face. "Over the years, I have treated you no less than your own mother would. If you feel I have wronged you in any way, you may approach me directly. Yet, Qingwan has treated you like a true sister since childhood. Why do you treat her thus? True mother? Are you truly sisters?" Feng Zhu shook her head vigorously, her face a mask of guilt. Yet, in truth, she was on the verge of bursting into laughter. How had she never realized the depths of Lin's shamelessness? Oh, so Feng Qingwan was injured while protecting her. Feng Zhu felt as though she had received a tremendous blow, staggering backward, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Lin Xiran was like a fierce, blazing fire, and Feng Zhu's timidity was akin to kindling, fueling the flames to a fervent intensity. Grasping Feng Zhu tightly, Lin exclaimed with fervor, "You are nothing but a calamity in Qingwan's life." The distance between them was nearly non-existent. Suddenly, with a soft thud, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from Feng Zhu's lips, splattering Lin Xiran's face, rendering her a grotesque specter. Chapter 61. An unexpected individual miss. Wei Shi cried out in alarm, rushing forward to support Feng Zhu, who seemed as fragile as a wisp of paper, collapsing towards the ground. Just then, the unexpected appearance of Xiao Wan, who should not have been there, took everyone by surprise. Impudent. In a fit of rage, Xiao Wan forcefully wrenched Lin Xiran's hand away from Feng Zhu and delivered a resounding slap, sending Lin sprawling to the ground. "Lin family, who has granted you such audacity to offend even the future consort of the 4th prince?" Xiao Wan quickly turned to Feng Zhu, her voice imbued with gentle concern yet laced with anxiety. "A Jew? A Jew?" Wei Shi held Feng Zhu, her voice trembling with tears. "Your Highness, the young lady has fainted. What shall we do?" Today, the esteemed physician just advised that the young lady, being of frail constitution, ought not to venture outside. Yet, she insisted on visiting Miss Wan, claiming that it was due to her that the latter was injured. To her astonishment, as she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she directed a reproachful glare at Lin Xiran. "Fifth madam, if you choose to remain ungrateful, why must you further insult the young lady as a harbinger of calamity, causing her to bleed?" Lin Xiran, witnessing this distressing scene, felt dazed by the blood cascading down her face and the overwhelming metallic scent of blood in her nostrils. She had merely uttered a few words. How could it have escalated to such a state? Upon hearing the accusations from Wei Shi, she instinctively retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Enough." Xiao Wan's fierce admonition cut her off. I have seen the truth of the matter with my own eyes. Do you still wish to argue? Intimidated by Xiao Wan, Lin Xiaoran found herself speechless, her mouth agape in fear. She trembled uncontrollably, for in the presence of an enraged Xiao Wan, few remained unafraid. What do I fear? I merely spoke a few words, yet Qing Wan has suffered grievously due to her actions. Despite her thoughts, Lin Xiaoran was indeed left shaken. The incident had transpired outside Fengshu Pavilion, and the news swiftly reached Feng Qingwan's ears. What did you say? The painted screen timidly repeated. Fifth Madam stood up for the lady and made a few remarks about the young lady, only to have her bleed profusely, splattering Fifth Madam's face. Moreover, the fourth prince happened to witness it and furiously confronted Fifth Madam, even striking her. After speaking, Huaping muttered a few words. This person is not made of paper. How could a few words cause him to spit blood? I suspect it might be intentional. Feng Qingwan was astonished and rose to her feet. How could the fourth prince be in the Shuyuan? Huaping replied. I heard he originally came to visit the young lady on behalf of the Imperial concubine, but unexpectedly, just as he arrived at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwan was infuriated. She was all too aware of her mother's character. Mother is truly foolish. What will the fourth prince think of me? Quickly, prepare my attire. I must go to the Wudong courtyard. She cared little for Feng Zhu's well-being. Her sole concern was her image before Xiao Wan. Chapter 62. The intent to expel Xie Yun hastened to the Wudong courtyard at once and ordered someone nearby to summon a doctor. The physician's diagnosis was one of frailty and chronic illness, exacerbated by emotional distress. Feng Zhu remained unconscious upstairs. Xiao Wan intended to stay by the bedside, but Xie Yun, citing the impropriety of mixed company, requested her presence in the hall on the first floor. Within the hall, the aroma of tea lingered. Xie Yun remained silent, as did Xiao Wan, leaving Lin Xiaoran isolated in the center of the hall, her face still flushed. The room was steeped in silence. After a considerable time, the duration of a tea brewing, Feng Qingwan and Feng Yi finally arrived. The siblings first paid their respects to Xiao Wan and Xie Yun. Feng Yi bowed and said, Mistress, our mother has acted inappropriately, causing harm to Sister Zhu. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive her this once. Feng Qingwan sank to her knees, tears glistening in her eyes, a picture of vulnerability as she pleaded, Aunt. The moment the words escaped her lips, Xie Yun cast her a mere glance, which struck Feng Qingwan as if pierced by a needle, prompting her to swiftly amend her address. Mistress, my mother has always been straightforward and candid. Over the years, she has cherished Aju as her own, and this time, her words were merely a reflection of her genuine concern for my injuries. If you wish to reproach anyone, I am willing to take my mother's place. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoran not only refused to acknowledge any fault but grew increasingly indignant. She glared at Xie Yun, asserting, Is it wrong for me, as the aunt, to reprimand Qingwan for being hurt due to Aju's caprice? Moreover, Aju's condition has persisted for some time. How can her coughing up blood be attributed to me? Mother, Feng Yi chastised, quietly blaming her for her lack of discretion. Xie Yun remained seated, sipping her tea in silence. It was then that Tan Yun, standing beside her, let out a cold laugh. Lin, have you lost your senses? It is well known that the head of the Feng family has only one heir, with no uncles or aunts. What claim do you have to the title of aunt? Lin Xiaoran retorted furiously, Tan Yun, you are merely a servant. How do you speak to me this way? With a smile still gracing her face, Tan Yun stepped closer to Lin Xiaoran and replied with a light scoff, Indeed, I am a servant in the presence of the mistress of the Feng family. But what of you, Lin? Within this household, you are afforded the courtesy of being addressed as Fifth Madam due to the protection of the young lady and your status as Samlang's mother. Yet, should you continue to overstep, even the young lady may not shield you, and there will be no place for you, Lin, in the Feng family residence. The implication is clear. Lin Xiaoran is to be expelled from the residence. Tan Yun's words have reached a point where she has afforded Feng Yi sufficient respect. No longer can he plead on Lin Xiaoran's behalf. Thus, only Feng Qingwan remains. Mother, how can you possibly care for yourself alone in the world? Qingwan, having already lost her father, could not bear to witness her mother suffer any further. I implore you, grant her mercy this once. Seeing Xie Yun remain unmoved, Feng Qingwan felt a surge of frustration, yet found herself powerless, her only hope resting on Xiao Wan. Your Highness, I beseech you to intercede on my mother's behalf. Please. However, Xiao Wan merely cast a glance at Xie Yun through the jade teacup in her hand and replied coolly, This is a matter of the Feng family, and it is for the matriarch to decide. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Feng Qingwan could scarcely believe her ears, looking at Xiao Wan in disbelief. But Xiao Wan did not deign to meet her gaze. At that moment, Lin Qiran seemed to finally grasp the gravity of her situation. Her once proud children could not provide her with the support she desperately needed. She was to be cast out. How could this be? Chapter 63. The Chasm Between Clouds and Mud. If word were to spread that she had been expelled by the Feng family, what fate awaited her in the latter part of her life? No one would dare offer her a roof over her head, nor a morsel of food, and even fewer would risk speaking to her. In the grand realm of Jin, no one would dare to offend the Feng family. She would be left with nothing but a desolate and tragic end. Faced with this harsh reality, even Lin Qiran, despite her usual folly, understood what actions she must take. Resolutely, she raised her hand and struck her own face with a resounding slap. "Madam, it was my disrespect towards the young lady that led to this error. I implore you to spare me." Observing Lin Qiran in such a state, Xiao Wan felt no twinge of sympathy due to Feng Yi or Feng Qingwan. He merely shook his head disdainfully, casting his gaze towards the upper floor, his resolve growing ever firmer. Indeed, there exists a distinction between nobility and servitude. At this moment, Xie Yan finally made a move. Supported by Lu Chun and Chen Shi, she rose gracefully and approached Lin Qiran, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. The beauty mark at her lips vibrant and alluring, rendering her almost otherworldly. In terms of features, Xie Yun and Lin Qiran were comparable, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. Xie Yun looked down upon Lin Qiran, her tone devoid of emotion, yet her words were laced with a commanding arrogance. As Xie Yun's daughter, I shall not allow anyone to bully me. At the staircase, a pair of eyes had been observing everything that transpired below. Upon hearing this declaration, Feng Ju's eyes involuntarily reddened. This was her mother. Indeed, this was her mother. The one who set strict standards for her, yet would not permit anyone to mistreat her. What was Lin Qiran? What was Feng Qingwan? What were Feng Yi and Xiao Wan? Her mother was the one who truly cherished, loved, and protected her. Xie Yun continued. The Lin family should possess a sense of self-awareness. My silence on many matters does not stem from ignorance, but rather from disdain for petty disputes. Your branch has sought refuge with the main family for some time now. I had assumed you were aware of your place and thus refrained from comment. However, it has come to my attention that it is necessary to address certain issues with you. She glanced at Feng Yi and Feng Qingwan, and continued, in a prominent family like ours, with numerous collateral relatives, although we are connected by blood and it is the duty of the main household to care for them, the sheer number inevitably leads to times when some are overlooked. Even now, there are many branches of the Feng family stranded in the northern territories, struggling to survive under the iron heel of the Yin people. Among them, some are treated like cattle, enslaved and slaughtered. Others are left to starve, their corpses abandoned in the wilderness. Lin, you escaped from Zuoyin all those years ago. The devastation wrought by the invading Hu in Zuoyin City must still linger in your memory. I share this with you to clarify one point. The main household's decision to shelter you today is merely an act of kindness, and should you find yourself abandoned tomorrow, it would be entirely justifiable. If you wish to remain in the main residence, you must conduct yourself with restraint. Xie Yun cast a glance at Tan Yun, who smiled and playfully teased Lin Qiran. Xie Yun personally took a handkerchief to wipe the crimson stains from her face, then discarded it at her feet. Lin, it is well known throughout Hualing City that I, Xie Yun, am not a matron who tolerates transgressions, especially from those who harbor intentions to harm my daughter. Chapter 64. A cornered dog will jump the wall. This was a side of Xie Yun that Feng Ju had never witnessed before. Proud, self-assured, and radiantly elegant. For the first time in her life, she felt that her mother was an extraordinary woman, possessing remarkable insight that even the acclaimed talented Feng Qingwan could not rival. As for herself, she fell woefully short compared to her mother in every regard. In the hall on the first floor, apart from the attending servants, only Xiao Wan and Feng Yi remained. Feng Yi felt exceedingly embarrassed in the presence of Xiao Wan, his handsome visage marred by a pallor of dismay. I have caused the prince to laugh at me, he lamented. Xiao Wan, with an air of calm detachment, sipped her tea without glancing at him and softly remarked, Sen Lang, in my view, Lady Feng has shown ample forbearance. As for your mother, I advise you to exercise a modicum of restraint in the future, lest you suffer the consequences. Feng Yi, his face suffused with shame, nodded in acquiescence. Miss, is this the end of it? Feng Ju inquired. casting an amused glance at Wei Shi. What else could it be? Do you wish for her to slap you again? As it stands, she has been made to repay her transgression in kind. Wei Shi's delicate brows knit together in concern. The eldest young lady has put me in a difficult position. This slight I have endured is of little consequence. I merely thought that the madam would truly expel that fifth lady from the residence. Although witnessing her being reprimanded by the matriarch is somewhat satisfying, it seems rather lenient. Feng Ju shook her head. To dismiss her outright would only invite the siblings to embellish the tale, and outsiders would perceive it as our mother making a mountain out of a molehill, rendering her seemingly harsh yet unjust. Wei Shi, puzzled, asked, if that is the case, why did the eldest young lady go through all this trouble? Trouble? A cold smile danced upon Feng Ju's lips. You speak truly. How could it possibly end here? No matter how venomous a serpent may be, as long as it conceals its fangs, one is rendered powerless against it. However, once it is cornered, its flaws will inevitably surface. Wei Shi, have you dealt with the remaining deer blood? Feng Ju suddenly grasped Wei Shi's wrist, her voice rising in urgency. As their gazes met, Wei Shi immediately grasped the situation and responded loudly, rest assured. Miss, everything has been taken care of. No one will know. Excellent. The audacity of the Lin family to insult me. The thought of her face splattered with deer blood brings me immense satisfaction. It is a pity that I could not persuade my mother to expel her. Outside the door, a shadow lurked, sneaking in and out with silent stealth. Unsettled, Wei Shi rushed out to ensure the figure had vanished before inquiring, why did you deliberately let Yin die over here? Feng Ju blinked. Because she will inform those residing in Shiyuan. What? Wei Shi was genuinely perplexed. It was one thing for the miss to set a trap, but why reveal the truth to the victim? By the way, what kind of blood did you procure? It's black dog blood, Wei Shi replied, slightly embarrassed. Feng Ju paused, then chuckled softly. Indeed, black dog blood is the most effective for warding off evil. Suddenly, her laughter faded as if a thought crossed her mind. Chapter 65, The Bitter Dream of the Mandarin Ducks. Is he still here? How will he react upon learning the truth? Feng Ju leaned against the bedside, a hint of bitterness unfurling in her mouth, more acerbic than any remedy in existence. Could it be that the miss is referring to the fourth prince? Wei Shi couldn't help but think. Truly, the miss harbors deep feelings for the fourth prince. Wei Shi, fetch me some candied fruits. It is too bitter, so bitter that it brings tears to her eyes. The plan unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any suspense. For she knew that Lin Shiran would inevitably come to confront her, and she was also aware that Xiao Wan would certainly make an appearance. Indeed, he would show up, just as he had before when Feng Qingwan's ostentatious display of wealth had incited the anger of the commoners, leading to her being wounded by them. Yet, she had the audacity to claim that the pastries bestowed upon the populace by Feng Ju had incited their rebellion, thus implicating her. She recalled asking Xiao Wan afterward, Tenlang, what brings you here? At that moment, Xiao Wan gently caressed her face and said, A Jew, I heard you were frightened by the turmoil among the commoners, and I was deeply concerned for your well-being. Concerned for her? Yet he appeared in the very abode of Feng Qingwan, at Fengxiu Pavilion. Why had it taken her so long to discern the deceptions and lies that were so easily unveiled? Before long, someone entered the room. A Jew? After a decade of marriage, it felt like a fleeting dream. In those shared moments of intimacy, her beloved husband always tenderly called her name, a Jew, a Jew. Tears fell unbeknownst to her. She yearned to ask him, Husband, after so many years of marriage, do you harbor even a smidgen of genuine affection for a Jew? Before you resolved to take my parents' lives, did you ever hesitate for even a moment on my behalf? As you watched our child turn into a pool of blood, did you not feel even the slightest pang of sorrow? But she was fated to remain unanswered. A Jew. Xiao Wan's long fingers brushed against her cheek, wiping away her tears. You have suffered, indeed. The Lin family has been excessively overbearing. They have learned their lesson, and I doubt they will dare act so brazenly again. A Jew, do not weep. Seeing you like this pains my heart. What is the Lin family, after all? My lord, the knife you have plunged into Ah Ju's heart is the most fatal. She extended her hand to caress Xiao Wan's neck, still adorned with white gauze. My lord, does it hurt? Xiao Wan grasped her hand and replied, It matters not. I have improved considerably in recent days. There is no need for Ah Ju to worry. I know your intentions are not malicious. May I take a look? It is unnecessary. There is nothing worth seeing. Yet, Feng Ju persisted, her gaze fixed upon him. I wish to see. Chapter 66. The pain of the bite, once a docile and obedient girl, now a mere glance, resolute and stubborn, rendered Hualing unable to refuse. The layers of white gauze gradually unraveled, revealing a deep crimson bite mark, clearly etched upon his skin. Though it had begun to heal, one could still imagine how profoundly and fiercely it had sunk in. Fengju stared in a daze, her heart a tumult of emotions, and suddenly, she smiled, tears cascading down her cheeks. "My lord, do you harbor feelings for Aju?" Hualing's voice remained tender and affectionate. "In this lifetime, I shall only take Aju as my wife. Marry me?" A bittersweet smile graced Fengju's lips. "But my lord, do you truly care for Aju?" Marriage may arise from various motives, yet affection is simply affection, devoid of ulterior motives, requiring no justification. However, perhaps Hualing would never comprehend this. Or perhaps, to him, it held no significance. He remained indifferent. Hualing gently reassured her. "Aju, you are being foolish again. If I did not cherish you, would I seek my father's permission for our union?" "My lord." Fengju's hand caressed his face, gradually descending. "The world admires the daughter of the Phoenix family, born into opulence and indulging in earthly riches. Yet, what Aju truly seeks is merely a kindred spirit. As the Book of Songs states, in life and death, we are bound. With you, I make my vows. Hand in hand, we shall grow old together." Hualing smiled as she grasped her hand, saying, "Look, hand in hand, we shall grow old together. Are we not just so?" Fengju gazed at their entwined hands, gradually leaning against his shoulder, tears welling in her eyes, now replaced by a mysterious smile. "My lord, you have deceived Aju once more." The final line of Drumbeat clearly states, "Oh, how vast the distance. Do not let me perish. Oh, how sincere. Do not let me lose faith. If we were to be separated by such great distance, all vows would be destined for betrayal. But that shall not be our fate. I promise you, we shall never face such a day of parting." Fengju smiled dreamily. This man possessed the rare ability to weave sweet words as effortlessly as plucking flowers. And fate had blessed him with a visage as handsome as jade and eyes imbued with tenderness. How many women could resist such allure? Alas, the celestial phoenix soaring high above and the fallen specter in the underworld are first separated by a deep enmity, a chasm as vast as the yellow springs. Yet, what can be done? "My lord, I do not believe a single word you speak." Before Hualing could react, Fengju had bitten into his neck, precisely at the site of an old wound. A sharp pain surged through Hualing, compelling him to shove Fengju away. "What are you doing?" Fengju merely smiled mockingly, blood staining her lips, exuding a cruel beauty. She rose to her feet, grasped Hualing's collar, pulling him closer with a smile as radiant as a flower. "If you cannot remember the vows you made, then let this pain upon your skin serve as a lasting reminder. The entanglement between us is destined to linger, much like this mark of teeth, indelibly etched in this lifetime." In those bright and captivating eyes, Hualing perceived a profound animosity. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind it. Clutching his bloodied neck, he incredulously inquired, "Aju, why have you suddenly come to despise me so?" "But what sin have I committed?" Fengju regarded him with a frigid gaze. Indeed, he had yet to commit any truly heinous act. Yet he had begun to exploit her, had he not? Hualing remained the same ambitious and duplicitous individual, filled with insatiable desires. Had it not been for her rebirth, she believed all tragedies would inevitably repeat themselves. However, Hualing, this time, I, Fengshi Aju, shall not grant you such an opportunity again. Chapter 67. Princess Wen to offer undue kindness without cause is, by all accounts, suspect. Aju, you must comprehend my feelings for you. Indeed, your highness holds affection for me, thus indulging me in every way, unwilling for me to endure even the slightest grievance. However, your highness, the most fickle thing in the world is the human heart. Aju's heart no longer resides with you. So there is no need for you to waste your efforts on me. Fengju spoke with resolute finality. Yet, as Hualing beheld the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, he could only sigh. "Aju, I know not what has transpired, but I trust that your words today are not spoken with sincerity. Rest now, and I shall return once your spirits have lifted." Fengju watched his departing silhouette, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Hualing was confident. He could not believe that the woman who had vowed her undying love to him just yesterday would so easily cast aside her affections. "Yet, my lord, you are only aware of the depths of my affection for you, oblivious to the intensity of my disdain, which mirrors that affection in equal measure." She lifted her sleeve, fiercely wiping away the tears that marred her face, causing her skin to redden and ache, as if punishing herself for shedding tears over this man. It matters not whether you believe it now. Soon enough, you shall be convinced. Indeed, it shall be swift. As Xiao Luan descended the stairs, news reached her. Your Highness, there is a situation at the Proton residence. She heard. Your neck, has it happened again? Could it be that Aju? Xiao Luan's mood soured, and with a piercing glare, Feng Yi promptly fell silent. Although they usually referred to each other as friends, Feng Yi held a profound respect for Xiao Luan that stemmed from the depths of his being. Exiting the chiefing tower one after the other, Feng Yi leaned in to whisper something, causing Xiao Luan's expression to shift dramatically. At the Proton residence, after the Jin Emperor decided against executing Murong Zhua, he decreed that the individual be confined within the Proton residence in the western part of the city under strict surveillance. Contrary to expectations of desolation, the Proton residence was unexpectedly vibrant, bustling with numerous nobles and young ladies. Murong Zhua, do not underestimate your position. You are but a prisoner in my great Jin. You should be eternally grateful that this princess deigns to take notice of you. Before a throng of aristocratic young men and ladies, a young girl stood before a massive iron cage, her words sharp and fierce. She was none other than the fifth princess of the realm, Xiao Huanya, bestowed with the title of Princess of Wuan. Clad in an exquisite palace gown, her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with golden hairpins and emerald ornaments that danced with grace. Her beauty was striking, with a complexion as radiant as a blooming peach blossom. Yet, her allure and meticulous adornment failed to elicit even a glance from the captive within the cage. Murong Zhua was covered in blood and rags, her battle armor forcibly removed. Yet the cold light radiating from her eyes instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld her. Xiao Sheng watched her predicament with a malicious grin. Wuan, I have warned you before. This Murong lad from Beiyin is unlike the beautiful men you are accustomed to. He will not easily submit to you. If you cannot win the heart of this beauty, it may be time for me to take my turn. Xiao Sheng's fondness for exquisite beauty was well known. And in this era that revered handsome men, wealthy households even regarded the keeping of young male entertainers as a symbol of affluence. Thus, no one found his words out of place. On the contrary, they laughed and chimed in. In a moment of impulsiveness, she seized the sword from the waist of a guard and thrust it directly toward Murong Zhua, confined within the iron cage. Chapter 68. The sword's wind cuts hair. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. While they delighted in mocking and humiliating Murong Zhua, taking his life would escalate matters beyond control. Wuan, Xiao Sheng shouted in alarm, being the only one present brave enough to attempt to dissuade the princess. However, the imperious Princess Wuan paid no heed. The sharp blade pierced through the iron bars without hesitation, and Murong Zhua, with a slight tilt of her head, skillfully evaded it, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Initially, Princess Wuan intended to intimidate him, but her anger surged, causing her to strike with even greater ferocity. Although Murong Zhua was agile, being trapped in the cage hindered her movements, and soon, several gashes appeared on her skin from the relentless blade. Wuan, cease at once. If you do not stop, I shall report to father. Do not try to scare me. Yet a mere prisoner of war, should I slay him today? My father would not deign to hold me accountable. Princess Wuan gazed triumphantly at Murong Zhua. What say you? Have you given it due consideration, Zhua Lang? Murong Zhua, proud as he was, could no longer endure this humiliation. Seizing the moment when Princess Wuan was unguarded, he grasped the sword's hilt with bare hands. Wresting it from her grasp, the bloody blade rotated deftly in his hand, aimed directly at Princess Wuan. The guards, ever vigilant, swiftly yanked the princess away. While she herself was rendered utterly petrified with terror, Murong Zhua stood tall and imposing, his strikingly handsome features partially obscured by disheveled hair, leaving only a pair of icy blue eyes that radiated a bloodthirsty ferocity. He brandished the dripping sword before him, casting a scornful gaze upon the nobleman outside the iron cage. You insignificant vermin, mere sacks of wine and food. Best keep your distance from this king, lest I slay you one by one. As if to accentuate his threat, just as Princess Wuan was about to act, a sudden, clear sound resonated through the silent hall. A golden hairpin clattered to the ground, and a single strand of dark hair cascaded down from the princess's head. Princess Wuan trembled violently, finally letting out a blood-curdling scream. Everyone present, including the guards skilled in martial arts, stood in stunned silence. In the blink of an eye, the sword had not even grazed the edge of Princess Wuan, yet the severed hair. Was it merely the result of the sword's wind? Morongjua was simply terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, even the covetous Xiao Cheng could not help but take 2 steps back, his face ashen. He swallowed hard and said, I believe it is best to leave for today. Though he cherished beauty, he valued his own life even more. However, Princess Wuan felt deeply humiliated. As the most favored princess in the palace, she was accustomed to getting whatever she desired. Every man she took a liking to would willingly flatter her, even if he were a married man. She could leverage her power to compel him to divorce, and she would not hesitate to eliminate his wife or concubines. No one could refuse her, nor could anyone defy her. Bring him, restrain him, and force the potion down my throat. The so-called noble families were always riddled with filth, and everyone understood the nature of the potion she referred to. For a moment, the crowd exchanged glances, their fear of Morongjua was still lingering. Yet they could hardly conceal their sordid excitement. Chapter 69, Shattered Jade of Cheong Mountain. Morongjua was terrifyingly formidable, yet the cruelty and arrogance of Princess Wuan were not unwarranted, compelling the guards to obey her commands. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, some had their limbs severed, others had their throats pierced, and some were pierced through the chest by a sword. As one group fell, another rose, the guards growing weak, while Morongjua, like a ravenous wolf, fought with increasing vigor. The Jin people are useless. Those with courage, come forth. The defiant young general, drenched in blood, appeared even more spirited, as if born for battle. Within the hall of the Proton House, the crimson blood seeped into the worn carpet, causing the nobles to suddenly feel the dampness beneath their feet. Looking down, they exclaimed, blood! Suddenly, the air was filled with piercing screams as the noble scions stumbled chaotically towards the exit. Some women were even tripped up by their lengthy skirts, falling to the ground, bloodied and bereft of dignity. Although Xiao Cheng still harbored a flicker of hope for a romantic encounter, his feet had betrayed him, retreating step by step. Abruptly, his gaze met those chilling blue eyes, causing him to shudder involuntarily, a mix of fear and fury propelling him to drag Princess Wuan away. Wuan, why aren't you fleeing? This is all you're doing. Worthless fools, get out of my sight. The guards grumbled inwardly, questioning their own efficacy. Was it truly their inadequacy? Surely, even General Chu would find it daunting. Kaiqiong, Xieyu, Princess Wuan commanded, and 2 maidens clad in azure hurried forward, one of them bearing a pouch significantly larger than usual. Close the door. Princess Wuan's smile was cold as ice. Yes, it was evident that the 2 were well versed in such affairs. Xieyu, with her long pinky nail, retrieved a paper packet from the pouch, scraping a small amount of powder from the elongated reddish-brown pill into a small copper dish in Kaiqiong's hands. As Kaiqiong ignited the powder with a fire starter, Xieyu waved a silk handkerchief to direct the rising smoke into the crevice of the door. Inside the hall, silence reigned, thick with the acrid stench of blood. Morongjua gazed at the corpses and pools of blood surrounding him. The exhilaration of victory and slaughter gradually waned, leaving behind an indelible sense of despondency that threatened to engulf him. He had taken to the battlefield at the tender age of 10, achieving 8 years of unbroken triumph, let alone being treated as a mere plaything within this cage of humiliation. Why had he faltered? Why had he met defeat in this momentous battle? To this day, he remains perplexed. Having gone days without sustenance and recently enduring a fierce battle, his towering figure swayed as he suddenly dropped to one knee upon the ground. No, this cannot be. He swiftly covered his mouth and nose, yet it was too late. The door burst open once more, revealing the triumphant smirk of Princess Wuan, her scheme having come to fruition. No matter how valiant you may be, you are no match for the shattered jade of Cheong Mountain. Princess Wuan approached the iron cage with an unhurried grace, unrestrained by any sense of caution. Morongjua, using his sword as a staff to support his weakened body, glared at her with gritted teeth, his expression one of utter contempt. Despicable and shameless. Zhualang, it is not my desire to treat you this way. Had you submitted to me sooner, I would never have wished to cause you such harm, Princess Wuan professed, her reluctance evident as she commanded her subordinates to seize the long sword from Morongjua's grasp, her fingers caressing his face with an almost tender touch. Within her court, there were countless beautiful and talented favorites, yet none could rival Morongjua even by a fraction. His visage was simply too exquisite, so enchanting it could ensnare the heart, reminiscent of a bewitching sprite. Chapter 70. A most humiliating affront. Get away. Murongjua, consumed by rage, forcefully swatted away Princess Wuen's hand. However, the fragrance of the drug permeated his being, its effects intensifying as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. You. Just as Princess Wuen was about to unleash her fury, she noticed the flushed cheeks of the man within the cage. His azure, enchanting eyes seemed to thaw, revealing a crystalline spring and blooming with beguiling flowers. Innocent, yet irresistible, captivating all who beheld him. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their own breaths forgotten. Only the sound of swallowed saliva echoing in the stillness. Someone come. Hurry. Open the cage. Princess Wuen urged impatiently, her command met with hesitant glances among the guards. Your Highness, General Chu has decreed that Murongjua, a formidable adversary, must not be released. I am the daughter of the Emperor. And Chu Ao is but a mere subject. Do you not discern the distinction between honor and disgrace? She insisted fiercely. Open it. Even Xiao Cheng could no longer restrain himself. The general speaks in a general sense, but consider the present. Murongjua is devoid of the strength to retaliate. Posing no threat, should any mishap occur, both the princess and I shall bear the responsibility. Reluctantly, the guards complied, forcibly dragging Murongjua from his confinement. Princess Wuen circled him, her crimson skirt swirling before him like a haunting specter, far more nauseating than the carnage of the battlefield. Her tone was a perplexing blend of arrogance and desperation. Murongjua had encountered many women expressing affection, yet he had never witnessed such unbridled shamelessness from Princess Wuen. Enraged, he scoffed derisively. You, a woman devoid of honor, are no different from a beast. The sight of you makes me want to retch. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Princess Wuen clenched her fists, her voice sharp and distorted with indignation. Strip him of his garments. Xiaoqing shook his head with a sympathetic sigh. Wuen, you are being exceedingly forward. Such delightful matters should arise from mutual consent to be truly enjoyable. Yet, his visage betrayed an unmistakable anticipation, a hunger for the unfolding spectacle. Kai Qiong and Xie Yu expertly tore at Murongjua's clothing. The degradation and humiliation felt like a deathly torment, nearly driving him to shatter his silver teeth in fury. Do not lay a finger on me. Begone, my lord. It would be wiser for you to cease your struggles. To remain here as a caged prisoner is hardly preferable to relishing the sumptuous attire and delicacies within the princess's abode. Are you aware of the multitude of handsome suitors who plead for the princess's favor, only to be met with her disdain? She shall undoubtedly treat you with utmost kindness. Sumptuous attire and delicate cuisine. Does Murongjua yearn for the princess's favor? Had he known he would be subjected to such public humiliation and degradation, it would have been far better to meet his end on the battlefield. With all his might, he pushed away Xie Yu, his azure eyes sweeping with fury across every individual present, etching each face indelibly into his memory. Murongjua swore he would cleanse today as humiliation with the blood of the Jin people. The chilling, muted voice reverberated through the air, causing the dust to tremble. It was only now that he recalled his grandfather's words. A hero stands between heaven and earth, striving for unparalleled glory, yet must endure extraordinary shame. Endure. But can he truly endure? Such humiliation, is it bearable? Just then the palace made Kai Qiong gasped in shock. Chapter 71. The Phoenix Wing Shields the Wind. Kai Qiong, why do you scream? Princess, this Kai Qiong stammered, seemingly at a loss for words. Xie Yu, always more astute, stepped forward to part Murongjua's inky hair, only to recoil in fright, retreating several steps, her reaction more pronounced than Kai Qiong's. Xiaosheng hesitated, his gaze flickering. Could it be? Kai Qiong and Xie Yu knelt before Princess Wuen, trembling as they prostrated themselves. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Princess Wuen glared at them and, casting a glance at Xiao Cheng and the whispering crowd, suddenly recalled something. She swiftly approached and seized Murongjua by the hair. Indeed, she spotted an earring dangling from the left ear of her opponent. The earring featured a delicate golden phoenix as its clasp, while the drop-shaped jade beneath it was a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. With a slight movement, one could observe droplets of what appeared to be blood flowing within, akin to a phoenix weeping its tears. Entranced, Princess Wuen could not divert her gaze. It was evident that this exquisite phoenix blood earring was a marvel of craftsmanship, not easily replicated. No wonder Kai Qiong and Xie Yu were so averse, for while inflicting harm on merely Murongjua might be inconsequential, should the phoenix blood earring suffer even the slightest mishap, It would provoke the ire of the entire Feng family. Morongjua, too, sensed the peculiar tension. It seemed these individuals held a profound apprehension towards the jade ornament. Were they unwilling to touch it? Could it be that the ailing scion of the Feng family had also set his sights on this radiant young man? A sinister smile crept across Princess Wuen's face, tinged with disdain. Had she not previously vowed to marry no one but her fourth royal brother? Now that her wish was finally fulfilled, how could she so swiftly shift her affections? When a woman bestows a personal item upon a man, it signifies a deepening bond. When the powerful present tokens of status to scholars or beauties, it denotes possession and the intent to claim them. And as Feng Ju, both a woman and of noble lineage, gifted the phoenix blood earring to Morongjua, her intentions of exclusivity were glaringly apparent. This earring boldly declared to all, Morongjua belongs to me. No one else shall lay a hand on him. One has always known that the esteemed Feng family harbors a talented beauty named Lingbo, yet this legitimate daughter has remained largely secluded, reportedly aware that her looks, talent, and character pale in comparison to her half-sisteress, rendering her too ashamed to face others. What, then, accounts for her sudden change in demeanor as she vies for attention alongside the princess? This indeed is a curious affair. The speaker, Chu Rao, a distant illegitimate daughter of the Hualing Chu family, felt a tinge of bitterness when mentioning the Feng family, whose status far surpasses her own. Moreover, the resolute Princess Wuen, who has set her sights firmly on Morongjua, found her competitive spirit further stirred by this discourse. How could a dignified princess like me be intimidated by a mere daughter of a subject? Princess Wuen cast another glance at the Feng blood pendant adorning Morongjua's ear. Humph, not only do I dismiss those unfounded rumors, but even if I were to destroy this pendant today, leading to the demise of that frail creature, would the Feng family truly dare to hold me accountable for her life? Xiaosheng was taken aback. Wuen, do not act recklessly. We came together, and if you incite a calamity, I too shall be implicated. Nonetheless, Princess Wuen's hand was already reaching for the Feng blood pendant. Chapter 72. Unseen Adversaries Stop. Xiao Wan rushed in upon hearing the commotion and swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Princess Wuen. Fourth brother? You actually struck me? Humph. Xiao Wan's gaze was as piercing as an arrow, seemingly capable of penetrating her very being. Huanya, your reckless behavior must have its limits. Just look at the mischief you have wrought today. Seeing his reaction, even Xiaosheng felt a pang of guilt. Fourth brother, you too have arrived. Third brother. Xiao Wan's demeanor towards Xiao Cheng remained as respectful and warm as ever. She then decisively commanded, clear this place at once. Ensure that the fallen guards receive proper compensation. There must be no negligence. Her gaze shifted towards Chu Rao and the others. The men promptly excused themselves, while the young ladies, though reluctant to miss the opportunity to engage with the fourth young master Xiao, dared not linger. Princess Wuen cried out, covering her face in the past. You never questioned my choice of man, yet today, all I desire is a captive from Beiyan, and you, fourth brother, who cannot even manage your own women. Take your frustrations out on me. Yinya, Morongjua is merely a lowly war captive. As long as he remains alive, you may indulge in your whims without fear of reproach from our father or myself. However, should it involve the Feng family and concern Aju, there is a saying you ought to remember. Xiao Wan's expression had regained its composure, were it not for the lingering pain on her face. Princess Wuen might have believed that the slap she had just received was merely a figment of her imagination. She instinctively inquired, what saying? Xiao Wan fixed her with a gaze shrouded in a terrifying shadow. Although their father had lost 1/5 princess, he still had over a dozen others. But the Feng family only had one precious daughter, Feng Ju. Princess Wuen was taken aback, yet she found the situation utterly absurd. She was a true royal princess, of noble lineage. Who could possibly surpass her in value? Once she departed, Xiao Cheng, already overwhelmed by the stench of blood, also lost interest and left. Xiao Wan instructed someone to close the door, leaving only herself and Morongjua in the hall. One is a princely figure adorned in resplendent garments, while the other is a disheveled descendant of nobility, both hailing from esteemed lineages, yet their circumstances are as disparate as heaven and earth. If you possess courage, draw your sword and slay me. He taunted. Are you Jin people so cowardly that you cannot even take a life? Xiao Wan gazed down upon the flustered Morongjua, a hint of peculiar disappointment flickering across his countenance. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, Morongjua, you have truly let me down. With that, He suddenly delivered a forceful kick. Morongjua was sent crashing against the iron cage, then fell heavily to the ground, his wounds bleeding profusely. Coughing twice, he looked at Xiao Luan with a mixture of anger and confusion, stammering, "I do not even know you." "Indeed, you do not know me," Xiao Luan replied, his elegant smile concealing an ineffable chill. "How could you recognize me? Yet, since the first time we met 3 years ago, I have regarded you as my most formidable rival. I had always imagined our true confrontation would occur on some battlefield in the future. Yet you fell so easily to Chuao. Merely a Chuao. You should not have lost to him. How could you lose to him? The king of Chongling of Beiyin, Morongjua, is nothing more than this. You have truly disappointed me." Chapter 73. The Jade Pendant as Proof. Morongjua scrutinized Xiao Luan once more, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Are all Jin people so duplicitous? It is truly distasteful. You present yourself with an air of grace and integrity, yet when the crowd disperses, your predatory claws are immediately revealed. The perilous aura surrounding the fourth prince of Jin is no less formidable than that of a seasoned warrior, drenched in the blood of countless slain foes. These Jin people are indeed peculiar." Xiao Luan remained unfazed, gripping Morongjua's hair and exposing the blood-red phoenix pendant, demanding, "Tell me, why did she bestow this upon you?" "Humph." Morongjua averted her face, suppressing the pain in her scalp. "A true hero capable of great deeds must recognize the times. This is something you utterly fail to grasp, which seals your inevitable defeat. The humiliation you endure today is merely the beginning. Your arrogance will transform your existence into a living hell in the days to come. Into Jin, no one will come to your aid." As dusk fell, Feng Ju arrived at Feng Jin's study, the Han Mo Pavilion, only to be intercepted by a young man clad in a blue robe, who possessed distinct and expressive features. Pei Feng bowed respectfully, stating, "Pei Feng requests that the young lady refrain from proceeding. The master has expressly stated that she need not meet him. Please, follow Pei Feng." Feng Ju, filled with curiosity, glanced at the study, pondering why her father would not see her. Pei Feng led Feng Ju past the inky black ink-washing pool and through the Feng Mo courtyard, adorned with numerous paintings and calligraphy, eventually halting before an enormous ink-character screen. In front of the screen were a tea table and bamboo mat, while behind it lay a rocky landscape with verdant bamboo pavilions. "Please, young lady," Feng Ju complied, circling around the inkstone screen, and was met once again by the swordsman who had served as her coachman earlier that day. "It's you?" The man, clad in deep blue attire, appeared significantly younger than when he donned the coachman's garb, likely no more than 30. His lips curled into a smirk, and though his face, adorned with a hint of stubble, was not conventionally handsome, it possessed a unique charm. The swordsman's Hualing had been waiting for the young lady for quite some time. At this moment, Feng Ju comprehended that this was one of the entrances to the numerous underground passages of the Feng family, perhaps the most clandestine one. The everlasting lamps, placed every 5 steps, illuminated the passage as brightly as day. Within a hidden cell of the passage, 11 assassins from Beiyin immediately grew vigilant upon seeing Feng Ju and Zhuo Ling's arrival. "What does it mean to confine us here?" The leader glared angrily at Feng Ju. "Humph, you are from Jin, and your father is the grand tutor of the Jin court. Would you truly assist us?" "Why would I not? If I truly wished to harm you, I could have simply allowed you to be captured by Lu Cheng that day, without the need for such elaborate schemes. I have heard that the warriors of Beiyin hold righteousness in high esteem. When you saw this jade token during the day, you chose to forego your attack on me, which proves that you genuinely consider my life-saving grace. With this jade token as a testament, since you value righteousness, I shall surely honor my promise. Now, might you disclose the whereabouts of your other 7 companions? The people of Jin are notoriously cunning. On what basis should we trust you?" Feng Ju toyed with the jade token, his amber eyes shimmering in the light of the lamps. "You have no choice. I know you fear not death. But what if it is for the sake of Prince Chongling that you fight? To be frank, his current situation is quite dire." Chapter 74. A pity not a gentleman. On that day, Morongjua was willing to compromise for the sake of the assassins, and today, for the noble and magnificent hero in their hearts, the assassins were also prepared to take the risk. "Whatever you require of us, as long as you can assist His Highness Prince Chongling, we shall have no objections." As the two emerged from the passage, the gentle breeze wafted the scent of tea, prepared by Pei Feng, who was actually keeping watch for them. Feng Ju turned her gaze towards Hualing, who was equally astonished, staring at her as if her face had blossomed into a resplendent flower. Zuoling, now that you are aware of their hiding place, shouldn't you set out? Zuoling raised an eyebrow in jest, continuing to fix his gaze upon her. Indeed, miss, you are quite remarkable. However, it is a pity that Zuoling only takes orders from the head of the Feng family, a true disappointment. Shaking his head, Zuoling departed, sighing all the while. Feng Zhu observed his retreating figure, clenching her fists tightly. She discerned the underlying meaning in Zuoling's words. What a pity. What a pity that you are not a gentleman, thus unable to inherit the position of the family head. Until now, she had never contemplated that if she were a man, there would be no room for Feng Yi to flaunt his power. Indeed, how splendid it would be if she were a man. Miss. Pei Feng pointed to the seats across from him. Shall we sit and enjoy some tea? Feng Zhu remained rooted in place. Pei Feng, tell me, why has father refused to see me? If it were a minor transgression, she could understand his refusal as indulgence. But this time, she had risked the entire Feng family for a significant cause. Her father would not simply ignore the matter. What could he be thinking? Or perhaps, what is he waiting for? Pei Feng poured the steaming fragrant tea from the jade cup into the courtyard, instantly enveloping the area in a veil of mist. No need. Feng Zhu exclaimed, turning to leave. Pei Feng, only a few years her senior, had learned to be remarkably mature, keeping his mouth sealed. Not a single word could be extracted from him. Her frustration was not directed at Pei Feng. Rather, each day spent in uncertainty regarding her father's thoughts left her increasingly unsettled. Having ascertained the hiding places of the 7 assassins, it should have been a matter of course to locate them. However, Feng Zhu had to wait a full 8 days. After this period, within the underground secret prison behind the inkstone wall, the 18 assassins from Beiyin finally gathered. Swordmaster Zuoling informed Feng Zhu of the situation 8 days prior. Upon our arrival, the 7 had already encountered the patrolling troops and were compelled to change their hiding spot. Evading the city's defenses to find them has indeed required considerable effort. The 18 assassins within the secret prison scrutinized Feng Zhu with vigilance. What is your true intention in confining us here? You previously mentioned aiding His Highness the King of Chongling. What did you mean by that? Feng Zhu merely smiled faintly. This place is quite secure. Soon, you shall meet the King of Chongling. Upon exiting the secret prison, Zuoling remarked to Feng Zhu, Miss, these 18 have already shown their faces. The city is not a safe haven for them, and the Feng family cannot harbor this threat for long. Is that all? Zuoling, unwilling to concede, was about to speak further when Pei Feng interjected, Miss, would you care to sit down for some tea? The timing was impeccable, effectively halting Zuoling's words. Zuoling cast a glance at Pei Feng, an expression flickering in his eyes, yet he refrained from further comment. Feng Zhu appeared lost in thought, her feet moving unconsciously as she suddenly inquired, Is today the end of the month? It is tomorrow, Feng Zhu murmured absently, draining her cup of fragrant tea. With her and Zuoling having departed, Pei Feng glanced at the now empty jade teacup across from him, smiling as he shook his head. Oblivious to the tea's subtleties and unsettled in spirit, it seemed further refinement was still necessary. With a soft murmur, she rose and made her way to the study. Chapter 75, The Sister's Deceit. Her delicate brows furrowed, and her lips slightly pursed. Feng Zhu noticed her hesitation and, setting aside the book in hand, smiled. What could have transpired in the kitchen to render her so melancholic? The eldest young lady, Wei Shi, possessing a reserved and gentle disposition, was somewhat acquiescent. After a moment's hesitation, she poured some of the soup from the bowl into a dish. Eldest young lady, I just want to fetch the soup and stumbled upon Madame Wu sneaking out of the kitchen. When I entered, I found the once thick soup transformed into this watery mess. However, when I inquired with the cook, Mama Yuan, who was present, she claimed to know nothing. Feng Zhu stirred the soup with a spoon. What should have been a rich broth was now as thin as ordinary soup, evidently diluted by someone. This special lotus snow frog soup had been painstakingly prepared by the small kitchen over 3 days, and yet, after recent lessons, Madame Wu still dared to meddle in Wu Tong courtyard. A smirk played on Feng Zhu's lips. Mother had recently curtailed the expenditures of the Lin family and Feng Qingwan, suggesting that the mother and daughter were perhaps unaccustomed to such frugality. Wei Shi, instruct the small kitchen to prepare medicinal cuisine daily, and ensure they use only the finest ingredients. Wei Shi expressed her confusion, but if Madame Wu returns, wouldn't that merely benefit her? The waters of the stolen spring offer no true nourishment. If someone seeks their own demise, it is only proper that I facilitate their endeavors. Eldest young lady. Yundai knocked and entered, reporting, Eldest young lady, Miss One has arrived. Oh, this is truly delightful. If Sister One does not arrive today, I shall have to send someone to fetch her. Observing the lively figure of Feng Ju rushing down the stairs, Yundai suddenly felt a chill rising from her feet. Just as Feng Qingwan was about to ascend the stairs, she noticed Feng Ju joyfully bounding down, seizing her arm with enthusiasm. Sister Wan, you have finally come. These past few days without you, I have nearly suffocated from boredom. Feng Qingwan, with a furrowed brow of suspicion, replied, A Jew, you. Oh, what is this? Feng Ju's gaze was curiously fixed on the woman accompanying Feng Qingwan. The woman promptly stepped forward, bowing in reverence. This humble woman, Xiao, pays her respects to the young lady. Feng Qingwan explained, A Jew, this is my wet nurse. We became separated during our migration south, and it was only recently that my brother managed to locate her. She has endured much hardship searching for us all these years, and I wish to keep her in our household. However, as you know, I am also a guest in this home, and the mistress would not permit me to add anyone to my quarters. Therefore, I was considering. Thus, you wish to place her in Wudong Courtyard? Feng Ju could not help but inwardly scoff, having just rid himself of those who were treacherous. Feng Qingwan now seemed unable to contain her eagerness to bring someone else in. Xiao, this venomous woman is no stranger to me. Such trivial matters can wait. Sister Wan, come quickly with me. Some items were delivered today, and I was hoping you could assist me in inspecting them. It will surely be quite lively. Chapter 76. The Kitchen in Disarray. The kitchen. In an open area, 5 or 6 cages were arranged, containing a variety of lively creatures such as cats, dogs, and birds, with the largest being 3 sizable dogs. As a group entered the courtyard, a man's exasperated voice echoed, lamenting, What bad luck. That little wildcat vanished in the blink of an eye. These creatures were captured with great difficulty. Wei Shi coughed heavily, drawing the attention of the raucous crowd to Feng Ju and Feng Qingwan, who promptly bowed and dispersed, leaving only a robust man, dressed as a hunter, standing before the cages. This voice of frustration belonged to him. The hunter's gaze immediately fell upon Feng Qingwan, and he became utterly entranced. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty, her inky hair cascading like clouds, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her garments fluttering in the breeze, akin to a goddess from a mural. Wei Shi stepped forward and pointed to Feng Ju, saying, This is the eldest daughter of the Feng family. She wishes to choose a more docile little companion. Ah, yes, indeed. The hunter responded hastily, enthusiastically detailing each animal in the cages as if recounting treasured artifacts. Feng Ju meticulously examined each cage, her gaze lingering on the puppies, seemingly genuinely intrigued. Sister Wan, what do you think of this cat? And that little dog? The matriarch has asked me to temporarily relocate from Wudong Courtyard to recuperate. A Jew, living alone can indeed be dull. Having a pet for companionship would be quite pleasant. Feng Qingwan had never been fond of cats or dogs, particularly recalling how her beloved koi had all been thrown away by Feng Ju, which made her regard these creatures with increasing disdain. Yet, she felt compelled to endure, maintaining a facade of a smiling demeanor. Feng Ju smiled lightly and approached the 3 large iron cages. Oh, these dogs are quite substantial. Yet, why do they seem so listless? At that moment, a servant bent low, emerging from the kitchen with a steaming pot of broth, exclaiming loudly, Miss, you may not be aware, but they are quite hungry. Once these creatures are fed heartily, they will surely spring to life. Feng Qingwan noticed that this servant appeared unfamiliar and couldn't help but scrutinize him further. As the servant passed by them, he suddenly shouted, Ouch! Just then, he stumbled, causing the entire pot of soup to spill forth. Miss, Xiao sure acted swiftly, pulling Feng Qingwan aside just in time. However, Feng Ju was not as fortunate. Her entire skirt was drenched, steam rising from it, and a pained expression crossed her face. Oh dear miss, I am truly at fault. The servant seemed paralyzed by shock, standing there helplessly. Wei Shi hurried forward to lift Feng Ju's soaked skirt and assisted her towards a room in the courtyard. Miss, quickly, let's go inside and change your clothes. The servant eagerly echoed, Yes, yes, hurry inside. In his eagerness, he attempted to follow them, but was promptly pushed back outside by Wei Shi. How audacious! What business do you have entering while the mist changes? Get out. Yes, yes. I acted thoughtlessly. However, this action inadvertently blocked Feng Qingwan and the other 2 attending maids from entering. The servant stood at the threshold, bowing and nodding to Feng Qingwan, who wished to enter. The young lady found the kitchen quarters to be exceedingly rudimentary, and as she changed her attire inside, the thought of a sudden gust of wind flinging the door open filled her with dread. The consequences for the servant would be dire, especially given the complete lack of privacy within. Feng Qingwan sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the exact cause. Suddenly, Chapter 77. The hungry wolves emerge with a resounding crash. 3 iron cages toppled to the ground, and the once listless large gray hounds, which had been languishing inside, inexplicably broke free. Xiao stood protectively in front of Feng Qingwan, exclaiming, "Miss, step back." At that moment, aside from the two of them, the courtyard was occupied only by the hunter, the housekeeper, Yun Dai, and 3 other maidservants. The 3 large gray hounds, initially fixated on the meat broth scattered across the ground, soon realized that their ravenous hunger could not be sated by such meager offerings. In no time, they caught the scent of far more delectable prey, tantalizing enough to make their mouths water. Instantly, the hunter's face paled in alarm. "No, this is not merely dogs. They are wolves. Wolves, run." His panicked cry sent him sprinting from the courtyard, and upon hearing his words, the others were gripped by terror, their hearts racing. They fled with abandon, yet the sole exit was unexpectedly locked by the hunter. "Open the door. Please, open the door." Yun Dai pounded desperately on the door. However, from the other side, the hunter's voice trembled with fear. "We cannot open it. If those wolves escape the courtyard, it could lead to a fatal disaster." "Fatal disaster? Are we not lives as well?" Yun Dai felt a surge of anger, urgency, and fear, nearly teetering on the brink of madness. At that moment, soon, 2 more famished wolves captured their prey. The kitchen courtyard, which typically appeared spacious, now felt exceedingly cramped with 3 ravenous wolves running amok within. No one could outrun the insatiable hunger of the wolves, especially considering that only women remained in the courtyard. "Ladies, quickly, take refuge inside." At this juncture, the 3 starving wolves were fervently devouring their catch, while Qiao anxiously shielded Feng Qingwan and retreated hastily. However, they soon discovered that every door they pushed was securely locked. With no other recourse, they steeled their resolve and navigated past the hungry wolves towards the room where Feng Ju resided. "Miss, open the door. Please save us. A Jew, please open the door. A Jew." Alas, no matter how fervently they knocked or called out, there was no response from within. Yun Dai, Qiao, and Feng Qingwan's faces turned as pale as paper. "Help! Miss, I implore you, save us." Yun Dai cried out, her voice hoarse with desperation. Feng Qingwan intended to command the previous steward to subdue the wolves, but upon glancing around, she realized that the steward had mysteriously vanished. "Miss, if you do not open the door soon, one will perish." Inside, Wei Shi peered through a small crack, witnessing the gruesome and brutal scene outside, and could no longer contain her pleas. Just observing the chaos made her tremble uncontrollably. She could hardly fathom what her fate would be if she were outside. Originally filled with benevolence, she was met with Feng Ju's piercing, cold gaze. "You have opened the door for them, and once the wolves are invited in, you, like me, shall meet your demise." Feng Ju's voice was as frigid as ice, her back straightened, and her amber eyes fixed unblinkingly on the outside, resembling 2 fathomless pools of stagnant water, devoid of any ripples. "If you feel compassion for them, you may step outside now and share their fate in the wolves' jaws. I shall not hinder you." Chapter 78. Clouds and Snow's grievance. Wei Shi took a step back, having never witnessed such a version of Feng Ju. She appeared as though she had just emerged from a mass grave, her gaze imbued with a chilling deadness that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as a tall man leaped through the rear window. Just as Wei Shi was about to scream, he swiftly covered her mouth and whispered urgently, "Do not shout." It was then that she recognized him as the same servant from earlier. The young lady was decisive in her actions, yet this personal maid was of little consequence. Hualing gazed at Feng Ju with a teasing glint. Yet, Feng Ju remained fixated on the outside. In the courtyard, the 3 maids had already been reduced to a bloody mess, their bones starkly visible. Feng Qingwan was being supported by her wet nurse, Xiao Shi, who stood at the edge of a high stone platform, brandishing a wooden stick in an attempt to fend off the wolves that were looming dangerously close. The 2 wolves, which had been set on Yun Dai, abandoned their prey upon seeing their companion attacked by Xiao Shi, and instead turned their ferocity towards her on the stone platform, causing Yun Dai to faint in terror in the corner. Feng Ju coldly remarked, "In a world rife with deceit, only the fittest survive." If one cannot establish a foothold, they must be prepared to be slaughtered, for no one can aid another. A faint chuckle escaped Zweling's lips, yet he remained silent, observing her retreating figure. Nurse. In the courtyard, Feng Qingwan suddenly cried out. It turned out that a wolf had seized a wooden stick, dragging Xiao Shi down from the high platform. Having feasted, the wolf was no longer hungry, yet Xiao Shi had provoked its wrath and now faced the dire consequences. Nurse. Nurse. Outside, Feng Qingwan was overwhelmed with tears, helplessly witnessing Xiao Shi being torn apart, her flesh and blood mangled, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise, yet she dared not intervene. Within the confines of the room, Zweling discerned not a trace of softness or emotion on Feng Zhu's face. Instead, he observed her beautiful eyes transition from a fixed gaze to a distant haze, as if ensnared in an unfathomable realm, a world frozen for miles, devoid of life. Xiao Shi had finally perished. Feng Zhu longed to laugh heartily, for this woman, who had delivered her own flesh and blood to her, causing the demise of her unborn child, had met her end. What a deserved fate! How splendidly she had died. Xiao Shi had extinguished her child and Yuntuan, and now she wished for Xiao Shi to experience the torment of being devoured. Feng Qingwan was made to witness her parents being gnawed upon by wild dogs. She too would be made to endure this heart-wrenching agony. Yet, laughter eluded her. Someone. Quickly someone. Feng Qingwan had become the final target of the wolf pack, her desperate cries shattering the elegance that once characterized her like a lotus in the wind. Feng Zhu fixed her gaze upon her. Feng Qingwan, if you seek death, it shall not come easily. Zweling. Yes. Zweling vanished in the blink of an eye, in but a fleeting moment. It seemed that Feng Qingwan could scarcely escape her impending doom, when a resounding shout echoed from the rooftops. Release. In an instant, arrows rained down like a tempest, and the three wolves, recently sated, fell lifeless to the ground. The courtyard door swung open, and the servants, drawn by the commotion, were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Shu Hui and Hua Ping hurried to support her, and as Feng Qingwan's taut nerves finally relaxed, she collapsed, fainting instantly. In her last moment of consciousness, she caught sight of Feng Zhu, clad in new garments, standing at the entrance, his expression as still as stagnant water. Chapter 79. The burden of possessions. Weling tossed a heavy pouch of coins to the hunter, declaring, "The wolves are well trained. Take this gold and silver and depart from Hualing City." The hunter, elated, weighed the pouch and took his leave. Zweling glanced at the unconscious Yun Dai in the corner and addressed Feng Zhu. "Miss, this girl has been bitten. The wolf's fangs may be tainted. We cannot ascertain if her wound might lead to hydrophobia. If so, it would be unwise to keep her in the manor." Hydrophobia? Wei Shi retreated in terror. "I have seen it before. A person bitten by a rabid dog perished shortly thereafter. It is utterly dreadful." Feng Zhu replied coldly, "Find a place outside. Whether she lives or dies is a matter of her own fate. Shall we send someone to watch over her?" Zweling inquired. "Unnecessary," Feng Zhu remarked, casting a glance at Yun Dai's exquisite visage. It was no wonder she was discontented with her lot in life. A fleeting, enigmatic smile flickered in Feng Zhu's eyes. She is intelligent. She will manage her own affairs. The corpses in the kitchen courtyard were swiftly cleared away, leaving naught but a pool of blood in their wake. Feng Zhu discreetly signaled to Wei Shi, who immediately called out to the head cook, "Mama Yuan." After a short while, when the cook did not emerge, Zweling boldly entered the kitchen. Moments later, she reappeared, dragging out a trembling woman, curled up in fear. With disdain, Zweling tossed her to the ground, and a foul stench wafted into the air, revealing that Mama Yuan had been confined in the kitchen, having witnessed the earlier events and was now paralyzed by terror. Having lost control of herself, Feng Zhu shielded her mouth and nose with a fragrant fan, crawling on her knees. Mama Yuan desperately made her way to Feng Zhu's feet but was halted by Zweling's sword, shrinking back in fright and repeatedly knocking her head against the ground. "Please spare me, my lady. I shall never dare again." Wei Shi scoffed. "Mama Yuan, did you not claim ignorance?" "My lady, it is I who deserves punishment." "I was wrong. It was Fifth Madam who stole your soup. It had nothing to do with me." Her words, laced with a seemingly graceful smile, radiated an unsettling chill. Mama Yuan continued to bow her head in extreme fear, nearly on the brink of collapse. "I understand now. I understand. You are my mistress, my lady. Please do not kill me." Feng Zhu slowly closed her fan, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Obedience is all that is required." As Feng Zhu exited the kitchen courtyard, a gust of wind carried the heavy scent of blood into Mama Yuan's nostrils, causing her to collapse, her back already drenched in sweat. "My lady, forgive my frankness, but a woman who is excessively ruthless may not be a blessing," Hualing remarked. At a fork by a shimmering pool of water, where gentle ripples danced and clouds cast their reflections, the serene landscape dispelled the lingering shadows of bloodshed. Feng Zhu paused, her elegant smile directed towards Hualing. In this resplendent city of Hualing, what figure capable of summoning the winds does not tread upon a path littered with bones? Hualing replied, "But you are merely a woman. Yet I am the eldest daughter of the Feng family. An innocent man may be without fault, yet possessing wealth can be a crime. I refuse to become the bones left in another's wake. Thus I cannot remain idle. A man may harbor no ill will towards a tiger, yet the tiger may still harbor malice towards him." Chapter 80. A storm is brewing. As the fragrant meat broth touched her lips, a wave of intense nausea surged from her stomach. Wei Shi hurriedly offered a silver bowl lined with lotus leaves. Feng Zhu was overwhelmed with retching, her stomach churning violently despite having eaten nothing. She was on the verge of expelling bile, her eyes brimming with tears. "Miss, what troubles you? Is the broth unpalatable for you?" The others had been dismissed by Feng Zhu, leaving only Wei Shi, who was now flustered. It would have been better if she had not mentioned it. But upon hearing the words meat broth, Feng Zhu's retching intensified. "Leave. But miss you. I command you to leave." Her voice was weak, yet brooked no argument. As the door closed, Feng Zhu continued to heave into the silver bowl for a while longer, clutching her aching stomach, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Yintuan. A person is not mere grass or wood. She could not forget the companion of over a decade, Yintuan, reduced to a dish before her by those with grotesque visages. In a past life, on a day like today, she had seen a pure white form within a cage. However, now she has been reborn, yet the clouds have vanished. Suddenly, a sound of a flower pot crashing to the ground echoes through the window. Feng Zhu, alert, gazes outside. But before she can discern anything, a fluffy creature has already appeared at her feet. In Feng Xiu Pavilion, after the physician's treatment, the startled Feng Qingyuan has awakened and recounted every detail of the day's events to her mother and brother. "Brother, she must have done it on purpose. She is determined to take my life." And the wet nurse, "I watched in horror as those three beasts savagely took her life. Brother, I must see her dead." Feng Yi hesitated, stating, "Based solely on your account, I find it difficult to believe that she orchestrated this. After all, the reality is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could cost her life as well." He firmly believed that a young girl, not yet of age, would lack the audacity and cunning required for such a scheme. Otherwise, she would not have been under their control for so many years. With reddened eyes, she gritted her teeth, suppressing her tremors. "Brother, do you not yet perceive that she has changed? Moreover, all those who were killed today were our own people. Additionally, Yundai revealed to me that the bloodshed Feng Zhu exhibited that day was not caused by our mother. Rather, she deliberately used prepared deer blood to frame her." Feng Yi remained unconvinced. Listening to Lin Shuran's coarse words, he recalled Xiao Luan's warning from that day, which only deepened his resistance. Mother may have exaggerated. After all, she is merely a 14-year-old girl. What tempest could she possibly stir? Furthermore, she is the sole legitimate daughter of the Feng family, with a noble status and unparalleled pampering. Your disrespect towards her is excessive. It is only natural for her to exhibit some temper. 2 years hence will mark the selection of the heir to the Feng family, and many eyes are fixed upon this event. Prior to that moment, we must not make any mistakes. Feng Qingyuan took a deep breath, tears brimming in her eyes. "Brother, I understand the reasoning, but I simply cannot swallow this indignation." Feng Yi scoffed derisively, saying, "I hear she intends to attend the spring hunt at the end of the month. Qingyuan, no noblewoman in Hualing City can compare to you. That is your greatest advantage." Feng Qingyuan paused, and after a moment, she elegantly wiped away her tears, revealing a confident yet cold smile. Indeed, this was her greatest asset. "Feng Zhu, no matter how noble your birth, you are destined to live in my shadow, feeling inadequate." Chapter 81. The Spring Hunt Before long. The day appointed by Emperor Jin for the spring hunt arrived. This year, the emperor, in a whimsical turn, chose a hunting ground not at the usual royal hunting grounds, but in the mountainous woods on the western outskirts of Hualing City. The emperor, accompanied by his consorts, would personally attend, along with princes, noble scions, and officials of the 5th rank and above, along with their families. All the carriages and horses gathered early at the Zhenyang gate, following the imperial procession, banners fluttering, setting forth in grand style. At the Feng residence, Yinyang gazed anxiously outside, her heart already racing towards the city outskirts. Madam, this is the eldest young lady's first participation in such a grand event. Why do you not accompany her? Are you not concerned for her well-being? Greenspring asked, observing Xie Yun calmly perusing the accounts. Without looking up, Xie Yun replied, did I not instruct Tin Yun to accompany her? As dawn broke, Chenxi expressed her concerns, saying, Aunt Tan Yun is exceptionally perceptive and adept at reading situations. With her presence, the young lady shall undoubtedly avoid any misfortune. However, I fear that Aunt Tan Yun, being merely a servant, may find herself constrained when faced with formidable nobles. Anyang approached and tugged at Xie Yun's sleeve. But Xie Yun firmly pressed down on her hand with the account book, softly asserting, Anyang, I shall not go. Having been born into a prestigious family, I should have long since acclimatized to this lifestyle. As Anyang attempted to gesture further, Xie Yun rose and moved to the door, gazing out at the clear azure sky. With her status as the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, how many would dare to insult her? Should she still be subjected to scorn and disdain, it would be a reflection of her own inadequacy. If one day she were to lose this identity and the formidable support of her family, how would she then navigate her existence? Xie Yun's reasoning was often devoid of sentiment, yet it was grounded in a harsh reality that left no room for rebuttal. Anyang, observing her, could only let out a silent sigh. The mistress appears so composed, yet her heart is surely laden with concern. I hope the young lady will not face any indignities this time. Over an hour later, the group arrived at the hunting grounds on the western outskirts. Tan Yun and Wei Shi were attending to Feng Ju as she changed attire within the Feng family's tent. Feng Ju chuckled lightly, inquiring, where is my dear sister Wan? Her tone laced with mockery. Tan Yun meticulously tied the golden ribbon around her waist, smiling in response. Lady Wan has just gone to pay her respects to the ladies of the palace, arriving ahead of everyone else. Truly, Sister Wan is both diligent and courteous. I am certain she will not disappoint even Princess Wan. The young lady has spoken truly. Princess Wan is indeed the most favored daughter of His Majesty the Emperor. Listening to their conversation, Wei Shi felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if the clouds were gathering ominously, heralding an impending storm. The events that transpired at the Proton Mansion have long weighed heavily on Princess Wu's mind. Upon hearing Feng Qingwan mention that Feng Ju had also arrived, Princess Wu was immediately agitated and, accompanied by 2 personal maids and 4 guards, stormed towards the Feng family's tent with great fervor. Where's Feng Ju? Bring her out at once. I have matters to discuss with her. The soldier stationed at the entrance of the tent saluted and replied, Your Highness. The eldest daughter of the Feng family is currently changing clothes and has specifically instructed that no one is to approach. Humph. Princess Wu scoffed coldly, and Kai Qiong stepped forward to deliver a resounding slap to the soldier. Have you lost your senses, daring to obstruct the passage of a princess? Step aside. Chapter 82. Resplendent attire. The 4 guards from the princess's estate lifted the curtain and barged in, showing no regard for the reputation of a noble lady. Princess Wu stood outside the tent, a malicious smile gracing her lips. If she could indeed drag out a disheveled Feng Ju and tarnish her reputation, it would fulfill her desires splendidly. In the distance, Feng Qingwan observed the scene with a smile, and her amusement deepened upon seeing Xiao Wan's arrival. Wu. Xiao Wan had originally come to find Feng Ju, but upon witnessing this scene, his anger surged within him. The sudden roar startled Princess Wu. 4th brother? A wretched scream suddenly erupted from within the tent, but Xiao Wan paid no heed to her and hurriedly rushed inside, followed closely by Feng Yi. Xie Yu whispered, Princess, something is amiss. In a state of bewilderment, Princess Wu hurried inside. Everyone anticipated witnessing Feng Ju's panicked demeanor. However, upon entering, they were met with a shocking sight. Ah, my eyes! A guard from the princess's residence clutched his eyes, writhing in agony on the ground, while the 3 others who had entered alongside him lay lifeless, their eyes similarly gouged out. Stop! Princess Wu cried out fiercely. Yet, in an instant, Xueling's sword had severed the last man's throat, blood gushing forth onto the screen, resembling a crimson plum blossom, vibrant and intense. Yu. Princess Wu's fury was palpable as she pointed at Xueling, her voice caught in her throat. Xueling maintained his composure, cupping his fists in salute. I have encountered the 4th prince and Princess Wu. These four intruded upon the Feng family camp, intending harm upon my esteemed lady, and have now met their demise. Xiao Wan's gaze shifted from the four corpses to Hualing. Noting the swiftness of his actions and the precision of his strikes, his swordsmanship with the left hand was extraordinary. She was astounded to discover such a formidable expert within the Feng household. Princess Wuan seethed. How dare you slay my guards? You possess great audacity. Before Hualing could respond, a voice laced with a languid amusement emerged from behind the screen. The princess jests. How could a few blind ruffians be the guards of the princess's residence? As the bloodstained screen was pushed aside, Feng Zhu was revealed, elegantly seated in a brocade chair. At ease while holding a cup of tea, she donned a resplendent crimson long gown with wide sleeves, intricately embroidered with pure gold threads depicting fluttering butterflies poised to take flight. The golden threads at her waist formed an auspicious knot adorned with precious jewels and tassels, cascading elegantly before the hem of her dress. The delicate shawl draped over her arms was woven from pale purple silk interlaced with fine silver strands, light and translucent, as if a wisp of purple smoke had enveloped her. This magnificent attire was the epitome of opulence, and the reflected crimson light imbued her pallid cheeks with a rosy hue. As she arched her brows and lifted her gaze, her smiling eyes shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, filling the space with an aura of splendor, transforming the outdoor tent into a resplendent palace of gold and jade. Such a regal presence was a sight unseen by Xiao Wan. In terms of beauty and grace, she appeared too youthful, and her long-standing illness had diminished her spirit, rendering her incomparable to Feng Qingwan. As for talent, she had never displayed any remarkable prowess. Yet, by virtue of her grandeur, even royal princesses would pale in comparison. Moreover, with Hualing as her protector, I had merely experienced a moment of fright. It was inconsequential. However, with so many ladies accompanying their families, to prevent such incidents from reoccurring, what should be done with these ruffians? Should I send them to the Empress or directly to His Majesty for disposal? Chapter 83. Righteousness, Integrity, Honor, and Shame. Observing her composed demeanor and gentle speech, Xiao Wan felt a flicker of admiration within. To remain so calm in the face of such gruesome circumstances. Her unflappable poise and presence of mind were qualities most esteemed by contemporary scholars. Princess Wuan had not anticipated that Feng Zhu would prove to be such a formidable opponent. She fixed her gaze on Feng Zhu and said in a hushed tone, "Do you dare?" Feng Zhu raised an eyebrow, gracefully extending the teacup to Wei Shi, and with the support of Tan Yun, stood up leisurely. Casting a glance at the lifeless body, she smiled and approached, taking the hand of Princess Wuan. A Jew expressed her gratitude to the princess for the reminder, acknowledging that the emperor, burdened with the affairs of the realm, should not be disturbed by such trifles, and it would be most prudent to leave the matter to the empress. Feng Zhu, how dare you? Princess Wuan's arrogance stemmed from her close ties with Emperor Jin, as well as her upbringing under the favored Dong Zhaoi, the mother of the emperor's fourth son, Xiao Wan. The esteemed Chu Guifei, a close ally of Dong Zhaoi, also held her in high regard. However, this did not imply that the empress would share the same sentiment. In truth, Princess Wuan's biological mother, from the Lesser Wei family, had met her demise at the hands of the empress, with her birth mother slain and her adoptive mother regarded as a thorn in the empress's side. And with the Chu Guifei being the empress's sworn enemy, the empress's disdain for Princess Wuan was all too evident. Initially, Princess Wuan intended to shake off Feng Zhu's grasp. Yet at that moment, she held on with a fierce grip. She could not allow Feng Zhu to create a disturbance before the empress. Absolutely not. Feng Zhu, do you dare to treat me this way? You will regret it. Feng Zhu smiled, her expression calm as she forcefully pried open the princess's hand. A Jew and the princess seemed to hit it off at first, but she then declared, "I must go pay my respects to the empress. Excuse me." She smoothed her sleeves and brushed past Princess Wuan. Huanya apologized to Miss Feng. Xiao Wan suddenly interjected. Princess Wuan's countenance darkened. "Your Highness? She is the one who killed my kin. Why should I apologize to her? The laxity of the guards has led to an egregious intrusion, their intentions far from honorable. This misstep lies squarely with you, and thus, Aju's actions in dealing with them are entirely justifiable. Should you not hasten to offer your apologies? Your Highness." At this moment, Feng Yi, who had been a mere observer, interjected, "Aju, this is but a trivial matter. There is no need to disturb Her Majesty the Empress. Since you have already dealt with the offenders, let this matter rest here. It would be prudent to have this place tidied up." Feng Zhu halted, turning in surprise to regard Feng Yi. Was the reputation of a young lady and the decorum of her family truly a trifling concern? Oh, third brother, has His Majesty recently altered the definitions of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? As she spoke, a sigh of frustration escaped her lips. This is indeed Aju's own failing. It seems I must seek counsel from father, who has always taught Aju that while one may remain ignorant of poetry and literature, one must never be unaware of the tenets of propriety and righteousness. Aju, what nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? Your behavior is increasingly unrestrained. Feng Ju regarded him with a serene gaze, silently repeating the name in her heart, her hands concealed within her sleeves growing gradually colder. How could one, so elegantly attired and seemingly refined, possess such a heartless and shameless disposition? Tan Yun, discreetly supporting her, gently pressed her hand, reassuring, "Miss, I am here for you." Feng Ju's demeanor had surpassed Tan Yun's expectations. She exhibited no outward signs of her emotions, remaining composed and dignified, her responses measured, knowing when to refrain from further discourse. Chapter 84. A vast discrepancy. Tan Yun spoke with a placating demeanor. "Third young master, I believe you may have misunderstood the situation earlier. I had instructed the guards stationed outside that it would be inconvenient for anyone to enter while the young lady was changing. Moreover, our family crest hung outside the tent as a clear indication. However, the guards from the four princesses boldly disregarded our warnings and forcefully intruded. Is it customary for any lowly man to trespass upon the quarters of a noble young lady? Surely, no respectable family would allow such behavior. Third young master, the young lady has called you brother since childhood. It is only right that you advocate for her. Furthermore, the young lady is already betrothed to the fourth prince by imperial decree, thus addressing this matter appropriately would also provide an explanation to His Highness. What say you?" Feng Yi originally intended to curry favor with Xiao Wan and Princess Wen, but unexpectedly found himself ensnared in a dilemma, drawing ire from both sides. With a composed expression, he remarked, "Those four guards are already deceased. Do we truly need to desecrate their remains? The Feng family upholds a gentlemanly conduct. We cannot engage in such cruel actions." Tan Yun maintained her serene smile, neither aggressive nor submissive, her gaze subtly shifting towards Princess Wen. At this juncture, the resolution seemed straightforward. A simple apology from Princess Wen would suffice. However, this would entail a significant loss of face for the proud princess, a formidable challenge indeed. Sailing, there is no need for you to speak on her behalf any longer. Xiao Wan stepped beside Feng Ju, adopting a protective stance as she directed her lofty, indifferent gaze towards Princess Wen. Wen apologized to Miss Feng. The title invoked was that of her royal title, rather than her given name, signifying a command. Princess Wen's fingers clenched tightly, turning pale as she bit her lip and glared at Feng Ju, yet remained silent. "Aunt Tan Yun, it is getting late. I must go to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress." "Yes, miss." Aunt Tan Yun assisted Feng Ju in exiting the tent. Outside, a considerable crowd had gathered, predominantly composed of esteemed ladies from noble families. Upon witnessing Feng Ju's emergence, expressions of disbelief swept across their faces. Is this truly the cherished daughter of the Feng family? How does she appear so vastly different from the rumors? As the tent flaps fell, Princess Wen caught sight of her brother's eyes, cold and devoid of any emotion, sending a chill coursing through her heart. With reddened eyes, she commanded, "Kai Qiong, summon Miss Feng inside. This princess wishes to apologize to her." Kai Qiong was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized she had not misheard and hastily rushed out. Noticing the throng of onlookers, she lowered her voice for the sake of Princess Wen's dignity. "Miss Feng, the princess requests your presence inside." Feng Ju stood tall and unyielding, not even casting a glance in her direction, as if she had not heard. Kai Qiong, vexed, furrowed her brow and urged softly, "Miss Feng, I advise you to comply. The princess has graciously taken a step back, and it would be wise to avoid escalating the situation." "Aunt, the weather today is truly splendid," Tan Yun cheerfully interjected, nudging Kai Qiong aside. "Indeed, miss, the hunt will commence shortly. If you do not go to pay your respects to Her Majesty the Empress soon, it may be too late." Kai Qiong was left speechless. As the confidant of Princess Wen, she had never witnessed anyone daring to humiliate the princess in such a manner. Halt! Princess Wen stepped out, her gaze ablaze with fury, as if it could burn a hole through Feng Ju's very being. Chapter 85. Truly ridiculous. She inhaled deeply. "Miss Feng, I apologize on behalf of the princess. Her voice was barely above a whisper, each word laced with barely suppressed rage. Tan Yun glanced at Feng Ju, only to find her unmoved, and instantly understood her intent. Stifling a laugh, this young lady was even more unwilling to concede than the madam herself. She offered an apologetic smile to Princess Wuan and called out, Miss. Feng Ju seemed lost in thought, and upon catching sight of the nearly predatory Princess Wuan, she expressed mild surprise. Princess? Are you speaking to me? Ah, forgive my rudeness. I was momentarily distracted. What did you say? Princess Wuan's teeth ground in frustration, feeling the piercing, mocking gazes of those around her. Feng Ju, do not push your luck. Since the princess had nothing further to convey to a Ju, she decided to take her leave. Feng Yi no longer recognized this sister of his. Qin Wan spoke truly. For this was no longer the Feng Ju of the past. Xiao Wan stated coolly Wuan. Princess Wuan, suppressing her humiliation, proclaimed loudly, Miss Feng, I acknowledge my failure in discipline, and I apologize for any distress caused by the servants in my household. With that, she swept away, devoid of sincerity. Yet, this was of little consequence. Feng Ju surveyed the astonished and fearful gazes surrounding her, her brows gently knitting together in a smile, exuding an air of calmness. Princess Wuan, since you have come to seek me out, do not blame me for establishing my authority, she declared. Sanling, clear this area and prepare another tent for Aju. Xiao Wan instructed Feng Yi, her graceful and scholarly gaze sweeping across the crowd, which promptly dispersed, sensing the unspoken cue. Feng Ju's eyes wandered to a distant corner, where Feng Qinwan had already turned away and departed. Are you feeling relieved now? Xiao Wan inquired, amusement dancing across his handsome features as he stood beside her. Feng Ju replied, her smile serene, somewhat. Aju's disrespect towards the princess. Do you hold any resentment towards her, your highness? Yunya had always been proud and willful, with no one daring to contest her ideals. You can indeed be considered the foremost figure in the city, and my Aju's courage is commendable. After jesting, noticing that Feng Ju's smile was shallow and did not reach her eyes, he sighed. A beautiful woman feigns anger, while the gentleman delights in her lovely visage. Aju, continue to call me Tanjiang, as you always have. Feng Ju chuckled softly, reflecting, Xiao Wan, I harbor a deep-seated disdain for you. Yet you perceive my actions as playful banter. How utterly absurd. She gestured for Dan Yun and Wei Shi to step aside, for the ensuing conversation would be privy only to herself and Xiao Wan. Your Highness, do you still dare to entangle with me? Are you not afraid of being bitten once more? Xiao Wan offered a wry smile. As you wish. The physician has declared that the bite mark on my neck shall never fade, each time I venture out. I am mocked by friends who say I have fallen for a fierce woman, and that I shall surely have a fierce wife at home. Even timid beauties dare not cross my threshold. Your Highness, you overthink. With the foremost beauty of the great Jean wholeheartedly enamored, the presence of other beauties is quite dispensable. Alas, I should have anticipated this. You harbor resentment towards me because of her. Indeed, your cousin shines uniquely amidst the crowd. Yet my heart is already filled with you. How could there be room for her? My affections for you are profound, while my regard for her is merely courteous. Otherwise, I could simply request permission to marry her and avoid the entanglement that brings me such vexation. This is because she hails from the house of the Leftine Phoenix, while I am of the house of the Hualing Phoenix. Feng Ju's smile was as radiant as a blossoming flower, and the words that had long been stifled within her finally escaped her lips at this moment. Chapter 86. Burning One's Household. The wind seemed to still in that instant. The tenderness on Xiao Wan's face remained, yet the light in her eyes gradually crystallized into ice. Your Highness, how does it feel to have the facade of false affection torn away? Does it hurt? Are you angry? Xiao Wan gazed deeply at her, akin to a hawk fixating on its prey. You are not Feng Ju. Who are you? Feng Ju chuckled softly, a note of scorn in her voice. Was it not your Highness who just professed her affection for me? How is it that you now question my identity? You truly are capricious. Humph. Xiao Wan scoffed coldly, advancing towards Feng Ju, conveniently blocking the line of sight of Tan Yun and Wei Shi. She lifted Feng Ju's chin. Her countenance, as serene as a gentle breeze under a bright moon, emanated an aura of danger. You differ greatly from the Feng Ju I am familiar with. Perhaps the Feng family has concealed the true Feng Ju. I believe it is not difficult for the Feng family to find a convincing substitute. The two stood in close proximity, and to the onlookers, it appeared as if they were caught in a romantic reverie. Feng Ju could not help but burst into laughter. addressing Xiaoluan. Your Highness, your thoughts seem rather excessive. Ah, indeed. In your perception, the Feng family as a Jew must be weak and easily deceived. Obedient to your every word. Otherwise, I would be deemed a counterfeit, a mere substitute. Suddenly, Xiaoluan felt a sharp pain in his palm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a pointed golden hairpin aimed at him from beneath Feng Ju's wide, fiery red sleeves. In that fleeting moment, Feng Ju stepped back, freeing herself from his shadow, lifting her chin proudly to meet his gaze. Your Highness, I have tasted the bitterness of being trifled with. Save your tender affections for my left-in clan sister. Lastly, allow me to advise you. It would be wise to find a way to annul this betrothal sooner rather than later, for both your sake and mine. Xiaoluan narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement in his tone. What if I refuse to withdraw? You should be aware that this marriage was bestowed by my father. To break the engagement would be to defy the Imperial decree. Then perhaps, on the night of the wedding, what awaits you will be a conflagration that consumes all. Feng Ju resolutely turned and strode away, her lips softly chanting. The flames burn bright, their radiance resplendent. As the bride returns, engulfing her home in fire, the drums of the hunting grounds began to sound, gradually growing urgent and powerful. Amidst the vibrant springtime scenery, a resplendent crimson figure danced like a flame to the rhythm of the drums, embodying a spirit of stubborn pride and brilliance. An indescribable heat surged from the depths of Xiaoluan's heart. The horns sounded long and clear, and the thundering drums resonated through the heavens. From the vantage point of the grandstand, countless banners fluttered, obscuring the sky, while the disciplined troops of the Imperial Guard stretched infinitely, leading straight into the mountains and forests. All stood with bated breath, awaiting the moment when the herald, amidst the resounding music of drums, would loudly proclaim the laudatory verses. The Emperor of Jin descended from his throne, knocked an arrow adorned with crimson tassels, and loosed it skyward. A fervent roll of drums surged forth, echoing the galloping of 1,000 steeds, heralding the commencement of the spring hunt. The Emperor's spirits were evidently high, his well-preserved visage radiating joy, reminiscent of the youthful elegance of his earlier days. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd expressed their gratitude before taking their seats. Feng Ju's place was situated right behind Feng Jin, closely following the male Feng Yi, while Feng Qingwan found herself positioned behind them. The rustle of embroidered garments had yet to subside when Feng Ju settled down, eager to lift her gaze and survey her surroundings, only to behold a tall figure emerging from the opposite military seating. Chapter 87. The struggle of aristocratic families. This individual possessed lofty brows and wide eyes. His stature as imposing as a mountain, clad in formidable military attire that exuded an air of prowess, starkly contrasting the pampered nobles and esteemed ministers around him. Your archery skills seem to have diminished, Your Majesty. Upon encountering the Emperor, he not only failed to pay his respects, but also spoke with insolence. Reactions among the crowd varied. Some were astonished, others alarmed, furious, derisive, and a few even relished the spectacle. Yet, the Emperor appeared wholly unfazed by the affront, responding with hearty laughter. Naturally, my archery cannot be compared to that of my great general. The very reason I have organized this hunt is to celebrate the resounding victory of Minister Chu in the northern campaign, which has stirred my own yearning for galloping upon horseback. Alas, I can only indulge in a fleeting thrill at the hunting grounds. As for the true art of warfare, mustering troops and wielding weapons, that still relies on my great general. Feng Ju speculated that this must be the formidable General Chu Ao, who had captured Mu Rongjua. Indeed, he emanated an imposing presence, exuding both vigor and dominance. Without a hint of modesty, Chu Ao commanded his attendants to procure a bow and arrow, and with a single shot, he effortlessly pierced 2 flying geese. Does His Majesty wish to compete with me? His intention was unmistakably to overshadow the might of the Jin Emperor. Feng Ju discreetly glanced towards Feng Jin at the side, curious to observe how her father, as the Grand Tutor, would respond to this display of power dynamics between sovereign and subject. However, Feng Jin merely closed her eyes in quiet contemplation. After a moment's reflection, Feng Ju too settled into a state of tranquility. At that juncture, the Crown Prince, Xiao Jun, stepped forward. General Chu, this wilderness is unlike the royal hunting grounds. It is fraught with peril. His Majesty, being of unparalleled value, cannot afford the slightest misstep. If the general is truly interested, might I suggest that this palace and several of my royal brothers stand in for His Majesty to engage in a friendly contest with you? What say you? The crown prince, being the progeny of Empress Heng, held a status of extraordinary distinction as the legitimate heir. His features bore the elegant beauty of his mother, while his demeanor reflected the scholarly grace of the Jin emperor. Yet in him, the martial prowess of the Heng family and the profound valor of the Jin emperor seemed rather muted. To Feng Zhu's eyes, this handsome crown prince lacked the gravitas befitting a national heir, appearing instead more suited to the role of a cultured gentleman. While it is not uncommon for a son to stand in for his father, one must consider the fairness of a contest that pits one against many. General Chu is too humble. It is well known that he is the foremost warrior of our great Jin. In my view, such acknowledgement is the true mark of respect for the general. With a faint smile, Chu Ao remarked, "It has been quite some time since we last met. I did not expect the crown prince to have made such significant progress. Truly, you have garnered my admiration." The chilling gaze he cast caused the crown prince to involuntarily contemplate retreat. At that moment, the head of the Heng family, Duke Dingnan Hengguang, rose and said with a smile, "Pingfu, you must have had your fill of galloping across the battlefield and drawing your bow in the northern campaigns. Now that the hostilities have subsided, even you, the esteemed general of the north, deserve a respite. Let us leave the sport of hunting, a mere pastime, to the youth, while we sit down and enjoy a drink with His Majesty." Heng Guang, the elder brother of Empress Heng and the crown prince's maternal uncle, was expected to come to the crown prince's aid. Duke Zhongrui of the Chu family, also wearing a hint of reproach, added, "Duke Dingnan is quite right. Pingfu, it would be best for you to take a seat. What is the point of your restless antics? Today, as hunting grounds belong to the younger generation, do not intrude." Chapter 88. Observing from the sidelines, Feng Zhu quietly observed this scene, his interest rapidly waning. Feng Yi slightly leaned forward and whispered to the attentive Feng Jin, "Uncle, both the Heng and Chu families seem eager to curry favor with His Majesty. Should we not consider?" Though Feng Zhu's voice was not loud, it was sufficient to capture the attention of Feng Yi and Feng Jin. Feng Yi inwardly scorned, "Indeed, a woman is merely a woman," while the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. She is only concerned with whether the pastries are delectable. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Jin's lips curled ever so slightly at Feng Zhu's words. Tanyan stepped forward, placing a delicate piece of jade-green pastry onto the small dish in front of Feng Zhu. Taking a bite, Feng Zhu nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is sweet and delectable." With a smile, she turned her gaze towards Feng Yi. "Third brother, won't you have a taste? I shall pass, if you enjoy it." "Please indulge," Feng Yi replied dismissively, attempting to resume his conversation with Feng Jin. Feng Zhu interjected, "Third brother, why focus on the delicacies of others when you could savor the treats before you?" "What do you mean by that, Zhu?" Feng Zhu's calm gaze settled on the few individuals confronting each other in the gathering, her lips curving into an elegant and composed smile. "What third brother refers to as appeasing His Majesty is beyond my understanding. I merely observe that Lord Heng, the Duke of Nanhou, is the maternal uncle of the crown prince, while Lord Chu, the Duke of Zhongrui, is the cousin of General Chu. Their involvement is quite reasonable. Yet, the Pei family, the crown prince's wife's kin, has yet to voice their stance. What position does our Feng family hold in this matter? If I were the one being wronged today, it would be only natural for third brother to intervene." The lofty emperor, initially caught in the turmoil, now finds himself unwittingly entangled with the Heng and Chu families, becoming a mere spectator in this unfolding drama. The rivalry among noble families is perhaps what every emperor secretly relishes. Regrettably, Feng Yi's ambition blinds him to these subtleties. His attention is drawn solely to the sarcasm in Feng Zhu's final remark, prompting him to retort, "What does a mere woman understand?" Feng Zhu, however, seized the moment and addressed Feng Jin ahead. "Father, a Jew has tasted this jadeite cake, and it bears the flavor of the finest Qingshan tea, your favorite. Pray, do tell if a Jew's words are amiss?" This succinct remark was laden with double entendre. A flicker of displeasure crossed Feng Yi's eyes. Yet he maintained a faade of humility, nodding in acquiescence. "It is my nephew's consideration that has fallen short." "A Jew?" "Yes, father. This outing is solely to ensure your comfort and rejuvenation. Should you wish to indulge in any pursuits or delicacies, do so freely, though your mother is not present. Your father and several uncles from our clan are here, and your third brother will look after you. You need not harbor any concerns." The daughter understood. Was this an insinuation that she was free to pursue her desires without restraint? The figure of sublime elegance before her appeared as a formidable barrier, shielding her from the tumultuous conflicts of the world. stirring a tumult of emotions within her. The situation ahead remained in a stalemate, with an increasing number of civil and military officials embroiled in the fray. Chapter 89. A magnificent reward page Ye remarked. Gentlemen, the vice assistant was merely jesting. You are taking it far too seriously. His Majesty has allotted but a single day for this hunt. So do take your seats promptly and enjoy the display of talent from our esteemed successors of the Jin dynasty. Chu Ao, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance over the assembly, ready to speak, when a familiar voice interjected. General Chu, His Majesty's leniency is a testament to royal grace. Yet one must not forget the decorum expected in the presence of the sovereign. Jesting should not transgress the bounds of propriety. The voice, calm and unperturbed, possessed an undeniable charm that commanded both respect and admiration. Chu Ao abruptly pressed his lips together, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Feng Jin. Accustomed to arrogance, he held most of those present in contempt, perceiving them as mere schemers who, when faced with the iron cavalry of Beihu, would only scream and flee. Yet, there was something about Feng Jin, a scholar lacking martial prowess, that compelled him to afford 3 parts of respect. With a hearty laugh, he tossed his bow and arrows to his servant. Enough, enough. Having spent long in the military, I seldom gather with esteemed colleagues. Thus, I made a jest. I hope your Majesty will not hold my roughness against me. The Emperor of Jin, already accustomed to such behavior, responded with a chuckle. The general is forthright. How could I be unaware of that? It is precisely this quality that I admire. Turning to the Crown Prince, he added, General Chu is the pillar of our Jin. You must seek his counsel in the future. The Crown Prince promptly replied, Yes, I shall remember that. The Emperor then addressed his ministers. Gentlemen, please return to your seats. He surveyed the young men clad in fitted attire among the male guests, his spirits lifted as he remarked, It seems there are quite a number of talented individuals participating in today's hunt. It was then that Xiao Wan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I have heard that Father Emperor has prepared a substantial reward for the victor. Might we, your humble sons, be fortunate enough to glimpse it beforehand? Following his words, Feng Ju noticed a fleeting glance directed at him, one that bore a hint of mockery. The emperor called out, Chang Zhong. Yes, replied Chang Zhong, the head of the inner palace. He gestured, and at once, attendants appeared bearing lacquered wooden frames or gilded trays. Chang Zhong lifted the crimson satin one by one, revealing a splendid array of golden reins, silver saddles, white jade whips, and purple gold bells, showcasing an entire set of horse gear that was both luxurious and dazzling. A true marvel of craftsmanship. The onlookers were captivated, their expressions filled with awe and desire. The display of wealth and opulence was indeed a prevalent trend during the era of the Jin dynasty, and the emperor was no exception. He relished the reactions of those present, feeling quite pleased. This exquisite set of horse gear was crafted by skilled artisans over 3 years, and today, I present it as a reward for the victor. The air was soon filled with exclamations of admiration. Feng Qingwan could not help but murmur, This set of horse gear is truly magnificent. Your Majesty's reward this time is unparalleled in history. If one could ride out accompanied by a white steed, what a grand sight that would be. Oh, Sister Wan, do you ride as well? Feng Ju slightly turned her face. Feng Qingwan was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Ju, please do not mock me. I am rather clumsy and cannot possibly learn such skills. At this moment, Tanyan interjected, Miss Lady Wan is merely being modest. Her equestrian skills are exceptional among the young ladies of Hualing City. Oh, is it possible for women to learn archery and horsemanship beyond the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Feng Ju was genuinely unaware, having always thought that women in the Jin dynasty aspired to a frail and delicate demeanor, utterly avoiding such activities. Feng Qingwan had always conveyed this notion to her. Chapter 90. The auspicious white deer. Feng Qingwan felt a twinge of resentment towards Tang Yun for opposing her, and a flicker of shadow passed through her otherwise sparkling eyes. Tan Yun smiled and remarked, A woman should adhere to her proper role and master the 4 arts. However, those notions belong to a bygone era. In recent years, I have often heard of the noble women of northern Yen, each proficient in horsemanship. Those enchanting ladies, perched upon their steeds, move with a grace that rivals the soaring swallow, radiating an almost ethereal brilliance. At this point, her voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, revealing that the beloved empress, whom His Majesty has cherished for years, was a master equestrian as well. The former empress remains a taboo subject within the palace, and people generally refrained from discussing her openly. Feng Qingwan spoke softly. AJ, I refrained from sharing this with you before, fearing you might recklessly disregard your health. Now that you are willing to venture out, once your health improves, I shall personally teach you. With your intelligence, I believe that given time, you will surpass all others. Concern for her well-being? Perhaps it is more a fear that she may acquire too much knowledge, no longer remaining a frog in a well, easily manipulated by them. Thank you, Sister Wan. But I have grown accustomed to staying at home and have little interest in writing. Feng interjected, it matters not whether you learn or not. AJ's frail constitution is indeed unsuitable for such endeavors. AJ is the legitimate eldest daughter of our Feng family, even if she possesses no skills. Who would dare to belittle her? He was undoubtedly a protective older brother. Tan Yun, fearing that Feng Jie might be misled by the siblings, was about to speak when suddenly, a hand gently rested upon her hand. She looked up in surprise at Feng Jie, only to find her eyes sparkling with laughter, unfathomably deep. In that instant, Tan Yun realized that Feng Jie must possess an extraordinary clarity of mind, and she couldn't help but smile in return, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, the eldest daughter is no longer the same as before. What is there for her to worry about? At this moment, the third prince, Xiao Cheng, rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Father, does this so-called victory still depend on the number of captured prey as usual? This question was quite astute. Emperor Jin replied with a mysterious smile. Indeed, my dear Cheng, you are only partially correct. Partially correct? Indeed. The primary reason I have chosen this location for the hunt is that I have received reports of a white deer sighting in this area. A white deer? Xiao Cheng exclaimed with delight. Then I must congratulate you, Father. Historically, the white deer has symbolized the emperor's virtue and divine auspice. The appearance of a white deer at the onset of spring foretells that under your governance, our great Jin shall flourish in peace and prosperity. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jin was greatly pleased. Cheng, you are becoming increasingly eloquent. A reward for you. Thank you, Father. The honor of receiving the first prize is indeed a tremendous glory. Feng Ju, while sipping her tea, glanced between Xiao Wan and the crown prince. In her opinion, the third prince, whose mind was filled with thoughts of beauty, might not possess such quick wit. This speech was likely instigated by Xiao Wan, who had discreetly gathered favorable news for him to remember. Chapter 91. Fire and Flames in the Crown Prince's Palace. 3,000 attendants could not compete with the backing of one Xiao Wan for the third prince. The esteemed concubine Shu, seeing her son make an appearance before the emperor, cast a triumphant glance at Empress Heng. Your Majesty, can anyone truly claim victory by capturing this white deer? Empress Heng replied coolly, Your Highness, you are mistaken. Since the white deer is regarded as an auspicious sign, how could it be so casually hunted? Would that not be a sign of disrespect to His Majesty? Your Majesty, I did not imply the act of hunting as a slaughter. The very thought of such a brutal and disrespectful deed is beyond my imagination. What I meant was to pursue without the intent to kill. The Emperor of Jin responded, Indeed, my beloved consort, your words resonate perfectly with my own sentiments. To hunt without harming, and to nurture within the palace, would be ideal. Alas, it is said that this white deer possesses mystical qualities, elusive in nature, with few having laid eyes upon it. Those who have attempted to capture it have suffered inexplicable injuries, as if struck by divine retribution. I ponder, perhaps this white deer is indeed a celestial creature, a sight seldom granted to mortals. Therefore, should anyone succeed in capturing this spirit deer today, I shall bestow upon them this exquisite set of horse gear, along with a further request of their choosing. If no one succeeds, we shall revert to our usual practice, where the victor shall be determined by the number of captured game, with the same horse gear as reward, albeit without any additional offers. The attendees had all heard tales of those who had been grievously injured in their attempts to capture the spirit deer. The quest for such a celestial being was fraught with peril, and no one was willing to pay a hefty price for it. Yet, even the secondary condition of merely obtaining a set of horse gear was an enticing reward that drew eager participants. The emperor raised his hand, declaring, Those who wish to partake in the hunt may set out at this moment. All the noble youths rose, filling the atmosphere with excitement. Xiao Wan wove through the crowd and approached Feng Jin, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, may I borrow a moment of a Jew's time for a private discussion? Your Highness, as this is a Jew's first participation in such an event, it would be best for her to be accompanied by Qing Wan, Feng Qingwan interjected, preparing to accompany them as well. Yet, the faint voice of Xiao Wan drifted over, No need, just step aside for a moment. I will take good care of a Jew. Feng Qingwan gazed in astonishment at the two departing figures, her heart filled with unease. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Wan's demeanor towards Feng Zhu seemed markedly different from before. What had transpired between them? Did the prince aspire to mimic a moth drawn to the flame? Feng Zhu toyed with the fragrant fan in her hand, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded the nobleman before her, who resembled a celestial phoenix soaring through the azure sky. She had previously warned him to keep his distance. A glimmer of mirth danced in the corners of Xiao Wan's warm eyes. Even if you truly are a blazing fire, how can you be certain that I am merely a fragile moth? The phoenix and the firebirds soar through the flames. Perhaps we are destined to be together. Feng Zhu scoffed inwardly. There is indeed fire, but it is you who have thrust me into a sea of deep-seated enmity. The prince has summoned me under the pretense of a private conversation, merely to convey this? It is evidently you who brought up a Jew first. What I wish to express is that while a white deer may be elusive, ordinary deer are still within reach. I can procure as much deer blood as you require for a Jew. The fact that she was summoned to discuss deer blood indicates that Yun Dai has already divulged the secret involving the deer blood scheme against the Lin family to Feng Qingwan. How swift the betrayal. Has the prince sought me out to avenge Sister Wan? Chapter 92. Serving as a matchmaker. A Jew is destined to be my future imperial consort. Xiao Wan regarded Feng Zhu with a smile, which to onlookers might appear profoundly affectionate, yet to Feng Zhu, it was unmistakably mockery. Feng Zhu lifted her gaze, an elegant smile gracing her lips, yet it concealed an unmistakable provocation. As for the deer blood, it is unnecessary. Should your highness sincerely wish to bestow a gift upon me, I would prefer the royal harness set that belongs to his majesty. Of course, it must be personally won by your highness and presented to me in person, for only then would it hold true value. Given your highness's capabilities, this task should be a mere trifle. I fear, however, that it is not a matter of ability, but rather of courage. Having spoken, she disregarded Xiao Wan's inscrutable gaze and gracefully turned away. It is an undeniable truth that Xiao Wan harbors ambitions for the throne. As the most distinguished prince in both strategy and valor, he is, however, hindered by the lack of a formidable maternal lineage, causing him to refrain from displaying his brilliance and instead remain in the shadow of the third prince, Xiao Cheng, relinquishing all glory to others. A most lamentable predicament indeed. Striking at the heart of the matter, she aimed to touch upon Xiao Wan's vulnerabilities. Feng Zhu gazed at the verdant mountains, murmuring to herself, should I tempt fate as well? Feng Zhu. Suddenly, a voice called her name, and there approached Princess Wen. Not far behind her, a throng of noble young ladies cast various glances in their direction, among them Feng Qingwan. Beside them lay several desks adorned with sheets of pristine white rice paper, while maidservants busily bent over to grind ink. Feng Zhu opened and closed her sandalwood fan, seemingly indifferent as she observed Princess Wen, whose subtly smiling eyes left one guessing her thoughts. Abruptly, she let out a light, involuntary laugh. What brings you joy? Princess Wen furrowed her brow. Feng Zhu, seemingly lost in contemplation, glanced at Feng Qingwan in the distance and remarked, might I conjecture that the poetry gathering is perhaps the princess's design? Princess Wen scoffed. If you lack the courage, then just admit it instead of dancing around with meaningless words. Feng Zhu shook his head. I merely wished to remind the princess not to weave a wedding gown for another. Moreover, she had not come here today to partake in any poetry gathering. He whispered behind Feng Zhu, Miss, the head of the family has granted permission. Feng Zhu nodded slightly. I appreciate the princess's company, but I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Halt. Feng Zhu, are you succumbing to fear? The princess thought to herself. If she believes this to be true, then so be it. Overwhelmed by this imposing presence, Princess Wen could only watch helplessly as Feng Zhu departed. Her red brocade gown resembled the most resplendent hues of the evening sky, elegant and lofty as she gracefully moved away. The more Princess Wen observed, the more envy welled within her. After all, she was the esteemed royal princess. Yet why should she be constrained by a mere noblewoman? Feng Zhu, I shall not let you off easily. Chapter 93. Assassination and ambush. Though the noblewomen could not hear the exchange between the two, they displayed disdainful expressions upon witnessing Feng Zhu abandon Princess Wen. Chu Rao approached Feng Qingwan's side and deliberately spoke in a loud voice. It seems your legitimate cousin truly lacks the talent for poetry, just as you claimed. She likely dared not show her face. Feng Qingwan replied softly. A Jew has always been frail. Her uncle and aunt have doted on her, unwilling to force her into learning. This is simply a circumstance beyond her control. So please do not mock her, it would sadden her. Chu Rao shot her a glance. You are too kind, which is why you are bullied by them at home. Feng Qingwan smiled bitterly, reflecting, living under the roof of another. How dare one complain? Yet her thoughts dwelled on. Feng Ju, you have offended the overbearing and venomous Princess Wuan. I shall observe how you navigate this circle henceforth, like a fish in water. Feng Ju resolved to lead a group into the mountains for a hunt. She left Tang Yun at the viewing platform, taking only Wei Shi by her side. Wei Shi hesitated repeatedly, saying, Miss, She intended to express her inadequacy, believing that bringing along Aunt Tan would be far more beneficial than her presence. However, her words were halted by Feng Ju's sharp, indifferent gaze. Feng Ju replied, no matter how capable Aunt Tan may be, she is still my mother's aide. The one who will serve me in the long run is you. If you continue to regard yourself as incompetent, my Wutong courtyard shall not keep you. She was acutely aware of the perilous and arduous path that lay ahead and recognized the necessity of having someone by her side who was not only loyal but also efficient in their duties. It was not feasible for her to rely on her mother for assistance each time, irrespective of whether her mother might belittle her. She herself could not afford to hold herself in disdain. Wei Shi's complexion turned pale, yet she refrained from uttering another word. Zuoling silently observed this scene, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Feng Ju inquired, Zuoling, have you found any news regarding the matter I asked you to investigate? Zuoling responded, indeed, the emperor has brought Mu Rongjue with him, though the exact location of his tent remains unknown. With a shake of his head, he lamented, even now, he is yet to make an appearance. One wonders how the emperor intends to humiliate him. Feng Ju remarked coolly, heaven bestows great responsibilities upon certain individuals. The more he is capable of enduring now, the stronger he shall become in the future. Mu Rongjue, you must not let me down. Come, let us seek the trail of the white deer. Zuoling chuckled wryly. Miss, the white deer is not easily found. I am aware, hence I do not insist. Whether we find it or not is in the hands of fate. A dozen guards had been dispatched to track the white deer, leaving only Zuoling to protect her. With many participants in the hunt today, the white deer would not willingly fall into a trap. Thus, Feng Ju headed towards the less populated areas. As they ventured deeper, the path became increasingly rugged and difficult, the sounds of hooves and flying arrows gradually receding, while the surroundings grew more serene and tranquil. Zuoling cautioned, Miss, if we proceed any further, we will exit the hunting grounds. No sooner had he spoken than an unsettling sensation washed over him. Be careful, he shouted as an arrow was loosed towards Feng Ju. She barely had time to react. Darkness enveloped her as Zuoling leaped in front, deflecting the incoming arrow with his sword. Though the arrow failed to strike, approximately 7 or 8 masked figures emerged from the woods. Feng Ju cast a swift glance and decisively commanded, Zuoling, this place is yours to guard. Rest assured, miss. Zuoling replied confidently, a smile gracing his face. The cloak he wore was strikingly honey-colored on one side, while the other was adorned with intricately embroidered foliage, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, making him nearly undetectable. Wei Shi looked at her in astonishment. Miss, did you foresee an encounter with assassins? This is not the time for conversation. We must move. In this lifetime, she vowed never to be a mere dependent on others. The sound of a babbling brook echoed from the edge of the forest, and her surroundings began to expand. My lady, it will be difficult to find concealment further ahead. Fear not. Feng Ju quickly surveyed the environment. Suddenly, a flock of birds burst forth from the thicket on the low slope. She gazed at the distant birds for a long moment, and then a realization struck her. Grabbing Wei Shi, she dashed towards the low slope, and indeed, beneath the azure stones, they discovered a cave ample enough for two to hide. How did the young lady know there was a cave to conceal themselves? Peering through the gaps in the branches for a while, and seeing no figures in black pursuing them, Wei Shi finally whispered a question. Feng Ju replied, I have encountered that flock of birds in a book. They do not nest in trees, but seek out secluded hollows on the hillsides. In truth, she could not be entirely certain, but she was willing to take a chance. So that was it. But who could be plotting against the young lady? At that moment, Feng Ju suddenly covered Wei Shi's mouth. Hush, do not speak. Wei Shi immediately turned to look, and beheld a figure clad in black approaching in the open space ahead, brandishing a sword to hack at the surrounding branches. Due to the vigorous movements, The hem of the assassin's cloak snagged on a branch, revealing a glimpse of pale crimson satin and a red sash. Fengju scrutinized the sight intently for a while, convinced she had not misjudged. The pale crimson official attire belonged exclusively to a fifth-rank official, while the red sash was designated for military officers. A smirk of derision crept across Fengju's lips. This assassin was no ordinary foe. As the cold light of the long sword loomed dangerously close, Wei Shi inhaled sharply. Had it not been for Fengju's firm hand clasping her mouth, she would have undoubtedly let out a scream. "My lord, be cautious." The sudden exclamation startled the cloaked assailant, causing him to halt his advance and vanish into the depths of the forest. Wei Shi felt her strength drain away. The only sensation remaining was the chill of the hand covering her mouth. With the departure of the dark-clad figure, they were temporarily safe. Yet others might not share the same fate. In the clearing ahead, a group of servants was escorting a young gentleman as they retreated. The earlier shout had evidently come from them, and behind them, a band of pursuers relentlessly pursued. In an instant, the two factions clashed fiercely, each intent on annihilating the other. However, the young gentleman remained unfazed, his flowing sleeves and spirited demeanor suggesting he was more preoccupied with the two fish he held than the peril at hand. Fengju, perplexed, wondered why Lu Lulang was being hunted as well. Just as the servants of the Lu family seemed to gain the upper hand, Fengju caught sight of a shadowy figure lurking in the brush behind Lu Maohong, an archer preparing to strike at his back. Should she intervene or remain passive? Chapter 95. Hung Lang Lan. After a moment of deliberation, Fengju clenched her fists and shouted, "Lulang, watch your back." In a critical instant, a longsword flew through the air, piercing the heart of the archer, while the arrow he had loosed fell short, landing a mere 3 paces from Lu Maohong. Wei Shi exclaimed with delight, "Miss, it is Master Zhu Jian. We are safe. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for rescuing my husband. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "The Lu family shall undoubtedly offer profound gratitude in return." "The Lu family? The illustrious Lu family of Hualing?" The family servant, brimming with pride, affirmed, "Indeed. It is the Lu family of Hualing. The individual you have saved is our esteemed sixth master. The 4 prominent families of Wan, Lu, Chui, and Wei stand as noble clans, just subordinate to the 4 great families of Feng, Pei, Hung, and Chu. Moreover, Lu is the most illustrious among the younger generation of the Lu family." The servants had anticipated that Zhuo Ling would be overjoyed, yet to their surprise, he merely replied with indifference, "I am but fulfilling my duty. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards my master." With that, he strode purposefully towards Fengju's hiding place. Zhuo Ling felt remiss, having caused the young lady to be alarmed. Fengju emerged, supported by Mei Shi, moving with grace, her attire and hair impeccably arranged. I was momentarily puzzled as to which family could boast such a poised and skilled swordsman, only to realize she hailed from the Yu family. At that moment, Lu Maohong radiated vitality, having shed his previous despondency. Fengju's eyes sparkled as she did not bow, but instead smiled, as if they were ordinary friends. "What joy it is to encounter Sixth Master here once again. I trust you are well?" "Indeed, quite well." Lu Maohong assessed Fengju from head to toe, noting that her concealment among the trees suggested she too had faced an unexpected ordeal, yet there was no trace of disarray. His impression of her improved further. He jested, "Fengju, our last meeting was fraught with danger, and here we are again in similar circumstances. What a peculiar fate we share. Surely it is a fortuitous destiny." "Fortuitous? Is it not a fateful entanglement?" Lu Maohong gazed at her with great enthusiasm. Fengju's smile held profound significance. In their second encounter, what was destined to happen would inevitably unfold. Yet, it was precisely because of Lulang and Aju's meeting that both of us emerged unscathed from danger. Is this not a stroke of fortune? Upon hearing this, Lu Maohong couldn't help but raise his chin and laugh towards the azure stones atop the low slope, exclaiming, "Lanji, oh Lanji." Listen to how eloquently this lady from the Feng family speaks, claiming all credit for herself. In other words, they had just been hiding beneath that person. In that moment of peril, it was indeed the fair maiden who bravely spoke up to save him. "Maohong, you shall not forget this life-saving grace." Her voice was as warm as jade, rich as fine wine, with a subtle rasp that caressed the heart like delicate sand. Just a single utterance made one's heart race uncontrollably. As he rose and stood upon the azure stone, leisurely turning around, only 8 words lingered in Fengju's mind. The sky is vast, the earth is broad, the clouds are light, and the breeze is gentle. He seemed like the warmest ray of sunlight, the most carefree wisp of breeze, wandering freely through the realms of heaven and earth, unbound by anyone or anything. If Moronjou brought forth a striking brilliance akin to breaking clouds under the moon, then this individual resembled an aged fine wine, intoxicating the heart through leisurely sips. Lu Maohong introduced Feng Ju, saying, "This is Hung Lanji from the Hung family of Hualing, Hung 11. Do you know Aju?" Chapter 96, A Second Rescue. Hung Lanji? Feng Ju's heart stirred, and she found herself increasingly captivated. So this is Hung Xiao, Hung Lanji, the man destined to become the husband of the Princess of Wuan. Mocked by the world under a canopy of green clouds, he met an untimely demise merely 2 years after his marriage, a fate orchestrated by the treacherous alliance of his cousin and Princess Wuan. In a previous life, when Feng Qingwan spoke of these events, Feng Ju surmised that Hung Lan must have been a cowardly and inept individual, yet she was unprepared for the revelation of his unparalleled charm and charisma. Hung Sha keenly observed Feng Ju, taking note of the fleeting expressions of compassion, confusion, and regret that danced across her face as she regarded him. Suppressing his unusual feelings, he smiled and said, "My dear, we meet again." "Again?" Feng Ju replied, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. Lu Maohong chimed in with a grin. "Does a Jew still remember the life-saving grace on Chaoyang Street?" Feng Ju's eyes widened in realization. The one who threw the cup to save me that day was. Lu Maohong nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was Lan Ji. As Feng Ju prepared to express her gratitude, Hung Sha had already approached, gently supporting her. "But you have already thanked her that day, haven't you? Though the debt of that day was duly acknowledged, the debt of today remains unspoken." "Oh?" Hung Sha regarded her with intrigue. Feng Ju continued, "Startled birds take flight, revealing their hiding places. If not for someone's deliberate intervention, how could the flock have taken wing precisely at that moment?" At that moment, Lu Maohong waved the fish in his hand and declared, with all this back-and-forth gratitude, "It seems we three need do nothing else today. Look, the fish I caught myself, though besieged by bothersome mosquitoes, this outing for fishing has certainly not been in vain. Why don't the three of us gather by the nearby stream, kindle a fire, savor the succulent fish, and relish exquisite wine? What a delightful prospect." Having just endured a harrowing assassination attempt, such thoughts arise. Indeed, these distinguished gentlemen possess hearts as vast as the ocean. Feng Ju expressed his apologies, saying, "Sixth brother, your generous invitation should not be declined, yet my purpose for this outing was solely to partake in the hunt, so I must take my leave." "Are you participating in the hunt? You a lady?" For reasons unknown, Lu Maohong's expression abruptly darkened, not out of mockery, but with an inexplicable ire. Hung Sha, in a gentle tone, clarified, "As spring arrives and blossoms bloom, it is the season for birds and beasts to procreate, and thus, hunting at this time may seem somewhat cruel. Maohong's anger is directed towards His Majesty, not towards you." Feng Ju cast a glance at the two, spreading her sleeves, and inquired, "Sixth brother, how much game do you think I could catch?" Hung Sha chuckled softly. Lu Maohong glared at her for a brief moment, but soon could not suppress a smile, exclaiming, in such a guise, "It would be a stroke of luck if you're not mistaken for prey and met with an unfortunate mishap. Yet, knowing this, why do you still venture into the mountains?" "For the white deer." "The white deer?" Lu Maohong's gaze discreetly shifted toward Hung Sha, pondering something. Feng Ju nodded, stating, "His Majesty mentioned that whoever can find this white deer in the mountains shall be granted one wish." Lu Maohong, even more perplexed, asked, "You have a request of His Majesty? What is it? Perhaps we could assist you." However, Feng Ju had no intention of divulging her request, merely smiling and saying, "Sixth brother, please do not take offense." Hung Sha replied with a faint smile, "Since you seek a favor from His Majesty, it is likely that even the esteemed Yuzai would find it challenging, and common folk would be utterly powerless." Lu Maohong's peculiar gaze swept once more between the two. Shaking his head with a self-satisfied air, Feng Jia, "I advise you to abandon this notion. That white deer is undoubtedly beyond anyone's reach." Chapter 97, Hidden Intentions. His declaration was made with utmost certainty, as if he possessed some hidden knowledge, which aroused Feng Ju's suspicion. Just as he finished speaking, Hung Sha, with a smile, interjected, "That may not necessarily be the case." Lu Maohong looked at Hung Sha in disbelief, causing the fish in his hands to drop onto the grass. "Lanji, you." Hung Sha then produced a bamboo whistle from within his robes, and the clear sound echoed into the distance. Before long, A spirit deer leapt gracefully across the stream. Its gaze as clear as the water and its coat as pure as winter snow, truly a sight of extraordinary beauty. It turned out that the legendary white deer was cared for by Lord Wang. At this moment, Feng Zhu finally comprehended why those who sought to hunt the white deer had suffered inexplicable injuries. It was not the manifestation of some celestial being, but rather the handiwork of Heng Lanji's subordinates. Lu Maohong hurried to the side of the white deer, exclaiming, "Lanji, you truly care for it?" Heng Sha gently caressed the white deer and stepped before Feng Zhu, saying, "This white deer is not privately raised by me, but it is indeed my friend." He lifted Feng Zhu's hand and placed the bamboo whistle into her palm, slowly closing her fingers around it. His long fingers, slightly calloused, evoked a gentle tingling sensation against her skin. Instinctively, Feng Zhu wanted to withdraw her hand, yet, noting the other's seemingly ambiguous demeanor coupled with an open and sincere expression, she feared her actions might be misconstrued as overly sentimental, thus avoiding him would only lead to awkwardness. She tightened her grip on the bamboo whistle and earnestly declared, "I shall forever remember your kindness, Lord Wang." The gentle smile of Heng Sha is warm and inviting. "My dear, we shall meet again." As I watch Feng Zhu and his servant depart into the distance, Lu Maohong contemplates Heng Sha with an expression of deep thought, repeatedly clicking his tongue in astonishment. "Lanji, have you consumed the cold food powder?" "Not at all." "Then why have your recent actions been so peculiar? Everyone claims you are surrounded by enchanting beauties, indulging in the pleasures of life. Yet I know you are merely a fleeting observer of the blossoms, disdainfully avoiding any contact. How is it that you have become entangled with this Feng family, Sa.Ju?" Lu Mahong suddenly gasps in surprise. "Lanji, could it be that you have developed feelings?" Heng Sha gazes into the distance with profound eyes, her disheveled hair dancing in the wind, creating a captivating scene. She gently exhales a few words. "You were once a beauty." Wei Shi stands in stunned silence, her eyes filled with reverence as she watches Feng Zhu. "Miss, you truly displayed the demeanor of a distinguished scholar just now. You are not at all inferior to Lady Wan." Feng Zhu remains silent. Her earlier display, including the deliberate imitation of a scholar's manner of speaking and her intentional disregard for social conventions, even risking detection by an assassin to warn Lulu Lang, was not born of genuine goodwill. Every action was meticulously calculated, driven by intention. She seeks the approval of these scholars, yearning to bridge the gap to a circle that would elevate her reputation and earn her respect. Yet, she is acutely aware that her efforts are still clumsy, and she remains far from that esteemed circle. "Zuoling, in your encounter with the assassin, did you uncover any clues?" Zuoling spoke in a low voice. "All are seasoned warriors. The hunting grounds are under strict surveillance, and outsiders cannot possibly intrude. This indicates that these individuals were integrated into the entourage early on. I have just searched them, and they are garbed in the ceremonial attire of the Eastern Palace's guards. Naturally, we cannot dismiss the possibility that someone might deliberately frame the Eastern Palace." Feng Zhu smiled gently. "That cannot be. For the guards accompanying the Eastern Palace must be the prince's trusted confidants. How could His Highness allow outsiders to infiltrate so easily? The most trusted fifth-rank military officer of the Eastern Palace is." Chapter 98. An unusual turn of events. The Prince's Guard. Zuowei Shui Heng Jiang and Yuwei Shui Heng Tao, both are scions of the Queen's family, leading the military and ceremonial guards of the Eastern Palace. Upon finishing, Zuoling could not help but glance at Feng Zhu. The young lady seemed to suggest that the fleeing leader of the assassins was. Meeting Feng Zhu's resolute gaze, he affirmed, "It appears that the only one accompanying the prince today is Yuwei Shui Heng Tao." Feng Zhu chuckled leisurely. "See, His Majesty has just bestowed upon me a marriage proposal, and already someone begins to feel uneasy." She thought with a hint of mischief, should I reveal this matter to Xiao Wan or not? At this moment, Xiao Wan was still in the woods, leading her people in the hunt. Just an hour had passed, yet the guards' horses were laden with a bountiful harvest. However, Xiao Wan remained tireless, drawing her bow and knocking arrows, as if flames burned within her gentle gaze. No need for deer blood. If His Highness truly wishes to present a Jew with a gift, then let it be the set of horse gear from His Majesty. Of course, it must be won by His Highness himself and presented to me in person to count. With His Highness's capabilities, this is but a trivial matter. My only fear is that His Highness is not incapable, but rather hesitant. For many years, he has cultivated his character and grown accustomed to forbearance. Yet today he finds himself easily provoked by Feng Zhu, stirring the long-suppressed indignation within him. What significance do Crown Prince Xiao Jun and Third Prince Xiao Qing hold? Even a mere young woman like Feng Ju dares to look down upon him. Thus, he shall demonstrate his prowess, not just to her, but to all. With a swift release of an arrow, a mournful cry is heard, and yet another wild fox falls to the ground. The guards exchanged glances. Among them, a young man with his hair tied in a silk ribbon furrowed his brow and rode forward. Your Highness, please consider restraint. Do you truly intend to compete with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince for supremacy? Xiao Wan's gaze shot sharply towards the youth, his voice cold as ice. What if I do? Having endured in silence for so long, laboring for others' gains, I have had enough. The youth, taken aback by his unusual demeanor today, positioned his horse in front of him. Please, Your Highness, remain calm, since you have already borne it for many years. What harm is there in enduring just a little longer? Sun Jia, if you dare to obstruct me again, I shall shoot you down as well. Li Sun Jia swiftly drew the long sword from his mount and positioned it against his own neck. As a humble scholar, having received Your Highness's favor, he earnestly hoped to assist in realizing Your Highness's grand ambitions. Yet now, seeing that even His Highness is willing to abandon a promising future, Sun Jia feels that his life holds no purpose. If Your Highness insists on this course, then I shall spare you the trouble of taking action. With that, he cruelly drew a line of blood across his neck. The vivid crimson stain provoked Xiao Wan, awakening a sudden epiphany within him. Suddenly, he commanded the guards behind him. Send half of the prey I have captured to my third royal brother. Li Sun Jia finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Your Highness is indeed wise. Yet, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, What brings about such a change today? This is not your usual demeanor. Xiao Wan's gaze was as profound as a well, yet he remained silent. Chapter 99. The elegant script. Feng Qingwan observed that both Zhuo Ling and Wei Shi were empty-handed and could not help but chuckle. Ah Ju, you have been away for so long. Did you achieve anything? Feng Ju moistened his lips with fruit wine and replied, Naturally, I have had some gains. Stepping outside has lifted my spirits considerably. A trace of sarcasm flickered across Feng Qingwan's lips. What spirits? That is merely an excuse for your lack of success. Tan Yun cast a cold glance at Feng Qingwan and smiled. That is just as well. The young lady has come out today merely to seek solace. And a cheerful mood is indeed the greatest reward. Noticing her gaze lingering on him, Feng Ju grasped her hand reassuringly. Aunt, do not worry. Only then did Tan Yun nod in satisfaction. Indeed. At this moment, Empress Hung, seated in her esteemed position, received a scroll and began to read aloud. Spring enters the riverside willows, flowers bloom upon the water's raft. A cup of wine in the east wind. In the new year, I think of home alone. Ah, it seems this poem, Early Spring Walk, undoubtedly stands as the foremost among today's verses, she concluded. The Jin Emperor nodded in approval, smiling as he asked, Which esteemed young lady composed this? Consort Chu, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with a smile, Your Majesty. Must we even ask? One gazes upon this calligraphy as one would admire a beautiful maiden gracing the stage, a celestial being casting shadows. In the entirety of Hualing City, who else could possibly craft such exquisite and authentic Lihua small script? Ah, yes, how could I forget? This Lihua small script is the unique creation of the esteemed Taifu's daughter. To nurture such a talented woman, the Feng family truly lives up to its reputation as a house of literary saints. The mention of the Taifu's daughter may lead one to mistakenly believe that Feng Qingwan is the biological offspring of the Taifu. Feng Ju observed quietly, noticing that nearly everyone present accepted this notion without question, and he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smirk. Surely, Feng Qingwan must be feeling quite proud at this moment. Indeed, in the next instant, Feng Qingwan rose from her seat and gracefully approached, bowing deeply. I, the humble daughter Feng Qingwan, express my gratitude to Your Majesty and Her Highness for the generous praise. I have merely toiled day and night, attempting to emulate my uncle's calligraphy, yet have struggled to capture its essence, inadvertently giving rise to this Lihua script, which hardly deserves to grace such an elegant gathering. A young lady of such remarkable talent is rare enough, but to possess such humility and decorum is indeed reminiscent of the Taifu's esteemed demeanor. Please rise and speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just as Empress Hung was about to speak, a sudden sharp sound rang out abruptly. Empress Heng's expression shifted, commanding presence without anger. Princess Wuan. What are you doing? Princess Wuan, having discarded her broken brush, wore an expression of dissatisfaction. At that moment, witnessing Feng Qingwan basking in the limelight, she finally comprehended the meaning behind Feng Zhu's earlier words. She had been used as a stepping stone for Feng Qingwan to shine. Princess Wuan clenched her teeth for a moment before suddenly donning a radiant smile. Rising, she addressed her father. Father, you just mentioned the daughter of the Grand Tutor's family. It has come to my attention that although Feng Qingwan hails from the Feng family, she is not the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor of Hualing. Today, among us is indeed a bona fide daughter of the Grand Tutor's lineage. If a daughter from the collateral branch possesses such remarkable talents, then surely the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor must be even more eloquent and accomplished. Why not invite her to compose a poem as well? To engage in a friendly contest? Indeed, she voiced her thoughts. This remark targeted both Feng Qingwan and Feng Zhu. However, the true intent of Princess Wuan is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, inadvertently, she has managed to vindicate Feng Zhu in front of all the esteemed figures of the capital. While talent can be cultivated, without a well-known and respected lineage, one struggles to make their way in the status-conscious city of Hualing. Empress Heng observed that Feng Zhu had taken her seat without a scratch upon her, her expression shifting in surprise. How could this be? Under the scrutiny of all, Feng Zhu beamed with spring-like warmth, first bowing respectfully to the emperor and empress before speaking slowly. Princess, little do you know that mountains have their heights and waters their depths. Just as you and my esteemed cousin are both crowned as the elite among the noble women of the city, my cousin, though unmatched in calligraphy, cannot compare to your noble bearing, which is inherently regal and unpretentious, while she can only aspire to your stature. Moreover, the princess's residence is known for welcoming gifted individuals, and her virtuous reputation far exceeds that of any noble lady in the city. I, Aju, am indeed unworthy and dare not vie for brilliance with the princess and my cousin. In an instant, everyone was taken aback, not merely startled, but utterly flabbergasted. Feng Zhu's words, though seemingly humble, extolled Princess Wuan and her cousin to such celestial heights that it was incongruous upon further reflection. While it was true that Princess Wuan welcomed numerous guests, it was widely known that these guests were her trusted confidants and subjects. By contrast, Feng Qingwan, lacking the princess's noble demeanor and authenticity, seemed to imply that she hailed from a lesser lineage, lacking sophistication. Just then, General Chuao, unable to contain himself, erupted in laughter, expelling the wine he had just sipped. With a voice booming like thunder, he exclaimed, I feel as though I am witnessing the scene of the Grand Tutor leaning over the riverbank, deftly criticizing Murong Hong to the point of speechlessness, nearly throwing himself into the water. What a delight! His audacity to mock a royal princess while claiming it was a pleasure, completely disregarding the dignity of Emperor Jin, illustrated the overwhelming power that aristocratic families wielded to challenge the emperor. Chuao, in particular, stood out as one of the most unabashed among the nobility. Before others could interject, Feng Jin spoke up, addressing him, a Jew, one ought not to show off frivolously before his majesty. Please, take your seat. Her admonition focused on decorum rather than condemning his remarks as erroneous. By simply instructing him to sit, she implied a desire to shield him from the emperor's wrath. The onlookers couldn't help but ponder. The Grand Tutor was indeed, as rumored, not only exceedingly submissive to his wife, but also dotingly indulgent toward this daughter. In comparison, while Emperor Jin also cherished Princess Wuan, his affection paled in comparison to that shown by Feng Jin. The Emperor of Jin gazed intently at Feng Zhu, his countenance revealing no trace of anger, but rather an expression of admiration and affection. He had long heard of the Grand Tutor's deep affection for his daughter, and today, he finally beheld her in person. Indeed, she bore the grace of her father. With such a daughter, it was no wonder the Grand Tutor cherished her like a precious gem. The fact that my fourth prince is to wed such a woman confirms that this marriage was wisely chosen. Observing the emperor in this light, Feng Zhu suddenly understood that those who labeled him a debauched and frivolous ruler were merely superficial observers, missing the deeper essence of his character. The emperor was not foolish. Rather, he possessed an extraordinary patience and cunning, akin to that of a wily old fox. Meanwhile, Feng Qingwan stood awkwardly in the open space before the court, seemingly forgotten by all, her discomfort palpable. She clenched her fists in silence, harboring resentment towards Feng Zhu for stealing the spotlight, and towards Feng Jin for his apparent favoritism. No matter how hard she strived, she would always remain overshadowed by his biological daughter in Feng Jin's eyes. On the other side, Princess Wuan was seething with indignation, her face ashen with fury. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Father, Feng Ju has humiliated me. Why do you?" Her voice grew sharp in her agitation. The Emperor of Jin interrupted her sternly. "Wuan, do you not know when to silence yourself? It is imperative that you conduct yourself with greater propriety from now on." Never before had she witnessed such severity from her father, and tears of grievance welled in her eyes as she sank heavily into her seat. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, reminiscent of the troubles caused by Chu Ao before the hunt. Just then, the instigator of the commotion spoke up with a clear voice. "Father, why does General Chu laugh so heartily? And what has incited the princess's anger?" Aju's words were a sincere compliment to the princess. Could it be that Aju had spoken in error? Anyone who heard her might assume she was merely adding fuel to the fire, yet when one gazed upon her, they would see her youthful visage radiating innocence and sincerity, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion. What could this mean? Had she truly offered her heartfelt praise to the princess? Feng Jin found himself momentarily taken aback, turning to glance at Feng Ju, who was quietly twisting the sash of his ceremonial robe, unable to suppress a smile. With a demeanor of cultured elegance, he patiently explained, "Aju, having spent many years within the confines of the inner chamber, you remain unaware of the affairs beyond its walls, and it is only natural that you may occasionally misspeak. Henceforth, I implore you to think thrice before you speak." It dawned upon the onlookers that the esteemed tutor, indeed a cherished gem, had seldom ventured beyond the confines of his home, and it was understandable that he might be oblivious to the princesses, those matters. "Oh, Aju understands." After speaking, Feng Ju stood and addressed the Princess Wuan, saying, "If I have inadvertently offended in any way, I sincerely apologize." The crowd glanced around. Ultimately, their gazes settled upon Feng Jin, collectively pondering. "Your explanation seems less than beneficial, as it inadvertently reopens the princess's old wounds." In contrast, Feng Ju appeared humble and courteous, exhibiting a remarkable composure in such a setting, embodying the essence of grace. The Emperor of Jin expressed his displeasure, stating, "Noble consort, since the Princess Wuan often associates with you, I urge you to guide her more closely. Just look at the state of affairs. In truth, Princess Wuan has always been raised within the palace of concubine Dong, and the responsibility of educating the princess is hardly related to concubine Chu. Thus, the blame she bears is rather unjust. However, in the presence of officials and noble ladies, she must provide an avenue for Emperor Jin to descend gracefully. Indeed, I shall certainly encourage the princess alongside concubine Dong from now on." Empress Heng offered a cold smile, casting a glance at Feng Qingwan, who had been left alone for quite some time. "Look, after all this discussion, we have nearly forgotten the matter at hand." With that, she kindly beckoned Feng Qingwan forward. "Come, step closer." "Yes." Feng Qingwan complied and approached. Empress Heng removed a pair of gold inlaid jade bangles from her wrist and adorned Feng Qingwan's arms with them. This child possesses an exquisite beauty, exuding a gentle and compliant demeanor. With remarkable talents, the Empress found her quite endearing. "May I inquire, how old are you this year?" Chapter 102. The Empress's marriage proposal. Feng Qingwan's heart sank instantly. The Empress's intention was becoming increasingly evident. Feng Ju, holding a cup of sweet fruit wine, concealed a slight smile at the corner of his lips hidden within his sleeve. The Empress intends to arrange a marriage for Feng Qingwan. Just moments ago, she had dispatched assassins against her, aiming to sever the alliance between Xiao Wan and the Feng family, and now she seeks to propose a match for Feng Qingwan. It appears, even Empress Heng believes that Feng Qingwan's brother, Feng Yi, will inevitably become the future head of the Feng family. "Your Majesty." Feng Qingwan hurriedly knelt upon the ground. Once the Empress articulates her intentions, there will be no turning back. Empress Heng displayed a hint of displeasure and remarked coolly, "What are you doing?" Feng Qingwan swiftly adjusted her mindset and obediently said, "Qingwan never dared to imagine receiving such affection from the Empress, hence my momentary panic." The Empress's expression softened slightly as she took her hand and smiled. "Dear child, your charm is endearing. It is indeed a delight for me to take a liking to you." Why then, the alarm? The Empress's formidable presence instilled a chill down Feng Qingwan's spine, rendering her mind nearly blank. Her heart was solely devoted to Xiao Wan, and she had no desire to wed another. "Enough." The Emperor suddenly interjected, addressing Feng Qingwan. "You have received your reward. You may withdraw now." "Your Majesty." Qingwan acknowledged before retreating. It felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, and her steps quickened involuntarily. A glimmer of malice shone in the Empress's eyes. She had initially perceived this girl as intelligent, yet was surprised by her apparent ungratefulness. Feng Ju, with a slight smile, contemplated the situation. The Empress had undoubtedly intended to betroth Feng Qingwan to the Crown Prince. Although the Crown Prince had already taken the eldest daughter of the Pei family as his consort, Feng Qingwan was still not formally acknowledged as the head of the Feng family's sister. Even being married to the Crown Prince as a secondary consort would be a tremendous honor. Her willingness to forsake such glory for Xiao Wan revealed the depth of her feelings for him. The Crown Prince stepped forward first, followed closely by his attendants, who bore an array of game. Heng Yongji, being the Crown Prince's cousin, trailed behind him and found himself inadvertently gazing in Feng Ju's direction. For reasons unknown, he felt an irresistible urge to look that way. There sat Feng Ju, poised at her seat, exuding grace and elegance, her amber eyes captivatingly radiant. Having not seen her for days, the young lady appeared even more resplendent. A subtle smile accompanied her lowered gaze, revealing a hint of alluring charm. At this moment, Feng Ju suddenly lifted his gaze, his enchanting eyes colliding with Heng Yong's, causing a sudden flutter in his heart. Feng Ju harbored a disdain for this individual and arched an eyebrow at him, revealing a mischievous smile. The Jin Emperor glanced behind the Crown Prince and observed a veritable menagerie of wild beasts and fowl, prompting him to nod and chuckle. It seems the Crown Prince has reaped a bountiful harvest. Crown Prince Xiao Jun responded, "It is a rare opportunity to compete with the sons of various noble families. As your son and the Crown Prince, I would never dare to bring disgrace upon your majesty." He lamented, regrettably. "Despite my efforts and those of my companions scouring the mountains and forests, we have yet to catch sight of that elusive white deer." Dingnan Marquis Heng Guang remarked, "The white deer, being a creature of celestial essence, is unlikely to reveal itself easily to mortals. It is only natural that the Crown Prince has been unable to find it. It is commendable that you consistently uphold the dignity of our dynasty and your majesty, for such is the bearing befitting a Crown Prince." The Jin Emperor, greatly pleased, laughed heartily. "Ah, indeed, my Crown Prince. Chang Zhong, bring forth the wine." "Yes," replied Chief Steward Chang Zhong, presenting the Imperial wine before the Crown Prince. He then commanded the arrival of 7 exquisite sable furs. Marquis Zhongrui, Chu Kong, raised his cup, exclaiming, "The third prince's filial piety is evident, and his prowess in archery and hunting is truly exceptional. With a son like this, our illustrious Jin dynasty is fortunate, and I must toast to your majesty." The other officials echoed his sentiment, raising their cups in agreement. The Dingnan Marquis and the Zhongrui Marquis, representing the Heng and Chu families respectively, who had previously allied against the formidable Chu Ao, now found themselves standing in opposing camps, each asserting their positions. Feng Ju could not help but ponder. Indeed, the saying holds true: there are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends, only eternal interests. This adage is particularly applicable in the tumultuous arena of the Jin dynasty, where powerful families converge and fierce rivalries abound. Feng Yi quietly admired. These sable furs are lustrous and smooth, devoid of any blemishes. They are truly of superior quality. To find 7 at once is exceedingly rare. Feng Ju scrutinized the sables, noting that each had been struck down with a single arrow, the wounds concealed with remarkable precision, leaving the pelts unscathed. Such archery skills are nothing short of extraordinary. The third prince possesses exceptional talent? Among all the princes and nobles of Hualing City, it is likely that only one can rival such prowess. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, Xiao Wan quietly approached the third prince from behind. The Jin Emperor cast a glance at him. The joy on his face noticeably diminished compared to earlier, suggesting that his affection for this fourth son paled in comparison to the 2 preceding ones. Xiao Wan smiled and remarked, "Though I may dabble in literature, I dare not compare my equestrian and archery skills with those of the Crown Prince and my third royal brother." Feng Ju scoffed coldly. "It has always been thus. The image of the fourth prince, Xiao Wan, in the eyes of the onlookers, is forever that of a carefree hermit, indifferent to the allure of power." As Xiao Wan spoke, his gaze shifted towards Feng Ju, where he discerned a mocking glint in those exquisitely beautiful eyes, sharp as the edge of a sword, each glance piercing to the heart and scraping the bone. The resentment within him stirred once more, having only just been quelled. The Jin Emperor began instructing his attendants to tally the game captured by each individual, while Xiao Wan took a couple of steps closer to the side of the third prince. The third prince cast a glance at him and immediately understood. He stepped forward and said, "Father, aside from capturing these, I have also retained 2 living creatures." "Oh, living creatures?" "Indeed. However, these creatures possess a fierce nature, and I dared not present them before your majesty. Should you wish to behold them, it would be prudent to first command the Imperial guards to secure the surroundings before we bring forth the wild beasts for your viewing." The Emperor of Jin nodded and called out, "Wei Ben." The commander of the Imperial guards, Wei Ben, stepped forward and replied, "Yes, your majesty." Under Wei Ben's command, the several hundred Imperial guards who accompanied the Imperial entourage swiftly took up their shields, creating an impenetrable defense around the viewing platform. To ensure safety, a guard stood with a torch every 5 paces. "Bring them forth," commanded the third prince, Xiao Sheng. Soon, 2 small squads of guards appeared, each pushing a sizable 2-wheeled cart. Atop the carts lay a large square object, covered with a black cloth, although the contents remained obscured. The sound of continuous beastly roars resonated, striking fear into the hearts of the onlookers. Immediately, someone remarked, from the sound, "Could it be a ferocious tiger?" Chapter 104. The struggles of survival. Some timid young ladies from noble families began to inch backward. At that moment, Feng Zhu once again met Xiao Wan's gaze. Xiao Wan, seated diagonally across, was observing her with an expression akin to that of an audience member awaiting a spectacle, stirring an unsettling premonition within her. In the open space ahead, the guards of the third prince's residence unveiled the black cloth. Instantly, 2 ferocious tigers, confined within iron cages, emerged into the sight of the crowd, their gaping maws revealing rows of menacing teeth. The third prince swallowed hard, suppressing the fear that gnawed at his heart, determined that no one must perceive that this fierce tiger was not a creature he had captured. Reflecting on the words spoken by Xiao Wan, the visage of another individual emerged in his mind, causing him to hesitate. The smile of Emperor Jin held a profound significance. The fact that Sheng could capture such a formidable beast alive was a testament to his exceptional courage and prowess. Yet, since these tigers had already been reduced to mere prisoners in their cage, what was there to fear? There was truly no need for the Imperial Guard to maintain such an elaborate defense. Feng Zhu observed the frowning and hesitant Xiao Sheng, then turned her gaze to Xiao Wan beside him, pondering what advice Xiao Wan had imparted to him. The Emperor adjusted his seating position, displaying an even greater interest. "Oh, Sheng, is that so?" Xiao Wan continued. "Third brother, now that we stand before father, it is time for you to allow us to bask in the glory and indulge our eyes, is it not?" Feng Zhu scrutinized the seemingly reluctant expression of the third prince once more, and a sudden thought struck her, causing her fingers to tremble slightly as a chill began to seep from her soles into her very heart. Could it be? The third prince remained silent for an extended period, and the emperor's smile gradually faded. Seeing the situation turn dire, concubine Chu anxiously called out, "Sheng, what is your intention? Do not keep your father waiting." Having reached this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Xiao Sheng gritted his teeth in silence and finally spoke, "Father, did we not recently capture Murong Zhuo of Beiyan? It is said that Murong Zhuo possesses unparalleled bravery and martial prowess, revered by the northern Yan, as well as the Chong and Jie tribes, who refer to the army led by Murong Zhuo as the invincible wolf riders. Thus, I have always been curious whether it is Murong Zhuo, the wolf king in the eyes of the Hu people, or our mighty tigers of Jin who are truly formidable." "Oh, I understand your intention, Sheng." The Jin emperor rubbed his hands together, chuckling. "What difficulty lies in this? Bring Murong Zhuo forth." Feng Zhu tightened his grip on the ruby ring, realizing the implications. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The Jin emperor had summoned Murong Zhuo specifically, while the third prince presented 2 fierce tigers, seemingly a spur-of-the-moment decision. Yet in truth, everything had been meticulously orchestrated beforehand. Feng Zhu hesitated for a moment, glancing at Feng Jin before softly calling out, "Father." She wished for her father to intercede before the Jin emperor and avert the impending cruelty, believing he was aware of her sentiments towards Murong Zhuo. However, Feng Jin merely replied coolly, "A defeated general is no different from a caged beast. Having survived as a captive, his continued existence is his greatest fortune. These are merely the trials he must endure. Surviving is no small feat. It ultimately depends on his ability to ensure his own survival." Chapter 105. The struggle of man and tiger. Indeed, Ah Ju, do you not recall that he once sought to kill you? Listening to their banter, Feng Ju smiled softly. I understand the goodwill of my third brother and cousin. Feng Yi nodded. Your understanding is all that matters. Soon after, a contingent of elite soldiers escorted a prisoner escort before the emperor. What is referred to as a prison carriage is, in fact, a vast iron cage within the Proton Manor. Disheveled hair obscured her enchanting visage. After many days apart, the once indomitable brilliance that radiated from that individual had dulled slightly since their initial encounter on the vibrant streets of Chaoyang. Feng Ju squinted slightly. Morongjua, have you succumbed to the weight of your predicament, or have you finally learned to temper your brilliance? The Jin Emperor sipped his wine with satisfaction, casting a condescending gaze upon the disheveled Morongjua, boasting, it seems that the Morongjua of Beiyin bears a striking resemblance to the other two caged beasts. What do you all think, my esteemed ministers? The Marquis of Dinnan, Hung Guang, scoffed disdainfully. Though Beiyin has established its dynasty in the northern lands and boasts of its legitimacy, at its core, it remains a barbaric and uncivilized tribe. Living off the wind and dew, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, no different from mere livestock. It is said that the aged Murong Hong fell ill after his defeat, leaving the brash Murong Lai to govern. Thus, Beiyin has lost its stature. How dare they aspire to annex our great Jin? It is akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree, utterly laughable and foolish. Laughter erupted among the assembled officials, their resplendent garments and dignified demeanor creating a striking contrast to the scene. Yet, Feng Ju found the spectacle profoundly grotesque. Perhaps it was a case of empathy for the fallen, a shared sorrow. Witnessing Morongjua in such dire straits evoked memories of her own plight, causing her eyes to burn and her heart to ache with an unbearable pain that nearly drove her to madness. Within the iron cage, upon hearing of her grandfather Murong Hong's grave illness, Morongjua finally stirred. The Emperor Jin disdainfully remarked, Morongjua, your uncle Murong Lai has yet to express any intention of bringing you back to your homeland. Thus, keeping you here is as futile as harboring a stray dog. Nevertheless, as a benevolent realm, Jin shall grant you an opportunity. Whether you can preserve your life depends solely on your own abilities. Released from the iron cage, Morongjua swept a piercing gaze over each individual present, his striking azure eyes emanating an aura of icy menace. Shortly thereafter, two fierce tigers were unleashed. As they burst forth from their confines, they roared and lunged at Morongjua. Armed only with his bare hands, he tensed his body and evaded with remarkable speed. However, while he successfully dodged one, the other had already locked onto him, its claws swiftly raking across his shoulder, drawing forth crimson lines of blood. With a voice laced with chilling mockery, he derided, the Han and Jin vermin, too cowardly to confront me directly, resort to employing beasts to do their bidding. How utterly laughable. In that moment, Feng Ju began to grasp the essence of Lu Maohong's lament. In this chaotic and filthy era, how many could truly be deemed heroes? Among the assembly of nobles, not a single individual dared to step forward openly to challenge Morongjua. The clash between man and beast was both brutal and sanguinary. After observing for a while, Feng Ju's brows furrowed in concern. She murmured, is this the extent of Morongjua's prowess? If so, I shall be greatly disappointed. Feng Yi interjected, Morongjua of Beiyin is valiant and skilled in battle. His might surpasses mere appearances. However, if he were to unleash his full potential, would His Majesty so readily allow him to be freed? Oh, Feng Ju paused in her manipulation of the fragrant fan, turning her head to regard him. It seems third brother possesses some knowledge. Chapter 106. Reduced to a male concubine, Feng Yi surveyed his surroundings with a sense of satisfaction, softly remarking, it is evident that he has been tampered with. Numerous drugs can render one's limbs powerless. Even with overwhelming capabilities, he shall find himself unable to act, and today, he is destined for demise. So it is. Feng Ju's gaze returned to Morongjua, who at this moment appeared increasingly helpless, his blows against the tiger barely posing any threat. His arms and left leg bore the marks of vicious bites, drenched in blood. A fierce tiger lunged, pinning Morongjua firmly to the ground, while another tiger prepared to sink its teeth into his neck. Suddenly, Feng Ju leapt to her feet, pointing her fan towards the tiger, exclaiming loudly, Xueling, slay those two beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Xueling hurled his sword, swiftly seizing another from his subordinate to launch another strike. Accompanied by two anguished cries, both tigers were struck through the throat, crashing to the ground. Feng Yi's eyes widened in shock, nearly leaping from his seat. "A Jew, what are you doing? This sister of the clan has truly lost her mind. She must be mad." Duke Hungguang of Dingnan admonished sternly, "Such insolence! How dare you behave so audaciously before His Majesty? Is this truly the conduct of the Feng family? Esteemed uncle of the Hung family, do not be angered. His Majesty has yet to question a Jew. Can you presume to speak on his behalf? To argue with her about audacity? Absurd. In this regard, none of the four great families hold superiority over the others." At the elevated position, Emperor Jin revealed a barely perceptible smile. Feng Zhu approached Murong Zhuo with a charming smile, her long skirt trailing behind her. "My lord, we meet again." Murong Zhuo pressed his thin lips together, his eyes filled with boundless hatred and vigilance. "Humph, are you pleased to see me so humiliated and disheveled? Happy, are you?" "Perhaps indeed." Feng Zhu smiled, her voice soft enough for only the two of them to hear. "My lord, do you still carry the Feng blood pendant I bestowed upon you?" At the mention of the pendant, Murong Zhuo's icy demeanor began to thaw. Feng Zhu knew that her objective had been achieved. With the tip of her fan, she lifted Murong Zhuo's chin, her smile radiant yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of desolate mockery. "I once spoke to you about this. My lord, this is Hualing City. Within the splendor lies decay. Beneath the prosperity dwells coldness. Behind the elegant facade lurks vulgarity, avarice, and the self-righteousness of hollow moral rhetoric. This is the paradox of reality, authentic yet hypocritical. To survive in such an environment, naively clinging to stagnation will undoubtedly lead to perpetual obscurity." Thus, at this moment, confronted with the hand Feng Zhu extended towards him, he relinquished his last shred of futile resistance and grasped it firmly. Feng Zhu beamed. "My lord, a Jew will protect you." She deliberately raised her voice as if to ensure that all could hear. The sunlight filtered through her ruby ring, casting a dazzling crimson hue upon their entwined hands. Murong Zhuo coldly snorted, feeling as though he had ultimately become someone else's plaything. Yet this time, he was solely the beloved of Feng Zhu of the Feng clan. Feng Zhu pulled Murong Zhuo up and turned to shield him with her presence. "Your Majesty, at the commencement of the hunt, you proclaimed that whoever could find the white deer would not only receive material rewards, but would also have a request granted. For a sovereign's word is as good as gold and should never be broken." Chapter 107. The White Deer and the Wutong Tree. Emperor Jin leaned back, his voice resonating with authority. Indeed, initially, the onlookers were merely entertained, but now their hearts stirred with anticipation. Could it be? Feng Zhu turned to face the direction of the forest, her skirts billowing, veils fluttering, resembling blossoms emerging from the mist. Those nearby could see her muttering incantations, as if invoking the divine, an air of enigma enveloping her. However, only Murong Zhuo, standing closest, regarded her with a peculiar, sidelong glance. She was not chanting sacred spells. She was clearly hurling insults. Though the rat possesses skin, what worth is a human devoid of decorum? Without decorum, what reason is there to live? Though the rat possesses teeth, what worth is a human without restraint? Without restraint, what purpose is there in living? Though the rat has a body, what worth is a human devoid of courtesy? Without courtesy, why should one not perish swiftly? If the assembled nobles were to learn of this, they would surely be infuriated. As her incantation concluded, a clear whistle pierced the air, and soon the melodious calls of deer reached the ears of the gathering. "Look, it is the white deer." Indeed, it was the white deer. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Emperor Jin, filled with excitement, stood up, his face aglow as he gazed at the white deer. Its body is as ethereal as clouds and as pure as snow, its eyes clear and lively. Truly, it is an auspicious omen. Crown Prince Xiao Jun stepped forward in perplexity, saying, "Father, look. It seems the white deer is carrying something in its mouth." The chief eunuch Changzhong remarked, "Your Majesty, it appears to be a branch of the Wudong tree." The expression on Empress Heng's face instantly turned ashen. Upon witnessing this, concubine Chu felt a surge of delight and stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, it is said that when Lord Gua established the city, a white deer carrying a flower traversed the land, and wherever it passed, auspicious clouds rose, and the air was filled with the sweet sounds of birds and blooming flowers. Now that your Majesty reigns, the white deer approaches bearing a branch of the phoenix tree, which must surely be an omen of the nation's prosperity. The phoenix does not perch upon anything other than the phoenix tree. The arrival of the white deer carrying its branch begs the question, does this daughter of the Feng family indeed possess a destiny as supreme and noble as that of a phoenix? Emperor Jin cast a glance at Feng Ju, a fleeting light shimmering in his eyes. With great delight, he declared, Feng family S. Ju, you have earned the favor of the celestial deer. With a gesture, he summoned a servant to bring forth a complete set of horse gear. The emperor continued, this reward shall belong to you. Feng Ju did not even spare it a glance, responding, this humble subject thanks your majesty for the generous gift. But what of the other reward your majesty mentioned? I shall never go back on my word. What is your request? Speak freely. I wish to request a person from your majesty. With that, she stepped aside to point at the figure of Morong Zhua behind her. It is he. The captive of Beiyin, Morong Zhua. General Chu rose at the sound, his voice stern as he exclaimed, nonsense. Morong Zhua is a serious criminal, not a mere object for a lady's amusement. At that moment, all eyes, from the Imperial family to the gathered nobles and esteemed guests, were fixated upon Feng Ju. Yet, she merely gazed steadily at the emperor on his throne, exhibiting not a hint of fear, her smile unwavering. The lady listened to your majesty's previous words and deemed that Morong Zhua was of no further use. If that is the case, he is merely a useless captive. What harm would it be for your majesty to bestow him upon me as a slave? Conversely, if your majesty were to deny this singular request of mine, would that not be a breach of faith with the people? The third prince, Xiao Sheng, leaned closer to Xiao Wan and whispered, this Feng Jejun is indeed audacious. Fourth brother, you must exercise caution. Beware that your betrothed may become a second Wuan, and you might find yourself in a predicament. Brother, you jest. I have faith in Jejun, replied Xiao Wan, appearing magnanimous, though his eyes held unfathomable depths. He had meticulously orchestrated this contest of man and beast, not only to humiliate Morong Zhua, but also to cultivate disappointment in Feng Jejun towards him. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Feng Jejun's public display showed a complete disregard for the dignity of her fiancé. Chapter 108. The Return of Yi Jun, Your Majesty. This cannot be. Morong Zhua is no ordinary captive. How can this be treated so frivolously? Your Majesty, to spare Morong Zhua is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Could the Grand Tutor permit his daughter to behave in such a reckless manner? Dissenting voices arose in rapid succession among the court officials. Feng Jejun chuckled lightly, esteemed officials. Why such agitation? Are you truly so intimidated by a Morong Zhua that you would compel the emperor to lose his credibility on his behalf? One among them flushed with indignation and retorted, nonsense. Would our Jin dynasty fear a mere child from Beiyin? If that is the case, then you esteemed officials need not exhaust yourselves over a trivial Morong Zhua. The assembly fell into stunned silence. The Emperor of Jin found himself in a perplexing state of mind, more akin to that of a mere spectator. He cast a discreet glance at Feng Jin, who remained steadfast and silent as a mountain. Regarding this matter, it seemed inconsequential. Suddenly, the Emperor relented, raising a hand to silence the protesting courtiers. Feng Jiaju, my word is as firm as gold. I shall grant your request. However, let it be known that Morong Zhua's status is peculiar, and should you wish to take him as your servant, you must ensure that all consequences of his actions henceforth will be borne by you. In other words, should Morong Zhua attempt to flee or engage in any acts detrimental to the Jin dynasty, it would be Feng Ju who would bear the repercussions. Feng Ju understood all too well that the emperor would hardly regard her as a mere woman. This was merely a ploy to drag the entire Feng family into the mire. It seemed that everyone was aware of this. Ju, do not act recklessly. Feng Yi hastily rose, eager to intervene. He could not fathom why his uncle remained so composed. The position of head of the Feng family would inevitably be his. Until then, he would not permit anyone to ruin what belonged to him. This humble daughter of the Feng family expresses her gratitude for your grace. Yet, Feng Ju had already knelt in supplication. Thus, the matter was settled with a definitive stroke. Chu Ao's gaze deepened, and he suddenly proclaimed loudly, "Bring my seat beside that of the Grand Tutor. I shall sit alongside him." This act was both arrogant and disrespectful, utterly disregarding the emperor. Yet no one dared to criticize him, not even the emperor himself, who merely smiled in response. Feng Ju smirked derisively. With the monarch so weak and the ministers so powerful, the very foundations of the Jin dynasty had crumbled. What was there for her to fear? Your Majesty, now that we have encountered the celestial deer, should we not release it back into the mountains? Your Majesty, just as Feng Ju was about to speak, the white deer seemed to sense the impending danger and turned to flee. Quickly, do not let the celestial deer escape. With the emperor's command, The Imperial guards swiftly encircled the creature. Startled, the white deer dashed frantically within the confines of their perimeter. Feng Zhu found no opportunity to voice her concerns, as she caught sight of the crown prince already drawing his bow. In a moment of desperation, she pushed through the guards and ran towards the white deer, shielding it with her own body while shouting, "Stop!" But then, with a sharp twang, an arrow struck deep into Feng Zhu's left arm. The crown prince tightened his grip on the bow, alarmed, and exclaimed, "Feng family maiden, are you courting death?" Gritting her teeth against the pain, she implored the emperor, "Your Majesty, this course of action is utterly unthinkable." Xiao Wan hurried to her side, expressing concern. "Ah Zhu, let us discuss this matter later. Allow me to accompany you to tend to your wound first." Chapter 109. A mutual respect among heroes. Feng Zhu paid no heed to the distractions, instead kneeling down and proclaiming loudly, "I report to your Majesty. The reason I was able to summon the celestial deer is that I encountered a figure clad in white within the forest. He stated that this celestial deer could bring auspiciousness to our great gene and imparted the means to do so. However, he warned me repeatedly that this deer is a being of the ethereal realm and must be returned to freedom afterwards. It must not be treated as an ordinary animal to be captured and confined, for doing so would provoke the divine, transforming blessings into calamity." Having spoken, she solemnly bowed deeply. Every soul cherishes their life, and so too does Ah Zhu. Yet, for the sake of our great gene, she felt compelled to take the risk of protecting the celestial deer. "I humbly beseech your Majesty to permit Ah Zhu to release the celestial deer, so that our great gene may flourish and endure for 1,000 autumns." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jin, with a solemn demeanor, inquired, "Is it truly such a remarkable event?" Feng Zhu, unperturbed, affirmed, "Indeed." On the side, Zwiling's lips twitched slightly, pondering, the young lady is indeed capable of weaving fanciful tales. Xiao Wan endeavored to glean something from Feng Zhu's demeanor, his gaze gradually deepening. This young woman had become increasingly enigmatic, yet all the more intriguing. He turned to his father, stating, "Father, since Ah Zhu is willing to risk her life to rescue the celestial deer, it must hold some truth. The ways of nature are harmonious, and all things adhere to their principles. It would be best to let the celestial deer choose its fate. If it wishes to depart, let it be free. If it lingers, then it would not contravene the will of heaven to welcome auspicious omens into the palace with music and celebration." The philosophy of harmony with nature was the prevailing thought of the time, and thus, Xiao Wan garnered the approval of over half the assembly with his words. Eventually, with the emperor's nod of consent, Feng Zhu tied a cord around the short whistle and hung it around the neck of the white deer. "I shall never forget the kindness shown today. Depart now, for this place is not where you belong." "Whose master are you?" came Xiao Wan's voice from behind. Feng Zhu smiled lightly, replying, "A celestial being." The grace and unconstrained demeanor of Hung Lan, transcending the mundane, indeed resembled that of a being from the ethereal realms. Xiao Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "I just assisted you, yet you withhold even a single truth from me?" The departure of the celestial deer is merely a matter of following nature's course, not the doing of your highness. Your highness, Ah Zhu must tend to her wounds, and thus I cannot accompany you further. The veil gently brushed against Xiao Wan's hand, a cool sensation that seemed to pierce his heart in an instant, stirring within him an inexplicable melancholy even he could not articulate. "A mere white slave, it is impossible for you to be with him." Feng Zhu hesitated, fully aware he was referring to Morongjua. The people of Beiyan, often characterized by their fair skin, were frequently derisively labeled as white slaves by the Jin. Xiao Wan stood still for a long while before softly declaring, "Feng Zhu, aside from me, you shall have no better choice." As noon approached, the accompanying Imperial chefs began preparing game. Fine wine graced the table, and beautiful maidens danced, creating an atmosphere of revelry. Chu Ao quietly inquired, "Is the Grand Tutor truly allowing his daughter to indulge in such capriciousness? You should comprehend the significance of Morongjua." Feng Jin smiled, responding, "Yet General Chu, if you could easily execute Morongjua, why have you refrained from taking action until now?" With a heavy heart, Chu Ao lamented, "Ah, such a prodigious talent. I cannot bear to slay him. Yet with the nation in peril, I cannot simply let him be. It is indeed a dilemma." Kur, a term denoting one who brings satisfaction and delight, clearly indicated his admiration for Morongjua. Feng Jin continued, "Heroes appreciate each other. I trust the general would not wish to see Morongjua humiliated. By the way, Have you heard that many nobles, including Princess Wuan, have visited the hostage residence in recent days? Understanding dawned on Chu Ao, for Murong's striking appearance was undeniably captivating, and the pleasure-seeking Jin nobles were likely already stirred to action. I see now. He sighed deeply. Thank you, Grand Tutor, for enlightening me. I understand. His expression of gratitude was particularly solemn, as he thanked Feng Jin for sparing the life of Mu Rongjua, a peerless talent whom even he could not bring himself to harm. Feng Jin replied indifferently, General, you are mistaken. This is not my intention, but rather that of my younger sister, a Jew. Chapter 110. Leaning by the river after the hunt, there was a feast filled with music and dance. Is Mu Rongjua settled? Rest assured. Mississippi suddenly. Zwelling's demeanor shifted sharply, and he shouted, Who goes there? It was Chu Ao, emerging from behind the tent. He held a wine jug, pouring himself a drink, and scrutinized Feng Ju, remarking, No wonder the Grand Tutor regards you as a treasured jewel. You are indeed remarkable. He was typically disinterested in the festivities and had left the banquet alone, intending to pass by without lingering. As Feng Ju observed his tall figure, which appeared both robust and imposing, evoking a sense of reverence, she couldn't shake the feeling of an underlying solitude emanating from him. General, Feng Ju suddenly called out to Chu Ao, hastening to stand before him. What is it, little girl? Chu Ao's commanding presence and booming voice instilled fear even in the audacious Princess Wuan. Yet, compared to the duplicitous so-called gentleman, Feng Ju held greater admiration for such a hero. She performed a respectful bow and, looking up, said, A Jew has a matter of confusion and wishes to seek guidance from the general. What is it? Once she confirmed that no one was within earshot, Feng Ju continued. Earlier at the banquet, I observed the general's generosity and boldness, yet you were notably inclined to heed the words of my father, showing him great respect. What is the reason for this? Oh, with a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes slightly dulled by the effects of alcohol, Chu Ao cast a sidelong glance at Feng Ju. After a moment, something within him seemed to dissolve, and he smiled. Is the little girl truly curious? Feng Ju nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is one thing to possess an innate noble birthright, but to possess the ability to command the respect of heroes, as her father did, is the true mark of greatness, and she, too, requires such prowess. Chu Ao turned slightly, pouring the wine into his mouth from the jug, remaining silent for a moment as his gaze drifted far into the distance. 16 years prior, the ambitious Muronghong of Beiyin was unwilling to settle for merely occupying the northern half of Yongjiang, plotting to lead 1 million soldiers across the river to annex the territory of the Jin dynasty. The northern front was fraught with continuous defeats, and the court was engulfed in despair, with officials and soldiers alike reduced to tears. Ultimately, it was a young scholar from the Hualing Feng family who stepped forward. Clad in a blue robe, he stormed through the palace gates, unsheathed his sword, and vowed that should he fail to repel the enemy, he would plunge into the tumultuous waters of Yongjiang to die for his country. In the end, he fulfilled his promise, leading a remnant army of 80,000 to confront the foe, treating their vast numbers with disdain. Calmly, he positioned himself by the river, exuding an air of confidence, and engaged Muronghong in conversation. Ultimately, through a clever stratagem, he caused the enemy's 1 million troops to flee in panic, trampling over one another in disarray. At that time, I was merely a junior officer, but I was fortunate to witness that scene firsthand. The ethereal demeanor was truly captivating. The articulate and unperturbed voice left an indelible impression on Chu Ao. Thus, to this day, whenever he hears Feng Jin's voice, he instinctively feels a sense of reverence. I, Chu Ao, have always scorned the petty, but I hold heroes in the highest esteem. In this world, few are truly deserving of the title hero, yet your father undeniably qualifies as one. Chapter 111, Brothers in Arms. However, she could not comprehend the essence of this feeling. Miss, are we ready to depart? Yes. Let us go. Feng Ju rubbed her temples. Beside the Feng family's caravan, an equally opulent carriage stood parked. Feng Ju immediately recognized the figure at the front of the carriage as the matriarch of the Pei family and her second daughter, Pei Mingxua. Madam, what brings you here? The matriarch of the Pei family replied with a warm smile. I have been keeping an eye on you, but there were so many people that I did not have the chance to speak with you. After appraising her, the matriarch remarked, Indeed, you are worthy of being a Yun's daughter. Your performance today outshines even that of your mother in her youth. A smile graced Feng Ju's face as her gaze fell on Pei Mingxua beside her. Noticing Feng Ju's attention, Pei Mingxua shyly returned the smile, though it seemed forced, as if she were putting on a brave front. Now I can breathe easy. As they set forth, Feng Zhu intentionally invited Pei Mingxue to share her carriage, leaving only the two of them inside, while even Tan Yun was relegated to the rear carriage. Since boarding, Pei Mingxue had not uttered a single word. Appearing lost in thought, her brow furrowed with profound sorrow. Feng Zhu grew increasingly convinced of her prior assumption. The issue was not physical ailment, but rather an affliction of the heart. Mingxue, it has been many years since we last met. In our childhood, we often played together. Do you remember? Pei Mingxue lifted her delicate and pallid face, offering a subtle smile. Yes, I remember, back then, we were the best of friends. The mere 5 words caught Feng Zhu by surprise, a lump forming in her throat. Indeed, they were the best of friends. Alas, over the years, she had forsaken that friendship for a viperous individual. Pei Mingxue, devoid of guile, possessed an exquisitely sensitive heart, capable of perceiving Feng Zhu's warmth and kindness. Recalling their childhood bond, the distance between them began to dissipate. With an envious gaze fixed upon Feng Zhu, she softly remarked, "Adieu. It seems you have transformed once more, resembling your younger self. You pursue your desires with courage, radiating pride and brilliance, much like the sun." She murmured, lost in her own reflections, the sorrow in her eyes deepening. "Adieu. I truly envy you. You can unabashedly be with the one you cherish, while I, by nature, am weak and dare not." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Feng Zhu replied solemnly, however, "If one fails to discern the true character of others, yet persists in their misguided path, what they ultimately attain may not be the happiness they envisioned." Her profound and earnest gaze bore into Pei Mingxue. "Mingxue, do you perhaps have someone you hold dear?" At her words, Pei Mingxue was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing her reaction, Feng Zhu sighed. "Indeed, rest assured, this is merely my conjecture. I have never divulged this to anyone, nor will I in the future. Yet, how could you? How could you possibly know?" Feng Zhu gazed deeply at Pei Mingxue, contemplating. "It is because in my past life, you succumbed to illness and perished as a result of this. You have ruined your own body for that person, haven't you?" Pei Mingxue only wept silently, not uttering a word. Observing her in such despair, Feng Zhu faintly saw a reflection of his former self and sighed softly. "You are a noble woman from a prominent family. While he is a son of humble origins, the chasm between your worlds renders any union impossible." Feng Zhu cast a detached glance at Pei Mingxue and continued, "Surely, you have heard such words countless times before. No matter how many times I reiterate them, you shall not heed. Am I correct?" Pei Mingxue had lost the desire to inquire how Feng Zhu discerned that he was of humble birth. She nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My mother has warned me daily to relinquish any thoughts of Shun Lang, cautioning that if my father were to discover this affair, not only would I face punishment, but Shun Lang would suffer as well. How could I be unaware that both you and my mother speak the truth, genuinely concerned for my well-being? Yet I truly cannot forget him. Shun Lang and I share a genuine mutual affection. If I cannot be with him for all my days, I would rather embrace death. You would willingly die for him, but what of him? Can you be certain he would reciprocate that willingness for you?" As this question escaped Feng Zhu's lips, his tone inadvertently turned frigid. Pei Mingxue, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and resolutely declared, "He would. He certainly would. I believe in Shun Lang." Feng Zhu gazed intently at her, for a long while not perceiving the slightest wavering in her eyes, which revealed her unwavering faith in that Shun Lang. "Then I ask you, are you willing to believe in me? There is no need for further persuasion. I understand the reasoning." "No, I do not intend to persuade you." Feng Zhu interrupted her, removing the golden orchid hairpin from her head and placing it before Pei Mingxue. "Once more," she inquired, "I shall ask you but once. The person before you is no longer the Feng Zhu who solely listened to Feng Qingwan and distanced herself from you, but rather the one who shares a childhood bond and a deep friendship with you. Are you willing to believe in me?" Pei Mingxue stared blankly at the golden orchid hairpin, recognizing it as a matching piece to her own. In her childhood, her mother had told her, "Mingxue, with this hairpin as proof, you and Zhu shall be the best of sisters, and in the future, you will become each other's support." "Yes, Zhu, I believe in you." Feng Zhu grasped her hand tightly, holding it with great fervor. "I cannot guarantee that success is certain, but I can endeavor to assist you. Are you willing to strive for it, not for your Shun Lang, but for yourself? Perhaps even for your dearest parents?" A flicker of light ignited in Pei Mingxue's eyes. If there is an opportunity, I would certainly wish to try, but, at present, I find it difficult to even see Xinlang. What significance does a fleeting encounter hold if it is followed by swift separation? If you seek enduring happiness, first open your heart and nurture your well-being. Leave the rest to me. In her amber-hued phoenix eyes, a myriad of resplendent lights shimmered, prompting Pei Mingxue to reminisce about Feng Zhu's demeanor at the banquet, thus deepening her trust in her. Chapter 113. The King of Snow Mountains Wei Shi emitted a soft exclamation. Was that not Xiaoping, the attendant of the fifth madam? Why had she brought a sorcerer into the residence once more? Feng Zhu inquired, is it so? Has fifth aunt recently been frequently summoning sorcerers to the estate? Tan Yun replied, the fifth madam has been expressing that she has not been feeling well lately, hence she has summoned a sorcerer to concoct some health remedies for her, which has been ongoing for approximately 5 or 6 days now. The nobles of the capital have a penchant for exploring the art of sorcery for health. Some, excessively enamored, even keep sorcerers at home for prolonged periods to refine elixirs, which is indeed not an uncommon occurrence. Feng Zhu smiled lightly. Fifth aunt has indeed become considerably more subdued of late. It seems her practice of nurturing her well-being alongside the sorcerer has yielded positive results. Please convey to my mother on my behalf that I am fatigued today and shall not be able to pay my respects, she added. Certainly, the young lady's consideration will surely bring joy to the madam, Tan Yun assured her. A fleeting glimmer crossed Feng Zhu's eyes as she smiled. It is merely a little kitten. I find it endearing, so I chose to keep it by my side. It is not unreasonable for the young lady to desire a kitten. However, the madam has expressed concerns regarding the cat's sharp claws, which may pose a risk of injury. Therefore, I kindly urge you to reconsider, Tan Yun cautioned. I understand. It seems every one of my actions is under my mother's scrutiny, Feng Zhu acknowledged. After Tan Yun's departure, Wei Shi, slightly perplexed, asked, young lady, what did Aunt Tan's words imply? Feng Zhu merely replied with a hint of indifference. It is nothing of consequence. A fluffy little creature excitedly scampered to Feng Zhu's side, its snow-white fur interspersed with black ringed patterns, and its eyes sparkled like sapphires, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Wei Shi seemed to grasp something in an instant. Miss, this cat appears quite different from ordinary felines. It resembles the fierce beast we encountered during today's spring hunt. The distinctive patterns were unmistakably akin to those of a leopard. The little creature seemed quite delighted to see Feng Zhu, circling around her incessantly, prompting her to bend down and scoop it up. What does it resemble? Wei Shi's trepidation grew as she stammered. It looks like a snow leopard. Feng Zhu dismissed her concerns, cradling the kitten as she entered the house. You are overthinking it. It merely bears some resemblance. Besides, did you witness any white leopards in the hunting grounds today? Indeed, I did not, but... Enough of these fanciful thoughts. I am hungry. Please fetch me something to eat. And prepare a meal for this little one as well. Yes, miss. Wei Shi departed, still skeptical. After Feng Zhu was attended to and changed, she found herself lost in thought, gazing at the kitten in her arms. Although referred to as a kitten, its size was comparable to that of an ordinary adult cat, yet its cries were entirely distinct. Feng Zhu sighed softly, murmuring, how could I not realize that I should not keep you by my side? Xie Yun's warning had been accurate, and Wei Shi's speculation was also correct. This was no mere kitten, but a snow leopard cub, the magnificent and enigmatic king of the snowy mountains, as chronicled in literature. On the night when Feng Zhu was compelled to slay Qiao with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, an unexpected presence graced her chamber. Chapter 114. The Declaration of War. The snow leopard, a creature of the night, nestled into her embrace after acknowledging her, succumbing to a drowsy state. Feng Zhu gazed at the exquisite creature with a myriad of emotions swirling within her. In days gone by, when slumber enveloped her, Yuntuan would curl up at the foot of her bed. During her meals, Yuntuan would gaze at her with eager eyes, wagging its tail in anticipation. In moments of solitude and sorrow, Yuntuan would quietly sit beside her, brushing its fluffy tail against her. Yuntuan, as she softly uttered the name. The little snow leopard immediately lifted its head, its azure eyes fixated upon her, emitting excited vocalizations as if overjoyed that its master had finally recognized it. She wished to convince herself that it was all mere fancy. After all, it was a snow leopard, not a dog, and certainly not Yuntuan. Yet, the habits exhibited by this snow leopard mirrored those of Yuntuan. Nevertheless, a snow leopard is no dog. It would inevitably mature, and its fierce instincts would become uncontrollable. Should I keep you? If it were truly Yuntuan, How could she bear to part with it? As dusk fell, Feng Ju observed the servants bustling about the courtyard from her perch atop the Qi Feng Tower, her tone leisurely as she inquired, Wei Shi, the Wutong courtyard should be quite tidy now, wouldn't you agree? Wei Shi, perceiving the underlying implication, replied, Indeed. All those planted by the left-in lineage have been dealt with by the young lady. The timing was impeccable, neither too early nor too late. Unveil the potential of the first floor. Transform every room into spaces for music, literature, tea, and chess. Every art that the noble ladies of the capital excel in must be accommodated, commanded the young lady. Yes, my lady. Lin Shuran's chest heaved with indignation. Her desire to rush to Wudong courtyard and strangle Feng Ju palpable. Feng Qingwan clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. Our brother spoke of patience, of not tearing apart our facade, yet Feng Ju is clearly intent on doing just that. She grasped Lin Shuran's hand tightly and continued, Mother, this Feng Ju is no longer the naive fool we could manipulate. Her actions today at the hunting grounds. Feng Qingwan recounted the events of the day with fervor, leaving Lin Shuran astonished. Has she lost her mind? Is she truly risking the entire Feng family for a mere captive? What is she trying to achieve? Feng Qingwan frowned deeply, shaking her head. Humph. In that case, we need not continue pretending to be cordial with her. Lin Shuran glanced at the yellow talisman on the stone table, a sly smile creeping upon her lips as she patted Feng Qingwan's back. Worry not, dear Qingwan. That inexperienced little girl could never dream of casting you out from Wudong Courtyard. Just wait and see. Chapter 115. The command of the Feng emblem. The following day, Zuoling arrived early at Wudong Courtyard, bearing a small wooden box. Inside lay a black wooden token, adorned with the golden emblem of the Feng family. Though crafted from wood, it possesses a weight that rivals that of metal, exuding a formidable presence. This is the Feng Wei Ling, fashioned from the rare Mujin Xiang wood, its quality akin to that of black iron. Only two exist within the entire Feng family, exclusively held by the family heads through the generations. The current patriarch has commanded me to deliver it to the young lady, granting her the authority to summon individuals from the Proton Mansion at her discretion. Feng Ju was suddenly taken aback. The Feng Wei Ling. In her youth, she had heard her grandfather speak of it. Possessing the Feng family's emblem allowed one to exercise the powers of the family head, including the ability to command the 30,000 private soldiers of the Feng clan. The four prominent families, including the Chu family, each wielded 30,000 private soldiers. This was their trump card, a force that instilled fear within the Imperial lineage. Chu Ao had merely stated that she must carry her father's insignia to summon anyone. A common token, even a jade pendant, would suffice. Yet her father had chosen to send the Feng Wei Ling. What could be the underlying intention? Zuoling remarked slyly. It remains to be seen whether the young lady can wield it appropriately. Is that so? Feng Ju rose to her feet. If that is the case, let us proceed. As she stepped outside, a servant brought in 2 live deer to the Wutong courtyard, reporting to the young lady. His Highness the Fourth Prince has sent these 2 live deer, claiming they are intended to bolster your health. Feng Ju scoffed coldly. Indeed, he has delivered them. I am frail and unworthy of such nourishment. Let them be released into the wild. What? The servants were left in a state of confusion. Zuoling stifled a laugh and said, To associate with beasts, does the young lady not fear inciting the ire of Hong Lan? Even if it is meant as a token of gratitude, this gesture seems rather trifling. Feng Ju raised her brows and remarked, To befriend a deer is indeed an elegant pursuit, not to mention that Hong Lanji himself has already referred to the white deer as a companion. I am merely aligning with his preferences. If Hong Lanji's reputation as a connoisseur of elegance is truly warranted, he would not take offense. Conversely, should he merely be a pretender to refinement, unworthy of his name, then he is not worth my effort to approach. This time, Feng Ju did not display the same flamboyance as in her previous outings. Rather, she deliberately opted for a more understated demeanor. After approximately half an hour, the carriage finally reached the western part of the city. When they were about 100 paces from the Proton's residence, Zuoling, with a hint of mirth, inquired, Miss, are you certain you wish to enter through the main gate? Feng Ju, intrigued, lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to peer outside. Before the main entrance of the Proton's residence, a throng of over 100 had gathered, forming layers of onlookers. Among them were not only common folk, but also nobles arriving in splendid carriages. Each individual craned their necks, evidently eager to witness the spectacle. Zuoling chuckled. It seems the news of Miss requesting Morongjua as a male consort has spread throughout the city. These individuals are likely waiting to see how you will rendezvous with your consort. He anticipated that Feng Zhu would be incensed, yet unexpectedly, laughter emanated from behind the carriage curtain. Let them watch. There will be ample opportunity in the future, but not now. We shall circumvent the crowd and enter through the side gate. Chapter 116. As cold as ice, the command from Chu Ao had been issued early that morning and reached the Proton's residence. Thus, upon witnessing the phoenix emblem in Feng Zhu's hand, the guards at the gate courteously escorted her into the inner courtyard. Compared to the opulent mansions scattered throughout Hualing City, the atmosphere of the Proton Manor is rather desolate, with the courtyard overrun by weeds and strewn with jagged stones. The soldiers stationed here, stoic and expressionless, contribute to an air of somberness and menace. Miss Feng, the daughter of the esteemed family, is informed that Prince Chongling of Beiyin is imprisoned within these walls. A soldier at the entrance steps forward to unlock the gate. As the doors swing open, an overwhelming stench of decay wafts out. Coughing, Wei Shi is the first to succumb to the foul air, urging Miss Feng, "My lady, your health is precious. It would be best not to enter." However, Feng Zhu merely uses her fan to shield her mouth and nose, responding, "You may wait here at the entrance." The room is shrouded in darkness and dampness, with windows tightly sealed, seemingly untouched by sunlight for many years. Feng Zhu gazes at the figure confined within a cage. Her voice regal, yet laced with coldness. "Have you not sought a physician for his injuries?" One soldier stammered, "Well, he is merely a war captive." "So, you permit his wounds to fester and decay unchecked?" Feng Zhu's frigid gaze pierced through him, as she replied, "Surely. Even General Chu would not have commanded you to mistreat Morongjua. Should he perish due to your negligence, do you think General Chu would let you off lightly?" Instantly, the soldiers within the room fell to their knees, pleading, "Forgive us, noble one. It is our oversight. We shall ensure he is well taken care of from now on. Such a thing shall never occur again." Humph. Remember, Morongjua was once a mere captive here, but from this moment forth, he is under my protection. You should understand how to act accordingly. Now, open all the windows for me. "Thank you, esteemed one." However, the windows are firmly nailed shut. Just as the soldiers hesitated, Hualing, without a moment's pause, cleaved open a window with a single stroke of his sword, allowing a shaft of sunlight to pierce through the gloom. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers, daunted, ceased their idle chatter and hurriedly rushed outside to dismantle the nailed boards. One window after another was flung open, and rays of sunlight poured into the iron cage. Morongjua, momentarily dazzled, felt a splitting headache, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. "Hualing, we meet again." The golden sunlight enveloped her as Feng Zhu smiled serenely. Morongjua cast a reluctant glance her way, seemingly averse to looking up at others, and staggered to his feet. "Do you wish to witness this king kneeling in gratitude for your charity?" Feng Zhu was momentarily taken aback. She believed her demeanor had been sufficiently amiable, yet she was met with such frostiness and suspicion. With a faint smile, she replied, "To risk everything to humiliate a prisoner of war who could be executed at any moment? Do you find that reasonable, my lord?" "Humph. Indulging in fleeting pleasures and acting recklessly, does that not epitomize the people of Jin?" This, Feng Zhu found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, for he spoke the truth. Morongjua smirked sarcastically. "Do you expect this king to believe that you seek to gain anything from a prisoner of war who could be executed at any moment?" "Prisoner of war?" Feng Zhu slowly articulated the words, signaling Hualing to isolate everyone else. She gazed at the wary Morongjua, locking her serious gaze with his striking blue eyes. In the chapter titled Hypocritical Survival, the Northern Yan's Prince Chongling, Morongjua, is confronted with a piercing gaze that harbors the icy intent of murder. For reasons unknown, he harbors an instinctive belief that the young maiden before him is aware of his ulterior motives. Aju is merely enamored by the Lord's esteemed reputation and cannot bear to witness a hero's disgrace. Such flattery is insincere. "Do you presume I would place my trust in you?" He retorts, "If you harbor such distrust, why then do you still wear the phoenix blood pendant I gifted you?" With a scoff, Morongjua yanks the pendant from his earlobe, preparing to cast it aside. What does it feel like to be humiliated as a male concubine? What beauty! What intimacy with the sovereign! Silence! He grits his teeth, his fists, encumbered by chains, striking heavily against the railing. Perhaps for the men of the Jin, being praised for their handsome features brings them immense pleasure. Yet, Morongjua is not of Jin. He cannot comprehend their admiration for a feminized aesthetic. He is a valiant warrior of northern Yen, galloping on horseback, and to be appraised like a woman is a profound insult. Regardless of his vehement reactions, Feng Zhu shows no trace of sympathy. Her intent is to provoke Murong Zhua further. Yet, the Princess of Wuan ultimately fails to achieve her aim. Why? Murong Zhua clutches the phoenix blood pendant tightly, his tousled hair framing his piercing blue eyes with an otherworldly allure. Feng Zhu sighs softly, remarking, "It seems my previous kindness has not been sufficient to earn your trust, my lord." Humph. All you Jin people are the same, hypocritical to the point of being detestable. Hypocrisy? Those two words pierced deeply into Feng Zhu's heart in that instant. Her smile was radiant yet cold. Who in this world is not hypocritical? In the face of a capricious society, if one cannot learn to be hypocritical, they will be trampled upon and buried beneath the dust of oblivion. My lord, from the moment I requested your presence before His Majesty, our fates have been inextricably linked. Now, in this city, countless eyes are upon us. If my lord still harbors hope for the future, I implore you to tread cautiously. As for whether Feng Zhu harbors good or ill intentions, I trust that my lord will come to discern the truth in due time. But for now, I must first lead you away from this place. Where shall you take me? To meet those whom my lord wishes to see. The carriage departed the residence of the hostages as silently as it had arrived. Miss, we are being followed. It appears to be elite troops under General Chu. Oh, how many are there? 20, divided into 4 small groups. 20? Feng Zhu smiled at Murong Zhua, saying, "My lord, General Chu holds you in great esteem." Murong Zhua shot her a cold glance and turned away. He understood that Feng Zhu was cautioning him to remain prudent. Chu Ao would not allow him to escape easily. Wei Shi cast a furtive glance at the two, sensing an overwhelming aura that made it difficult to look directly at them, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Feng Zhu called out to the outside of the carriage, "Zuoling, according to the plan, find a way to shake them off." Understood. Zuoling swiftly seized the reins from the coachman Ping Shu, urging the carriage forward at a rapid pace. At this moment, Murong Zhua finally deigned to glance at Feng Zhu, his expression one of perplexity. Chapter 118, The Benevolent Medical Pavilion. The carriage sped along, jolting yet avoiding chaos among the pedestrians on either side, indicating that the route had been meticulously planned in advance. After deftly navigating 5 streets and numerous alleyways, the carriage eventually began to slow. Ahead, Zuoling's triumphant laughter rang out. "Miss, the tail has been severed." We've traveled 2 extra streets beyond expectation. General Chu's escort is indeed elite. Let us proceed. The carriage soon turned into a concealed corner where another individual and carriage awaited. Master Qin Yu of the Feng family swordsman greets the young lady. No need for excessive formalities. Feng Zhu and her entourage transferred to the new carriage, and after Zuoling exchanged garments with Qin Yu, the latter, alongside Ping Shu, drove the original carriage away from the corner. Before long, several figures began to follow the carriage. Murong Zhua, resembling a cunning and defiant snow wolf, narrowed his eyes slightly. "After all the effort to shake off Chu Ao's men, are you not afraid that I might seize the opportunity to escape?" Feng Zhu slowly unfolded her folding fan, revealing only her smiling amber eyes. "My people need no external guardians." With unparalleled martial prowess and keen hearing, Murong Zhua discerned that the surroundings had once again been enveloped by a cadre of concealed experts. The level of vigilance surpassed that of Chu Ao's men. Murong Zhua furrowed his brow and turned his head away decisively. Before her stood a petite figure, even more detestable than the Princess of Wuan. She cast a glance at the countless wounds adorning the other's body, some inflicted by blades, others by beasts, some had scabbed over, while others had succumbed to infection. Had it not been for the astonishing resilience of this body's original owner, she likely would not have endured to this point. She instructed Wei Shi, "Please inform Zuoling to locate a reliable medical establishment." "Yes, miss." At this moment, the carriage reached the end of Longzhou West Street. Longzhou Street lay on the outskirts of Hualing City, serving as a dwelling place for the common populace. Further ahead were Jingxian Street, where lower-ranking officials congregated, Qingguangmen, home to secondary nobles, and the esteemed Chongzi Alley, occupied by the first-class aristocracy. Thus, this area could be described as a confluence of the gentry and the commoners. And owing to the mingling of various classes, it had become the most bustling part of the city. Zuoling halted the carriage in front of a medical hall. Feng Zhu and Murong Zhua disembarked, both donning veils. In that fleeting moment of raising her gaze, Feng Ju found herself momentarily stunned. Poverty Alleviation Hall. Could it be that the person she had heard of before was indeed here? This medical establishment had an influx of patients that surpassed that of an ordinary clinic by more than double. However, in stark contrast to the bustling business outside, the interior was remarkably austere. A cluster of patients encircled a central figure, and Feng Ju could only vaguely discern a man clad in coarse blue linen. "We are pressed for time. Please make way," Hualing urged, parting the surrounding crowd. Feng Ju attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The man in blue linen raised his head. The gaunt contours of his face were framed by a beard that adorned his temples and chin, while the hair on the left side cascaded down from his forehead, nearly obscuring half of his visage. At first glance, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. However, as Feng Ju caught sight of his solitary exposed right eye, which sparkled with a sharp glimmer and vitality, he discerned that this man could not be of advanced age. It must be him. Chapter 119. The Peculiar Ghost Doctor, Qiu Jinghong. Upon noticing the resplendent satin robes adorning Feng Ju, Qiu Jinghong's gaze turned icy and piercing. "Who permitted your entry?" he bellowed, rising from his seat and maneuvering around the low table to expel them. "Leave this instant. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." In the course of his movements, his long hair shifted aside, revealing a gruesome scar that extended from his left eyelid diagonally to his cheekbone. Preposterous. Hualing drew his sword, positioning it firmly before him, refusing to yield. "Your lack of reason is astonishing. We have come seeking medical counsel. Why must you drive us away?" "Humph. This is my medical establishment, and the decision to treat rests solely with me. Depart immediately, lest you tarnish my premises." "How audacious of you." Hualing had never before endured such treatment and was poised to unsheath his sword in anger. Yet, Feng Ju intervened just in time. Hualing refrained. "Let us take our leave." As she turned to step over the threshold, her gaze swept across the surroundings of the clinic. Unbeknownst to her, a perplexed expression adorned her face. "Miss, the physician at this clinic is truly peculiar. Any discerning individual can see that the fees he collects from the myriad of patients within this establishment scarcely compare to the gratuity you so casually bestow. Yet, he seems intent on driving away what could be a flourishing business." A mocking chuckle escaped Murong Zhuang's lips nearby. "Even the esteemed daughter of the illustrious Feng family has experienced the indignity of being cast aside." Feng Ju sighed with a semblance of resignation. "Indeed, my lord. Both you and I have been cast out." Beneath her veil, Murong Zhuang emitted another cold snort. Dr. Qiu. Dr. Qiu." Upon spotting the elderly woman, Qiu Jinghong's demeanor softened, though he maintained an air of aloofness. "Ah, it is Granny Zhong. You seek me for a reason?" Granny Zhong grasped Qiu Jinghong's hand fervently, exclaiming, "Dr. Qiu, today you must come to my home for a humble meal. I have already procured everything. You cannot refuse this time. Should you decline once more, it would imply disdain for this old couple." Caught in a dilemma, Qiu Jinghong hesitated, when suddenly, Feng Ju heard someone whispering her name from behind. "Noble one." This esteemed person. It was an elderly man with a kind expression. He glanced at the resplendent attire adorning Feng Ju and the long sword carried by her companion, Hualing, and a flicker of trepidation crossed his face, causing him to instinctively take a step back. In the distance, one could catch a glimpse of Qiu Jinghong on the steps. Gathering his courage, he whispered, "I dare to implore this esteemed individual not to hold any ill will against Dr. Qiu. It has always been his practice to treat only the poor and not the affluent. It is not a personal slight aimed solely at you. Dr. Qiu is indeed a good man." This ghostly figure of a physician, though intimidating, had won the hearts of many. Feng Ju inquired, "Old man, may I ask how proficient Dr. Qiu is in his medical craft?" "Dr. Qiu's skills are undoubtedly remarkable. Take, for instance, Granny Zhong, who lost her son in her twilight years and was left bereft, eventually losing her sight from weeping. For over a decade, she could see nothing. Yet Dr. Qiu restored her vision in merely 3 months. The old man cast a cautious glance at Feng Ju and continued, "Granny Zhong had sought medical help before, but her elderly couple lived in desolation, and it was exceedingly difficult for them to make ends meet. No physician was willing to treat her, except for Dr. Qiu, who never accepted a single coin and continuously provided her with medicine. Do you know why he does not treat the wealthy? Forgive my ignorance, esteemed guest, but I cannot say. Dr. Qiu has only resided here for 3 years. Though he possesses a kind heart, he seldom mingles with others and has never mentioned his past." "Ah, I see. Thank you, old man." Noticing Feng Zhu's unusual demeanor as he prepared to leave, the old man exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, wait. Rest assured, as he is a good person, I shall not hold any grievance against him. Hualing, let us depart." Feng Zhu, moved by the conversation, lowered the curtain. Suddenly, Mu Rongjue remarked coldly, "It seems that individual harbors a deep-seated hatred for you, one that could drive him to murder." Feng Zhu cast a sidelong glance at the corner of his mouth, which was slightly curved, and smiled. "I fear you may be disappointed, for in my humble opinion, he does not harbor hatred towards me, but rather towards all those born into affluence. By that logic, you too fall into that category." Humph. Feng Zhu silently sighed, realizing that this favored child of heaven would likely only grunt in response. "Hualing, I demand to know everything about this Jiu Jinghong, and do so with utmost urgency." "Yes," Hualing replied, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. It seemed no one had mentioned the full name of that esteemed doctor earlier. How could the young lady be aware of it? Feng Zhu reclined against the soft cushion, closing her eyes to rest. Her knowledge of this renowned physician was due to a recommendation from the Imperial physician encountered during her previous visit to the Pei residence. The Imperial physician had had dealings with Jiu Jinghong and mentioned that the poison within Feng Zhu might only be remedied by him. Fortunately, although Morong Zhu's injuries were severe, they were not insurmountable. Hualing quickly sought out another medical establishment, hoping that the doctor there would not dismiss them. Hualing jested lightheartedly. After receiving a generous tip, the physician at the clinic graciously ushered Morong Zhu behind a screen. Feng Zhu exchanged a knowing glance with Hualing, who understood her cue and followed her inside. As the young apprentice approached with tea, he couldn't help but admire Feng Zhu's extravagant attire, which was a rare sight even amidst the nobility of Hualing City. After Wei Shi removed the veil from Feng Zhu's face, he was left momentarily speechless. Wei Shi frowned slightly, blocking the apprentice's gaze. "You need not attend to us any longer. You may leave." Wei Shi discarded the tea in her cup and meticulously wiped both the inside and outside of the cup with a silk handkerchief before refilling it and presenting it to Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu glanced at her and, with a languid demeanor, urged, "Speak your mind if you have something to say." Wei Shi pressed her crimson lips together and softly replied, "Miss, while I understand that your every action is well considered, I cannot refrain from voicing my concerns. It is no small feat for you to have become betrothed to His Highness the Fourth Prince, and to grow too close to this captive from Beiyin may inadvertently jeopardize your relationship with him. Furthermore, the outside world is already proclaiming that you are." As Feng Zhu sipped her tea, she peered through a crack in the screen at Morong Zhu within. The physician's voice broke the silence. "My lord, the wounds upon your body are quite deep, exposing bone, and they have become severely infected and necrotic. The most effective course of action would be to excise the dead tissue and apply a restorative salve, though the process may be quite painful. What do you wish to do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Morong Zhu replied, "Proceed." "Very well, then I ask that you endure a moment." The physician produced a specialized small knife, having heated it over the flames, and began the grim task of removing the necrotic flesh from each wound. Blood immediately flowing from the incisions. Chapter 121. Hualing is here. The agonizing ordeal of flesh being cut away was one that Feng Zhu had experienced herself, and even the mere recollection of it sent chills down her spine. Yet, in stark contrast, Morong Zhu remained utterly composed, not uttering a single sound. "Morong Zhu, you are indeed no ordinary individual." Wuxi did not deny it, lowering her head and murmuring, "Moreover, those people have said that your previous devotion to the Fourth Prince was merely due to his striking appearance, as he is the most handsome among the royal family, rather than genuine affection. Now, witnessing that the beauty of King Changling from Beiyin surpasses that of the Fourth Prince, it seems, your affections have shifted." Feng Zhu was about to swallow the tea in her mouth when she suddenly heard the last remark, nearly choking. Although this was the outcome she desired, hearing it articulated by others felt undeniably peculiar. She discreetly suppressed the discomfort in her throat, maintaining a facade of leisure. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Morong Zhu's eyebrows twitching violently, clearly indicating that he had overheard Wuxi's words as well. "Pay no heed to these rumors. I merely wish for those around me to remember this. The Feng family has no King Changling, only Morong Zhu. You must treat Zhu with the same respect you afford me, without the slightest hint of neglect." Mississippi. Wuxi hesitated, faltering under the scrutiny of Feng Zhu's peripheral gaze, and quickly lowered her head. "Yes, I shall remember the young lady's directive. Arao, look over there." In the rouge shop diagonally across from the medical clinic, Chu Rao was selecting cosmetics when she overheard someone beside her exclaim in surprise. Following her companion's gaze, she couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Her companion remarked, "Isn't that the young lady from the Feng family in that clinic?" With a tone tinged with jealousy. Chu Rao replied, "Why would she come to such a small clinic? Isn't the Feng family always eager to relocate the entire Imperial Medical Bureau to their residence?" A Rao. "Perhaps she is not seeking treatment for herself? I just noticed that, besides her maids and guards, there seems to be a man by her side. By the way, did she not request the gentleman Hualing from His Majesty yesterday? I heard that today many have gathered at the gates of the Proton residence, waiting to see her come to collect him. Could the man at her side be? Humph. A distinguished young lady from a prominent family, already betrothed, yet brazenly parading with a man in broad daylight. How utterly disgraceful for our family's reputation." As Chu Rao spoke, a flicker of cold light suddenly crossed her misty, almond eyes. Finally, after the physician finished treating Morong's wounds, Hualing placed the consultation fee along with an additional tip before the doctor. "Mind your words." Yes, I understand, and I shall not let it be known." Feng Ju and Morong would don their veils once more, preparing to depart, when suddenly a throng surged from all directions towards the clinic, loudly proclaiming, "Hualing is here! Hualing is here! Our movements have been decidedly discreet. How did they come to know? Young miss, while there is still a chance, allow me to escort you out." Feng Ju shook his head. It is too late. Standing behind Feng Ju, Morong quickly surveyed the chaotic surroundings. If he seized this moment to escape into the crowd, he might succeed. However, just as he was about to plunge into the throng, a hand as white as jade grasped his wrist firmly. "My lord, a Jew has advised you to think twice, if you wish to see those 18 loyal subordinates." Chapter 122, The Concubine, Chu Rao. Morong widened his eyes, gazing at Feng Ju's retreating figure, as if he could pierce her through with his stare. "What did you say?" He had explicitly commanded those 18 assassins to leave the city. Feng Ju cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his tattered attire and disheveled hair, which diminished his otherwise striking beauty by a noticeable degree. Such a disheveled male companion was indeed not fit for public admiration. Feng Ju muttered softly, offering Morong no opportunity to express his indignation, and turned to the doctor, inquiring, "Is there a back entrance to the clinic?" Yes. Quickly, close the door. Esteemed guest, this way please." After exiting through the back door of the clinic, Feng Ju intended to walk to the alley's mouth, awaiting the arrival of Hualing's carriage. Morong was fixated on the hand gripping his wrist, attempting several times to break free. Yet the recollection of Feng Ju's words compelled him to silently grit his teeth in frustration. "Feng family Ju." A melodious voice rang out from behind him. The girl at the forefront was dressed resplendently, accentuating her lovely features, akin to the budding blossoms of apricot trees in a spring grove. Feng Ju was not unfamiliar with her. Chu Rao. She was a daughter from a collateral branch of the Chu family, much like Feng Qingwan, having crossed the river from Zhuyin to seek refuge with the main family. In her previous life as empress, Feng Ju often encountered her visiting her cousin, the noble consort Chu, in the palace. With a gaze akin to that reserved for strangers, Feng Ju assessed her, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Who are you?" Chu Rao immediately furrowed her brows. "You do not recognize me? In Hualing City, there is no one who is unaware of me, Chu Rao, let alone that we have met before." "Chu Rao? I have never heard of such a thing." Feng Ju looked at her with a detached gaze and inquired, "The medical clinic has been besieged. Was it your doing?" In her memory, this Chu Rao was akin to Feng Qingwan, perhaps even more eager to sow discord. "Indeed, it was I. And what of it?" "Feng Ju, you brazenly parade a man from an enemy nation in broad daylight, yet you still fear being discovered? It seems you possess a modicum of shame." Wei Shi could not help but interject, "Miss Chu, your words are exceedingly excessive. How could a servant dare interrupt her master?" Chu Rao instinctively reached to slap Wei Shi, yet in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed against her own face. Feng Ju shook her hand, exclaiming, "That truly stings. In the future, I shall endeavor to refrain from administering such lessons personally." "Feng Ju, how dare you strike me? You." Feng Ju's smile was as smooth as silk, yet her gaze toward Chu Rao was icy cold. "As a member of the Hualing Feng family, even your Chu family's head has no authority over me. What are you?" Chu Rao, unable to contain her anger, instinctively reached for Feng Ju. Wei Shi hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, while Feng Ju had already firmly grasped the bone of her fan. Suddenly, A breeze scented with medicinal herbs swept by, as Morongjua positioned himself before Fengju, kicking Chu Rao to the ground. "Ah Rao," a companion cried out, rushing to assist her. Morongjua looked down at the dirt-streaked Chu Rao, his voice clear and frigid. A spiteful woman, a mere clown. Fengju regarded the elegant figure before her with surprise. This turn of events was indeed unexpected. Chu Rao lifted her head and glared at Morongjua, her gaze piercing through the fluttering black veil, faintly revealing that mesmerizing and enchanting countenance. "Zhualang, I have devoted my heart to you. Yet I never expected you to wound me for the sake of that shameless Fengju. Are you aware that she is already wed to His Highness, the fourth prince? What concern is it of mine?" Morongjua responded with chilling indifference. "If we speak of shamelessness, you are hardly any better than she." Chapter 123. The elegance of the wind. Fengju's brows twitched slightly. It was evident that Morongjua had included her in his scorn. Indeed, one could not expect him to alter his perception of her at this moment. Morongjua's cold laughter echoed, revealing a desire to grind Fengju's flesh to dust. He seized her wrist, pulling her closer, and whispered, "If I truly wish to escape, could you restrain me?" The oppressive aura loomed overhead like dark clouds, and Fengju felt as though her wrist could be effortlessly crushed by him. Miss Zhualing drove the carriage to the alley's entrance. Despite the searing pain, she managed to smile. "Zhualing, it is time for us to meet the one you long to see." Humph. That infuriating woman was once again threatening him. Though they were at odds, to Chu Rao's eyes, they appeared to be holding hands in intimate conversation. "Fengju, you merely rely on your status. Your lack of literary skill renders you unworthy of the stage." The carriage vanished at the alley's mouth. "Rao, she is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Hualing Feng family. Just this alone is enough for her to overshadow all. Why do you still invite her?" Chu Rao covered her face, a sinister smile curling her lips. "Naturally, it is because Princess Wuan will also be in attendance." Beneath the stone steps outside the Pine Wind Hall, a young man clad in a blue robe stood gracefully, his demeanor calm and lofty, his elegant features rivaling those of the aristocratic youths in the capital. The head of the family had invited the young lady and Lord Murong to the Ink Pavilion. His gaze was clear and gentle, neither servile nor arrogant, akin to that of an ordinary esteemed guest, instantly disarming the defenses and disdain that had taken root in Murong Zhuang's heart. However, upon their arrival at the Ink Pavilion, they found themselves halted by a gust of wind at the doorway. The wind, addressing Murong Zhuang, said, "Lord Murong, please follow me." The wind? Wasn't it said that my father wished to see us? The wind replied with a hint of cunning in his smile, "My lady, the head of the family wishes to see only you. As for Lord Murong, he shall meet whom he desires, which is precisely why you brought him here. Is it not?" Fengju stepped out with a stern expression, fixing her gaze upon Fengju. "Off to flaunt your authority again?" Fengju kept his head lowered, fearing to speak. She found it perplexing. In her days of indifference, her father had always treated her with kindness, yet now that she was determined to strive for progress, he wore a stern countenance. "Humph, you certainly know your place. Stand by the ink pool for 2 hours, then kneel in the wind and ink hall. Do not rise without my permission." What kind of situation is this? Chapter 124. A pool of ink marks. Fengju glanced up at Fengju, but discerned no clues from his father's expression. After a moment of silence, he knelt and bowed, saying, "Yes, father." His demeanor was obedient, asking no questions and engaging in no arguments. Fengju gazed at her daughter's delicate yet upright silhouette, unable to suppress a deep sigh. At least she still heeds her parents' words, unlike in the past when she was obstinately headstrong. Alas, I can only hope that a Jew truly comprehends the depth of my concerns, as you have articulated. Wei Shi accompanied Fengju to the ink washing pool. Upon noticing the desolate surroundings, she could not help but exclaim, "The master has never before imposed such punishment upon the young lady." It is nearly noon, and after standing for 2 hours, the young lady can scarcely endure it. Must she still crawl to Feng Mo Ting for further penance? "Young lady, shall I beseech the madam on your behalf? Her recent actions have drawn excessive attention and transgressed boundaries. If her father remains silent, the world may begin to doubt her integrity. Young lady, allow me to accompany you. Do you insist on me reiterating everything before you will listen?" Wei Shi hastily took her leave. Although Fengju had grown closer to her, the tone and demeanor exhibited during moments of anger were utterly chilling, as though she were not quite human. The ink-washing pool lay in serene silence, a gentle breeze rippling across the surface of the pale ink, wafting a fragrant aroma. This pool was used by Feng Jin to cleanse her brushes and inkstones, and over the years, the ink's hue had deepened, reflecting the increasing sophistication of her calligraphy. Feng Ju found herself lost in thought. She was not entirely devoid of literary talent, and, when compared to the noble women of the capital, she would not necessarily be inferior. However, when juxtaposed with Feng Qingwan, who had pioneered the exquisite Lihua small script, she felt somewhat lacking. Not to mention, she had a father renowned as the sage of calligraphy. Ultimately, she felt an insurmountable distance lay between them. She scooped a handful of pond water. Observing the stark contrast between her inky fingers and the pristine white of her skin, as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon her chest. Those individuals were indeed laughing at her. Simultaneously, Morongjue followed Hualing and Pei Feng to the innermost part of the Han Ocean, where the stone screen inscribed with ink characters resided. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he coldly remarked, "There must be numerous skilled individuals lurking around this courtyard." Pei Feng, unperturbed, merely smiled and replied, "My lord Morong, do not misunderstand. It is always like this within the Han Ocean," implicitly suggesting that these ambushes were not set for him. As the passageway opened, Hualing accompanied Morongjue into the secret prison, while Pei Feng remained outside the screen, brewing tea and keeping watch. "Your Highness." The 18 elite assassins, upon seeing Morongjue, immediately surged forward in excitement, but the sturdy iron bars obstructed their advance. Morongjue's first reaction was to assume that the Feng family had imprisoned these individuals, and he was instantly filled with fury. "I knew you people from Jin harbored ill intentions." Hualing raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Why not inquire further first, my lord?" The leader of the assassins hastily interjected. "Your Highness, you are mistaken. Had we not hidden here, we would have likely been captured by Chuao long ago. The Feng family has not treated us poorly during this time. Did I not command you to leave the city as soon as possible?" The assassins exchanged glances with Hualing, momentarily rendered speechless. Hualing let out a soft scoff. "They intended to kill my family's young lady to avenge their master. Yet it was the young lady who, without holding grudges, saved them from the patrol's pursuit." The leader of the assassins replied in a deep voice, "Your Highness, he speaks the truth." Morongjue cast a suspicious glance at Hualing and spoke in a low voice. "What is your true intention in risking the annihilation of your clan to assist us?" Hualing, being merely a family retainer, replied, "It is my lady, the eldest daughter of our household, who has extended her help to your lord. It is she who saved the 18 death warriors of your lord, and even the head of our family has not intervened excessively. Therefore, this inquiry should be directed towards the eldest daughter." In Chapter 125, Rare Goods to be Valued, Nguyen Yintang observed Xie Yun's profile and sighed, "Madam, since you are concerned, why not speak to the head of the family on her behalf? Your words have always been respected." Chen Si also encouraged, "Indeed, madam, the eldest daughter has only recently shown signs of recovery. Such severe punishment from the head of the family may be beyond her endurance." Xie Yun furrowed her brow and closed the account book. "Has it been half an hour already?" Chen Si confirmed, "Yes, it is already noon. Has she shown any signs of idleness?" The maid had observed that the eldest daughter stood upright without a moment's respite. Morongjue inquired with confusion, "What is she doing?" Due to the eldest daughter's reckless assistance to Morongjue, the head of the family had punished her by making her stand for 2 hours, and more than an hour had already elapsed. Once the 2 hours were completed, she would have to kneel and crawl to Feng Missouri Court. Pei Feng, standing beside Morongjue, added, "Feng Missouri Court is the courtyard adorned with hanging calligraphy and paintings that your lord passed by earlier. There?" Morongjue then turned his gaze back to Morongjue. "Since Lord Morong is a person of status to the young lady, let Pei Feng escort you to the Wutong courtyard for lunch. The kitchen has already been informed." Morongjue's gaze lingered on Feng Ju's retreating figure. "What about her?" Upon hearing this, Morongjue's expression grew intricate as he turned his attention to Feng Ju. Just then, Feng Ju's voice, laced with mirth, reached him. "Does Hualing wish to accompany a Jew?" Morongjue could not quite articulate the reason, but the mere sight of Feng Ju speaking with a carefree smile inexplicably ignited his ire, and the flicker of gratitude he had just felt dissipated in an instant. He let out a cold huff and said, "Let us go." However, after taking a few steps alongside Pei Feng, Morongjue abruptly altered his course and strode over to Feng Ju. Raising his chin, he was reluctant to meet Feng Ju's smiling face and spoke in a frigid tone. "This king does not appreciate being indebted to others." Feng Ju merely smiled without comment. Her meticulous scheming was designed to ensure that Murongzhui owed a debt to the Feng family. The more favors he accrued, the greater the protection he would eventually bestow upon them. How could she allow him to merely stand by and consider it repaid? Elegant, why do you extend such assistance to this king? Feng Zhu slightly turned her face, fortuitously locking eyes with his ice-blue gaze. She smiled and then directed her attention back to the ink pool. Hualing is indeed a truly magnanimous gentleman. Thus, a Jew need not be circumspect. Are you aware of the phrase rare goods are to be treasured? Chapter 126, The Blood Path Side by Side. Rare goods are to be treasured? Murongzhui scoffed coldly. I have fallen to such depths that even I cannot discern the path ahead. What do you believe you could possibly gain from me? Hualing was not one to succumb to despair. Otherwise, he would not have endured humiliation to survive until now. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate that Hualing was not an inconsequential being. His current predicament was merely a fleeting moment of a dragon stranded in shallow waters. At this moment, Murongzhui turned fully to face her. Indeed, he could not concede defeat so easily. His life should not end here. Only by striving to live better could he reclaim his pride and rectify past humiliations, even if it meant becoming a plaything subjected to public scorn. He had no avenue for retreat. The Hualing Feng family, a prestigious lineage with a history spanning a century, held immense power in the realm of Jin. What reason could there be to forsake their overwhelming authority to assist a foreigner like me? Immense power? Feng Zhu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, the Feng family could certainly be considered powerful at present. Yet, Hualing, being of the northern Yin royal lineage, should understand that no monarch would be pleased to witness their subjects amassing such power, potentially overshadowing the imperial authority. Murongzhui regarded her with an expression of profound surprise. Your father is one of the few capable ministers of our time. Preserving the family's honor is not beyond his means, and you need not concern yourself with it as a woman. Regardless of my father's capabilities, my responsibilities remain mine to fulfill. In this second chance at life, Feng Zhu was determined not to rely solely on her parents' protection, nor did she wish to become a burden to them. She was resolute in not standing idly by while ambitious wolves succeeded once more. As the esteemed gentleman observes, the Han and Jin dynasties have fallen into despair. Ever since they were driven south by the northern Yin and other foreign tribes, the court has experienced a relentless cycle of change, with emperors ascending the throne one day only to meet their demise the next. Some of these tragedies arise from the fratricidal strife within the royal family, while others are the result of a weak ruler and strong ministers, where the ruler fears his subjects and the subjects deceive their sovereign. This cycle of rise and fall has eroded trust to the brink of extinction, even if the Feng family harbors no intention of rebellion. At this juncture, Feng Zhu faltered, her thoughts drifting to the past, recalling the blood-soaked fate that befell the Feng clan. When she spoke again, her voice was laced with hoarseness. Even if the Feng family did not seek treason, there is no assurance that the emperor would refrain from striking with lethal force. Compared to the myriad of hypocrites in the Han and Jin courts, Feng Zhu would rather entrust her entire clan to a true hero like you. Her remarks could certainly be deemed treasonous. At this moment, Murongzhui found himself at a loss as to how to regard the young lady before him. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Is it not said among your Jin people that those not of one's kin must harbor different intentions? I am not one of the Jin. Feng Zhu smiled, her eyes and lips curled in sharp derision. Is there not enough fratricide already? I care not who ultimately claims the throne. I, Feng Zhu, am willing to dedicate my entire clan's strength to support you, with the hope that one day, when you ascend to the throne, you will ensure the safety of the Feng lineage. In the past, such sentiments might have been seen as a lack of understanding of national duty, deserving of censure, but in the current state of the Jin court, where the foundations are crumbling, the paramount consideration for all noble families is the preservation of their own interests. Murongzhui stared at her in a daze, and after a long pause, he turned his gaze away. This is merely your solitary wishful thinking. You hold yourself in too high regard. A woman, regardless of her noble lineage, remains merely a woman. No matter how much Feng Jin dotes on her daughter, it will not empower her to wield the family's authority at will. Feng's gaze was profound as he looked at her, his smile both elegant and radiant. Knowing full well the dangers that lie ahead, she boldly chose to confront them. Two individuals, both at their wits' end, emerging from the shadows together, what harm could come of it? Chapter 127, Accompanying you to the end. To carve a bloody path together? Murongzhui repeated this phrase silently in her mind. as a fierce flame ignited in her icy depths, her gaze towards Feng growing increasingly incredulous. Such words, uttered from the lips of a seemingly fragile girl, unveiled a fervent spirit, ardent and unrestrained. Perhaps this was her truest self. Yet, even the grandest ambitions cannot satiate the pangs of hunger, and the sudden rumble of their stomachs brought them crashing back to reality. They exchanged glances, each raising their heads towards the sky, the atmosphere instantly turning awkward. No need. I have vowed to accompany you, and I shall not go back on my word. Feng understood that reasoning with her was futile and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Having someone by his side was, in fact, quite comforting. Since Zhua had resolved to start anew in the Great Jin, it was time to shed the habits of one who claims the title of king. Morongzhua's response was one of silence. It is indeed a formidable challenge to persuade an individual, proud as the blazing sun, to forsake a glorious past and accept the bitter truth of becoming a commoner, or even less than that. Her legs stood stiff and sore, and with great difficulty. Feng Zhu knelt down, advancing step by step on her knees. Morongzhua furrowed his brow, observing for a moment before stepping forward to grasp Feng Zhu's arm, attempting to pull her up. Do not kneel. You need not go to such lengths for me. Feng Zhu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet a smile curled upon her lips. I understand. She lifted her gaze to Morongzhua and said, Your Highness values loyalty, and Feng Zhu is grateful. However, today, it is my father who punishes his daughter, the legitimate young lady of the Feng family. No one else can substitute for me. Morongzhua felt as though their conversation was shrouded in clouds, akin to a riddle, which was why he harbored disdain for dealings with the Jin people. If that is the case, I shall accompany you on this path, he declared. Feng Zhu's eyes darkened slightly. Morongzhua, with this single statement, I know I have not chosen unwisely. As she traversed the blue brick road and the cobbled path, Feng Zhu crawled toward Feng Mo Ting, her delicate skin on her knees already abraded, blood seeping through her silk skirt, her hair dampened by sweat. Morongzhua's voice turned cold as he inquired, Do you wish to continue? Yes. Feng Zhu did not lift her head, her pale lips trembling from the pain. An hour passed. 2 hours. As evening approached, the sky darkened, and the elegantly framed scrolls in the courtyard were lifted by the wind, striking her face intermittently, neither heavy nor light. Feng Zhu felt dizzy and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Morongzhua quickly moved to support her, gently patting her cheek. Wake up. Feng Zhu struggled to open her eyes, yet all she perceived was darkness, accompanied by Morongzhua's deep voice, resonating with a buzzing sound in her ears. She parted her parched lips and murmured in a hoarse voice, Don't sway. Once she felt a bit better, she reluctantly opened her eyes and pushed herself up from Morongzhua's embrace. Chapter 128. The night rain is slightly chilly, seeing her still kneeling. An inexplicable fire ignited within Morongzhua. Enough. In this state, if you kneel any longer, you may well break your own life. No. Need. Through her prolonged kneeling, she had comprehended many profound truths. All matters in this world do not come to fruition in an instant. To achieve one's goals, one must possess the composure to strategize before taking action. On the path to success, one must always be prepared to endure trials and tribulations. Perhaps, this was the true intention of her father. Morongzhua knelt beside Feng Zhu, providing her trembling body with a semblance of support. I have underestimated you. In the meantime, Pei Feng arrived with men to collect all the scrolls from the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the sky began to drizzle. Gradually, the night deepened. Feng Zhu leaned against Morongzhua, her body starting to tremble incessantly. Morongzhua shook her shoulders gently, asking, What is the matter? Feng Zhu remained unresponsive. Yet, when he attempted to lift her, he discovered that her grip on his sleeve was unyielding. Her eyes were tightly shut, brows furrowed, and her lips moved slightly. Morongzhua leaned closer, inquiring, What do you wish to say? Help me, please. Did she still wish to persist? Morongzhua felt a surge of anger rising within him. But upon gazing at her pale, fragile face, he found himself at a loss for words. He pressed his lips together and once more supported Feng Zhu. In the rain, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. At that moment, the hand gripping Morongzhua's sleeve suddenly slipped away. Miss. Wensi hurried forward under the cover of an umbrella. But at this point, Feng Zhu had already lost consciousness. No need for that. Morongzhua directly lifted Feng Zhu into his arms, commanding, Lead the way. Quickly. This Wudong courtyard is quite far from here. However, Morongzhua, for reasons unknown, insisted, Lead the way. That night, the night rain was pleasantly cool, unlike her usual nightmares. Feng Ju found herself in a daze, dreaming of a figure who held her tightly as they sprinted through the rain. Yet, the incessant downpour concealed the man's face from her view. That embrace was so warm. At Feng Xiaogao, Feng Qingwan wondered if her brother's words were indeed true. Yet, her uncle had always indulged in Feng Ju's whims. How could he impose such a severe punishment upon her? The smile at the corner of her lips almost slipped away. Feng Yi brushed off the raindrops from his clothes and replied with a chuckle, I have personally seen it. How could it be false? Feng Ju has indeed committed a considerable error on account of Murongzhua, no matter how much her uncle dotes on her. This is a matter of great significance for the entire family. Previously, I observed my uncle turning a blind eye and remaining silent, leading me to speculate whether Feng Ju's actions were secretly sanctioned by him, and whether there were ulterior motives behind her assistance to Murongzhua. Even the fourth prince has grown suspicious and secretly summoned guests for discussions. Now that my uncle has imposed a harsh punishment on Feng Ju, I find myself relieved. Lin Shiran remarked, I told you that girl Feng Ju could turn over a new leaf and become quite cunning, didn't I? Humph. To act recklessly for a mere white servant, and so foolishly at that. She pales in comparison to my daughter. One cannot speak so lightly. If mother were to encounter the king of Chongling from northern Yan, she would undoubtedly comprehend. Indeed, he possesses a celestial demeanor, incomparable to that of mere mortals. Feng Yi jested, what of the king of Chongling? He is but a captive now. Could it be that dear sister has taken a liking to Murongzhua? Feng Qingwan's face flushed with embarrassment. Brother, you tease me, well aware that my heart belongs solely to His Highness the Fourth. Fear not, dear sister. As long as I am here, the future shall unfold as you wish. Chapter 129. The Assault on Jia Su. Rest assured, esteemed Grand Tutor. Your daughter's high fever has subsided, and she is no longer in peril. This statement from the Imperial physician finally brought relief to the room full of anxious individuals. After personally seeing off the physician, Feng Yi was approached by someone from the side. Young master. Fortunately, the poison afflicting Feng Ju was indiscernible to the average person. Otherwise, he would have had to forsake Jia Tai as a pawn today. The individual, trembling, spoke, I would not dare to neglect the young master's orders. However, Jia Tai was nearly killed last night while intoxicated at Suihua Pavilion. When I visited his residence, he still bore sword wounds and was, regrettably, unable to come. Nearly killed? Feng Yi's expression darkened with suspicion. Do you know who was responsible? Feng Yi exclaimed in anger. Of course, he would not dare to speak. This Jia Su. He has always relied on the Feng family's influence to act recklessly. I had warned him long ago, yet he remains obstinately unchanged. Young master, shall I investigate to uncover the identity of the assailant? Yes, miss. You have finally awoken. Feng Ju opened her eyes and was immediately met by the sight of Murongzhua and the snow leopard at the foot of her bed. One stood, the other lay, both possessing striking blue eyes and an air of haughty indifference that bore a remarkable resemblance. Supported by Wei Shi, she propped herself up and accepted a cup of tea presented by a maid. She said, Wei Shi, please take everyone down. Wei Shi complied, casting a furtive glance at Murongzhua, who showed no intention of departing, leaving her with no choice but to awkwardly retreat. The little snow leopard, dragging its tail, leaped to Feng Ju's side, its previously aloof demeanor vanishing entirely, now as docile as a domestic cat. She gently stroked the leopard's head and turned her gaze toward Murongzhua. In that moment of distress, she had been unwilling to remain in her father's Han Emotian, for she held her pride dear and did not wish to be belittled by him. To her surprise, Murongzhua had discerned her thoughts with uncanny insight. He kept his attention fixed on the snow leopard, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Feng Ju, and stated coolly, You need not thank this king. Ahem. On another matter, when I found Jia Su last night, he had already fallen victim to an underhanded plot. When I and your swordsman located him, we discovered a man in a black cloak following Jia Su's carriage. 2 of his servants were slain on the spot. Since you mentioned that Jia Su should merely be incapacitated and must not die, I deliberately startled the cloaked figure, who proved to be quite alert and left immediately. Feng Ju pondered for a moment and replied, Did Zuoling recognize the man in the black cloak? Though the figure was shrouded. Both he and I felt that the cloaked man appeared familiar. Murongzhua responded, finally lifting his gaze to meet Feng Ju's. I see that you seem quite intrigued by Dr. Chiu from the Pinkatang. In chapter 130, with Yushan at his side, Feng Ju was momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend why he suddenly mentioned the ghost Dr. Qiu Jinghong, he extracted 2 silver needles from his sleeve and handed them to Feng Ju, which had been taken from the vital points of 2 servants. Feng Ju furrowed her brows slightly, deducing, so, the black-clad assailant who attacked Jiasu is Qiu Jinghong. Picking up the letter he had tossed onto the brocade quilt, she read it thoroughly. Mu Jinghong, Qiu Jinghong. So that was it. Seeing the spark of realization in her eyes, Morongjua frowned and snorted coldly. You, woman, are always scheming against others. It is truly distasteful. Feng Ju offered a self-deprecating smile, refraining from retorting. She glanced at Morongjua, noticing he was still clad in the same clothes from the previous day's rain. Her gaze dimmed. Morongjua was a man of deep affection and integrity, a true gentleman, whereas her feelings towards him were merely utilitarian. 2 days later, Feng Ju's health finally began to improve, yet due to the prolonged absence of her medicine, she once again coughed up blood. She could only reserve a bowl of the medicine she had secretly disposed of daily. Observing her hesitation to consume the concoction, Morongjua mockingly smirked. This hypocritical and cunning woman fears taking her medicine? Feng Ju retorted with a sardonic smile. There exists a distinction between good medicine and poison. To know it is poison, yet be compelled to ingest, it is a torment far worse than the bitterness of good medicine. For if one consumes it, death may come on a future day. If one abstains, death is imminent. As for who has wronged me, I have already encountered all those who should be seen these past few days. Can I not discern who harbors genuine intentions and who does not? Then why not directly address your father, Lord Feng, and have him advocate for you? Feng Ju furrowed his brow and downed the potent concoction in his bowl, replying coolly, I cannot allow them to tarnish my father's esteemed reputation. I shall ensure they pay the price in my own manner. Humph, your leg is not yet broken, is it? Morongjua's words cut sharply. Gazing at the towering figure of Morongjua, reminiscent of a majestic jade mountain, a glimmer of light sparkled in her eyes. With Hualing by her side, a Jew felt a sense of security. As long as you do not become a second Xiao Wan, treacherous and unfaithful. Since the hunt, Xiao Wan had been secluded with Li Sunjia and other guests, and upon hearing the news of Feng Jin's severe punishment of his beloved daughter, the lingering doubts were finally dispelled. On this day, he brought gifts to pay a visit, only to encounter Feng Qingwan in the garden. Feng Qingwan, with ill intentions, remarked, Your Highness may not be aware, but a Jew left early this morning with that Morongjua. For the past few days, Morongjua has been residing in Wudong Courtyard, and the two have been inseparable. Xiao Wan's handsome face darkened instantly. Feng Ju, what exactly are you plotting? Chapter 131. Disguised visit to the healer on Longzhou West Street, at the Pinjitang. Please remove your veil. Qiu Jinghong pushed the pillow closer, preparing to take Feng Ju's pulse. Feng Ju lowered his head, seemingly apprehensive. Doctor, this may be somewhat inconvenient. Covering the rash on his face is not conducive to recovery. After Qiu Jinghong tidied up the low table, he finally lifted his gaze towards Feng Ju. Suddenly, he found himself gazing into the enchanting phoenix eyes concealed behind the veil. Momentarily taken aback, Feng Ju spoke, Doctor, you are mistaken. The reason I cover my face is not due to any rash, but rather to avoid detection by my enemies. I am unwell and seek your assistance. Enemies? Feng Ju's head lowered further, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Qiu Jinghong, uninterested in the affairs of others, focused intently on the diagnosis. As he took her pulse, a frown swiftly creased his brow. Feng Ju, observing his reaction, felt a surge of anxiety. Doctor, what is the verdict? Qiu Jinghong regarded her with suspicion and inquired, My lady, how did you come to be afflicted by this poison? This. Qiu Jinghong's expression hardened. My lady, if you do not speak candidly, I cannot proceed with treatment. Please. Feng Ju exclaimed, panic rising as she met his gaze. Doctor, I will explain. There is a wicked man who sought to violate me, but I have a beloved, and thus I would not yield. He, emboldened by his power, forcibly abducted and imprisoned me, relentlessly compelling me to consume a potion. If I refused, he threatened the life of my beloved. Qiu Jinghong's hands, resting on the low table, suddenly clenched tightly, the veins on his hands standing out. Through gritted teeth, he demanded, What is the name of this villain? This. He is the Imperial physician. I dare not speak his name, she replied. You need not say it, for I already know. That scoundrel is named Jiasu, is he not? Feng Ju gasped in astonishment. Doctor, how do you know this? Humph. Qiu Jinghong struck the low table with his fist. His half-face appeared increasingly grotesque beneath the cascading dark hair. Feng Zhu pondered silently. This ghostly physician, seemingly indifferent, was unexpectedly gullible. Doctor, is there truly no remedy for this poison? Suddenly, Qiu Jinghong's sharp and cold gaze pierced through, causing Feng Zhu's heart to leap in alarm. Could it be that he had discerned something? You just mentioned that he imprisoned you. How then did you come here? Feng Zhu concealed his face with his sleeve and began to weep. I was confined by that scoundrel for many years. A few days ago, I heard he had been ambushed and was bedridden. My beloved risked everything to infiltrate his home and rescue me. However, I am acutely aware of my own condition. It seems I can no longer bear children. I do not wish to burden my beloved with a childless fate, hence my desire to secretly consult the physician. After reviewing the information regarding Qiu Jinghong, Feng Zhu was certain that such a narrative would touch his heart and diminish his suspicions. Qiu Jinghong gazed at the woman before him, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes, and Feng Zhu sensed instinctively that he was looking through her to another. Rest assured, this poison is not entirely incurable. It simply requires some time. Is that truly so? The tone of surprise was heartfelt. A shadow of uncertainty crossed Qiu Jinghong's eyes, and the glimmer of hope in his gaze stirred a sense of compassion within him, leading him to nod in agreement. At that moment, a small child rushed in. Uncle, a brother sent this for you. The child placed a pouch down and darted away. Qiu Jinghong opened the pouch to find, startlingly, a cotton bag with a silver needle prominently inserted within. His expression abruptly changed, and he rose swiftly from the grass mat, hastening out of the clinic, only to find that the young boy had long since vanished, leaving no trace of any suspicious individuals. Feng Zhu silently lowered his gaze. Given his reaction, there could be no doubt. Chapter 132. 3 Sharp Weapons. Thank you, Dr. Qiu. After leaving the clinic, Feng Zhu entered a nearby alley and boarded an unremarkable carriage. Murongji's eyes were cold and distant as she glanced at the thorny hairpin and coarse dress she wore. Wei Shi separated a curtain inside the carriage to allow Feng Zhu to change. Murongji, lost in thought, fell silent. Outside, Hualing inquired, Miss, where shall we head next? To the study. Xingxian Street, a gathering place for the lesser officials. The inhabitants here, though more educated than the average commoners, hail from humble origins. Even those who hold positions in the court are often regarded as minor officials, looked down upon by noble science. These so-called minor officials are not corrupt, but instead handle complex and tedious matters. They are practical bureaucrats scorned by the idle gentry, derogatorily termed commoners, which is truly ironic. The carriage halted in front of a moderately sized study. Wei Shi, go inquire if Boss Shun of the study is present. Yes. Murongji stretched one leg out while keeping the other bent, her chilling blue eyes narrowing slightly as she idly scrutinized Feng Zhu's face. He could not fathom how this seemingly inconspicuous woman could possess such an abundance of schemes and cunning. Feng Zhu gazed at a Buddhist scripture without lifting her head and remarked, in the Pei family of Hualing, there resides a distinguished gentleman who refers to himself as Master Crane. This individual, aside from his affection for cranes, relishes the act of comparing his visage with that of others. He often delights in dancing alongside the cranes at the water's edge, admiring the reflections upon the surface. In my humble opinion, when one surveys the beauty of mortals, only Lang Yin stands unparalleled. Does Zhuang Lang not require a mirror to admire his own reflection? Mu Rongzhu's handsome visage abruptly stiffened. You, woman, who are you to compare beauty with me? Humph. I am focused on the tome in your hands, not on you. It is you who should be admiring your own reflection. Feng Zhu lifted her gaze from the scroll, casting a half-smile towards the Mu Rongzhu. Embarrassment and indignation tinged his nearly ethereal features with a delicate blush, rendering him even more breathtaking. Zhuang Lang, you must come to terms with the fact that in the grand realm of Jin, from the highest officials to the common folk, qualities such as talent, achievements, and virtue are not paramount. Possessing a beautiful visage and an elegant demeanor renders one an object of admiration and pursuit. Indeed, a portion of your survival to this day can be attributed to your alluring appearance, which compels others to spare your life. Thus, you should not consider it a disgrace, for it is one of your 3 formidable assets. 3 formidable assets? Mu Rongzhu raised his butterfly-like dark brows in her direction. If I am not exaggerating, my own abilities constitute one of those assets. As you mentioned, my appearance is the second. But what, pray tell, is the final asset? Feng Zhu parted her crimson lips and replied me. Mu Rongzhu paused, then turned his face away with a light scoff. You are indeed full of yourself. Feng Zhu smiled, arching an eyebrow playfully. Can you discern the whereabouts of Master Shun's residence? Ah, It is not far from here. Feng Zhu smirked. Wei Shi had begun to display a certain cleverness in recent days. Chapter 133, The Heart of Shunlang. The study Feng Zhu sought belonged to Master Shun, who, of course, was none other than Shun Wanyang, the beloved of Pei Mingshui. Orphaned at a tender age, Shun Wanyang faced life alone, bereft of family. Yet, he has managed to establish a modestly sized study through his own efforts, which attests to his capabilities. He is far from being an unworldly bookworm, ensnared by antiquated notions. Hualing, is the individual you have sought trustworthy? Hualing chuckled in response. My lady, what does trustworthiness even mean in this context? After all, this is precisely their line of work. Hualing privately added, surely, it is more reliable than you masquerading as a destitute woman being accosted. No sooner had their conversation concluded than the once tightly shut doors of the Shun residence swung open, and a flamboyantly dressed woman was unceremoniously cast out. Oh dear, this gentleman possesses an elegant demeanor. How could he be so unkind as to disregard my delicate nature? You have harmed me. Begone. I care not who sent you. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure that your legs are broken. Wei Shi, feeling as if she had committed a transgression, whispered in a hushed tone. My lady, that courtesan has been expelled. Feng Zhu cast a glance at her. Why are you being so furtive? Wei Shi shrank back as if a thief. I fear that Master Shin may discover that we were the ones who sent her in. Did you not hear his threat to break our legs? Morongzhuo let out a scoff, mocking, what a terrible idea. If you are so capable, why don't you take action yourself? Feng Zhu inwardly despised him, yet, given Morongzhuo's captivating beauty that could enchant both men and women, it was conceivable that Shun Wanyang might be utterly defenseless against such allure. Why do you look at me like that? Morongzhuo's dark brows knitted together, a hint of wariness emerging. It's nothing. Feng Zhu pressed his lips together, silently abandoning the unreliable notion. If Morongzhuo were to attempt seducing Shun Wanyang, he feared that both he and Shun Wanyang might meet an untimely end. If it were not for Zhua Lingshuan's lackluster companion, it would suggest that Shun Wanyang was indeed a man of integrity, impervious to the seductions of lust. Thus, he had passed this test. Wei Shi, you shall go this time. Wei Shi's delicate face turned pale in an instant. Miss, I. What is there to fear? With me here, he would not dare to harm you. Morongzhuo's voice rang out once more. You look as though you are being forced into a compromising situation. Feng Zhu cast another glance at Wei Shi's panicked expression, which indeed resembled Morongzhuo's description, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Enough. Shortly after, the door of the Shun residence was knocked upon once more. I have already warned you not to come again. As the door opened, Shun Wanyang brandished a broom, ready to strike. Suddenly, a hand appeared beside Feng Zhu, gripping Shun Wanyang's wrist with force, halting the broom's descent. Upon recognizing the elegantly dressed figure before him, not the previous courtesan, Shun Wanyang suspiciously lowered his hand. Who are you? Feng Zhu scrutinized Shun Wanyang. Though days of seclusion and excessive drinking had rendered him somewhat haggard, he remained a refined and handsome gentleman. She raised her chin and, with an air of arrogance, entered the room unceremoniously, declaring, We have come at the behest of the Pei family. Upon hearing the name of the Pei family, Shun Wanyang's expression instantly soured, and he silently followed her into the room. Feng Zhu quietly remarked to Morongzhuo, Were you not told to wait in the carriage? What brings you here? Morongzhuo maintained a cold demeanor, yet there was a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Are you worried that my third sword might be broken by a broom? Feng Zhu subtly furrowed her brow, thinking to herself that at times, Morongzhuo could be insufferable. Shun Wanyang, watching Feng Zhu with guarded eyes, said, during this time, I have tried every means to see Ming Shui, and it seems the Pei family has already learned of it. You are correct. The Pei family is indeed aware of your relationship with Ming Shui. You should have long understood the reasons behind a marriage between gentry and commoners. The sum of money you receive from the lady is sufficient for you to squander for a lifetime. For your sake, and for Ming Shui's, it would be wise to abandon the notion of aspiring to the heights of nobility before this matter becomes public. It is most appropriate for you to marry a virtuous wife and establish a family. Chapter 134. Entangled by a thread. Feng Zhu spoke the truth. The treasure chest overflowing with gold and silver was something Shun Wanyang could never hope to earn even a fraction of in a lifetime spent in scholarly pursuits. What do you think? He retorted. Ming Shui possesses a pure heart and has treated me with genuine sincerity. I believe she would never act in such a manner. Feng Zhu mocked him. Shun Wanyang, Are you not being overly selfish? Regardless of whether your feelings for Mingxue are genuine or merely a means to ascend the ranks of the Pei family, the fact remains that Mingxue is consumed by thoughts of you, languishing in despair, her heart set on an untimely demise. Do you still wish to persist? Shen Wanyang's countenance shifted dramatically. What? Mingxue. Indeed. She is aware of the futility of her affections, now only wishing for a swift end. Mingxue. Shen Wanang, lost in a daze, collapsed onto the couch, repeatedly murmuring Pei Mingxue's name. Fengju rose, stating, keep these possessions. And do not entangle yourself with Mingxue any longer. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Shen Wanyang suddenly rushed after him. Wait. Take this gold and silver away. He retrieved a jade pendant adorned with a motif of twin fish playing among lotus flowers, wrapped in silk, clearly a treasured possession. After a prolonged moment of reluctance, he handed the pendant to Fengju. Deliver this to Mingxue, and inform her that Shen Wanyang's heart now belongs elsewhere. Wishing not to share in her fate of growing old together or sharing a grave, tell her to live well, and to not. Do not bring me misfortune. The final words seemed to drain him of all vitality. A man of stature, yet his eyes were reddened, glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, Fengju began to believe the tales she had heard in a past life, that upon discovering Pei Mingxue's clandestine affair with Shen Wanyang, the Pei family had forcibly arranged a marriage for her. On the very day of her nuptials, clad in her crimson wedding gown, Pei Mingxue tragically hanged herself in her chamber. Meanwhile, her beloved Shun, having set his own home ablaze, met his demise in his wedding attire, crashing against the gates of the Pei family, leaving behind but 2 lines of bloodied text. The gates of noble families rise as high as the sky. A concubine's son must not aspire. Life should not be spent in vain, and in death, I only wish to share the same grave. Fengju unconsciously tightened her grip on the jade pendant. Perhaps if she were to depart in this moment, Shen Wanyang would follow suit in a tragic end. She returned the pendant to Shen Wanyang's hand and said, You are a man of stature. How can you allow fear of power to betray a virtuous lady? Whatever you have to say, you must convey it to Mingxue yourself. Shen Wanyang, with reddened eyes, gazed at Fengju in astonishment. Morong Zhuang shared a similar expression of surprise. Could it be that the Pei family would permit me a meeting with Mingxue? Fengju hesitated for a moment. She did not wish for her moment of weakness to lead Mingxue to a fate akin to her own. If Lady Pei were to declare that Mingxue could only marry you if she were cast out from the Pei family and removed from their genealogy, would you still be willing to cherish her for a lifetime? Shen Wanyang's gaze was resolute, unwavering as he replied, I may not be able to offer Mingxue the opulence of a noble family, yet I am willing to sacrifice everything to ensure she suffers not a single grievance. Can you pledge that you shall never take a concubine, loving her alone in this lifetime? I vow to remain steadfast, never once contemplating the notion of taking a concubine. Fengju began to absent-mindedly fan herself, the faint scent of sandalwood filling the air as she exhaled softly. Shen Wanang, filled with suspicion, asked, Who are you truly? Why do you wish to assist me? Fengju did not respond. Instead, she turned to leave. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she addressed Shen Wanang over her shoulder. Shen Wanang, should you ever betray Mingxue, know that while she is gentle and kind, she would not retaliate against you. But I shall show you no mercy. Chapter 135. The most suitable male pet within the confines of the carriage. Morong Zhua expressed his disdain, remarking, This Shen Wanyang is utterly absorbed in romantic entanglements, neglecting the pursuit of achievements. Such a waste of his 7-foot stature. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Fengju. How could you concern yourself with such trivial matters, particularly those pertaining to others? Fengju, lost in thought, smiled faintly and sighed. Indeed, matters of love are the most mundane of all. However, she lowered her voice, concealing half of her face with her fan, allowing only her brilliant eyes to shimmer with calculation. How can you be certain that I am aiding others, rather than crafting my own schemes? To assist others without any ulterior motive? Ah, how ironic it is for her to utter such words in her current state. Could it be that you have developed an interest in that gentleman named Shen? Fengju smiled slightly. With a male pet like Hualing by my side, how could any ordinary man capture a Jew's gaze? Male pet. Morong Zhua's expression darkened immediately, his face contorted in fury as he glared at Fengju. I am not your male pet. Fengju blinked innocently, her demeanor one of unshakable certainty. Yet, the entire world knows that Hualing is a Jew's beloved male pet. Otherwise, What grand scheme could warrant a mere woman keeping a valiant warrior like the king of Chongling from Beiyan by her side? An icy veneer seemed to envelop Morong Zhua's exquisitely handsome face. He was not foolish. He comprehended the implications in Feng Zhu's words. If he were to reject the role of her male pet, then both he and Feng Zhu, along with the entire Feng family, would inevitably fall prey to the suspicions of various factions. Feng Zhu, do not push your luck. Morong Zhua glared at Feng Zhu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You seek to humiliate me deliberately. In my view, serving as a bodyguard is far more suitable than being a male concubine. The very mention of the term male concubine felt akin to a dagger to his heart. Feng Zhu concealed the smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth with her fan, and sighed earnestly. Hualing, you are a person of significance to me, and I cannot bear to see you so wronged. However, she paused thoughtfully before continuing. Why resort to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It is truly hard to believe that you would serve as a bodyguard. You should cease your struggles. Are you implying that I am suited to be a male concubine? Morong Zhua retorted, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to pounce upon her in exasperation. In truth, Feng Zhu did not intend to belittle him. After all, even she had been likened to the second Wuan princess, a title that bore no glory. She gazed at his face across from her, silently lamenting. I do not wish to keep a male concubine. Yet, it would indeed be a pity for such a visage not to be cherished. Perhaps, even if she declared that Morong Zhua was not her male concubine, no one would believe her. What, then, is your purpose in aiding Shen Wanyang? Feng Zhu merely smiled and replied, I hold no affection for Pei Xiao. As she looked at the impeccably dressed Feng Zhu, Wei she could not help but exclaim, Indeed, Miss, you are most suited to the crimson attire. I have yet to see any lady who can wear red with such opulence and allure. Feng Zhu gazed into the large copper mirror, momentarily lost in thought. In a previous life, she never donned red garments, for she deemed the color too ostentatious, having grown accustomed to dwelling in the radiant shadow of Feng Qingwan. Yet, in this second chance at life, she began to develop an affinity for this vibrant hue. Bold and fervent, much like the final conflagration. Chapter 136, Common Goals Indeed. The red attire suits you splendidly. A voice, rich with appreciation, echoed from behind. Feng Zhu caught sight of Morong Zhua in the bronze mirror, standing behind her. Simultaneously, a collective gasp resonated throughout the room. As if the very souls of those present had been momentarily snatched away, their gazes fixated in a daze. Morong Zhua detested such stares and immediately furrowed his brow. Addressing Feng Zhu, must you insist that I wear this outfit? He too adorned a flowing red robe, exquisite in texture, style, and embroidery, impeccably luxurious. The red attire contrasted sharply with his azure eyes, further accentuated by the blood-red phoenix pendant dangling from his earlobe, creating an arresting and ethereal aura about him. This garment had been meticulously crafted at Feng Zhu's behest, yet in that moment, she frowned. Change it at once. What did you say? Morong Zhua questioned, suspecting he had misheard. Feng Zhu fixed her gaze upon the attire, her tone unusually grave. This garment is unsuitable. Replace it with the white robe adorned with silver-threaded patterns. None could comprehend her profound seriousness regarding a mere piece of clothing. As Wei Shi contemplated quietly, she mused on how the young lady held an extraordinary regard for Lord Morong. In just a few days, she had summoned dozens of embroiderers to toil through the night, producing no fewer than 20 exquisite garments, crafted from the most opulent materials, with untold amounts of pure gold and silver threads. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a young girl in a jade green skirt standing at the doorway. You see I? Wei she exclaimed in astonishment. UCI was the very maid saved by the phoenix blood pendant when Feng Zhu had just awakened. Approaching Feng Zhu, she respectfully bowed and said, UCI pays her respects to the young lady. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Rise. Were you not granted leave to recuperate? Feng Zhu replied. With heartfelt gratitude, UCI responded, thanks to the kindness of the madam and the young lady over the past month, my injuries have healed. Thus, I humbly request permission to accompany and serve you this time. Feng Zhu smiled gently and nodded. The personalities of UCI and Wei Shi were starkly contrasting. Wei Shi was meticulous yet often timid, while UC's steadfastness and determination perfectly complemented her shortcomings. On the third day of the third lunar month, the western mountains were ablaze with blooming peach blossoms, enchanting in their splendor. Naturally, there were many figures traversing the mountains. Morong Zhua, with a cold expression, ignored the myriad of captivated gazes around him, and quietly remarked, "You are well aware that Chu Rao invited you here with ill intentions. Why do you still choose to walk into the lion's den?" Feng Zhu smiled faintly, replying, "Hualing, to gain the recognition of the aristocracy, one must first become part of their ranks. Attending such a grand banquet is indispensable. Should I forego all opportunities simply because of a single Chu Rao? You hail from the esteemed Feng family, a lineage of nobility. Why then seek their approval?" Feng gently waved the fragrant fan in her hand, releasing a delicate aroma of peach blossoms that enveloped the air, intoxicating those nearby. She lifted her gaze towards the summit, where faint echoes of laughter drifted down, and remarked softly, "Indeed, I am of noble birth, yet in their eyes, I am but a reclusive maiden, timid and unrefined, lacking in grace and sophistication. Merely a figure of ridicule within Hualing City, a name of nobility devoid of true noble demeanor." She turned her gaze to Murong Zhua and continued, "And what do they perceive you to be, my dear Zhua? What do they see? A mere plaything, easily toyed with?" Feng met Murong Zhua's icy blue eyes with her own, clasping his hand firmly. "Zhua, our ambitions align. This place today, though not a battlefield, is fraught with tension. You and I are each other's most reliable swords." Chapter 137. Who are you? As soon as Feng finished speaking, her knees buckled, but Murong Zhua supported her, preventing her from tumbling down the slope. Gritting her teeth, she straightened her legs and offered a sheepish smile to Murong Zhua, saying, "It seems that before we become each other's swords, dear Zhua must first serve as my climbing staff. Having knelt previously, my legs have yet to fully recover, and managing to reach this halfway point is quite an accomplishment." Murong Zhua scoffed, saying, a show of bravado. Yet, despite his words, he continued to support Feng with unwavering strength. Upon finally reaching the mountain's summit, Murong Zhua could distinctly observe the beads of sweat glistening on Feng Zhu's forehead and neck, indicative of the immense agony her legs were enduring. Yet, Feng Zhu stood upright in an instant, her delicate cheeks adorned with a smile, exuding an air of nonchalance that concealed any hint of discomfort. Atop the mountain, peach blossoms flourished like ethereal clouds encircling the peak. As silhouettes gracefully navigated through the flowering trees, their elegant garments fluttering, accompanied by the melodious sounds of golden and jade chimes, alongside the harmonious strains of silk and bamboo. Scattered across the open areas were seats draped in satin, arranged every 5 paces, winding along the meandering streams. This splendid scene, exquisite as a realm of deities, was a sight Murong Zhua had never encountered in Bei'an. However, the lavishness of this vibrant spectacle astonished even someone of his noble lineage. Do you comprehend how many impoverished souls lack clothing to shield them and food to satiate their hunger? Upon hearing Murong Zhua's sorrowful yet indignant murmur, Feng Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Born into the affluent Feng family of Hualing, her life had always been one of luxury and ease, and she had never witnessed the conditions Murong Zhua spoke of. Just as she was about to respond, a voice suddenly rang out. "A Jew? You have come too?" Feng Qingwan, engaged in conversation with several noble women while admiring the blossoms, was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise upon spotting Feng Zhu. She had not informed Feng Zhu about the peach blossom banquet. Had it been the former Feng Zhu, she would have relished the opportunity to embarrass her. However, the current Feng Zhu was certainly not one to be trifled with. Unsurprisingly, the arrival of Feng Zhu and Murong Zhua instantly sparked a commotion, as the gazes that had previously been fixated on Feng Qingwan now turned en masse towards the pair walking hand in hand. Amidst the crowd, someone could not help but exclaim, "What a pair of exquisite individuals!" The term exquisite individuals, likening one to jade, is a compliment of the highest order, akin to Feng Jin's esteemed title of Jade Master. With a beaming smile, Feng Zhu approached Feng Qingwan, affectionately saying, "In such a refined gathering today, why did my esteemed elder sister not inform me and come here in secret?" The unusual smile on his face sent a chill down Feng Qingwan's spine, causing her to awkwardly smile back under the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. "Ah Zhu, you have always been indifferent to such occasions, which is why I did not inform you. How, then, did you come to know?" Not far away, the voice of Chu Rao echoed, "Feng Zhu, you truly dare to come." Her charming smile betrayed her ill intentions. Feng Zhu turned his head slightly, his expression indifferent, just as she expected him to retort. "Who are you?" A scoff escaped from Murong Zhua, lacking any courtesy. Chu Rao's face flushed with anger as she quickly approached Feng Zhu. "How dare you treat me with such disdain? It was one thing to claim not to know her the first time, but after just a day or two. Fengju was certainly not forgetful. It was clearly intentional. With an elegant demeanor, Fengju replied, "Throughout my life, I have encountered many noble ladies, most of whom possess the grace and kindness akin to my elder sister. I have never heard of any young lady so imposing. Might I inquire about your esteemed household?" Fengju, you. How utterly disrespectful. At the moment when Chu Rao was filled with indignation, a voice as gentle as willow fluff coldly echoed, "Chu Rao. Ju is the legitimate young lady of the Hualing Feng family, while you are merely a minor branch of the numerous collateral lines of the Chu family. How dare you act so disrespectfully?" It was none other than Pei Mingxue who spoke. Dressed in a delicate pink gown, she approached Fengju accompanied by her maid. Upon witnessing this, whispers erupted among the onlookers. Isn't that Pei Mingxue from the Hualing Pei family? She has always been serene and low profile, never seeking the spotlight. Why is she speaking up for Fengju today? Though Pei Mingxue is nominally the second daughter of the Pei family, both her elder sister and brother have been adopted into the main family line. In truth, she stands as the sole legitimate daughter of the Pei family, placing her in a situation quite akin to that of Fengju. Perhaps it was this shared plight that stirred her to speak out. She was indeed correct. Chu Rao was merely a minor offshoot of the Chu family's collateral branches, foolishly considering herself as one of the legitimate daughters. How audacious of her to act so arrogantly before the pampered young lady of the Hualing Feng family. It was evident that a collateral branch was indeed unaware of its own limitations. The murmurs, though hushed, reached the ears of everyone present. Feng Qingwan looked at Chu Rao, shaking her head in disdain. She understood that after today, the good reputation Chu Rao had built would be utterly destroyed, and the bright future that the Chu family had envisioned for her would plummet. Such is the dreadful power of public opinion. Yet, in Feng Qingwan's eyes, the most formidable presence remained that of the graceful young woman clad in red, Fengju. The young maiden exuded an aura of gentle grace, appearing remarkably amiable and poised. Yet her serene demeanor only served to infuriate Chu Rao further. The latter's loss of composure starkly contrasted with the former's refined elegance. This masterful guise and meticulous scheming of Fengju instilled a genuine sense of threat in Feng Qingwan for the first time. "Fengju, it is all your fault. You wretched woman." Chu Rao was driven to the brink of madness, instinctively charging towards Fengju. In that fleeting moment, Morongjua, noticing that Fengju did not flinch or evade, found himself, without understanding how, instinctively placing his own body protectively in front of her, firmly grasping Chu Rao's wrist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he cast Chu Rao aside as if she were refuse, turning to glare at Fengju with a darkened expression. "If I do not intervene, you will be struck." This duplicitous woman was deliberately provoking him to act in her defense. Fengju regarded him with a beaming smile and replied, "Indeed, if Zhuolang does not protect a Jew shall be bullied. However, a Jew has faith in Zhuolang." Chu Rao, having been steadied by Feng Qingwan to avoid a grievous fall, pushed her away and mocked, "Morongjua, you are nothing more than a defeated captive. Now you have further degraded yourself to become Fengju's male concubine. It appears you have truly resigned yourself to decadence." The sharpness of her words was akin to that of a mere buffoon. In truth, he merely leaned closer to Fengju, whispering, "Repeatedly probing will erode our mutual trust." Fengju slightly lowered her gaze and replied, "Thus, from this moment forth, a Jew shall harbor no suspicion towards Zhuolang, only wishing for your heart to mirror my own." Lowering her head was a result of her occasional inability to meet Morongj's piercing blue gaze. The icy chill of those eyes was undeniably intimidating, but more importantly, their clarity and purity revealed to her a distorted and false reflection of herself. Yet, she resented the notion of bowing before others. In the moment she compelled herself to lift her gaze, her eyes collided with those perilous orbs, causing her heart to skip a beat and her feet to instinctively retreat. However, her injured leg faltered, and she found herself stumbling into Morongj's embrace. His instinctive support felt as though he were pulling her tightly into his arms. Chapter 139. The inconvenience of movement. A brief moment of silence enveloped the surroundings, swiftly followed by an uncontrollable uproar. We had only arrived a moment late. How could this place be so lively? As the third prince, Xiaocheng, ascended to the mountain peak and saw the crowd gathered in a frenzy, he could not contain his excitement and shouted out, rushing to part the throng before the guards could clear a path. What he beheld left him utterly astounded. Behind him trailed a host of distinguished individuals, including Heng Yongji, Pei Xiao, and even Princess Wuan and Xiao Wan. What are you doing? Princess Wuan was the first to voice her fury, her face a stormy shade of anger. A wave of joy surged within Chu Rao as she murmured softly, Feng Ju, those who can deal with you have arrived. Standing beside her, Feng Qingwan caught the meaning of her words and quickly flashed a smile. Heng Yongji let out a disdainful snort. Humph, utterly shameless. Xiao Wan's elegant eyes narrowed slightly, his fists clenching subtly. Feng Ju raised an eyebrow and turned, deliberately leaning closer to Murong Zhua, who had been standing straight. Princess? It has been many days since we last met. However, Princess Wuan disregarded her feigned smile and inquired once more, What are you doing? Feng Ju blinked and replied with a smile, If the princess observes what we are doing, then that is precisely what we are engaged in. Murong Zhua's brow twitched as he shot a glare at Feng Ju's profile. They had clearly done nothing. Yet this cunning lady insisted on uttering words that could lead to misunderstandings. However, upon witnessing the furious expression on Princess Wuan's face, he felt a sense of vindication. Feng Ju, who do you think you are, daring to covet someone the princess has taken a fancy to? Huanya, do not be disrespectful. Finally, Xiao Wan spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. Both Feng Ju and Murong Zhuo exchanged sardonic glances. Hearing the word honor from Princess Wuan was indeed ironic. While everyone was curiously watching Xiao Wan, they were taken aback to see that he, who should have been most enraged, bore no trace of anger. Huanya, I believe you have indeed misunderstood the situation. Xiao Wan's composed voice carried an air of authority, momentarily silencing Princess Wuan. He then walked slowly to Feng Ju's side, concern evident in his gaze as he glanced at her legs. A Jew, I have heard that the Grand Tutor, it is truly unwise for you to ascend the mountain, given your difficulties in walking. His words prompted the crowd to recall the recent rumors that had been circulating fervently. Feng Ju had been severely punished, and it was only natural that she required assistance due to her impaired mobility. Yet, her earlier demeanor had led them to forget this fact. As people admired Feng Ju's graceful poise despite her pain, they simultaneously revered Xiao Wan's magnanimity and attentiveness. Feng Ju's smile was gentle and radiant as she softly replied, Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am quite well. Despite her disdain for Xiao Wan's insincerity, she was acutely aware that any display of indifference or disrespect towards him would undoubtedly invite unwarranted criticism. Ah Ju, it's rare for you to venture out. The flowing wine banquet requires some preparation. Shall I accompany you to admire the scenery? As Xiao Wan extended a hand to assist her, Feng Ju smiled and grasped it, nodding in agreement. Of course. Murong Zhuo observed the two departing together, his gaze chilling and contemplative. Wei Shi, he addressed respectfully. The servants will proceed to arrange the seating. Chapter 140. The intent beneath the garments. Murong Zhuo's demeanor was icy, disregarding everyone around him. Wei Shi and UCI exchanged apprehensive glances before timidly leading the others to select a suitable location. Feng Ju's arrogance was rivaled only by that of Princess Wuan. Pei Xiao watched as the resplendent red robe vanished from view, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his peach blossom eyes. Beside him, Heng Yong scoffed quietly at Feng Ju's retreating figure, but soon perceived the chill in Pei Xiao's words, turning to regard him with curiosity. Have you had prior contact with her? Being struck by Feng Ju's fan was hardly a matter of pride, and Pei Xiao opted for silence. Heng Yong, well aware of Pei Xiao's notorious flirtations, quickly deduced the situation, his expression darkening further. In that moment, the most daunting presence remained that of Princess Wuan, who, after all, had summoned Feng Ju here. Fuming with rage, Princess Wuan directed a fierce glare towards Feng Qingwan ahead. Feng Qingwan was momentarily taken aback as she stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, it is not I who has divulged anything regarding today's Lushang banquet to Aju. This matter is. She hesitated, her gaze drifting toward Chu Rao, as she wished to avoid incurring the wrath of the Princess of Wuan. However, Chu Rao triumphantly interjected, Your Highness, it was I who informed Feng Ju about the banquet. Just as the Princess of Wuan was about to voice her discontent, Chu Rao leaned in and whispered, A Rao acts thus for your benefit. Had it not been for Feng Ju's arrival, how could your Highness have your wishes fulfilled? She cast a radiant glance in a specific direction. The Princess of Wuan followed her gaze, and, upon spotting the figure beneath the peach blossom tree, all her grievances dissipated instantly, replaced by an expression of nearly obsessive fascination. Murong Zhuo stood alone beneath the peach tree, his azure eyes gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. The gentle breeze stirred his garments, and as they fluttered, the intricately embroidered patterns on his resplendent white silk glimmered like silver ripples, rendering him a vision of ethereal beauty, cold, exquisite, and devoid of any trace of his former disarray. The Princess of Wuhan glanced at Chu Rao with a satisfied smile. "Hualing, at last we meet again." A voice, imbued with infatuation and a hint of shyness, suddenly resonated from behind. Morongjua furrowed his brow sharply. "Keep your distance from me." His cold tone offered no room for compassion. He refused to even glance at the royal princess, who was enraptured by him, and turned to leave. As his elegant white attire brushed past her, the Princess of Wuhan was inexplicably taken aback, uncharacteristically refraining from anger and choosing not to pursue him. Chu Rao approached, her expression laced with confusion as she inquired, "Princess, what troubles you?" Princess Wuhan furrowed her delicate brows, momentarily lost in a fleeting illusion that she was confronting her fourth brother, Xiao Wan. The innate regal aura of an emperor had instilled a sense of dread within her since childhood. This scene caught the attention of Wei Shi, who, noticing Morongjua approaching, murmured, "I finally comprehend why the young lady insisted that Lord Murong don this attire." When clad in crimson, Morongjua exuded an enchanting charm that was utterly captivating, almost enticing one to transgress. Yet, adorned in the current silver-white robe, his noble and aloof demeanor surpassed that of all the noble families present. And combined with his frigid aura that kept others at bay, who would dare to regard this distinguished youth as a mere plaything to be humiliated? Beside him, Uci remained unperturbed, her gaze unwavering as she remarked with a light-hearted tone, "The young lady is no longer the same as before. She possesses her own intentions in all matters. Since Lord Murong is someone the young lady has requested from His Majesty, no one else shall lay a finger on him." These words drifted into Morongjua's ears, prompting him to halt his steps and gaze once more in the direction where Feng Zhu had departed, deep in thought. Chapter 141. Overestimating oneself. As the fourth prince reveled in the scenery, the Zhu excused herself, bidding farewell. While the ploy of feigned restraint can indeed be effective, it must be exercised with moderation. Xiao Wan sighed softly and remarked, "My patience is not as boundless as others might presume." Feng Zhu mockingly laughed. "Others may envision the fourth prince in a glorified light, but I cannot fathom what they see. I can, however, discern that he holds himself in excessive esteem." "Oh, you certainly know me well," Xiao Wan replied, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips as he abruptly seized Feng Zhu, pressing her against a peach blossom tree. This sudden and forceful action sent pain coursing through Feng Zhu's legs, yet Xiao Wan's other hand swiftly encircled her waist, supporting her without a hint of concern for her injuries. What intention does the fourth prince harbor? Contrary to the expected shyness, Xiao Wan's gaze revealed a countenance as frigid as ice, youthful cheeks tinged with an unsettling melancholy that belied his age. "Do you think that parading a Morongjua before me could compel my withdrawal from the engagement?" His lips brushed against Feng Zhu's ear, a wicked charm emanating from him that sent chills through her, as if a venomous snake were whispering deceit in her ear. "You are mistaken, Xiao Wan. Whether you choose to annul the engagement is of little consequence to me. If I, Feng Zhu, do not wish to marry, no one can compel me." Xiao Wan laughed lightly, dismissing her words. "You too overestimate yourself. In this regard, dear Zhu, you remain woefully naive. It is indeed true that the Grand Tutor dotes on you, yet your lifelong affairs ultimately concern the entire Feng family, not merely yourself. Do you truly believe you possess the weight to govern the fate of the family?" "Perhaps I do not," Feng Zhu conceded, her spirit momentarily dampened by his words. However, Xiao Wan's smile faltered with her next declaration. "Yet, as it stands now, I intend to nurture a male paramour, a choice that should remain unchallenged. Much like the Princess Wuhan, the sister of your highness." A peach blossom drifted down from the branch, brushing against Feng Zhu's eyelashes as it fell. Her countenance, more radiant than the blossom itself, stirred within Xiao Wan an impulse akin to a ruthless gardener desiring to crush a flower. He narrowed his eyes, fixated on Feng Zhu, attempting to decipher some hidden truth within her. After a prolonged silence, he let out a heavy sigh and conceded, "In the future, I shall sever all ties with Feng Qingwan. You must understand that I indeed wish to draw your third brother into my fold, for he is the chosen heir of your esteemed Feng family, while Feng Qingwan is his sister. However, I did not anticipate your profound sensitivity to this matter. Given the circumstances, I shall seek alternative means regarding your brother." Lifting a petal from the crown of Feng Zhu's head, Xiao Wan transformed back into the gentle, moon-like figure he once was. Ah Ju, you remain the most significant person in my heart. My deviation from my true nature and my calculated efforts are solely for the sake of our future. At the opportune moment, one must make the necessary compromises. Alas, in Feng Ju's eyes, his helplessness and affectionate demeanor appeared as nothing more than a farcical charade. Feng Ju smiled sweetly, but as she broke free from Xiao Wan's oppressive grasp, her expression morphed into one of derision. Regrettably, the person who holds my heart most dearly is not you. As she spoke, she casually wiped her ear with her sleeve, and under Xiao Wan's increasingly ominous gaze, she continued, Xiao Wan, every inch you draw closer makes me feel nauseous. Indeed, Mu Rongjua has fallen to a state of utter destitution, where anyone in the great Jin can belittle and humiliate him. Yet, even so, in my heart, you are worth less than a mere fraction of him. When others insult and demean me, it is Mu Rongjua, whom I have known for but a few days, who stands up to defend me. But what of you, who have shared a bed with me for 14 years? In this lifetime, even if a precipice awaits her ahead, and even at the cost of being shattered to pieces, she shall never again place her trust in this venomous serpent. Chapter 142. The affection remains. Xiao Wan exhaled softly, her strikingly handsome visage, akin to a serene moonlit breeze, instantly regained tranquility. Her gentle voice suggested that all discontent was merely an illusion. As the crowd thickened ahead, she spotted a figure breaking away from the throngs. Anxiety etched across their face. Feng Ju's gaze sharpened, swiftly restoring her composure. Ming Shui, what lies between us is not a mere rift, but a chasm of deep valleys. Ignoring Pei Ming Shui's bewildered expression, Feng Ju winked and smiled. I understand your concerns and urgency. Fear not, everything has been arranged. Pei Ming Shui's cheeks flushed a vivid red in an instant. The bashful anticipation in her expression momentarily caused Feng Ju's carefully composed demeanor to waver. Had she not once embodied such innocence? The clear, flowing notes of the guqin began to resonate, melodious and enchanting, trickling gently amidst the splendid peach blossoms, heralding the commencement of the flowing wine banquet. The clamor of voices gradually faded with the music, and the mingling guests began to take their seats. Feng Ju quickly discerned the resplendent figure of Mu Rongjua amidst the crowd. Undoubtedly, he had become the focal point of this gathering. Yet, despite the multitude of envious glances directed his way, few dared approach him, let alone insult him. Feng Ju nodded in satisfaction, taking her seat beside Mu Rongjua amidst the envious and jealous gazes. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Wan settled into a position diagonally opposite the two. Feng Ju cast a glance at Mu Rongjua's somewhat displeased expression and, with a playful smile, quipped, Has someone greeted my dear Jua? Humph. Mu Rongjua let out a characteristic cold snort. You see, I remarked, it was Princess Wuan who just engaged in conversation with Lord Mu, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Which is truly hard to endure. However, Lord did not pay her any heed. To this, Feng Ju was entirely unperturbed, as even now she could sense the Princess Wuan's gaze firmly fixed in their direction. She personally brought a cup of warm tea to Mu Rongjua, gently saying, It brings me great comfort to see Zhuo Lang so swiftly master his emotions. Mu Rongjua silently accepted the tea, directing his gaze towards Xiao Wan, who sat diagonally opposite. Is that your betrothed? Feng Ju, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, lifted the teacup without raising her eyes. Indeed, it is a marriage bestowed by His Majesty. Do you hold affection for him? Mu Rongjua inquired after observing Feng Ju for a moment. She responded with a faint smile, Perhaps I once did. Humph, a lie. I see you still harbor feelings for him. Though Mu Rongjua was not adept at the art of intrigue, he possessed a wolf-like keen perception. Feng Ju's hand, which held the teacup, momentarily stiffened, yet she maintained her smile and refrained from further speech. By the time a third of the Qin melody had played, the banks of the clear stream were nearly filled to capacity with guests. Chapter 143. 6 Talents of the Crane Pavilion. The reason this flowing wine banquet was held in the Western Mountains was twofold. Firstly, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, creating a breathtaking scenery. Secondly, it is presumed that all present have already heard the news. Pei Xiao raised his hand, gesturing toward another peak, and continued, Today, the 6 talents of He Ting will gather at He Mountain. To feast alongside them is indeed a tremendous honor. If fortune permits, witnessing their celestial demeanor from afar would render this journey worthwhile. The faces of those present brightened, and the atmosphere surged with excitement. While the picturesque scene of blooming peach blossoms was undeniably delightful, the allure of the 6 talents of He Ting seemed to surpass even that of nature's beauty. It was rare to see Morongjue gaze toward He Mountain alongside the others. Fengju inquired, "Do you also know of the 6 talents, Hualing?" Morongjue nodded, a hint of admiration gracing his usually aloof expression. "I often hear my royal grandfather speak of them. The 6 talents of He Ting from southern Jin are renowned figures of unparalleled distinction. Each possesses a unique temperament and character, yet they all embody a free-spirited nature, abundant talent, and noble lineage. Their influence is regarded as the pinnacle of refined society throughout the realm. The 6 talents of He Ting wield an undeniable authority and charisma not only within Jin, but across the hearts of scholars and literati worldwide. Remarkably, none of them have chosen to serve in official positions, despite relentless encouragement from their families and a constant demand for talent from the ruling powers. Their resolve to retreat from the world remains unshaken. The distance between West Mountain and He Mountain is not great. From this vantage point, one can faintly discern a pavilion with flying eaves atop He Mountain, its eaves resembling a celestial crane taking flight into the azure sky, standing apart from the mundane world. That is the Chihu Pavilion. Suddenly, a figure emerged in Fengju's mind, Hung Lanji, the one she had encountered last time. The legendary 6 talents of He Ting must possess a similarly extraordinary presence. She gently unfurled her fragrant fan, her amber eyes sparkling with brilliance. "It is indeed rare to witness Hualing express such admiration for the people of Jin. It is my grandfather who appreciates them, not I." Possessing the talent to aid the world, yet failing to gaze upon it, spending all days in the company of wine, drugs, and wilds. Such a person is merely a hollow name. If you claim that there are still individuals in the fallen Jin worthy of my admiration, your father may count as one. And Chuao barely qualifies. Fengju exhaled a weary sigh and remarked, "Hualing, now that you dwell in Jin and interact with its people, the term fallen Jin can no longer be employed." "Humph." Morongjue raised his chin haughtily and retorted, "To lose territory and not seek to reclaim it. Content to dwell in a corner and indulge in pleasures, what else can it be but fallen Jin?" Before he could finish, a delicate white hand suddenly thrust a piece of cake into his mouth. "Hualing, you must be hungry. Do taste this." "Humph." Fengju, feeling a headache, tapped her forehead with the handle of her fan, lamenting that this prince of Chongling was indeed difficult to manage. One could only wonder what troubles he would bring her in the future. "Oh, the headache. That woman has been staring at you." Morongjue, sipping tea, suddenly glanced towards a nearby spot. Upon hearing this, Fengju looked over and met Pei Mingshue's anxious gaze. She shook her head helplessly and whispered to Wei Shi, "Go see if the person has arrived." Morongjue raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is she the so-called femme fatale?" As he spoke, he turned his attention back to Pei Mingxue, meeting the gaze of Morongjue's bewitching countenance. Even Pei Mingxue, who had someone in her heart, could not help but momentarily lose herself. Yet, upon noticing the icy coldness in his blue eyes, a jolt of alarm surged through her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Chapter 144. The flowing waters of song and wine. Mingxue is not a femme fatale. Fengju, feeling helpless, corrected him, then added silently in her heart, "If we are to speak of calamity, you are the true harbinger of misfortune. You have led a fine young man to be ensnared in romantic entanglements, neglecting his pursuits. Is that not a disaster?" Fengju fell silent. She would rather believe that deep affection is indeed the source of trouble. "Are you not going to take a look? I see that calamity has a timid expression. It would be difficult for her to go unnoticed." Fengju mocked, a smirk playing on her lips as she whispered, "At present, I should be concerned about my own affairs." "Oh, are you in trouble again?" Morongjue's tone held an unexpected hint of merriment. Fengju raised an eyebrow at him. "Hualing, your eyes sparkle with anticipation. Do you truly look forward to my troubles?" "Humph." Morongjue was momentarily taken aback, defiantly turning his face away. Yet, his eyes shone brightly, and his lips were tightly pressed, clearly struggling to suppress a smile. Fengju's brows twitched involuntarily. This Morongjue truly possesses a vile character. Pei Lang, Chu Rao has something to say. Traditionally, the flowing wine banquet revolves around poetry, which is of little concern to most. However, today it is inevitable that some may lack literary skill, leading to potential embarrassment. "Oh, what suggestion does Rao have? This sharp-tongued woman is indeed relentless." Morongjue remarked with a cool smirk, embodying a sense of schadenfreude. Fengju concealed her face with a fan, smiling as she looked at Chu Rao. Chu Rao proposed, "Perhaps we could transform the poetic recitation into a performance." Whoever the cup stops before shall showcase a talent for the enjoyment of all. Alternatively, we could impose a penalty of 3 cups of wine, thus sparing certain individuals from embarrassment while preventing the event from becoming too monotonous. What do you and the esteemed guests think? Peilang, the third prince, Xiao Cheng, was the first to clap his hands, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea! I have long felt that merely composing poetry is rather monotonous." It seemed that the third prince wished to witness a gathering of beautiful women engaged in song and dance. Xiao Cheng cast a teasing glance at Heng Yongji, inquiring, "Is there not a charming lady that has captured your heart, Heng Yongji?" Upon hearing this, Heng Yongji's gaze instinctively drifted towards a resplendent figure clad in vivid red attire. Thus, the decision was made. He hoped that all present would arrive in high spirits and depart with joy. Pei Xiao waved his grand sleeve, and soon, delightful maidens began to prepare trays and wine goblets on the flowing stream above. He exchanged a knowing glance with Feng Qingwan, who gracefully rose, saying, "Though I lack talent, I am willing to undertake this task." To hear the melodious strains of the talented Lian Bo was indeed a great fortune, and nearly all the gentlemen displayed expressions of delight. Feng Qingwan would not miss any opportunity to shine, especially considering, does your clan sister bear animosity towards you? Feng Ju gazed at the elegant figure approaching the Qin stage, a faint smile gracing his lips. Has Zhuanglang noticed as well? It seems this stream before me shall become quite lively. Feng Qingwan covered her eyes with a ribbon, her delicate fingers skillfully plucking and strumming, as enchanting melodies began to flow from her fingertips. The exquisite music and her remarkable artistry garnered unanimous admiration. Subsequently, wooden trays adorned with wine jugs and goblets began to drift downstream in a meandering fashion. In this moment, everyone held their breath, fixated on the trays as they floated past each seating arrangement. Feng Ju and Murong Zhuang exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the trays. Indeed, it has come. Chapter 145. Profound conversations astonish the seat. Feng Qingwan, compared to your past life, you are truly impatient now. Under the gaze of numerous onlookers, Feng Ju smiled calmly and said, "Alas, I possess no particular talent, and fear I may only bring disappointment." With that, she intended to use the handle of her fan to push aside the wine cup. Wait, the voice of Princess Wuan suddenly cut through the air with a chill. Though the flowing wine game is merely a source of amusement, it must adhere to certain rules. If everyone were to evade it as you do, there would be no need for such a gathering. Chu Rao stifled a laugh and echoed, "The princess speaks the truth. Feng Ju, you have never participated in a flowing wine banquet. No one would fault you for such ignorance. However, since you cannot abide by the rules of this gathering, I advise you to withdraw early to avoid disrupting this elegant affair." Under such circumstances, anyone else might have been left speechless with indignation, especially someone like Feng Ju, who was unaccustomed to grand occasions. Yet Feng Ju's delicate fingers toyed with her folding fan. This was a setting where everyone wore masks of pretense, and she was determined to remain. However, she could not depart in a manner that suggested she was being dismissed, for that would ruin her reputation. The rules of the game need not be strictly adhered to in performance alone. Suddenly, Morong Zhua, whose handsome face had been frosty, spoke up. He lifted a cup of wine from the tray and drank it down in one go, his ice-blue gaze sweeping over the audience. 3 cups of penalty wine. I shall take them on her behalf. Feng Ju's hand holding the fan trembled slightly, her heart enveloped as if by a warm hand, and she turned in astonishment to the youth in white beside her. In the vibrant spring, amidst flowing waters and blooming peach blossoms, a striking youth profoundly captured her gaze. The Princess of Wuan suddenly clenched her hand resting on the low table, her fingertips sharply grazing the surface. "It would be inappropriate for you to take my place, Zhuang," she remarked. Murong Zhuang, unfazed, poured himself a second cup and replied indifferently, "As I sit beside her, the wine cup before her is, in essence, before me. The rules of the game impose no prohibition against another taking my place. Thus, drinking on her behalf is entirely justifiable." As he spoke, the second cup was already downed. Just as his hand reached for the final cup, a delicate white jade hand swiftly seized the wine vessel. Murong Zhuang furrowed his butterfly-like dark brows and glared at Feng Ju. "Do not be reckless." Feng Ju responded with a slight smile, softly assuring, "Rest easy, Zhuang. Feng Ju only drinks to honor. As for this penalty wine..." She left her sentence unfinished, her gaze drifting toward the distant sky. Raising her voice slightly, she continued, "Heaven and earth naturally create, and all things derive from it. Water, wood, earth, and stone sees creation, forming rivers, mountains, and marshes. I seize creation to become who I am today. Being a product of heaven and earth, what need have I for ostentatious external embellishments? My essence, spirit, and charm are innately perfect. I could rival the sun and moon in duration. The implication was clear. She deemed herself the finest existence crafted by nature, asserting that skills were mere trivial adornments, their existence inconsequential. While her words bore the semblance of self-justification and boastfulness, they delved into the realm of metaphysics, transcending the knowledge one would expect of a sheltered young lady. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Fengju was quite pleased with this effect. Yet, since she was to perform, she intended to do so with full flair. Rising with an air of boldness, she proclaimed, a toast of fine wine, in gratitude to the heavens for granting me this fortune. As her voice resonated, her fiery sleeves soared through the air, and the wine in her cup was flung upwards in a splendid arc. Chapter 146. A heartbroken homeland. I wish to admire the scenery. Would you, Zhuang Lang, care to join me? Behind the glistening water's reflection, there was an entrancing allure upon the youthful, smiling visage that was simply captivating. Murong Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. Yet he rose without hesitation, as he had no desire to linger in this place. Princess Wuan, having endured to her limits, forcefully hurled her wine cup to the ground, exclaiming, "This Fengju is utterly outrageous." Chu Rao scoffed. To utter such grandiloquent words is merely to disguise one's own mediocrity, is it not? Most of the ladies present were left bewildered by Fengju's remarks, sharing sentiments similar to Chu Rao's, laughing and mocking in small groups. However, the young gentlemen who frequently attended the literary gatherings subtly shook their heads. It was not Fengju who was truly short-sighted, but rather these so-called talented women who ridiculed her. At this moment, they could not fathom that Fengju's demeanor and conduct were already comparable to those third-rate conversationalists at the literary salons, a remarkable achievement for a woman. A Jew. You continue to surprise me time and again, thus, I cannot let go. Xiaowan murmured, thoughtfully savoring the rich, exquisite wine. What did you mean by those words you just spoke? Upon departing from the flowing cup banquet, Fengju had no intention of descending the mountain directly. Instead, she ambled leisurely down the gentle slope, savoring the sight of blooming peach blossoms. When she heard Murong's inquiry, she replied with a casual smile, utterly meaningless. Merely nonsensical prattle and boastful claims. Who would believe such things? Just moments ago, those individuals had been left speechless by her words. How could it be mere fabrication? Fengju remained noncommittal, casually plucking a branch of peach blossoms. Even if not entirely unfounded, they were indeed trivial and hollow remarks. Humans are often like this. The more one does not comprehend, the more it appears profound and enigmatic. In the realm of Dejin, such lofty discourse is lauded to the skies, and I merely cater to their tastes. Lofty discourse? Murong was seized upon this notion, disdainfully curling her lips as she remarked. My grandfather once said that lofty discourse has led to the downfall of Dejin. Has lofty discourse truly led to ruin? Fengju paused briefly to ponder this statement and smiled faintly. The grandfather so frequently mentioned by Murong must be the sagacious and illustrious ruler, Murong Hong, who had marched south 16 years prior. As she descended the gentle slope, a serene expanse of grassland unfolded before her, adorned with vibrant peach blossoms that enhanced the tranquility of the scene. At this moment, Ming Shui and that gentleman Shun must be sharing heartfelt confessions, she mused. How had she wandered to this place? What troubles you? Murong noticed her unusual expression and inquired. Yet, Fengju seemed oblivious, her gaze reflecting a swirling vortex of thoughts. I gift you a garment of peach blossoms, promising you a lifetime of harmony. In her mind, voices accompanied by vivid imagery began to materialize. The gentle man, as tender as moonlight, embraced her beneath the peach blossom tree, pledging an everlasting vow. The peach trees, vibrant and resplendent, flourished in their beauty, as he promised her a life together, a home filled with warmth. Adieu, he declared, today, with the peach blossoms as our witness. When you come of age next year, I shall present you with a gown woven from these blossoms, welcoming you into my life. For eternity, never depart. The imagery in his mind intertwined with the scenery before him, the dazzling peach blossoms momentarily blinding him. Why had she come again? Why could he not let go? Why was he so pathetically weak? Murong Zhuang gazed in astonishment at the person before him, watching helplessly as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 147. The melody of the zither and the dance of the sword. Could this cunning, calculating woman truly weep? Was she not always adorned with a facade of insincerity? For whom did she shed these tears? A barrage of questions flooded Morong Zhuang's mind, and the relentless flow of her tears troubled his heart. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout at her to cease her crying. Yet her vacant gaze seemed to see through him, looking past him towards someone unknown. In that moment, whom was she thinking of, and who occupied her vision? Suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him, and he turned to see Uci, standing a few steps away, her expression one of discontent. "What do you glare at me for, you insolent maid? It is not I who caused her tears." Uci shot him an ungracious look, her eyes conveying a silent accusation. "You are the only one here conversing with the young lady, and her sudden tears cannot possibly be attributed to anyone else. Bring me the zither," she commanded abruptly, the traces of her tears still fresh upon her cheeks. Yusi hastily cradled the jade guqin she carried on her back and approached. Fengzhu seated himself on the ground, his crimson robes cascading over the flower petal-strewn grass. With a deft flick of his fingers, the melodious notes of the guqin began to pour forth. The term pouring forth is apt, for the music resonated with a powerful vigor, akin to surging waves or the thunderous gallop of 1,000 steeds, complex and soaring, in stark contrast to the tender and delicate melodies played by Feng Qingwan. The heart resembles a guqin. Morong Zhua, though not proficient in playing, nonetheless sensed an intertwining of emotions within the music, a blend of reluctance and despair, indignation and wistfulness, each note echoing the tumult of his own soul. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the air, a branch of peach blossoms abruptly snapping and landing in his hand. His movements were as elegant as a startled swan, and the peach branch, slicing through the air, had transformed into an extraordinarily sharp sword in his grasp. The peach blossoms, unable to withstand the fierce winds, fluttered down like delicate crimson rain. Unbeknownst to her, Yusi stood transfixed, never having perceived a man so perfectly matched with the young lady. One played the guqin, while the other danced with the sword, both possessing such breathtaking beauty that they seemed not of this earthly realm. Meanwhile, atop the neighboring Shishan, at the Crane Pavilion, the 6 talented individuals had yet to arrive. Yet other fortunate invited scholars had already gathered, enraptured as they listened intently to the music emanating from the Qing stone platform. The performer, clad in a loose bamboo green robe, appeared to be around middle age, with flowing hair and an air of refined elegance, resembling an immortal from a secluded realm. Yet, he exuded an undeniable aura of nobility. In contrast, the audience, their faces lit with admiration, gazed upon him as if beholding an idol they revered. Atop the mountain, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, forming a surrounding circle around the source of the captivating music. Beyond this encirclement, at the edge of the cliff, stood a striking young man resembling a slender bamboo, gracefully holding a wine vessel, his gaze fixed upon a distant point on the western mountain. The mountain breeze lifted the flowing azure fabric of his attire, while his cascading long hair danced in the wind, making him appear like a celestial being, poised to transform into a whispering breeze that would traverse 1,000 peaks. In contrast, the resonant notes of the zither dispersed into the air, their delicate strands softened by the wind as they reached this place. A rare glimmer of appreciation surfaced in his gentle, serene eyes. Though the zither player's technique lacked proficiency and could not be compared to the adept figure clad in green upon the bluestone platform, what was truly commendable was the fervent and sincere emotion conveyed through the strings. "Ah, you are indeed full of surprises," he murmured softly, allowing the wine, accompanied by a tender petal from his cup, to slip down his throat. "Wanji, what do you stand here alone for?" Lu Maohong approached with a small jar of wine in hand, but upon reaching the spot where Heng Sha stood and gazing across, he beheld nothing. "Wanji, what were you so entranced by just now?" Heng Sha replied with a serene smile. "I was admiring the beautiful scenery." Beautiful scenery? Just as Lu Maohong pondered this, the enchanting zither music abruptly ceased, followed by the unmistakable sound of a string snapping. This unexpected turn caused even the free-spirited Lu Maohong to change his expression. It appeared that the strings of Wengong's seeking sound had broken. Heng Sha's eyes reflected a contemplative thought. As the string snapped, there was no moment of silence. Instead, a fleeting green figure emerged hurriedly from the tightly encircled crowd, striding toward the spot where Heng Sha and Lu Maohong stood. It was Wengong. Lu Maohong's eyes widened in astonishment. How could the renowned scholar Wen Boyu of Heting display such a lapse in composure? Who was the one playing the zither? Who could that musician be? When Boyu scanned the surroundings, his face flushed with excitement. Lu Maohong questioned, the zither? But apart from when gongs playing, I did not hear any other sound. No, I cannot be mistaken. There was indeed music just now. When Boyu insisted with conviction, shaking his head. The crowd atop the mountain was puzzled by his reaction. Someone inquired, why is Wen Gong so agitated? Was there something unusual about the music? When Boyu continued to search the area restlessly, speaking with fervor, in that melody, I discerned the traces of Yuanji. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in shock. Yuanji? Could it be the same Yu Ji, known as the zither enthusiast and painting madman? No wonder Wen Gong was so uncharacteristically flustered. He had once been bested by Yuanji in the art of zither playing, harboring both resentment and admiration for his rival, who was said to have received the in zither crafted by Wen Gong himself. Could it be that the strings had snapped for a kindred spirit? Alas, Yuanji had long since faded from public view, leaving Wen Gong unable to seek him out. How could he possibly appear here now? Did any of you hear another zither playing just moments ago? The crowd exchanged glances, all shaking their heads, for they had been entranced by Wen Boyu's exquisite, completely oblivious to their surroundings. However, when Boyu had hastily turned and dashed down the mountain path, curiosity piqued, the others followed suit. After all, witnessing the talents of the Indo would certainly be worth their while. Lu Marong inhaled sharply and remarked, Lanji, do you think Wen Gong has become so infatuated with Yuani that he is experiencing hallucinations? Hung Sha chuckled softly. Why not accompany him and find out? A Jew from the Feng family, the Yuani. How intriguing meanwhile, just as the ethereal sounds of the abruptly ceased. Wei Shi had hurriedly arrived by Feng Ju's side. Miss Trouble Brews. Miss Pei's clandestine interactions with young Master Shun have been witnessed by a distant cousin from the Pei family. The resonant music came to an abrupt halt as I hastily helped Feng Ju to her feet. Have you informed Mingxue and young Master Shin? Not yet. The Pei family's young lady has instructed her personal maid to keep watch over her, while she seems to have gone to summon others. The maid feared dragging you into the fray, so she did not dare approach recklessly. Even so, once the matter is discovered, Feng Ju, as the intermediary, would inevitably face repercussions. In severe cases, both the Feng and Pei families could become embroiled in the scandal. Young lady, Pei Mingyuan. Upon seeing Wei Shi nod, Feng Ju silently lamented. This Pei Mingyuan was of the same ilk as Chu Rao from the Chu family, and it was likely that she would be eager to spread the news, aiming to ruin Mingxue in the process. Glancing at Murong Zhuang, aware of his disdain for such matters, Feng Ju softly said, Zhuang, you may act as you wish. Thus, trust in Murong Zhuo was established. Unperturbed by the possibility of his escape, Murong Zhuo idly toyed with a peach branch, nodding indifferently. However, shortly after Feng Ju departed, he furrowed his brow, discarded the peach branch, and leisurely followed behind with long strides. Chapter 149. Xilan's surveillance. Feng Ju arrived at the secluded meeting place of Pei Mingxue and Shin Wanyang. And indeed, he spotted a maid in purple stealthily lurking in the shadows, while the two entwined figures ahead remained blissfully unaware of their watcher. Miss, what shall we do? That lady might already be on her way with reinforcements. Wei Shi anxiously observed the scene ahead. We must not allow Pei Mingyuan to ruin everything. Feng Ju spoke coldly, picking up a small stone from the ground and throwing it towards the maid in purple. Startled, she caused quite a commotion, alerting Shin Wanong, who immediately stepped forward to pull her out. Who are you? What are you doing lurking here? Xilan. Pei Mingxue recognized the maid instantly, her face turning pale as she urged Shin Wanyang. Shin Lang, you must leave quickly. Though Shin Wanyang was a scholar, he was also a businessman. His mind sharp and perceptive, he cast a worried glance at Pei Mingxue before turning to depart. However, Xilan grasped Shin Wanyang's robe, exclaiming, You cannot leave. Pei Mingxue retorted angrily, Xilan, you have quite the audacity. Xilan coldly mocked, Second miss, please forgive my disrespect, but your clandestine meeting with a stranger is no trivial matter. If you and this young man are indeed innocent, then let us await my lady's arrival with those she brings to serve as witnesses. A Yuan is merely a secondary branch, while I am the legitimate heir of the main family. How dare you act so audaciously before me? Release him. Shin Wanyang grasped the situation. His own demise mattered not, but he could not allow Mingxue to be harmed. Yet, Xilan proved to be an insistent adversary, gripping him tightly and refusing to relent. He found it difficult to raise a hand against a woman. Thus they found themselves ensnared in a stalemate. Feng Ju observed Xilan from the shadows, his brow furrowed, a hint of darkness pooling in his gaze. This noblewoman seemed unfamiliar. To which family did she belong? Xylan, still holding on to Shun Wanyang, scrutinized him with suspicion. Not daring to overstep, she regarded his splendid attire. If you do not release him, do not blame me. Shun Wanyang's words were left unspoken, for the cold smirk on Xylan's lips froze instantly. Why waste words on such a person? Xylan's body slumped, revealing the indifferent countenance of Feng Zhu behind her. She discarded the heavy stone in her grasp and glared at the astonished Shun Wanyang. Her voice icy. Your indulgence towards her will only lead to Mingshue's peril. Pei Mingxue clutched Feng Zhu's hand tightly, her tone laced with undeniable trepidation. Zhu, what shall we do? Once Xylan awakens, this matter can hardly be concealed any longer. Wei Shi and Yuci stood in stunned silence, having been caught off guard. The young lady had already acted. Is this still that young lady? Feng Zhu surveyed the fallen Xylan, the light in his eyes crystallizing into an icy resolve after a brief struggle. Chui, be at ease. He gently squeezed Pei Mingshue's trembling hand, calling her by her childhood name, his voice soothing and reassuring. Shenhuanong. Indeed. His tone instinctively shifted to one of submission. Do you dare to kill? Feng Zhu gazed at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Pei Lang, we have come so far. Why have we yet to encounter that purple peach blossom? Indeed. Could it be a falsehood? How could a peach blossom be purple? Do not be anxious, since my sister claims to have seen it with her own eyes. It is unlikely to be a fabrication. Pei Xiao replied with a smile before turning to Pei Mingyuan beside him and whispering, Yuan, are you certain you saw Mingxue with an unfamiliar man? I have interrupted the flowing wine banquet on your word. Chapter 150, Beyond Endurance, brother. Pei Mingxue is indeed secretly meeting with a man. I cannot be mistaken. Look, she is right there. Pei Mingxue was anxiously scanning a concealed direction, and upon turning, she suddenly was met with a throng of people, her face instantly filled with panic. Elder brother, are you not presiding over the flowing wine banquet? What brings you here? Pei Xiao scrutinized her expression, pondering inwardly, could it be that Yuan speaks the truth? He smiled faintly. Oh, Mingxue, Pei Mingyuan abruptly interrupted his pleasantries. Mingxue, why are you in such a fluster? Have you secretly left your seat to conceal a secret here? No, I did not. Pei Mingxue stammered, her gaze still fixed in a particular direction. The third prince, Xiaocheng, gazed at Pei Mingxue lustfully and remarked, Miss Pei, I have heard there is a peculiar purple peach blossom in this vicinity. Given your reaction, could it be that you have hidden that blossom away? The third prince is indeed intriguing. Is it true that Mingxue has hidden something? Shall we not discover the truth for ourselves? Yuan, do not. Before Pei Mingxue could intervene, Pei Mingyuan had already dashed towards that concealed spot. Mingxue, how could you harbor a man? The final word, however, caught in her throat. Who has disrupted my plans? From behind the hidden peach blossom branch, a voice tinged with mild ire emerged. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the noble ladies and gentlemen, a figure clad in a scarlet robe slowly stepped forward. Those distinctive amber phoenix eyes overlooked Pei Mingyuan, reproachfully turning towards Pei Mingxue. Mingxue, did I not instruct you to keep watch and prevent anyone from approaching? If this matter is witnessed by others, it will be compromised. Zhu, I apologize, I could not stop her. Pei Mingxue bowed her head, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Feng Zhu, what brings you here? Feng Zhu replied with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Are you questioning me? Yuan, how dare you be disrespectful? Pei Xiao interjected with a deep voice, a hint of amusement gracing his handsome features. Miss Feng, my younger sister has overstepped. I hope you will forgive her. Feng Zhu dusted off her hands with a look of regret. I have heard that gathering 49 fresh flowers and burying them in the mountains can fulfill a wish. But the process must not be witnessed by anyone, otherwise it will fail. I specifically chose this remote location, yet it seems I have still been disturbed by you all. That is a falsehood. I have never heard of such a thing. Pei Mingyuan retorted defiantly. Do not try to disguise the truth any longer. Where is that man? Where have you concealed him? Xylan. Xylan. At this moment, she finally recalled the maid she had instructed to keep watch. Yet after glancing around for some time, she still saw no trace of her. Pei Mingyuan's voice was elevated, capable of stirring a considerable uproar among the crowd. The daughters of two eminent families secretly harboring a man? Such a matter is no trifling affair. A man? Feng Zhu, holding a fragrant fan, gazed at Pei Mingyuan and remarked with a slow, deliberate smile, to slander the legitimate daughters of the Hualing Feng family and the Pei family, tarnishing their reputation, is a charge you cannot bear. Immediately, she turned her attention to Pei Xiao beside her and inquired with a smile. Pei Lang, would you not agree? Pei Xiao's smile appeared somewhat strained. Pei Mingxue retorted angrily. Brother, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xilan saw it too. Ah Yuan enough? Just then, a piercing scream echoed from below the mountain. Chapter 151. The source of calamity. Several servants of the Pei family rushed to the edge of the mountain, peering down, their faces paling in unison. My lord, it seems there is a dead body below. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in shock. Soon after, another individual rushed up from below to report. My lord, a female corpse has been discovered down there. It appears to be Xilan, the maid by Miss Yuan's side. Xilan. Pei Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat as she turned and glared furiously at Feng Zhu and Pei Mingxue, exclaiming, You have killed Xilan. If you were not guilty, why would you be in such a state? Ah Yuan you. Pei Mingxue could no longer tolerate it. Feng Zhu grasped her firmly and, with a smile, said, A mad dog barks and bites at anyone in sight. Can we take such a creature seriously? Pei family lord. It would be prudent to have the corpse brought up for examination. Those present echoed their agreement, leaving Pei Xiao with no choice but to heed their counsel. However, the banquet he had orchestrated had manifestly devolved into a fiasco. Amid the interlude, Feng Zhu remained unperturbed, attended by Wei Shi and Yu Xi, who assisted her in cleansing her hands with spring water. She sat serenely, seemingly detached from the unfolding events, content to admire the scenery. Xiao Luan approached her, a subtle smile playing on his lips, and inquired in a hushed tone, What stratagem are you employing now? It would seem the fourth prince's discernment is somewhat impaired. 'Tis evident someone sought to mistreat Aju. Indeed, from my vantage, the contrary appears to be the case. Feng Zhu, disinclined to engage further with him, instead recalled Morong Zhua. She whispered a few words to Yu Xi, who promptly nodded and departed. After a brief interval, a female cadaver was conveyed from the base of the mountain. Xiao Luan remarked impassively, The matter is yet to be definitively resolved. The Pei family's maiden's words are, perhaps, imprudent. Feng Zhu cast a derisive glance at Xiao Luan. Yuan, cease your excessive pronouncements. Pei Xiao admonished, addressing the guards, proceed. Two Pei family guards stepped forward to meticulously examine Xilan's corpse. After a short while, they reported, My lord, Xilan's bones are entirely fractured. It would appear she did, indeed, plummet from the cliff. Humph, was such an examination even necessary? Feng Zhu, Mingxue, have you aught to say? Observing Pei Mingxue's countenance, brimming with smug accusation, Feng Zhu's expression remained placid and gentle, as if regarding a wayward child. Pei Yuan, were it not for the absence of prior interaction between us, and your familial bond with Mingxue as kinswomen, I would be inclined to suspect that this tragedy was orchestrated out of malice toward us, a deliberate contrivance. Given your unwarranted disturbance and relentless accusations, in an instant, the skeptical gazes surrounding Pei Mingyuan intensified. At this moment, they began to comprehend that the so-called purple peach blossoms were likely just a pretext concocted by this Pei family maiden to lure them here, ostensibly to orchestrate a scheme of entrapment. Xiao Luan caught a glimpse of the feigned helplessness on Feng Zhu's face, her smile deepening in amusement. What a cunning diversion. Pei Mingxue lamented, as a sister of the same clan, I fail to understand why you persistently harbor animosity towards me. I have tolerated your antics in the past, but your actions today are utterly excessive. What are you all saying? This is not me. Without granting her the opportunity to clarify, Feng Zhu turned to Pei Xiao and remarked, Falling from a cliff can occur in two manners. Either a servant of your esteemed household slips and tumbles, or, as the Pei maiden suggests, one is pushed. If the latter holds true, what could be the motive? Is it for wealth or beauty, vengeance or passion, or perhaps something else? Pei Lang, you must ascertain this thoroughly. Half of the city's elite are present, and the matter is of grave importance. Chapter 152. Taking blame for others. Feng Zhu eloquently unleashed a torrent of inquiries. Pei Xiao's eyes twitched violently. He felt as though he had unwittingly grasped a scalding hot potato that he could neither discard nor hold on to. The charming smile had vanished from his handsome face, and through clenched teeth, Pei Xiao declared, Investigate. Scrutinize every minute detail without exception. Yes, the guards of the Pei family commenced a second, meticulous examination. Pei Mingyuan fixed her gaze upon the smiling face obscured by the sandalwood fan, a tingling sensation creeping across her scalp. At times, one's perception of danger can be remarkably acute. Suddenly, the guard from the Pei family exclaimed in surprise. Ah? Pei Xiao inquired, Have you discovered a clue? The guard replied, My lord, it appears that all valuable items have been stripped from Xylan. Instinctively, Pei Mingyuan raised her voice. Xylan is merely a lowly servant. What valuable possessions could she possibly have? The guard continued. No, she possesses not even a single coin. Lady, do you recall any adornments Xylan previously wore? Hairpins, earrings, bracelets, none of these seem to be present, which is rather unusual. At that moment, another guard cried out, I found it. Everyone was momentarily startled as the guard retrieved a blood-stained note from Xylan's bosom. It was evident that the guard could read, as his expression shifted upon a brief glance. This. Pei Xiao furrowed his brow and demanded, let me see. However, upon examining it, his reaction mirrored that of the guard. The third prince, Xiao Cheng, inquired with curiosity, Ziying, what does it say? Ziying is Pei Xiao's courtesy name. Aju. Pei Mingxue instinctively leaned closer to Fengju. Were it not for his presence, she would have collapsed to the ground. Fengju gently patted the back of her hand, regarding Pei Xiao with mild confusion, and asked, why does Pei Lang hesitate to speak? Is there something on that paper? Pei Xiao chuckled awkwardly. It is nothing more than an ordinary poem. As he spoke, he appeared intent on crumpling the note. However, Xiao Cheng had already approached him, swiftly snatching away the item. The writing, though blurred by bloodstains, remained somewhat legible. I ventured through the eastern gate, encountering Cheng Qingchen. Longing for you in a secluded chamber, I await your presence, grasping your garments. Is this not the love poem? Zing, this servant has kept such an item close to her. Could it be? Pei Xiao's gaze shifted, his expression contorted with rage, to secretly confer with a man behind the master's back. I never imagined my Pei family would harbor such a shameless servant. Death would be a mercy. Someone, take this disgraceful thing away. A light laugh emerged from behind the sandalwood fan. The voice languid and nonchalant. Pei Lang's words are rather pedestrian. True affection is rare. If this servant truly shares a bond with her beloved, expressing her feelings through poetry, they would indeed be a remarkable pair. Yet, Fengju gazed mournfully at the fallen Xylan, sighing. If there was indeed a promise made with her lover, how could she fall victim to theft and murder? Could it be that love turned to hatred? Or perhaps, this servant was wrongfully punished in another's stead? Pei Xiao's expression suddenly darkened, a cold glare directed at Fengju. Since the letter had been discovered, his greatest fear was that matters would escalate to this point. Wrongfully punished? This servant was Pei Mingyuan's personal maid. Could it possibly be? Rumors spread like wildfire, and the whispers around them, along with piercing gazes, ignited a deep-seated hatred within Pei Mingyuan towards Fengju. Fengju, do not speak recklessly. Just as she was about to rush towards Fengju, the third prince, Xiao Cheng, unexpectedly discovered a line of exceedingly faint text at the bottom of the letter and immediately read it aloud. On the third day of the third month, an appointment was made at Xishan, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yuan. Yuan? At that moment, Xiao Cheng's gaze fell peculiarly upon Pei Mingyuan, soon followed by an increasing number of curious eyes. Pei Mingyuan was utterly flustered. No, this has nothing to do with me. I have never seen this letter. Surely, Xylan has conspired with a man behind my back. Yet, how many would believe her? Fengju lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. The character Yuan originally referred generally to women, yet once the seeds of suspicion took root, people naturally associated it with Pei Mingyuan. Pei Mingyuan, did you ever consider that when you sought to cast stones at others, those very stones might fall upon your own head? Fengju, you vile wretch. It is you who have orchestrated this trap against me. Before she could approach Fengju, Pei Xiao commanded his men to swiftly restrain her. Pei Mingyuan's eyes blazed with fury. Brother, it is this wretched woman who has wronged me. They conspired together to ensnare me. Pei Xiao furrowed his brow tightly, reprimanding. Enough. It is your own failure to discipline your maid that has led to this disgraceful act. You should reflect on your own actions. He was well aware that this was a premeditated scheme, yet no amount of argument could quell the rising murmurs of the crowd. Any further protest would only arouse suspicion of guilt. Since this is a family matter of the Pei clan, it is inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. Aju wishes to take a stroll elsewhere. Esteemed guests, I must bid you farewell. Upon hearing her words, many displayed expressions of bewilderment. She had exposed the disgrace of others, and now claimed this was merely a family affair. Do not leave. Fengju, if you do not clarify this matter today, you shall not be permitted to depart. Brother, are you going to allow her to frame me in this manner? Pei Xiao cursed inwardly, deeming her unworthy of further attention. As they walked side by side away from the crowd, Pei Mingxue finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, grateful for the support of the maidservant by her side. without whom she might have collapsed. Her eyes glistened with tears as she clasped Feng Zhu's hand in gratitude. Zhu, I owe it all to you. Feng Zhu responded. Xinlang should have already descended the mountain via the side path. Even if he were seen, his opulent attire would hardly arouse suspicion. However, Mingxue, it was only by chance that I was able to use the letter on your person to incriminate another. Had someone else discovered that letter on you, it would have been you, not Pei Mingyuan, who would have found herself in an indefensible position. The letter had originally borne Pei Mingxue's name and Shun Wanyang's signature, but Feng Zhu had deliberately blurred and obscured them with the blood. Pei Mingxue, now realizing the danger, said with lingering fear, I understand. I will never carry such things on my person again. To stay together for life? Pei Mingxue's eyes glazed over for a moment. Yes, Pei Mingxue nodded solemnly. Just then, UCI, who had previously departed, suddenly came running back from afar. Young mistress, something terrible has happened. Chapter 154. The searing gentleman beneath the blossoms deep within the peach grove, Morong Zhua, his garments partially removed, reclined against a peach tree. His exquisite countenance was even more alluring than the blossoms, and his bewitching blue eyes, now hazy, seemed to contain both anger and reproach. Like a seductive fox spirit who had trespassed into the mortal realm to bewilder the world. Unspeakable sensations washed over him in waves, relentlessly consuming his consciousness. He had originally been trailing Feng Zhu from a distance, yet along the way, he was intercepted by a group of people. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, they cruelly sprinkled that damned powder upon him, forcibly bringing him to this place. Zhualang, seeing you in such distress truly pains Huanya. The pleasures of love and companionship are the most ordinary of affairs. Why must you reject me so vehemently? Princess Wuan gazed longingly at the figure beneath the flowers, her face betraying her fervent desire. Zhualang, this outer perimeter is filled with my people. No one shall disturb us. Yield to me. Shameless. Murong Zhua spat through gritted teeth, violently swatting away Princess Wuan's hand. Shaking his head, the hazy vision before him gradually cleared, and he forced his weakened body to run in the opposite direction. Yet, after only a few steps, his long legs buckled, and he sank to one knee upon the ground. Humph! Princess Wuan scoffed, her steps graceful as she slowly approached his side. I have long told you, you cannot escape. Murong Zhua knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet in his eyes, the vivid colors of Princess Wuan's gown became increasingly blurred. His body was gradually slipping from his control, and a voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging him, approach this woman. Approach this woman. No, no. The voice of resistance struggled to escape his lips. In a desperate attempt, he bit down hard on his own arm, then swung a fist towards Princess Wuan. Yet, to his astonishment, she effortlessly grasped his fist mid-swing. Princess Wuan pressed her face against the back of Murong Zhua's hand, murmuring as if to a lover, Zhua. From the moment I first beheld you, I have yearned for you day and night. Have no worries, anything that Feng Zhu can offer you, I can provide as well. And even more. Her fingers traced a suggestive path across Murong Zhua's exposed chest, and she smiled knowingly. I will treat you far better than she ever could. To the point that you will never wish to leave my side. Her fingertips glided over his skin like the gentle brush of a feather. Yet the sensation they evoked was akin to a raging torrent, causing Murong Zhua's mind to reel as if a fiery beast were about to erupt from his chest. Summoning all his strength, he seized Princess Wuan's wrist with a fierce grip. How dare you compare yourself to her, you shameless woman? I have said it before. The mere sight of you fills me with revulsion. Get away from me. Murong Zhua. Princess Wuan, nearly knocked to the ground by his force, angrily clutched at Murong Zhua's robes, tearing the pristine white silk until it fell to his waist. In what way am I inferior to that sickly woman? Why do you willingly remain by her side, refusing to even cast a glance in my direction? Forcibly turning Murong Zhua's face towards her, Princess Wuan stared intensely at him. If you would only consent to be with me, I would even implore my imperial father to make you my consort. Can Feng Zhu offer you that? And you ought to know, Zhua, that Feng Zhu was betrothed to my fourth brother. To marry my brother, she threatened her own life. Her infatuation with my brother is just as great as my infatuation with you. Chapter 155. No one can stop it. Murong Zhua was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the hypocritical and cunning lady harbored such deep affection for her fiancé. Were her tears beneath the flowers shed for him? Noticing a peculiar glint in Murong Zhua's eyes, Princess Wuan believed her words had taken effect. By next year, when Feng Zhu comes of age, she would wed my fourth brother. At that time, given my fourth brother's temperament, he would never tolerate you. with Feng Zhu's infatuation for my fourth brother. How could she possibly defy his wishes for your sake? Hualing, the only one who truly cares for you is me. Princess Wuen's hand began to wander restlessly over Murong Zhua's form, a physique forged through countless battles. Incomparable to the men of her household. Is that so? Humph. Yet I would still rather believe in her than cast a glance your way. A cold voice pierced through her thoughts. Before Princess Wuen could react, a branch, slicing through the air, was already hurtling towards her. Are you certain you saw Chu Rao nearby? Hastening his steps, Feng Zhu clenched the handle of his fan tightly, his gaze icy. You see, I replied. Yes, the young lady instructed me to seek out Murong Langjun, and soon after, I spotted that Chu family's illegitimate daughter alongside Kai Qiong from the Wuan princess's residence. Their expressions were peculiar, and with so many others around, they surely harbored ill intentions. Chu Rao. Again, Feng Zhu's brow furrowed. Even if Princess Wuan and Chu Rao were to slay the emperor, it would be of no consequence to her. But if, as expected, when they hastened into the depths of the peach grove, they found the princess's retainers arrayed in a siege formation, guarding a certain spot. Chu Rao herself stood there like a veritable gatekeeper, chin raised in smug satisfaction. Such a display, yet Princess Wuan was nowhere to be seen. The unease in Feng Zhu's heart deepened. Upon seeing Feng Zhu, Chu Rao was taken aback, as if she had not anticipated the other party would receive the news and arrive so soon. Feng Zhu did not even glance at her, but led her people towards the depths. Feng Zhu, you cannot enter this place. Chu Rao barred Feng Zhu's path. The princess's guards on either side brandished their blades, barring the way, seemingly determined to allow no one to pass. Feng Zhu indifferently raised her eyelids and slowly uttered, Make way. The palace maid, Xiaoyu, with a stern and faintly pale countenance, declared, Her Highness has decreed this place to be under martial law. No one is permitted to enter. Chu Rao raised her eyebrows and said with a laugh, Feng Zhu, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Heh, contrary to their expectations. Feng Zhu did not display any anger. Instead, she chuckled softly and gracefully retreated 2 steps. The path that Feng Zhu intends to take, no one can obstruct. She merely slid her fingers lightly across the ribs of her fan and parted her lips to say, What are you all waiting for? As her voice, as light as a gentle breeze, carried forth, a unified response echoed from the peach grove behind her. Yes, swords were drawn, the ringing sound adding a touch of grimness to the riot of blossoms. 10 Feng family guards clad in black outfits leapt from the grove, heading directly towards the princess's guards. The guards of the princess's residence were caught off guard, their composure shattered in haste. Even an outsider could discern the stark disparity in power merely by observing the aura of both parties. The maid, Xiaoyu, with a pale face, sternly exclaimed, You, daughter of the Feng family, dare to offend the princess? The princess? Feng Zhu's smile was exceedingly amiable as she retorted, Where's the princess? All I see are a pack of poorly trained watchdogs. You, Kai Qiong, and Xiaoyu's faces turned an ashen hue. However, despite their usual arrogance while accompanying Princess Wuan, they found themselves unable to act recklessly in the presence of Feng Zhu. Meanwhile, Chu Rao, who had been so self-satisfied moments ago, quietly retreated to the side, resembling a mere spectator, patiently awaiting the impending spectacle. Chapter 156. Unauthorized appropriation. Feng Zhu's intentions did not lie in murder. After 2 of the guards from the princess's residence had fallen, the remaining ones displayed visible fear. The situation entirely under her control. Her gaze swept around lightly. When it brushed past Chu Rao, a chill ran down her spine at the faint smile lingering in those amber eyes. 2 of you, follow me inside. The rest shall keep a vigilant watch here. If a single blade of grass is missing, your heads will pay the price. Yes, the private soldiers of the Feng family responded in unison, their voices resonating with an authority that startled Chu Rao and halted her instinctive desire to escape discreetly. Deep within the peach grove, Murong Zhuo lay pinned to the ground by Princess Wuan. The substance he had inhaled had completely permeated his body after a fierce struggle, leaving him to breathe feebly. Forced to endure the nauseating humiliation inflicted by Princess Wuan. You, should you dare, I shall surely kill you, dismantling your bones and peeling your skin away. This princess truly admires you and does not wish to compel you. Yet you insist on forcing me to treat you thus. Princess Wuan lay her entire body atop Murong Zhuo, one hand drawing away the brocade sash from her waist, while the other traced the contours of Murong Zhuo's delicate lips. Hualing, your handsome visage has captivated Huanya's thoughts day and night. From this moment forth, you shall be the one by Huanya's side. Alas! In the tranquil peach blossom grove, a long sigh echoed, strikingly out of place. Who? Just as a delightful moment was interrupted, Princess Wuan furrowed her brow and issued a sharp reprimand. Princess, in broad daylight, why such haste? From behind the peach blossoms, a figure clad in resplendent red emerged gracefully. Fengju? It is you again. I have clearly ordered that no one is to enter. How did you manage to come in? Fengju cast a glance at the mark upon her neck, easily deducing that it was the doing of Murongjua. She paid no heed to Princess Wuan, her eyes reflecting a persistent, enigmatic smile that left others pondering her true thoughts. She approached step by step, her phoenix-like gaze resting on Murongjua, who was pinned beneath Princess Wuan. Their eyes met, and the icy blue within his gaze, once hardened by circumstances, had transformed into a shimmering spring water under the influence of the potion. Even Fengju, whose heart had long since turned to ashes, could not help but feel a tremor within her breast. Princess, appropriating another's possessions rather indiscriminately may not bode well, would it? With that, she bent down to assist Princess Wuan. At this moment, even if Princess Wuan were to refuse, the strength she employed threatened to crush the very bones of the princess. Rather than saying she was merely assisting, it would be more accurate to describe her as forcibly abducting Princess Wuan from Murongjua. Let go. Fengju. The princess attempted to break free, yet Fengju's strength surpassed her wildest imaginings. Just as she gritted her teeth, determined to shake her off, Fengju adeptly utilized her struggle to fling her aside with great force. Gazing upon the Princess Wuan, who had been unceremoniously cast to the ground, it was not only the astonished Mo Su and UCI, but even the two accompanying soldiers from the Feng family were taken aback. Mississippi. Truly formidable. Fengju, you dare treat this princess in such a manner? I shall not let you off so easily. Indeed, the world had changed. Even thieves now dared to speak boldly in the presence of their victims. A cold smirk played at the corners of Fengju's lips as she discreetly tucked a brocade ribbon into her sleeve. Perhaps the princess should first attire herself properly. With that, Fengju furrowed her brow slightly, gathering Murongjua's garments. Hualing, a Jew is here. Having endured Princess Wuan's provocations, Murongjua found himself at the brink of despair, humiliated. Yet, as soft hands gathered his clothing, something within him crumbled unexpectedly. It was as if a corner of a fortress built of ice and snow melted away, allowing a torrent of heat from outside to surge forth, overwhelming the last remnants of his reason. Chapter 157. A collective uprising against the tyranny without warning. A dizzying turn of events unfolded. Following a sharp pain in his back, Fengju suddenly realized she was pinned beneath someone. You are too slow. The searing breath brushed against her cheek. The alluring voice laced with a hint of seduction. A fleeting glance from her azure eyes exuded an enchanting allure, causing Fengju's heart to skip a beat. It was no wonder that the entire capital of Hualing was captivated by the charm of Murongjua. Like a mischievous fox, Murongjua playfully nuzzled against her, prompting Fengju to draw in a sharp breath as her smile faltered, replaced by a cold glare directed at the few stunned onlookers nearby. What are you all still doing standing there? Observing as Murongjua continued her affectionate advances, the two personal guards exchanged bemused glances. With her hair disheveled and in no position to tidy it, Fengju decided to completely undo her hairstyle, intending to first escort Murongjua to alleviate the effects of the medicine. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted from beyond the peach grove, the indistinct sounds of footsteps growing ever closer. A flicker of delight appeared on the face of Princess Wuan. Humph, once my entourage arrives, Fengju, there will be no escape for you today. Fengju cast a nonchalant glance her way, a sly smile gracing her lips as she retorted. Perhaps the princess should first ensure her attire is properly arranged. From earlier until now, Princess Wuan had managed to adjust her garments to a considerable extent, yet she still struggled to find the final belt for her skirt, resorting to holding it up with her hands, a rather embarrassing predicament. The crowd surged forward, and it was none other than the guests arriving for the Liushang banquet. The 8 guards from the Feng family, who had been stationed outside, rushed to Fengju's side. Miss, we apologize. We could not prevent the noble guests from entering. Fengju scanned the crowd and, upon spotting the figure she sought, broke into a smile. It is not your fault. As esteemed guests, it is only natural that you could not intervene. As the crowd drew closer and beheld the scene before them, audible gasps filled the air in succession. Gazing at the multitude of scorching eyes directed at Murongjua, Feng Ju furrowed her brow slightly, and, disregarding the presence of others, boldly draped her outer garment over Murong Zhua's head. Feng Yi was the first to step forward, glaring sternly at Feng Ju. Immediately thereafter, Chu Rao emerged and exclaimed, "Feng Ju, how dare you disrespect the princess for the sake of a mere male concubine?" Pei Xiao, with a stern countenance, remarked, "Feng family Ju. Today I preside over this flowing wine banquet. Considering your status as the eldest daughter of the Feng family, both I and the assembled guests prefer not to hold a grudge against you. However, your repeated provocations, including the murder of the princess as servant and the injury of the princess herself, are utterly excessive." The third prince, Xiao Shang, also expressed his indignation, stating, "Feng Ju, to disrupt the flowing wine banquet and harm a royal princess is exceedingly arrogant." Voices of condemnation rang out in quick succession, while Xiao Wan merely cast a dark glare at Feng Ju, showing no inclination to assist her. Feng Ju listened quietly, her smile unwavering. Each word spoken by these individuals was cloaked in grandiosity, yet what truly fueled their anger? Was it genuine concern for Princess Wen? One might doubt even their own belief in that. Since everyone was present, it spared Feng Ju the trouble, with her fingertips tracing a circle on her cascading hair. Feng Ju's smile began to blossom, more radiant than before, so dazzling that it seemed almost blinding. Chapter 158, Declaration of Sole Possession in the brief span of a month. The once unremarkable and even forgotten daughter of the Feng family, Feng Ju, had risen to prominence in Hualing City, her reputation soaring to notable heights. Even now, some perceptive individuals have discerned a particular trait of Feng Ju. The more radiant and benevolent her smile, the more it seems that misfortune is about to befall someone. "What do you mean by that?" inquired the third prince, Xiao Sheng, with evident displeasure. He could not help but feel vexed at Feng Ju, who had monopolized Murong Zhua. Feng Ju cast a glance at Princess Wen, her gaze leisurely sweeping over the crowd, many of whom were still attempting to pry into Murong Zhua's affairs. Feng Ju had seldom mingled with others, and the opinions about her circulating in the capital were likely too mild. For instance, some might believe that what belonged to Feng Ju could be taken without question by anyone. Her so-called gentleness was, to put it plainly, nothing more than cowardice and weakness, confined within the depths of her boudoir. Some had already begun to furtively glance at Princess Wen, evidently having deciphered the implications behind Feng Ju's words. Yet, the third prince remained oblivious. He furrowed his brow disdainfully and remarked, "Everyone here hails from esteemed families. Who would dare to steal your possessions?" Feng Ju approached Murong Zhua, lifting a corner of his red robe with the handle of her fan, revealing the exquisitely crafted Feng blood jade pendant adorning his earlobe. Continuing to smile, she stated, "Surely, all of you understand the significance of this Feng blood pendant. On that day in the arena, Feng Ju rescued Hualing from the jaws of danger, trading a white deer with his majesty to secure his safety, pledging her entire clan's honor and life as collateral." Her words were clear and resonant, each syllable striking true. Indeed, in this grand city of Hualing, and even across the entire realm, countless individuals may covet Murong Zhua's beauty, devising all manner of schemes to possess him. Yet, no one is willing to risk everything as Feng Ju does to safeguard Murong Zhua. With the emperor's decree as a testament, Murong Zhua belongs to me. As long as this phoenix blood pendant graces him for a single day, Murong Zhua shall be solely mine, belonging to the Feng family, Ju. Her calm voice, steady and unhurried, bore an undeniable authority, proclaiming her exclusive claim over Murong Zhua to all the noble families of Hualing present. Such a Feng Ju, though inciting a sense of disdain among the gathered crowd, could not be denied. The girl standing there with a smile in her eyes shone even brighter than the blazing sun above. Within Chu Rao, an uncontainable fear began to swell. She had initially intended to incite Princess Wen to trouble Feng Ju, believing that the notorious princess could easily humiliate her. However, at this moment, her certainty wavered. Suddenly, a hand gently patted her own, and Feng Qingwan's resigned voice murmured in her ear, "A Rao, let it be. A Ju is of the Feng family's direct lineage. She dismisses even the princess, so how could she regard you?" Observing the current situation, it seemed that as long as she stood, life in the capital would be difficult for you. What appeared to be advice for Chu Rao to endure seemed to have an opposite effect. The flickering flame of anger within Chu Rao surged violently, her delicate face paling and flushing as she pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Ju, exclaiming, "Even if the princess has taken a liking to you, Your audacity to disrespect her for the sake of a lowly male companion, so brazenly, suggests that you hold even the emperor in contempt. Feng Qingwan lowered her eyelids, concealing a hint of amusement. What an outrageous crown she wears. Feng Zhu raised an eyebrow and said, Chu Rao, this is a situation you brought upon yourself, so do not blame me. In the eyes of others. Feng Zhu appeared to be affectionately holding the hand of Princess Wen. Yet, only the princess herself understood that Feng Zhu was attempting to pry her hand away. Should she release her grip, her unbound palace gown would inevitably slip in full view of the onlookers, leaving her utterly humiliated. Feng Zhu was not merely engaging in childish teasing. He was issuing a warning, cautioning her against the reckless abandonment of decorum in public. For it would be she who would suffer the disgrace. The princess was indeed a person who valued her reputation. In a moment of double entendre, as the furious gaze of Princess Wen bore into him, Feng Zhu suddenly turned with a smile, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Rao. To keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing, he mused. The princess had acted inappropriately, meddling with his beloved Zhao Lang, all due to a scheming villain inciting discord. He approached Chu Rao step by step, his smile not overtly menacing, yet it sent shivers down the spines of those around her. Unbeknownst to her, the people beside Chu Rao gradually withdrew, leaving her isolated in an open space. Feng Zhu extended his hand, and Yuci respectfully placed an item into his palm. Many recognized the object. It was one of the pieces from the complete set of horse gear bestowed by Emperor Jin during the hunting expedition, the white jade whip. Feng Zhu, what do you intend to do? Chu Rao's complexion shifted dramatically, her voice taking on a different tone. The third prince, Xiaosheng, pointed at Feng Zhu and shouted, Feng Zhu, do not act recklessly. Though he harbored intentions of cherishing the fair, he himself retreated faster than a rabbit, maintaining a greater distance than anyone else. A resigned sigh escaped from the long silent Xiao Wan. Upon seeing him, everyone appeared to have glimpsed hope. Indeed, it seems that only he can persuade Feng Zhu to relent. Ah Zhu, Xiao Wan gazed tenderly at her, softly uttering her name, a blend of helplessness and tenderness that could shatter one's heart. Feng Zhu's heart quivered. All her hatred and resolve nearly crumbled under the weight of that sigh. As Xiao Wan drew nearer, Feng Zhu's expression suddenly turned frosty, and she wielded her jade whip with fierce determination. The silvery, supple whip sliced through the air between them with a sharp brilliance, ruthlessly delineating a boundary that could never be crossed again, a chasm that lay between her and him. Feng Zhu gripped the icy jade handle tightly. Xiao Wan, how dare you presume that I, Feng Zhu, could be deceived by your feigned gentleness? How dare you treat the sincerity of others as mere playthings for your amusement? Apologies. Ah Zhu is not adept at this, and has faltered. In an instant, her countenance brightened, and she gave a light tug on the whip, as if it were merely a whimsical act. Yet Xiao Wan would not doubt his own eyes. Just a moment ago, when the whip barely grazed his garment, he distinctly perceived profound hatred reflected in her gaze. Hatred? It was not reproach, nor was it blame, but why must it be hatred? Xiao Wan was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Feng Zhu had already approached Chu Rao. What do you intend to do? Chu Rao's throat felt parched, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet she could not truly believe Feng Zhu would dare to harm her. Not just her, it seemed no one would believe it. But, crack, the sharp crack of the whip, accompanied by Chu Rao's piercing scream, resounded clearly in every ear present. Incredulous. Huh, how dare you strike me? A fleeting, deathly aura flashed in his eyes. Amidst vehement imprecations, the whip fell. Once, twice, thrice the silvery lash danced through the air, leaving lacerated and sending shivers down the spines of all present. Doubtful. Very well, let actions serve as your testament. With each descent of the whip, hearts clenched, even that of Princess and who cowered within the throng. Princess was haughty and possessed a venomous nature, yet before the anomaly that was, she could only be suppressed. For was the more ruthless of the two. Unlike's bluster, Cruelty emanated from the very depths of her soul, scarcely dared to breathe, lest any sound draw suspicion and subject her to the same plight as had lost her senses. As they watched writhe upon the ground, this single notion pervaded their minds. Even amidst such brutality, countenance remained serene, her movements graceful, as if a flowing stream. The more composed she appeared, the more unnerving she became. Cried out, her voice a blend of rage and anguish. Though you are the daughter of the family, I am a daughter of the family. For this humiliation, the family shall not let it rest. as fingers glided across the white jade handle of her whip, her smile growing ever more gentle. The family? Let it rest? How laughable. From the very night the entire family impeached her and her father in the imperial court, igniting a bloody storm in city. She and the family had forged an irreconcilable enmity, immoral and insidious, inciting the princess and tarnishing the royal dignity, questioning the loyalty of the Feng family to His Majesty, and sowing discord among the ministers of our great Jin. Chu Rao, your demise is of no consequence. The esteemed elder of the Chu family, possessing profound wisdom, will surely comprehend Aju's profound intentions. No one stepped forth to aid Chu Rao, not even the scions of the Chu family, regardless of their outward display of noble character. When faced with true adversity, self-preservation and cowardice become the prevailing philosophy for most in Hualing City. Crack! The final lash struck fiercely against Chu Rao's face, instantly marking her fair, delicate cheek with a crimson whip mark. Silence enveloped the scene. Feng Ju, you vile creature, I shall not let you escape unscathed. I wish for your demise to be most painful. It was precisely due to Chu Rao's curses that the surrounding atmosphere turned eerily quiet. A painful end? Feng Ju silently repeated the phrase, her gaze drifting momentarily towards Feng Qingwan, a more pronounced smile gracing her lips. What a familiar expression. Feng Qingwan felt as though she had been bitten by a venomous snake, her body trembling involuntarily. She thought Feng Ju had discovered her instigation of Chu Rao. Yet the latter seemed to cast a fleeting glance, shifting her focus away. Once more, Zhuanglang belongs solely to Aju. If anyone else dares to lay a finger on him, let this woman serve as a stern warning. With an elegant demeanor and a gentle, warm smile, she instilled a chill within the hearts of onlookers. It was never her intention to leave such an impression, yet as others had already encroached upon her. In this new life, she would not yield an inch. Under the fearful gaze of the crowd, Feng Ju gradually extricated herself from the encirclement. However, at that moment, another group of elegantly attired individuals approached. This group of individuals, despite their evident age, exudes an ethereal grace that far surpasses that of the younger generation. Who was it that played the zither just moments ago? The person at the forefront, clad in a bamboo green robe, displayed an air of urgency, oblivious to the fact that the wooden teeth of his clogs had broken. Was it Lord Wen? Indeed, it is Lord Wen. Alongside him are Lords Kai Yong, Lu, Mingtuan, and Yin. I am utterly astonished. How could such figures grace this place? Chapter 161. Inadequate zither skills. Whispers of intrigue swiftly spread among the younger crowd. Although the names of Lords Lu and Xiao may not rival the renown of the 6 talents of Heting, they nonetheless stand as paragons among the distinguished scholars. The commotion caused by their arrival seems to have eclipsed even the actions of Feng Ju prior. Where is the zither player? Who was it that played the zither? When Boys paid no heed to the surrounding stir, his gaze swiftly scanning until it landed abruptly upon the back of the zither player, Wei Shi. Was it you who played just now? Wei Shi was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the multitude of gazes that had shifted elsewhere returned to focus on Feng Ju. Upon seeing Feng Ju, when Boyu's excitement was tinged with a hint of skepticism, is it truly you? Before Feng Ju could utter a word, a clear male voice suddenly rang out. Lord Wen, you are mistaken. My cousin Aju is not adept at playing the zither. It was my sister Qing who performed at the Lushang banquet. Though her skills may not warrant comparison to yours, she is indeed worthy of a place in refined society. It is well known that earning Lord Wen's approval in zither artistry would undoubtedly bring fame throughout the realm of Jin. Following Feng Yi's declaration, no one dared to voice dissent. Today, there are many individuals carrying instruments, yet they can only see Feng Qingwan playing the zither. In their subconscious, Feng Qingwan is undoubtedly the true virtuoso, while Feng Ju merely seems to carry a zither for the sake of elegance. Feng Ju casually tugged at the corner of her mouth, allowing Feng Yi to boast freely. Murongju's situation could no longer be delayed. However, as she prepared to leave with her companions, when Boyo hesitated for a moment and posed a question, was it truly you who played the zither on Shishan earlier? Feng Ju's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she replied nonchalantly, Feng Ju's zither skills are lacking. Lacking skills? Upon hearing her words, Hung Lanji, who stood at a distance, could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. Such a statement was incredibly misleading. The cunning lady. Indeed. People assumed Feng Ju merely acquiesced to Feng Yi's remarks and paid her no further attention. Just then, Feng Ju was about to leave with Murongzhua. Along the way, she seemed to sense a distinct gaze upon her, and when she turned to look, she found herself meeting those gentle eyes. The soft, pure black eyes resembled the night, shrouded in moonlight, capable of embracing all that exists in the world. Hung Lanji. In that brief exchange, countless thoughts raced through Feng Zhu's mind. After a polite nod, she hastily averted her gaze. For her, as well as for all the young nobles of her age, Hung Lanji was an existence they could only admire from afar, making her feel like a mere mortal steeped in the mundane, unable to shake off a sense of inadequacy. Upon descending the mountain, Feng Zhu disdainfully tossed the belt of Princess Wulan onto a tree branch. What is the young lady observing? You see, I asked in confusion. To attempt to paint a tiger, yet end up with a dog, only invites ridicule. Alas, Feng Zhu sighed with resignation, dejectedly turning to ascend into her carriage. She was acutely aware that the metaphysical discourse at the flowing wine banquet was merely sufficient to beguile callow youths, and that her current understanding was fundamentally inadequate to engage with true luminaries such as Hung Lanji and Wen Boyu. Consequently, prematurely venturing into that realm was by no means an optimal strategy. Weishi, did you comprehend what the young mistress conveyed? You see, I inquired in a hushed tone. Weishi shook her head with a wry smile. You see, I grumbled with discontent. The young mistress manifestly played the zither, yet why does she disavow it? Once again, that person from Zuyin has usurped the limelight. Chapter 162. Instruction from a zealous musician upon the Western Mountains. What is the nature of your relationship with the music-obsessed, painting madman Wei Yuanting? When Boya fixed his gaze intently upon Feng Qingyuan, broaching the subject directly, the moniker music-obsessed, painting madman Yu Yuanting was sufficient to incite a wave of astonishment within the city of Hualing. Feng Qingyuan paused momentarily, just as she was about to speak. Since Master Wen has inquired, Qingyuan, there is no need for you to deliberately conceal it. Feng, he interjected. Feng Qingyuan glanced questioningly at her elder brother, and upon seeing him narrow his eyes in her direction, she instinctively opted for silence. Feng Yi said with a face full of apology, my younger sister was fortunate enough to receive instruction in the art of the zither from Yu Gong in her early years. But Yu Gong repeatedly exhorted her not to publicize this matter. Hence, when Boyu remarked with emotion, I am aware that Yu Yuanting is unconstrained and unconventional, accustomed to concealing himself within the mountains and forests, so it is only natural that he would instruct his students in such a manner. However, the fact that he would even accept a disciple is exceedingly surprising to me. Elation surged within Feng Qingyuan's breast as she mused, my brother is indeed audacious. This is none other than the esteemed Wen Boyu. Should they be unmasked, our reputation shall be irrevocably tarnished. At that moment, Feng Yi interjected. We hail from the Feng lineage of Hualing. Wen Boyu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in laughter, exclaiming, no wonder. No wonder. A passionate Yu Yuanting, indeed. A young nobleman turned to his companion, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. What does the venerable one mean? Does the legendary eccentric artist share some connection with the Feng family? His friend whispered, it is more accurate to say with the Feng family's matriarch. It is said that a decade ago, Yu Yuanting was deeply enamored with the Feng matriarch, to the point of obsession, and engaged in many preposterous acts. Though eccentric, it is plausible that he tutored Feng Qingyuan out of regard for the Feng matriarch. That Feng matriarch from a family of merchants? Does she possess such allure? The nobleman was taken aback, then puzzled. Even so, should he not tutor Feng Zhu instead? Feng Zhu. His friend smiled derisively. Playing the zither requires talent. Did you not hear Feng Zhu admit that her zither skills are wanting? Affection is one thing, but Yu Yuanting is an aficionado of the zither. How could he accept a student of such dull aptitude? Indeed, that makes sense. When Boyu surveyed Feng Qingyuan, stroking his beard as he nodded, of refined disposition, elegant and refined, truly worthy of being a daughter of the Feng family of Hualing. A rare find, indeed. A multitude of envious gazes converged upon Feng Qingyuan. The moniker of a literary woman of Lingbo is already renowned throughout the capital. Now, with such commendation from Elder One of Heading, the name of Feng Qingyuan will be unparalleled among the noble ladies of Hualing from this day forth. Amidst the vanity of such public attention, the trepidation in Feng Qingyuan's heart began to dissipate. Even though no one knew better than she that she had no connection to the musical enthusiast Yu Yuanting, she needed such fame. She was also confident that she was worthy of such praise. As long as the true musician did not appear, it would belong to her. Observing Wen Boyu's expression of finding a treasure, Lu Maohong's lips twitched slightly, seemingly not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lanji, how do I feel that Elder One has mistaken this woman of Lingbo for Aju of the Feng family? Hung Lanji's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Didn't you hear Qing Qing say just now that her musical skills are not good? Lu Maohong shook his head regretfully, murmuring, what a pity. Such remarkable temperament, yet mediocre talent. What a pity. Hung Lanji only smiled without speaking, merely casting his gaze upon the extremely disheveled Chu Rao. His dark pupils gradually deepened, tinged with a faint sorrow, as if he had associated something. Chapter 163, Selecting Another Opportunity. Along the winding mountain road, a luxurious carriage, guarded by a dozen elite soldiers, was speeding along. The lake green crepe was violently swaying with the bumps of the carriage, adding a hint of ambiguousness. Huff, huff. Heavy and rapid gasps echoed continuously inside the carriage. Wei Shi and UCI exchanged glances, discovering that each other's cheeks were flushed crimson. The two of them, with heads bowed in a semblance of propriety, could not help but steal furtive glances to the side. Feng Zhu's eyebrows twitched twice as she forcefully pried away the simian arm entwined around her. Hualing, endure, she whispered, maintaining a serene smile, emphasizing the word endure with great weight. Yet, in mere moments, the other party coiled around her again like a serpent, even more aggressively, his moist, red lips nuzzling into the crook of her neck, his hand boldly resting upon her chest. Wei Shi and UCI gasped in unison. Feng Zhu, with a blank expression, looked down at the restless hand on her chest, the curve of her lips gradually fading. Water pouch, she uttered. In her daze, Wei Shi instinctively handed the water pouch to Feng Zhu. With a cold demeanor, Feng Zhu poured every last drop of water onto the top of Murong Zhua's head. The two maids were utterly stunned. The young mistress could actually act so decisively against such unparalleled beauty. The cool spring water cascaded down, and Murong Zhua's muddled mind finally gained a sliver of clarity. He shook his head vigorously, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a flawless smile. Hualing, are you well? The smile made Murong Zhua involuntarily furrow his brows. Realizing he was tightly pressed against Feng Zhu, he immediately pushed himself away to the farthest possible distance. However, this single action drained all his strength. The scent of Feng Zhu seemed to cling to him, weaving into his nostrils like silk threads, making his body even more uncontrollable. Murong Zhua punched the side wall. That woman. I swear I will make her pay 1,000 times over. His fist slid down weakly. The carriage lurched abruptly, and Murong Zhua's slender legs faltered, threatening to send him tumbling from his seat. Before the two maids could react, Feng Zhu steadied him. Miss, UCI interjected. Allow us to assist. Suddenly, her arm was gripped tightly. Feng Zhu sighed inwardly and said, there's no need. Both of you, please step outside for a moment. Murong Zhua's pride would never allow him to be seen in such a state, just as she had been unwilling to remain in her father's study when she had fainted during her punishment. To avoid further inflaming the situation, Feng Zhu tossed a soft towel to Murong Zhua. A faint light flickered in her phoenix eyes as she said with a gentle smile, Hualing, you may rest assured. Now that things have escalated to this point, even if I were unwilling to antagonize Xiao Wanya, she likely wouldn't let me off. However, she is, after all, the most favored princess of the Imperial family. To move against her, we must await a more opportune moment. You dare address her by her given name. Yet you fear her? Murong Zhua gasped, his exquisite face flushed crimson. Feng Zhu subtly avoided his mesmerizing blue eyes and said softly, it's not fear. Merely that it's not worth suffering any harm for someone like her. Hualing, your ambition lies in the world, not in the petty intrigues of the Imperial harem. Her words were abruptly cut short. Murong Zhua had somehow managed to sidle closer to her. His burning breath washed over her face, and Feng Zhu, bearing the weight on her shoulder, firmly grasped the hands that were attempting to tear at her clothing. There's no need to seek a physician. Although the drug is potent, it's easily remedied. Hualing, rest assured, the Jew will find you a woman of impeccable character and pristine virtue. In the pursuit of winning Murong Zhua's favor and becoming his benefactor, it is only natural to select a few concubines for him. After all, he is a man. You dare. Murong Zhua's voice no longer resonated with its usual clarity. His threatening words bore no semblance of intimidation. Instead, they were laced with an alluring charm. Feng Zhu sincerely remarked, it is truly commendable that Hualing can still restrain his impulses and converse with me at this moment. It is only natural for a young man to possess such fervor. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. A cold snort, accompanied by heavy breaths, pierced the air as Murong Zhua suddenly pushed Feng Zhu down, pinning her beneath him. Before she could utter a sound, his fervent lips descended upon hers. Yet, this could hardly be deemed a kiss. The fervent, an awkward mingling felt more akin to a release of pent-up frustration. In a fleeting moment, Feng Zhu tasted the metallic tang of blood seeping from her bitten lips. Murong Zhuo was consumed by tumultuous emotions. He struggled to contain the surging impulses within him and rasped, "Should you dare to summon anyone, I shall first slay that person, and then I will kill you." Suddenly, a shout from outside the carriage pierced through the tension as a guard called out to rein in the horses. Feng Zhu barely had the chance to respond before the guard flung open the curtain. "What has happened to the young lady?" The driver, alarmed by the commotion within the carriage and concerned for Feng Zhu's safety, was soon joined by other soldiers of the Feng family, who hastened to gather around. However, upon witnessing the scene inside the carriage, his voice faltered. Within, two figures were intimately entwined. The young man's clothing was torn, his face flushed with vitality. The sight was undeniably enchanting yet utterly heart-stopping. "I beg your pardon for the intrusion, esteemed young lady." The guard hastily lowered the curtain, offering apologies from outside. Suppressed her inner vexation, realizing that after today, the matter of her keeping male concubines would be definitively confirmed. She inquired, "How much longer?" The guard hesitated, taken aback by the composure in his voice, which was entirely different from what he had imagined. "What's the delay?" Yes." The carriage resumed its rapid pace, and glanced at the person beside her, asking, "Can rise?" Will remember today's events well." She smiled meaningfully, her gaze suddenly changing, and drew a dagger from a hidden compartment, directly stabbing it into his shoulder. Instantly, blood flowed down his bare shoulder, the intense pain stimulating back to some semblance of consciousness. "A regrettable measure, please forgive me." Cast a deeply complex look at, then with great effort, rose and leaned against the corner, allowing the wound to bleed, without uttering a word. After entering the city, specifically instructed the men to change into neat attire and put on a veiled hat before bringing him into a clinic. As this place was near the city gate, most of those coming and going in the clinic were commoners and did not recognize. They immediately noticed its unusual state, and some even stopped with their medicine bags, clearly ready to watch the spectacle. The onlookers burst into laughter. These words were indeed too blatant, and blushed with embarrassment. Chapter 165. The only one to trust the guards helped onto the couch, but then saw that its expression was extremely calm, and they could not see the slightest bit of the usual maidenly shame and coyness. The calm demeanor exhibited instead inspired a sense of reverence among those who had previously laughed, causing them to restrain their mirth. "Do not take offense, noble lady. It is the fault of the lesser folk," a robust man said as he clasped his fist in apology, leading the group in hushed discussions as they moved away from the medical hall. It was uncertain which esteemed family this noblewoman hailed from, yet her composure suggested she was no ordinary lineage. A sense of pride welled up within the private soldiers of the Feng family. Indeed, this was their esteemed young lady. Without the need for further command from Feng Zhu, the soldiers instinctively cleared the medical hall of its occupants, dividing into two groups to watch over the premises. The physician instructed his attendant to prepare a cold bath in the inner chamber, and after some contemplation, Feng Zhu ultimately decided against having Wei Shi and Yuci assist Murong Zhuo with his change of attire. Just as she was about to summon two guards to take their place, Murong Zhuo's hand unexpectedly grasped her sleeve, and despite her attempts to pull away, she found herself unable to break free. "Hualing?" Feng Zhu softly called. Yet, this action of Murong Zhuo seemed to be an instinctive response, born of an unconscious state. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Zhu had inadvertently become the only person he was still willing to trust. "Murong Zhuo, your excessive pride may not serve you well," Feng Zhu thought, her expression laden with complexity as she sighed in resignation, ultimately assisting him into the bath. "Noble lady, the clothing," the physician interjected. Feng Zhu inquired, "Is it necessary to remove the garments to dispel the effects of the medicine?" "Well, it is not strictly required." The physician fell silent, watching helplessly as the exquisitely embroidered white garments adorned with golden and silver threads submerged into the medicinal solution, causing his heart to tremble with distress. Yuci retrieved a stool from the carriage, allowing Feng Zhu to sit beside the bath. She cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Murong Zhuo, softly murmuring, "The young lady holds Murong Langjun in such high regard, far beyond ordinary esteem, treating him as a cherished treasure." Feng Zhu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, it was merely a means to pass the time, a casual affair. The physician at the clinic was indeed a thoughtful individual, presenting her with the most rudimentary yet insightful book by Chao Jian, which meticulously described the characteristics and efficacy of various perennial herbs, accompanied by illustrations. Feng Zhu casually leafed through the pages, her demeanor relaxed, as if she had completely forgotten the events that had transpired on the western mountains. Wei she hesitated before speaking. Young lady, today that Chu Rao, although she is merely a daughter of the Chu family's collateral line, the uproar has grown so significant that the Chu family, even for the sake of their reputation, will likely not let this matter rest lightly. Feng Zhu's hand paused momentarily. While she did not fear the Chu family, she could not bear to put her father in a difficult position. Lost in thought, her gaze fell upon an illustration of a herb's root on the page. Roots. The Chu family. A faint smile graced Feng Zhu's lips. Bring me ink and brush. As the sun dipped behind the western mountains, Chu Ji, a member of the Chu family's collateral line, stormed into the Chu clan's ancestral hall, accompanied by his daughter, whose body bore the marks of whiplashes, her face a mask of fury. Upon seeing the family patriarch, Chu Kong, tears streamed down his face. Patriarch, the Feng family is being excessively cruel. You must stand up for my Rao. However, almost simultaneously, a letter was delivered to the residence of General Chu Ao, the Northern Conquest commander. Chapter 166. Late-night lanterns. Morongjua spent the entire night in restless slumber, his dreams plagued by vivid scenes that he found difficult to articulate. Beneath the peach blossoms, he was locked in a tender embrace with a woman, but as clarity dawned, he beheld the pallid countenance of the woman in his arms, her amber phoenix eyes gleaming with vibrant, dazzling brilliance. Jua, she declared, you are my devoted paramour, and there is no escape. It was she, that perpetually disingenuous Feng Shiraju. He awoke with a start, drenched in a cold sweat. Morongjua rose in the darkness, gulped down several mouthfuls of cold tea, and, donning his outer robe, decided to take a stroll. As he opened his door, he noticed a faint candlelight emanating from the room across the way. It was well past midnight. Over the past few days, Morongjua had gleaned some understanding of the layout of the Phoenix Pavilion. The second floor housed Feng Zhu's private chambers, while the first floor, aside from his own room and a small alcove for the night watchmaids, consisted of several rooms that remained perpetually locked, off limits to all but a select few. Who could be inside at this late hour? Driven by curiosity, he approached the flickering light. Peering through the partially open window, he saw Feng Zhu clad in a pale green silk negligee, draped with an outer garment, seated at a desk, dozing off with her head propped on one hand, a writing brush still clutched in the other. The desk and the floor around her were strewn with written scrolls, some with ink still wet, instantly blurred by the paw prints of a small snow leopard. How long had she been practicing? As Morongjua pondered, Feng Zhu suddenly opened her eyes, a look of frustration on her face. She resolutely pricked her arm 4 or 5 times with an embroidery needle. The severity of her actions, without hesitation, caused Morongjua to clench his fist involuntarily. Yuntuan, should I doze off again? Use your claws to rouse me. With a wry smile, she spoke to the little snow leopard, and after daintily stifling a yawn, she straightened her posture and began to dip her brush into the ink. Behind her, the wall adorned with precious red stone resin magnified her delicate silhouette several times in the flickering candlelight. Morongjua's expression grew somewhat complex. It became apparent that what appeared to outsiders as the carefree life of a privileged daughter of the Feng family was not merely a life of ease under familial protection. In the solitude of the unseen night, she compelled herself to grow stronger. The following day, Feng Zhu arrived early at Hualing courtyard to pay his respects. Xie Yun was engrossed in writing on a piece of paper, the lower left corner of which depicted a unique 9-colored peony, exuding a faint fragrance of peonies. Are you going out again today? Xie Yun did not look up. Feng Zhu nodded respectfully and replied, yes, I would like to visit the market. On Yang and Tan Yun exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their headshakes. How could a mother and daughter interact so awkwardly? Hadn't their previous estrangement been resolved? Was this a manifestation of homesickness? Noticing the reactions of his 2 aunts, Feng Zhu's gaze fell slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he softly inquired, what is mother writing? Xie Yun felt a stir in her heart and a slight smile graced her lips. I am preparing a list of some items that may be needed at home, so that Tan Yun can procure them in advance. Is it for medicinal herbs? You understand fragrance? Xie Yun looked at her in surprise. Feng Zhu chuckled and shook his head. I simply noticed mother writing down a few herbs. I happened upon them in a medical text. These herbs can be brewed for medicinal purposes or used individually in incense for health. Xie Yun gazed at her daughter for quite some time. her expression shifting as if she were contemplating something profound. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. If you wish to go, then go. Select a few items that you fancy. The market is bustling, so do remember to bring along some companions. Suddenly, she added, there may be esteemed guests visiting today, so please use the side entrance when you leave. As she watched Feng Zhu and the waiting Murong Zhuang depart side by side, the faces of the two maidens, Lu Chun and Chun Shi, flushed with embarrassment. Lu Chun glanced over again and marveled. So he is the prince of Chongling from Beiyan. Indeed, as the rumors say, Zhuang Lang is the epitome of beauty in the world. The composed Chin Shi could not help but nod in agreement. I thought there would never be a gentleman as distinguished as our head of the family and His Highness the fourth prince. Madam, you looked at them, chuckling softly as she shook her head. The charm of Murong Zhuang had even captivated men, let alone these two maidens in the bloom of youth. Xie Yun raised her eyes to glance at her, laughing lightly. It seems there is nothing that escapes your notice. With a sigh, her fingers, adorned with fragrant vermilion, gently caressed the unique nine-colored peony. In the past, despite being my only daughter, I could not bestow upon her the 9 imperial seal. Surrounded by wolves, yet oblivious to them, I could not act in her best interest. However, her recent behavior has taken me by surprise. Perhaps it is indeed time for a reevaluation. Tan Yun smiled lightly. Madam, you are still young. There is no need to rush. However, Xie Yun demurred. I am keenly aware that my capabilities are finite, and the 9 imperial seals can no longer be wielded to their fullest potential in my hands. This is my limitation. Yet, Aju is different from me. Her lineage is steeped in noble ancestry, her status akin to royalty, the privileged circumstances she has enjoyed since childhood. Her exposure to the machinations of power have placed her upon a pinnacle above all others from the very beginning. As she spoke, Xie Yun rose involuntarily, gazing out of the window at the billowing clouds in the sky. Elevated by her vantage point, the accumulated heritage of a venerable family imbued her very being. Her expansive vision and her acute perception of the ever-shifting tides of fortune foreordained that her path would be boundless. Over the years, due to Feng Zhu's accomplishments, Xie Yun had long dismissed the words of the old Zen master Shi Hui. But now, despite her disbelief in deities, she began to wonder what the old Zen master had foreseen. Of course, all of this hinged on Feng Zhu not reverting to her former self. On the way out of the manor, Wei Shi whispered into Feng Zhu's ear, Miss, it seems the madam is concerned you might encounter esteemed guests at the main entrance. Could the distinguished guests you mentioned who might arrive today be members of the Chu family? Murong Zhuang, who was accompanying them, paused in his steps. If that is the case, will you still go out? Xie Yun clearly intended for Feng Zhu to avoid the Chu family, so that whatever accusations they might bring would be borne by her and her husband. Murong Zhuang would not claim to understand Feng Zhu completely, but he could at least surmise that she was not one to shirk responsibility. Feng Zhu toyed with her fan, smiling enigmatically. Why would I not venture out today? The troubles are not mine, nor do they belong to the Feng family. If not her, then who might it be? Oh, Feng Zhu merely raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the inquiry, and asked, who approaches? It is I. A robust voice resonated from beyond the door, followed by the entrance of a figure clad in armor, striding forth. It had been many days since the noble lady had escorted anyone herself. Lu Cheng, not daring to impose, had come personally to bring him back. Chapter 168. Return to the Proton's manor. Perhaps her past experiences had instilled in her a profound disdain for the insincerity of honeyed words veiling daggers. Thus, she found herself rather fond of the soldier's characteristic forthrightness. Lu Cheng could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reflecting on how this young lady of the Feng family truly regarded Murong Zhuang as a favored companion, akin to raising a tiger as a pet. Rest assured, noble lady, General Chu has specifically instructed that the prior rudeness exhibited by the lower ranks will not be repeated, now that Murong Zhuang has returned to the Feng family. This moment is distinct from the last, and he will receive treatment befitting his status. Zhualang? Feng Zhu turned her gaze upon Murong Zhuang, inquiring about his sentiments. Murong Zhuang's piercing, frosty eyes were fixed upon her, as if deep in contemplation. Feng Zhu, unflinching and composed, stepped closer, her hand brushing against the phoenix blood pendant adorning his ear, and smiled. Zhualang need not be anxious. My heart is steadfast. As long as you do not forsake me, you shall forever remain Feng's, a Jew's most cherished companion. Wu Shiyu had long grown accustomed to such exchanges, pitying Lu Cheng, who stood awkwardly, unsure where to direct his gaze. Murong Zhuang let out a muffled grunt before turning and striding out. Having pledged his word, he would never abscond. Yet, why did the cunning and duplicitous Feng Aju repeatedly emphasize this? Did she deem everyone in the world untrustworthy? It seemed she was genuinely reluctant to place faith in others. Why? Upon witnessing Murong Zhuo's departure, Lu Cheng, fearing he would flee, hastily moved to pursue him. Feng Zhu remarked, though he is defiant, he is not foolish. If he truly intended to escape, would he have remained by my side until now? Wei Shi, provide General Lu with the veiled hat. Lu Qing accepted the dark hat with a puzzled expression, noticing a peculiar smile on Feng Zhu's face. After Lu Qing's departure, Feng Zhu instructed Wei Shi to take men to the hostage residence. Such an environment was hardly habitable without proper renovation, especially considering it would house her future benefactor. As she boarded the carriage, the sound of approaching hooves echoed. I inquired through the curtains, "Who is it?" "My lady," upon learning of Murong Longjuan's departure. "The madam has ordered Qin Yu to accompany and safeguard your well-being." Qin Yu, seemingly the swordsman who assisted with the carriage switch that day. Understood. Feng Zhu responded calmly, yet felt perplexed. Zuoling had been absent for the past few days, and her father seemed to have assigned him a crucial task. What could it be? As the carriage traveled along Longzhou West Street, it turned into a deserted alley. Feng Zhu once again donned coarse attire and a simple hairpin. "UCI? How has the cook, Yuan Shi, been recently?" Feng Zhu lightly rubbed dirt on her hands, instantly dulling their fair complexion. Posing as someone else to receive medical treatment is not a sustainable solution. I must procure a gift that will appease the esteemed ghost physician. Chapter 169. A World of Difference. The free clinic, sir. My ailment with furrowed brows. Xiao Jinghong released his hold on her wrist, his voice grave. Your condition is far more dire than I initially assessed. The decayed bone poison takes 10 days to invade the body, 100 days to impair the spirit, and 1,000 days to corrode the bones. You have been afflicted for over 1,000 days. It seems mere medication will not suffice to eradicate the toxin. Decayed bone. Indeed a fitting name. Feng Zhu subtly clenched her fist, meekly inquiring, "Does the physician have a remedy? Have you still not confided in him?" "Him?" She lowered her head, crestfallen, and murmured, "My husband toils tirelessly each day to earn enough travel expenses to take me away from this place. I do not wish to burden him with further worries." "Leave?" Qiu Jinghong indifferently stated, "Leaving would be beneficial, but it is unlikely to occur within the year." Upon raising her gaze, she met his glistening phoenix eyes. Qiu Jinghong relented and offered an explanation: daily acupuncture to draw out the poison, coupled with comprehensive daily care, will require at least a year. Furthermore, full-body acupuncture would compromise your reputation. It would be best to inform him. Seeing Feng Zhu pondering something with a furrowed brow, Qiu Jinghong rose and approached the medicine cabinet, swiftly and expertly selecting herbs. "I must depart from Hualing for a month. Here are 10 doses of medicine, and this is the prescription. Take the medicine according to the prescription for the next month, and consider how to discuss this with him, whether to treat or not. Inform me of your decision in a month. Decayed bone poison, 10 days to invade the body. A month should suffice." With a touch of embarrassment, Feng Zhu realized she had forgotten to bring any silver. She must have appeared financially strained. Observing the nearly empty medicine cabinet, she surmised that he had generously given away most of the supplies. This philanthropic physician was a stark contrast to the heinous Jiasu. With a quiet sigh, Feng Zhu rose and offered a respectful curtsy. "Then I am most grateful, sir. I shall certainly repay you in full at a later time. You mentioned traveling for a month. Might I inquire as to your destination?" A shadow of melancholy instantly veiled Qiu Jinghong's refined features. As he packed his medical kit, he responded, "The counties along the northern Luo River have recently suffered severe flooding, resulting in numerous casualties. Local officials have been unable to effectively manage the situation, and there is a looming threat of epidemic outbreaks." Before his words could fully settle, the screen within the clinic was abruptly knocked over. "Where's that quack doctor? Come out here at once," boisterously demanded a group of menacing servants, escorting a lavishly dressed young man into the clinic. The youth possessed fair skin and a handsome countenance, yet his smile exuded an unsettling air of malice. "Trouble has arrived," Feng Zhu mused, discreetly retreating to an inconspicuous corner. She then signaled Qin Yu, who had rushed to the entrance, to remain still. "What is the meaning of this?" Qiu Jinghong demanded, his exposed eye gleaming with icy fury. The young man casually seated himself on a low table, sneering. "So you are the one they call the ghost doctor, who cannot be persuaded no matter how many times they ask? Who are you?" A servant proudly proclaimed. Our young master is none other than the son of Vice Minister Kai of the Ministry of Works. Bearing a visage of frigid resentment, Qiu Jinghong retorted, What is it to me? Depart from this place at once. Indeed, a display of arrogance. Kai Heng clapped his hands, remarking with leisurely amusement, I have often observed that those endowed with talent are prone to haughtiness, yet I was unaware that a mediocre physician, guilty of disregarding human life, would dare to be so insolent. Qiu Jinghong responded with an unceremonious chill, I have never attended to you. Furthermore, are you not among the living? If you are not deceased, how can you accuse me of disregarding human life? The onlookers gathered outside the dispensary erupted in laughter. The muscles in Kai Heng's face twitched momentarily as he let out a soft humph. Subsequently, two servants entered, bearing a stretcher upon which lay a maiden of comely countenance. Reposing in tranquil stillness, devoid of any vital spark, the throng outside the dispensary swelled as more people congregated. The instant Qiu Jinghong beheld the maiden, his pupils contracted sharply, indicating recognition. Kai Heng declared, Yesterday, I dispatched individuals to escort my new consort into the manor, yet she inexplicably perished. Upon investigation, it was discovered that she succumbed to the effects of your medicine. With these words, he rose to his feet, extending his hand in the direction of Qiu Jinghong, proclaiming, Under the very eyes of the emperor, a quack endangers lives, yet dares to brazenly operate a dispensary, displaying utter contempt for the law. As Qiu Jinghong sought to approach and examine the maiden, Kai Heng's servants impudently obstructed his path. Quack, you have caused the demise of my consort. What further actions do you intend to undertake? Subsequently, this band of villainous lackeys intentionally raised their voices, chanting, A quack endangers lives, displaying utter contempt for the law. A quack endangers lives, displaying utter contempt for the law. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, Kai Heng commanded, Demolish this quack's den of iniquity, and let us see how he can continue to endanger lives. Sunlight fell directly upon his face, and from where Feng Ju stood, she could discern fine particles of powder drifting downward. It became apparent that his alabaster complexion was due to a heavy application of fragrant powder. The humble clinic, already meager, was swiftly reduced to chaos by the unruly servants, against whom Qiu Jinghong stood no chance. Resigned, Qiu Jinghong stood motionless, his face a mask of cold indifference. Kai Heng approached him, a sneer twisting his lips as he spoke in a low voice. Qiu Jinghong, the ghost doctor? HM? So proud, aren't you? You wouldn't deign to offer your services even for a king's ransom. If you refuse to practice medicine, what use is this clinic? With that, he turned to leave, commanding, Find this quack and take him to the capital court to report to the authorities. I want him to pay with his life for my new wife. A group of ruffians immediately surrounded Qiu Jinghong, while two others lifted the woman's corpse from the ground. As the woman's sleeve was inadvertently raised by one of the servants, Feng Ju caught sight of livid bruises on her arm, a shocking sight. Could those also be from taking medicine? Feng Ju mused, a wry twist to her lips. As she slipped out of the clinic amidst the confusion, Qin Yu asked in hushed tones, puzzled, Does the young mistress not intend to assist this man? Tell me, between the Feng family and the Ministry of Public Works, which will the magistrate of the capital court choose? Feng Ju habitually moved her fingers, only to realize that she had not brought her sandalwood fan with her when she disguised herself. The magistrate of the capital court, Shang Wanqian? He has always been known for his political dexterity, never aligning himself with any particular faction. Qin Yu instantly understood and said, The young mistress intends to wait until the man is taken to the capital court and then exert influence from behind the scenes? Bound and helpless, Qiu Jinghong was escorted away. Feng Ju's gaze lingered upon Kai Heng's departing figure, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Kai Heng, flushed with triumph, was about to ascend his carriage when he sensed a piercing, perilous gaze upon his back, an oppressive aura that no ordinary commoner could possess. Feng Ju murmured, The enigmatic physician, like Hualing, is both proud and wary. Revealing my identity now, even with my assistance, might not sway him to my cause. A gradual approach is more prudent. Moreover, Chapter 171. A thief like you, she propped a delicate hand beneath her chin, the corner of her eye lifting in a faint smile as she softly mused, When a matter can be resolved justly and openly through official channels, ensuring a lasting solution, why entangle the Feng family? Qin Yu dispatched several skilled individuals to discreetly safeguard the enigmatic physician. Send another to the capital magistrate's office ahead of Kai Heng. And you know how to convey the message. A smile graced Qin Yu's refined countenance. The magistrate need only diligently gather evidence and administer justice impartially. Kai Hung, presuming the magistrate would favor him, had acted carelessly, leaving glaring loopholes that betrayed Xiao Jinghong's framing. If the magistrate remained unbiased, Xiao Jinghong's innocence would prevail. Qin Yu hastened to deploy his men, while Feng Zhu headed towards the waiting carriage. I never anticipated such an opportune moment arriving so swiftly, she uttered softly, a long-awaited chance descending from the heavens, yet her heart was torn between joy and sorrow. The Ministry of Works, I shall begin my machinations. Tan Lang, a Jew. I present to you a gift for this lifetime. I hope you will accept it. Your demeanor mirrors that of a humble soul encountering Feng Jin, especially now. As if each person bears a hint of guilt. You see, I was the first to notice her, persistently lowering his head while exchanging furtive glances. Feng Zhu sensed something amiss and instinctively turned to leave, but as she did, the rumbling of a carriage echoed from behind her. Qing Qing. Why do you flee in such haste without having met? Do you take me for a thief? The notion stung Feng Zhu as her brow furrowed, yet the sound. With a puzzled expression, she turned her head, only to behold an elegant, unadorned carriage emerging from the adjacent alley, coming to a halt beside the Feng family's carriage. Could it be him? This realization struck her with alarm. The thought consumed Feng Zhu. She had endeavored to leave a favorable impression on these esteemed individuals, yet if Hong Lanji had witnessed everything that transpired moments ago, her careful efforts would dissolve into nothingness. A truly candid and magnanimous gentleman would hardly admire one who masquerades and behaves in a furtive manner. She fixated on the medicinal pouch in her hands, her mind racing to devise a suitable response, when Hong Lanji had already disembarked from his carriage, gracefully approaching her. After gazing at her for a brief moment, he suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Qing Qing, lift your head. Before him, Feng Zhu instinctively adopted a respectful demeanor, akin to addressing a venerable elder. In the presence of the unrestrained and spirited Lu Maohong, how could she display such reticence upon seeing me today? Are you afraid? The lively and uninhibited nature of Lu Maohong indeed fostered a sense of intimacy. As she gazed into his inky black eyes, Feng Zhu was momentarily entranced, and her innermost thoughts slipped forth unbidden. It is not fear, but admiration. The esteemed Mr. Hong, a celestial being, leaves me feeling inadequate, unworthy to presume his company. Hung Lan sighed, seemingly disheartened, and remarked, I had thought that your gift of twin deer was a gesture of friendship. Could it be that I have misinterpreted your intentions? Recalling that she had indeed sent him 2 live deer, Feng Zhu could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment, yet she was also unable to suppress a smile. Pondering what his reaction had been upon receiving the deer, suddenly, a gentle hand rested upon her head. Ah, my dear, if you wish to laugh, then let laughter flow freely. Only then can one find true joy. Joy, Feng Zhu retorted almost instinctively, and what of Mr. Heng's joy? Upon posing the question, she found it amusing herself. Men of his stature, so carefree and indulgent in the pleasures of nature, how could they not be joyful? He lifted her veil, a smile gracing his lips. In your plain attire, dear one, you possess a unique charm. With time, you shall surely captivate the hearts of many. With time? Such words echoed like those of a father or brother. Feng Zhu involuntarily held her breath. In the face of Murong Zhuo's advances, she had felt a surge of wonder. Yet her heart remained tranquil. She was acutely aware that she had built fortifications against matters of the heart, harboring an instinctive fear of male proximity. However, Hung Lan, the gentle breeze and bright moonlight, the lofty mountains and flowing waters, effortlessly invite one to relax and lower their defenses. She inhaled deeply and softly replied, Mr. Hung should not call me dear. Hung Lan tilted his head and smiled, thinking to himself, at last, this lady has found the courage to voice what has been on her mind for so long. His expression softened further as he spoke. I am enchanted by you. Thus calling you my dear is undoubtedly correct. However, to address me as Lord Hung is a misnomer. Feng Zhu felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. The ethereal Hung Lan seemed uncharacteristically humble. Yet, the elegance and noble demeanor of the man before her rendered her hesitant to point out any flaws. Suppressing her embarrassment, she feigned indifference, saying, You hail from the esteemed Hung family of Hualing. What is erroneous about calling you Lord Hung? Hung Lan smiled gently. I designate only you, Feng Shi Zhu, with such endearment. The signs of the Hung family are countless. In other words, to call him Lord Hung fails to highlight his singularity? Noticing Feng Zhu's lingering confusion, the amusement in Hong Lan's eyes deepened. Many of my friends refer to me by name. Lanji, perhaps? Feng Zhu fell silent, unable to comprehend why someone of Hung Lan's stature would show her such an unusual degree of attention. Alas, in her tender youth, why did a Jew feel this way? A Jew, why do you feel this way? Hung Lan's sigh, laden with melancholy, weighed heavily upon Feng Zhu's heart. She lowered her gaze, musing softly. The storms of life have battered me. I am already scarred, bearing the shackles of eternal burdens. How can I remain innocent as before? Even someone as composed as Hung Lan felt a jolt at her words. How could this 14-year-old girl, cherished by her family as a precious gem, utter such sentiments? Yet, the pain concealed within her eyes was profound and genuine. Hang Lan wished to counsel her against allowing the shackles to bind her true self. But the words faltered on his lips, feeling utterly inadequate. Alas, he ultimately said nothing more, leaving behind a long sigh as he turned to depart. As the elegant carriage was about to exit the alley, it suddenly came to a halt. A servant leaped down and approached Feng Zhu, respectfully bowing. "My lady, my lord has sent me to inquire if you would be willing to accompany him tomorrow to the esteemed Shao family's villa in Inchuan for a gathering of refined discourse." Feng Zhu stared in astonishment at the carriage ahead. To attend the gathering hosted by the illustrious Shao family in Inchuan was a privilege that even those of Feng Yi's stature might not attain. The honor bestowed upon her by Hung Lan was indeed monumental. Hung Lan, regardless of his intentions, had provided her with the assistance she desperately needed. Feng Zhu knelt gracefully before the carriage, addressing the messenger with poise. "Please inform your master that I shall certainly honor the invitation tomorrow." As she watched the carriage disappear down the road, Yusei hurried over. "Miss, do you think Lord Hung would divulge the matter of your disguised visit?" Feng Zhu gazed into the distance, genuinely marveling. "The lofty mountains inspire reverence. The path of virtue is admirable. Though I may not reach it, my heart aspires towards it." Hung Lan truly is a figure beyond the mundane realm. In her previous life, the betrothal of Princess Wen to him by Xiao Wan was indeed a profound insult. Chapter 173, Pride in Snow and Frost Within the Carriage. Feng Zhu's thoughts grew increasingly alarming. A sudden realization tightened her chest. Could it be that in her past life, after ascending to the throne, Xiao Wan had bestowed the infamous Princess Wen upon Hung Lan as a means to humiliate him, to diminish his noble spirit? Why, the renowned Hung Lan, revered by scholars across the land and hailing from the prestigious Hung family, was he truly unable to seize control of his own fate? Observing her fluctuating emotions, Yusei refrained from interrupting her and quietly lifted a corner of the window curtain to gaze outside. Suddenly, a bustling crowd surged towards the intersection ahead, with men, women, and children all exuding fervent enthusiasm. "Is that not General Liu?" Yusei exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Zhu lifted her gaze and beheld Liu Cheng and his soldiers striving to protect the central carriage as it advanced. Yet, their pace was painfully slow, besieged by the throngs of citizens, leaving them utterly flustered. Surrounding them, the eager crowd craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the carriage, their spirited shouts rising and falling like waves. The snow-capped North Mountain, the graceful Murong lad. It is well known that the Xianbei Murong clan is home to many beauties. And the princely visage of King Hualing is indeed unparalleled, standing proud against the frost. Since Murong Shao has entered our Jin territory, why does he hide within the carriage, refusing to allow us to admire his extraordinary grace? Zhualang, permit us a glance, that would quell our longing hearts. With each resounding call, the flowers, fruits, fragrant sachets, and colorful silks in the hands of the onlookers were flung towards the carriage. The scene was chaotic, yet the citizens remained fervently spirited. Seizing the moment when the soldiers were caught off guard, a daring individual boldly darted to the carriage window and pulled back the curtain. In that fleeting moment of silence, he was a vision of celestial beauty. The excited cheers cascaded over one another. "This Murong Zhuo is truly a siren." Liu Cheng cursed in exasperation. Turning to a companion, "Quickly, give him the gauze hat." At that moment, he realized that the young lady of the Feng family had intended this all along. Yet, if they had anticipated such a situation, why had they not made it clear in advance? This is rather ungracious. The radiant Zhuanglang, lingering without showing himself. Could it be that he truly intends to preserve the purity of the noble lady of the Feng family? A burly man chuckled with a hint of lewdness. While people admire beauty and elegance, reveling in the raucousness of the crowd, they still retain their reason. Instinctively, they sensed that if Murong Zhuang, who was in the carriage, were to hear these words, he would undoubtedly respond with fervor. The smiles of the crowd remained, yet they instinctively held their breath. Humph! A cold snort emanated from within the carriage. In an instant, the curtain of the carriage was lifted by a gust of wind, and a figure clad in white, proud and unyielding, leaped forth, landing effortlessly upon the steed ahead. With bare hands, he severed the restraints and charged boldly through the throng. Graceful as a swimming dragon, elegant as a startled swan, he exhibited an unparalleled nonchalance. The world adores the beautiful and reveres the heroic. When these two attributes converge at their zenith within a single individual, the resulting commotion is immeasurable. Lu Cheng was momentarily stunned. Among the generals of the Great Jin, aside from General Chu, none possessed the prowess and spirit of Murong Zhuang. Despite being an adversary he had faced multiple times, this did not diminish his genuine respect. Alas, Zhuang Lang has escaped. The despondent sighs of the populace jolted Lu Cheng back to reality. Should Murong Zhuang evade capture, it would spell disaster. Quick, pursue. Meanwhile, the long-imprisoned Murong Zhuang was finally reacquainted with the exhilarating sensation of galloping upon horseback, his heart awakening like a dragon plunging into the sea. The hooves thundered beneath him, and ahead lay the boundless freedom where the skies soar high, inviting the birds to fly. If he were to leave the city, if. Chapter 174, The Chu Family Seeks Justice. Outside the carriage, Qin Yu gazed at the low-hanging lake water through the verdant window drapery, ultimately unable to restrain his inquiry. Before I step beyond the city gates, I shall personally end his life. A sudden tremor coursed through Qin Yu's heart. At this moment, within the Feng family's main residence, the atmosphere in the Pine Breeze Hall was tense and fraught. Feng Jin appeared calm and composed. Casting a glance at the Chu family duo, Chu Ji and Chu Rao, standing within the hall, before nonchalantly turning his gaze towards the guest seats where the head of the Chu family, Chu Kong, sat. It is a rare occasion to have the loyal and wise Marquis grace our humble abode. Come, indulge in the flavor of this Qingshan tea and see if it meets your expectations. The expressions of Chu Ji and Chu Rao were marked by distress. They had come seeking an explanation, or rather, to deliver a reprimand. However, after a considerable time spent within, Feng Jin had yet to utter a word regarding Feng Ju's actions, as if he were genuinely oblivious to them. Yet, in this place, there was no opportunity for them to speak out of turn. Feng Jin was deliberately feigning ignorance, engaging in a contest of composure. Whoever spoke first would find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, should they remain silent, what purpose did their grand entrance serve? Chu Kong could only acquiesce, suppressing the discontent brewing within. A Rao stepped forward. At this, Chu Rao hastily lowered her head and advanced. Chu Kong addressed Feng Jin with a calm demeanor. Esteemed tutor, this is a lady of my Chu family's lefting lineage. Feng Jin, maintaining his composure, replied, Indeed, a delicate beauty. She possesses an admirable appearance. Beautiful? The corners of Chu Kang's mouth twitched slightly. The original Chu Rao was indeed a striking beauty, but now, not to mention the various imperfections that marred her form. Even the ghastly scar marring her visage had already tarnished her beauty. To whom do we owe all of this? It is fortunate that Feng Jin had the audacity to voice it. Chu Kong, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, Ah, indeed. Among the ladies of the Chu family, A Rao is the most outstanding. The family originally intended to arrange a commendable marriage for her, having chosen the son of the Minister of Works, Master Kai. However, who could have anticipated the events of yesterday? This morning, the Kai family has come to annul the engagement. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly interjected. So that is the case. Lord Zhongrui has remained silent for so long. I had thought he wished to present my husband with a warm bed companion. Xie Yun emerged from behind the screen, the vermilion mole at the corner of her lips enhancing the allure of her smile. The three members of the Chu family felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Even Feng Jin, who had previously maintained an air of composure, revealed a hint of tenderness on his handsome, elegant face. He quickly rose to assist her, gently saying, Yun, why have you come out? I fear my husband might be captivated by the beauty of a young lady, easily swayed, and at a loss for words. Xie Yun playfully shot him a sideways glance, dismissing the Chu family members entirely. Feng Jin, feeling somewhat helpless, whispered, Yun, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever? Xie Yun lightly brushed his hand away and quietly replied, Of course, I know you would not. Otherwise I would have left home long ago. However, I find your response too slow. They have come to collect a debt, and your approach will not suffice. When it comes to settling debts, it is best left to someone like me, the merchant's daughter. Yun, Please do not. He attempted to stop her, but she had already approached Chu Rao. Chu Kong awkwardly smiled, saying, "My lady, you jest." The bond between the Grand Tutor and his wife is well known throughout the city. The fear of Yuzai permeates the city, well known to all. Countless individuals have offered beauty to Feng Jin, yet those who did ultimately met with grim fates. Chapter 175, A Galloping Escape. Just as the swift steed dashed past a fork in the road, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye, striking his heart like a heavy hammer. The horse came to a sudden halt, its front hooves raised high, neighing with pride. Upon the carriage, a pair of amber-hued phoenix eyes gazed at him from afar, shimmering with brilliance and a gentle smile, yet revealing no trace of turmoil. Murongjua felt his throat grow dry, an indescribable sense of shame beginning to spread within him. If he were to simply depart, the 18 loyal warriors would harbor no resentment. But what of her? The Feng clan. Aju. The clamor surging from behind seemed to fade into oblivion amidst their shared gaze. She is watching him. She is indeed watching him. A tumult of emotions swirled within, and Murongjua tightened his grip on the reins, casting his gaze forward with a commanding shout. Onward. The rhythmic pounding of hooves echoed as he galloped away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The radiant youth, donned in vibrant attire upon a fiery steed, resembled a blazing sun in the sky. The nature of a soldier is to submit to the strong. Upon Murongjua's command, Lu Cheng and the others mounted their horses without a moment's hesitation. Accustomed to the delicate beauty of frailty, when had the people of the Great Jin ever witnessed such resolute spirit? After an instinctive moment of fear, they not only did not retreat, but instead ignited an even more fervent admiration. Hualing, truly a hero. A score of swift steeds surged toward the Proton mansion. The dust kicked up, obscuring their view. With Lord Morone present, such grand spectacles are surely destined to become more frequent in the future. In the heart of the capital, the spectacle of fruits being tossed into carts is indeed a fashionable sight, though such grand displays are quite rare. With a sigh of melancholy, Feng Ju slowly lowered the curtain and reclined against the soft cushion, her entire being exuding an air of languid fatigue. Her palms were cold and clammy, revealing the truth. How could such a scene truly exist? Hualing was akin to the blazing sun in the sky, suspended above for all to admire, radiating brilliance from a distance. UCI suddenly comprehended. It was the young lady's intention to bring fame to Murong Langjun. Yet, Feng Ju seemed somewhat distracted, tapping her fan rhythmically against her sleeve. On the 11th tap, her hand abruptly halted. UCI, this servant is here. Go pay a visit to the Pei family at Zhugua. As she entered the heavy purple alley, UCI was escorted by a guard, hastening on horseback toward the Pei residence, leaving Feng Ju alone in the carriage. The caged bird yearns for its old forest, the pool fish longs for its former depths. Hualing, even as you bask in the splendor of Jin, you still yearn for your homeland, hoping to break free from your confines and soar high. Freedom, how precious it is, she murmured softly, gradually closing her eyes and tightening her grip on the folding fan. Upon witnessing Murongjua's yearning for freedom, she indeed felt a pang of pity, yet that was where it ended. Murongjua was the most formidable pawn on her path to vengeance. She could not afford to let this piece slip away, nor could she sacrifice the annihilation of the Feng clan to grant Murongjua's freedom. She sought revenge, not benevolence. Chapter 176. The turning of public opinion. Xie Yun appraised Chu Rao. Churu felt a chill creep up her spine under the piercing gaze, her heart simmering with indignation as she thought to herself, indeed, Feng Ju is no different from her lowly-born mother. Xie Yun suddenly chuckled, remarking, "Is it not entirely reasonable for the Kai family to withdraw their engagement with such a character?" Upon hearing this, Churu immediately shot an angry glare at Xie Yun, her scarred face rendering her appearance even more menacing and disdainful. Xie Yun took a step back, shaking his head. "My lord, is this the countenance of your most distinguished daughter on a daily basis? Truly commendable decorum." Chu Kong cast a stern look at Churu, while Chu Ji hastily pulled his daughter close, offering apologies to Xie Yun. He sought the understanding of the husband, explaining that Ara was merely expressing her grievances, hence her disrespect towards her elders. Tin Yun replied coolly, the madam would naturally not hold it against her, otherwise, would she not be akin to her? Chu Kong glanced at Feng Jin, who stood silently at a distance, seemingly conveying that whatever the madam does is beyond reproach. Chu Kang's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. "Madam Feng, Arao is indeed at fault, but for an unmarried young lady to be publicly chastised and so disfigured, It is difficult for anyone to maintain their composure under such circumstances. Though Arao may not possess the cherished status of your daughter, she is still a member of the Chu family, and as the head of the Chu family, I must advocate for her. I wonder how your esteemed family intends to address this matter? My lord, you appear to have mistaken the parties involved, Xie Yun remarked, casting a glance at the scar marring Churu's face, his expression a blend of respect and solemnity. This scar was inflicted by the ivory whip bestowed by His Majesty. In other words, my humble sister, Aju, is merely executing the Emperor's decree upon the guilty. If your lady feels aggrieved, or if the Marquis seeks redress, he ought to approach His Majesty rather than seek recompense from the Feng family. I'm afraid, Marquis, you may return empty-handed. The significance of the ivory whip has certainly crossed Chu Kang's mind. However, he remains uncertain whether the young woman of the Feng family chose to strike Chu Rao with the ivory whip out of convenience or with deliberate intent. Should it be the latter, then that girl possesses an extraordinary cunning. As for escalating the matter to the Imperial court, His Majesty is unlikely to act against the Feng family at present. After all, Chu Rao is merely a daughter of a secondary branch and holds no substantial weight. Guilty. Chu Kang cast a glance at Chu Rao and inquired, "What crime has a Rao committed?" Xie Yun smirked coldly, "What crime has your lady committed?" "My sister Aju has already publicly stated the matter at the flowing wine banquet. Did the Marquis not clarify this before coming to seek justice? If not, perhaps we should summon those present at the time to inquire." The events of the flowing wine banquet became widely known within a day, and even the accusations leveled by Feng Zhu were meticulously enumerated and circulated throughout the streets. How could Chu Kang be unaware? Yet, those accusations were articulated with clarity and righteousness, devoid of any traces of personal vendetta. Presently, Morong's reputation in the capital is soaring, and public sentiment has begun to overwhelmingly condemn Chu Rao for her lack of propriety, for dishonoring the national dignity, and for belittling heroes, while Feng Zhu, the one who resorted to violence, is lauded by the populace. Such an uncanny reversal left Chu Kang in a state of bemused chagrin. Who, indeed, was the aggrieved party? Chu Ji, sensing the shift in atmosphere, cautiously approached Chu Kang, his hopes pinned on the notion that his daughter would not be ruined in vain. However, his prompting earned him a glare from Chu Kang. "Madam Feng," Chu Kang declared, "this matter concerns both the Feng and Chu families. If not handled with care, it could jeopardize the harmony between our houses. I shall not engage in a war of words with a woman. Grand Tutor, what say you?" He then chuckled, a hint of malice in his tone. This matter was never of great consequence, but if it must be escalated, then while our Rao is already ruined. Your daughter Feng Jin furrowed his brow. Chu Kang, emboldened, remarked with veiled meaning. The Grand Tutor is aware that His Majesty is troubled by the appointment of officials to provide disaster relief in the counties of Luoha. I hear the Grand Tutor has potential candidates to recommend. A threat, or perhaps an exchange. His cherished daughter versus the interests of the court. Feng Jin was left with an ultimatum. "Chu, your magnanimity is truly admirable," a composed voice chimed in, as a figure adorned in resplendent crimson attire appeared at the entrance of Songfeng Hall. Feng Zhu greeted Chu Kang with the respect and courtesy befitting a junior. "Since you are unwilling to dispute with my mother, a mere woman, then engage with the person behind me." Confusion rippled through the hall as Feng Zhu stepped aside, revealing a tall, robust figure. Chu Kang's expression shifted in astonishment. "Ping Fu, what brings you here? I shall not remain silent while you, my cousin, heed the words of the envious and commit grievous errors." Chu Ao strode into the hall, first bowing respectfully to Feng Jin, then fixing his hawk-like gaze upon Chu Rao. "Are you the one they call a Rao?" Startled, Chu Rao instinctively shrank back, quickly kneeling and replying, "Yes, a Rao pays her respects to my esteemed clan uncle." "Spare me the honorifics. I am not worthy of such a title." Chu Ao scoffed, his voice resonating with indignation as he waved his arm dismissively. "The Chu family has no place for such despicable and narrow-minded descendants." Chu Rao trembled at his outburst, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chu Ji, eager to defend his daughter, found himself ensnared by Chu Ao's piercing glare. "So, this thoughtless girl is your daughter from the Zhuayin lineage?" Chu Ji nodded fervently. Yes, indeed." "Humph. To raise a daughter of such character. Do you not feel the shame that ought to drive you to bow your head in remorse before our ancestors? Yet you dare to brazenly encourage the clan leader to intrude upon the Yuzai mansion, tarnishing the honorable legacy of the Chu family. Chu Ji, you ought to be condemned." Chu Ao's tone was unyielding, and even the emperor would be rendered speechless in his presence, let alone Chu Ji and his daughter. Chu Kang's expression darkened as he interjected. Ping Fu, you cannot place the blame entirely upon them. Look at the injuries on Rao. They have come from Zhuyin seeking refuge with the main family. We must treat them kindly and advocate for them. You should focus on your military affairs and leave such trivial matters be. Cousin. Chu Ao's voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with an intimidating authority. I am fully aware of the actions of this Chu Rao. Her current plight is a direct consequence of her own making. What sort of person is Morong Zhua that she should endure such humiliation? Chu Ao cast a piercing glare at Chu Rao and remarked, "You should be grateful that I was not present at the time. Otherwise, the punishment you would have faced would have been far more severe than mere lashes." His imposing aura and cold words sent shivers down the spines of everyone in attendance. Cousin, if you still care for your dignity, it would be wise to take this father-daughter pair and leave at once. Chu Kang's countenance darkened. He was on the verge of compelling Feng Jin to concede. Yet he could never have anticipated that he would ultimately be humiliated by his own kin. Humph, we shall take our leave. Chu Kang waved his sleeve and departed. He had come with righteous indignation, only to find himself, as Xie Yun had predicted, returning empty-handed. Chapter 178. Not a man. Chu Rao was filled with grievances. Biting her lip as tears rolled incessantly in her eyes. She could not comprehend why it was she who was publicly humiliated and whipped, only to be blamed in the end despite the sheer injustice of it all. As she passed by Feng Ju, the vibrant red of his attire stung her eyes painfully. She raised her gaze, filled with resentment, to glare at Feng Ju, whose face bore an elegant smile. She longed to tear it apart. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed, "Feng Ju, even if I, Chu Rao, must perish, I will never let you off the hook." Feng Ju smiled and instructed the household servant outside. "See Chu Shihua out of the estate, and do not be negligent." The servant felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded in agreement. Inside the hall, Chu Ao once again respectfully cupped his fists and bowed to Feng Jin, stating, "Tai Fu, today it was my Chu family's rudeness. I hope you can forgive us." To reciprocate kindness with kindness, thought Feng Jin as she understood the goodwill of General Chu Ao. With a gentle tone, she replied, "General Chu, you are too kind. I must express my gratitude for today's matters. I have other affairs to attend to and shall take my leave now." She promptly summoned someone to see the guests off. Feng Ju respectfully stated, "General, allow me to escort you out." Very well. The two departed, leaving those in the hall in a state of perplexity. As they rounded the pine garden, they soon glimpsed the soldiers under Chu Ao waiting at the entrance. Chu Ao halted and remarked, "This is far enough. I shall take my leave here." Feng Ju smiled and bowed, saying, "I appreciate your personal company, General Chu. It was presumptuous of me. If you were truly presumptuous, you would not have sent a letter to me." Chu Ao replied with a chuckle, his expression turning slightly wistful as he added, "It is a pity you are not a man. Otherwise, your future would certainly rival that of your father." Upon exiting the Feng residence, Chu Ao noticed Chu Kang waiting with a pained expression. Without waiting for an inquiry, he coldly addressed him, as kin. "There are matters I cannot discuss in front of others. This situation has escalated to a point where I must speak. You are the head of the family, and all decisions rest with you. I will attend solely to my military affairs and wish to remain uninvolved in these bothersome matters. However, I must caution you. Cousin, overreaching intelligence is unwise, and foolish actions should not be excessive. The Chu family's storied legacy, though resilient, is not invulnerable. Take care of yourself." As Chu Ao walked away, Chu Kang coldly muttered, "Brute. What do you understand?" After bidding farewell to Chu Ao, Feng Ju remained standing in place. She pondered over Chu Ao's words. Unfortunately, you are not a man. It was the second time she had heard such a sentiment. Does not being a man preclude one from achieving greatness? Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Feng Ju instinctively stood aside, adopting a posture of quiet observation. Feng Jin exhaled slowly and remarked, "General Chu is not one to dwell on such matters. His visit today pertains to you?" Feng Ju lowered his head and replied affirmatively. Raising his gaze to speak, Feng Ju's eyes subtly flickered, realizing that his father held no resentment, and a smile broke upon his face. "Father, Aju was reckless yesterday. Though it was provoked, I acknowledge my behavior was extreme. The Chu family will undoubtedly pursue this matter, hence I took the liberty of delivering a letter to General Chu, explaining the circumstances. The Chu family, a venerable lineage for centuries, has recently risen to prominence largely due to the formidable military presence of Chu Ao. He is the very backbone of the Chu family's power. Given his previous admiration for Murongjua and his respect for Feng Jin, Feng Ju was certain that the likelihood of Chu Ao intervening was exceedingly high. Chapter 179. The news from the music house after a prolonged silence. Feng Jin turned to depart, leaving behind a single remark. You have done well in this matter. Xie Yun observed the faint smile lingering at the corner of Feng Jin's lips and could not help but return a grin, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she looked at her daughter. She had indeed been correct. The most significant difference between her and this daughter lay in their perspectives. Their approaches to challenges diverged greatly. While she opted for a path of relentless confrontation, Fengju considered broader horizons and strategized for the long term, adeptly leveraging circumstances to reap benefits without getting entangled in the fray. The lake shimmered with undulating wavelets, teeming with schools of resplendent koi. Verdant foliage adorned the garden, where peach blossoms burgeoned in full splendor. The vernal sunlight, with its balmy caress, suffused the courtyard, imbuing every corner with vibrant vitality. Fengju, with a measured gait, trailed behind her mother, her thoughts adrift in a nebulous haze. Such tranquil serenity pervaded the scene. Was the past merely a phantasm? Or was this present moment the true illusion? It was rumored that since yesterday, whispers had swept through the populace, proclaiming Feng Qingwan to be a disciple of Yu Yuanting. A profound, unspoken understanding passed between mother and daughter as their gazes met. Fengju offered a subtle smile, remarking, "Indeed, yesterday on the western hills, a confluence of luminaries gathered, and my third brother and cousin affirmed it themselves." A confluence of luminaries? Xie Yun savored the phrase, a smile playing on her lips. How astute her daughter was. "And are you aware that today, the esteemed Duke Wen of Heading personally vouched for her, securing a plaque for her as Ancient Scholar in the renowned Knowledge Institute?" Upon hearing this, Fengju halted in her tracks, casting a perplexed glance at Xie Yun. The renowned Knowledge Institute? Xie Yun regarded her askance, shaking her head. "Indeed, you are unaware." A blush crept across Fengju's cheeks, and a wave of shame washed over her. Her mother's expression seemed to convey, "You still have a considerable distance to traverse, madam. The eldest young lady has already achieved much. All things require gradual progress." Ting Yun interjected with a sense of helplessness. The madam's approach to instructing the eldest young lady was often excessively stringent. Fortunately, the eldest young lady herself was now striving for excellence and seemed to harbor no resentment, which was a source of solace. Xie Yun sighed, continuing her amble forward. "You need not dwell on it excessively. The congealing of river ice is not the work of a single day's frost, and the formation of a mountain is not achieved in a fleeting moment. As Tianyan aptly remarked, your progress to this point is indeed commendable. I do not intend to admonish you, merely to remind you." "Ah, a mother's heart. Aju can comprehend." "Indeed." Xie Yun nodded in satisfaction, slowly articulating, "The Wenji Pavilion is a revered sanctuary sought by all skilled musicians. To gain entry into the Wenji Pavilion signifies exceptional artistry, and to have one's name inscribed within its esteemed halls is the lifelong aspiration of every musician." Fengju listened in silence, yet the tumult within her heart was akin to a thunderous storm. The Wenji Pavilion, a place where one discerns refined intentions through the melodies of the Guqin. Could it be that there exists such a haven within Hualing City? Had my father and master also once graced the Wenji Pavilion? Xie Yun cast a meaningful glance her way and suggested, "If you are intrigued, why not pay a visit personally?" As they approached a floating bridge, a maid from the Wutong courtyard hurriedly approached, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Miss, there has been an incident in the courtyard." From another direction, Lu Chun hastened toward them, urgency in her steps. "Madam, the Leftine Lin family has sent word, declaring that there is a matter of utmost urgency requiring your immediate presence at the Wudong courtyard." Fengju narrowed her eyes. At the Wudong courtyard. In the expansive yard before the Qifeng Tower, an altar adorned with candles had been set up. A Taoist clad in a dark robe scattered yellow talismans, and with a swift motion towards the altar, the flames erupted into a terrifying dragon of fire. Upon their arrival, Fengju and Xie Yun were greeted by a scene shrouded in acrid smoke. Chapter 180. The Malevolent Presence of the Phoenix Tower, Part 1. What is transpiring here? Xie Yun furrowed her brow deeply and, with a sharp command, caused all the servants in the courtyard to kneel in fear. Tingyan, a second tier maid serving in the Qifeng Tower, was the first to bow her head, her tone replete with indignation. She pointed at the Taoist priest in the black robe before the offering table. Lin Xiran, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "You must not be disrespectful to the immortal." With that, she was about to take action against Tingyan. "Fifth Aunt, there are guests present. What are you intending to do?" Fengju's smile bore a hint of coldness as she intervened, then turned her gaze toward the two noble women standing not far away, the side consort of Prince Zhongsu and the wife of Minister Kai from the Ministry of Works. The Prince Jiangsu. In a past life, he had requested the Empress's removal from the court, seeking to eradicate the improper conduct associated with her. Jiangsu Wang. Shaoluan. A subtle smirk curled at the corners of Lin Xiran's mouth. Do you think you can deceive everyone so easily? A delusion. Wait a moment. The side consort of Prince Jiangsu suddenly interjected, to drive someone away without understanding the reason. Is this how the legitimate daughter of the Feng family treats her own half-relatives? The Feng family truly exemplifies good upbringing. Feng Zhu felt a twinge of confusion. This side consort seemed to harbor animosity towards her. No, it was directed at the Feng family. While this lady maintained a semblance of decorum, the other minister's wife wore a scornful expression, her malice unmistakable. The eldest daughter of the Feng family has indeed been pampered to the point of forgetting propriety, dismissing her own elder relatives, which explains her merciless demeanor towards outsiders. Initially, Lady Feng Wu had mentioned her recent ill health, fearing that her affliction might affect the eldest daughter of the Feng family. Hence she had specially invited the priest to examine her. Yet, witnessing the current situation, it was evident that her goodwill had been in vain. Her animosity toward Feng Zhu was absolute. Her son had been on the verge of betrothal to a daughter of the Chu family. Even though Chu Rao was merely of a collateral branch, the Kai family would have forged a connection with the esteemed Huachu clan. Yet, who could have foreseen that the fair Chu Rao, once a beauty in the making, would be publicly disfigured by Feng Zhu in such a humiliating manner? Forcing the Kai family to rescind the engagement? This grievance she could only lay at Feng Zhu's feet. The sandalwood fan in Feng Zhu's hand slowly unfurled, concealing the displeasure at the corner of her lips. She had overheard the Chu family mentioning the Kai family's rescinded engagement while outside the Songfeng Hall. So the attitude of this wife of the vice minister was not unexpected. Esteemed ladies, Feng Zhu began with a radiant smile. But Xie Yun abruptly tugged at her sleeve, her grip surprisingly firm. El Chun leaned into Feng Zhu and quietly explained, My lady, you are not of the same generation as they. It is not appropriate for you to intervene in this matter. Feng Zhu pondered briefly and nodded subtly. Xie Yun had already stepped forward, her face a mask of cold derision. To intrude uninvited, to arrive at another's residence and speak ill of the hosts. Is this what you consider good breeding? You are but a. The vice minister's wife retorted, her slender eyebrows arched in anger, ready to continue. Chapter 181. The Evil of Phoenix Tower, 2. However, she was silenced by a sharp glare from Xie Yun as soon as she opened her mouth. Xie Yun sneered, taunting with undisguised triumph. Merely the daughter of a merchant, is it not? Indeed, Xie Yun is a merchant's daughter, her qualities and background inferior to you esteemed ladies. Yet, my husband's family is of the highest pedigree. My husband is the most handsome man, holding the esteemed position of imperial tutor of the first rank. And he cherishes only me, never taking concubines, frequenting brothels, or engaging in dalliances. How is it that you are envious? The side consort of Prince Jiangsu, lady of the minister, Lin Xiran, found themselves fuming, their faces resembling that of a pig's liver, staring at Xie Yun in utter silence. Feng Zhu could hardly suppress a laugh. Her mother's words were simply exquisite. Yet jealousy? Perhaps that truly is the case. The side consort of Prince Jiangsu, being a concubine herself, darkened her expression and retorted, Madame Feng, why utter such trivial remarks? Ultimately, this is a matter concerning your esteemed household and does not pertain to us. However, since Madame Feng has shown such goodwill, it is best to heed the words of the sage regarding the malevolent presence in your daughter's chamber. It is wiser to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. The minister's wife chimed in with a malicious delight. Indeed, if we do not clarify this matter, and by chance it spreads, your daughter's reputation could be in jeopardy. Xie Yun maintained a stoic demeanor, recognizing that this was clearly a trap laid by others, and she had no choice but to step into it. Feng Zhu discreetly shifted her gaze towards Lin Xiran, who was eyeing Xie Yun with a sinister smile. Fifth aunt. Lin Xiran was startled, snapping her gaze back. Feng Zhu, with an expression of indifference, inquired, Is it known to Sister Qingwan? Does third brother have any knowledge of this? I only just heard from the sage. The situation is rather abrupt, and they are not currently in the residence. Thus I have yet to inform them. Feng Zhu scrutinized her for a moment and nodded slightly. Lin Xiran remained puzzled as a servant was dispatched on an errand. Feng Zhu then turned to the other two noble ladies, offering them a warm and courteous smile. Two ladies visited the Wutong courtyard to see Zhu, who felt a twinge of gratitude, yet was primarily remorseful for the occurrence. Subsequently, she addressed Xie Yun, saying, "Mother, the two ladies have a point. If this matter remains unresolved, the tarnishing of our reputation is of secondary concern. Residing in Chifeng Tower would render me uneasy." Xie Yun regarded her with uncertainty. "Do you truly concur? Avoiding the issue serves no purpose. Let us observe what tricks Lin intends to employ." After whispering this, Feng Zhu cast a glance at the robed figure, her demeanor regal and piercing. The sage, held in such high esteem by Aunt Wu, piqued her curiosity regarding his origins within the mystical realms. The practitioner remained composed, unfazed, and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, proclaiming, "Wuliang Guan. I am Kong Xuanzai, a humble disciple under the esteemed Huang Gong of the Northern Heavenly Master School." The esteemed Huang Gong, Xie Yun interjected, her expression one of astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiran and her companions appeared even more smug, leaving Feng Zhu increasingly perplexed, as if this name bestowed upon the robed sage a significant credibility. She mentally noted the name of the esteemed Huang Gong. Casting a cursory glance around the courtyard, both women directed their gaze towards the self-satisfied Lin Xiran. Mother must be out of her mind to associate with individuals from the loyal and steadfast prince's estate. Feng Qingwan whispered her grievances to her brother. Due to a past incident, the Feng family and the loyal and steadfast prince's estate had been at odds for many years. Feng Yi furrowed his brow and approached Xie Yun directly. "Madam." "Yes, miss, the distinguished guests you requested have arrived." "Oh, so soon?" Feng Zhu appeared somewhat taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke with a clear voice, "Since matters have come to this, and with the presence of both the loyal and solemn king's consort and the minister's wife, let us simply invite all the guests here." Feng Qingwan furrowed her delicate brows and moved closer to her mother, Lin Xiran. "Mother, what exactly do you intend to do? Why do you not discuss this with us?" Lin Xiran replied with a disdainful smile, "As I have stated before, I shall not allow anyone to easily drive you out of the Chifeng Tower. I have been planning this for many days, awaiting this very moment." Yet, Feng Qingwan remained uneasy, though a flicker of hope lingered within her. Moments later, "As you see, I led in a group of elegantly adorned guests, adorned with cloud-like hairstyles and jeweled hairpins." It became evident that the guests Feng Zhu referred to were none other than a considerable number of the esteemed ladies of Hualing City. The loyal and solemn king's consort and the minister's wife exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for understanding. Xie Yun and Feng Zhu approached, greeting the distinguished guests. Feng Zhu solemnly remarked, "Aunt, matters concerning malevolent spirits must not be taken lightly, especially with so many esteemed guests present. You must consider your words carefully." Lin Xiran, harboring contempt within, wore an increasingly sincere and trustworthy expression. "Master Xian, would you kindly elucidate the circumstances?" She taunted inwardly, believing that the presence of many would instill fear in her adversary. The more people involved, the greater the spectacle, and thus, the more advantageous for her scheme. The Taoist priest, donned in a robe of azure and stroking his green beard, stated, "I have been requested by Madame Feng Wu to prescribe a remedy to restore her health. It has now been exactly 11 days since the treatment commenced. The number 11 is auspicious, derived from the calculations based on Madame Feng Wu's destiny, suggesting that her health should have markedly improved by today. However, the outcome has been less than satisfactory. In my heart, doubts began to arise, and I soon discovered that the lady's fortune was being obstructed by a malevolent force. This sinister presence was particularly formidable, residing in the elevated eastern direction, and if not eradicated promptly, it could jeopardize the entire household. Within the esteemed Pillar of State's Phoenix Manor, in the high eastern section, lies the Chifeng Tower. Among the distinguished guests present, the relationship between Lady Pei and the mother-daughter duo, Xie Yun, was notably close. Sensing something amiss, she directed her sharp gaze towards Su Xuanzi. "Master, the Chifeng Tower is the private chamber of the Phoenix family's precious daughter. Are you certain you have not erred? An unmarried noble lady being ensnared by a malevolent spirit is certainly an unsettling affair." The side consort of the Duke of Loyalty and Integrity chuckled lightly. "Lady Pei, would the master just about such matters?" Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Xiran approached Xie Yun with a hesitant demeanor and expressed, "Mistress, as a widow, my life is of little consequence. I fear not your reproach. The reason for this considerable commotion is my concern for a Jew." Subsequently, she cast a worried glance at Feng Zhu. "Please, mistress, consider this. A month ago, a Jew suddenly seemed to lose her soul, rendered mute and puppet-like. Then, a mysterious fire broke out, from which she miraculously escaped, awakening from her stupor. Yet, her subsequent actions have been exceedingly bizarre. A Jew has been under my watch since childhood. She has always been obedient and sensible. If it were not for some sinister influence, how could she act thus? These matters have been strictly prohibited from public knowledge by the Feng family, yet at this moment, Lin Xiaoran revealed everything before so many witnesses. Feng Ju pressed her lips together, her gaze deep and inscrutable. Xia Yun's expression darkened in an instant. Chapter 183, The Malevolent Spirit of the Phoenix Tower, Part 4, Mother. Feng Yi reprimanded sternly. He naturally hoped that his mother's scheme would succeed, yet such indiscretion was undeniably foolish. Xia Yun clenched his teeth, ultimately managing to suppress his frustration, saying, "Since the immortal master is certain that there are malevolent spirits residing in the Phoenix Tower, may I inquire how you intend to exorcise them?" Xia Yun spoke coldly. How could the Lin family's personal belongings end up in a Jew's boudoir? Suddenly, Feng Qingwan spoke softly. Perhaps it was because Qingwan previously resided here and inadvertently left behind my mother's belongings. Lin Xiaoran immediately turned to her personal maid, Qiu Ping, instructing, "Qiu Ping, go and gather people to search right away." Fifth Aunt, Feng Ju said with a semblance of a smile. "After all, the Phoenix Tower is my boudoir. Such matters of searching for items need not trouble you." She exchanged a knowing glance with UCI, who promptly understood and led several trustworthy individuals into the Phoenix Tower. The current Phoenix Tower was vastly different in its arrangement than before. The young lady was unwilling to let those of the left know that she had set up various study rooms within, diligently practicing day by day. Taking advantage of a moment's leisure, Kong Xuanzu laid out nearly 20 yellow paper figures on the table, requesting those who frequented the Phoenix Tower to inscribe their birth dates and 8 characters upon the figures. Xie Yun, Feng Ju, and the members of the Leftine family, along with over a dozen maids from the Phoenix Tower, took turns stepping forward to comply. As Kong Xuanzai examined the paper figures, he couldn't help but stroke his beard in admiration upon seeing one of them, Lotus Shadow gliding on waves. This noble lady is naturally blessed with an affinity for water, possessing an extraordinary aura and radiance. What a pity. Naturally, he referred to Feng Qingwan. Feeling the envious gazes surrounding her, Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of pride. Though it was not unexpected, as this was precisely what she and Kong Xuanzai had conspired beforehand. But what was the pity? Just as Feng Qingwan contemplated asking, UCI stepped forward, presenting a tray that held a small bundle. With a calm demeanor, UCI handed the tray to Qiu Ping. Lin Xiaoran unwrapped the bundle to reveal an exquisitely embroidered blue robe. While others remained oblivious, Feng Qingwan was astonished and whispered, "Mother, I saw this robe in your chamber just the other day. How could it be?" Lin Xiaoran, brimming with self-satisfaction, scoffed, Money can move mountains. Did she truly believe she could eliminate our people? As they spoke, UCI and the others had already inscribed the birth dates. Kong Xuanzai instructed everyone to place their paper figures against their chests, standing 7 paces apart. He himself took a stance, wielding a peachwood sword, gracefully moving through the air, his robes billowing, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. Even those who had previously harbored doubts about him felt a solemnity in their hearts at this moment. After a brief display of the seemingly ordinary peachwood sword, the tip unexpectedly ignited. Eyes widened in astonishment among the onlookers. With a grave expression, Kong Xuanzai traced the flaming sword tip across the chests of nearly 20 individuals bearing paper figures, servants, Feng Yi, Xie Yun. The flames did not scorch their garments. All who were swept by the flame remained unharmed until it reached Feng Ju. "Here it comes." Everyone silently gasped, their hearts tightening in trepidation. It seemed that each individual vaguely understood that this farce was orchestrated for this very moment. Chapter 184, The Flame of Inner Turmoil. The flames danced like moths fluttering at the tip of a sword. Closer, ever closer. Suddenly, the fiery wings swept across the resplendent red garment. Yet, there was not a hint of reaction. Could it be? Had they all miscalculated? At that moment, Xie Yun cast a bewildered glance at his daughter, only to find her wearing a faint smile, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. How could this be possible? Lin Xiaoran gasped in disbelief. Yet, just as her astonishment peaked, Kong Xuzi quickened his pace, the peachwood sword swiftly brandished before her chest. A soft whoosh echoed. It was unclear whether it was the sound of the sword slicing through the air or the cry of the flames leaping forth. To the collective gaze, the flames flickering on the peachwood sword had clearly not touched Lin Xiaoran. Yet, in an inexplicable manner, a cluster of fire ignited from within her being, surging outward. Whether it was the interplay of the flames with the azure fabric or the flame's inherent hue, the rapidly ascending fire emitted a faint bluish-green glow, resembling. Yes, it was ghost fire. It was ghost fire. A chorus of frightened noble women cried out in unison, their voices drowning out Lin Xiaoran's anguished scream. Help me! Save me! Feng Qingwan, who had been closest, recoiled at the emergence of the flames. The siblings, upon hearing their mother's desperate cries, were jolted into action, shouting for water to be fetched. Kong Xuanzi appeared to be taken aback by this sudden turn of events. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he pointed his peachwood sword at the frantically leaping Lin Xiaoran and exclaimed, I was mistaken. This malevolent spirit has long since possessed Lady Feng Wu. The malevolent spirit's inherent dark fire is harmful to the living. Everyone, quickly cover your noses and retreat. You, a mere practitioner of the martial arts, shall not deceive the masses with your fabrications. Feng Yi shouted vehemently. In a state of urgency, Feng Qingwan urged, Mother, swiftly run towards the koi pond behind Qifeng Tower. Flames, like serpents, had already coiled around Lin Xiaoran's entire body in the blink of an eye. Ignoring all else, she dashed towards the rear of Qifeng Tower. Although the others were terrified of the so-called malevolent spirit, fearing they might ignite themselves, human curiosity prevailed, and they unconsciously followed suit. As Feng Qingwan departed, she cast a furious glare at Feng Zhu. Once she had vanished, Yuci approached Feng Zhu's side and sneered. Her own kin brings about calamity upon others, yet she still has the audacity to glare at us. And what of the third young master? Why did he not speak out against Kong Xuanzi's misleading words earlier? Feng Zhu merely curled his lips faintly, the hem of his skirt gently swaying. Yuci flashed a knowing smile, indeed. When the crowd reached the edge of the pond, Lin Xiaoran had already leaped into the water. The pond was not particularly deep, barely submerging her shoulders. However, to their astonishment, despite Lin Xiaoran having plunged into the water, the flames enveloping her body had not been completely extinguished. Clusters of fire flickered and danced in the water and upon the surface, in tandem with her agonized thrashing. At that moment, even Feng Yi and his sister were rendered speechless. Kong Xuanzi's sigh was particularly jarring. It is futile. It is futile. The dark fire of the malevolent spirit cannot be quelled by mere ordinary water. Only when the nether flame is entirely extinguished will the malevolent entity willingly succumb to slumber. And only then will Madame Feng Wu be temporarily free from peril. Slumber? Temporarily? Many individuals astutely seized upon these pivotal terms. Subsequently, Master Kong Xian abruptly turned towards Feng Qingwan, shaking his head with regret as he lamented, Alas, it is a pity indeed. While your esteemed daughter is born with an aquatic destiny, which undoubtedly brings her profound blessings, your mother's fire alignment is inherently prone to attracting malevolent entities for possession. When coupled with your esteemed daughter's extreme water destiny, it becomes even more facile to awaken malevolent entities. Even ordinary individuals with fire-attributed destinies, upon encountering your esteemed daughter, will inevitably suffer misfortune. Feng Qingwan's heart experienced a violent palpitation. Chapter 185. Culpable intentions. Individuals whose natal charts possess fire attributes are not scarce. Indeed, many esteemed guests present here likely possess such attributes. Master Kong Xian's pronouncement serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to suggest that Lin Xiaoran's current predicament is, in part, attributable to the influence of his daughter, and secondly, to issue a clear warning to the assembly, should anyone possess a fire-aligned destiny. They would be well advised to avoid Feng Qingwan in the future, lest they suffer misfortune at her hands. Such a destiny, exceptionally beneficial to oneself, yet detrimental to others, is bound to evoke discomfort in anyone. You must not utter such slanderous calumnies against me. Feng Qingwan's complexion alternated between crimson and pallid, her eyes, shimmering with tears, glared at Master Kong Xian, conveying an appearance of profound grievance. As Feng Yi was about to interject in defense of his younger sister, Madame Pei's aloof voice resonated. Your statement is erroneous. This venerable master was invited by your mother and is said to be a disciple of the esteemed Grand Preceptor Huang. Your mother has spoken of him with utmost conviction and places great faith in him. Were it not so, your family's matriarch would not have heeded your mother's counsel and permitted him to perform his rites here. Are you suggesting that this immortal master is, in fact, a charlatan, intentionally invited by your mother to plot against Aju? Upon hearing Madame Pei's words, many voices chimed in agreement. Indeed, it was your family who summoned him, and it was your mother who claimed the presence of malevolent spirits. Why did you not question the immortal master before? Now that disaster has befallen your own kin, you are quick to retract your statements? Ultimately, we have all witnessed this inexplicable inferno. If there truly were a malevolent spirit involved, then Lady Fengwu ought not to remain in the main residence. If it is a fabrication, then it amounts to a conspiracy against the legitimate daughter of the household, a transgression deserving of punishment. In this circumstance, the concubine of the loyal and sincere king, who previously fanned the flames of discord alongside Lady Lin Shiran, now fell silent, wishing to vanish from sight. Do not speak for now. Feng Yi gently urged his sister to remain quiet. At this moment, the flames enveloping Lin Shiran had completely extinguished. No one dared to be tainted by malevolent spirits. Feng Yi, in desperation, could only threaten those whom Lin Shiran had brought along. Once retrieved from the water, the individual was a pitiful sight. One half of their face retained a semblance of beauty, while the other was marred, resembling a ghastly specter, enough to induce nausea. Sailing. How do you propose we handle this matter? Feng Yi was suddenly taken aback. How to handle it? The inquiry from Xie Yun prompted him to re-evaluate the situation. With half of the esteemed ladies of the capital present, mishandling this affair could jeopardize his reputation and future prospects. Had it not been for the fact that this was his own mother, he would have unhesitatingly suggested expelling her from the main residence, allowing her to fend for herself outside, lest she bring ruin upon the entire Feng family. But that is indeed his biological mother. How can he choose between his promising future and his own mother? Little does he know that at the very moment he hesitates, the noble ladies and dignified women who once held admiration for the handsome scion of the Feng family have begun to regard him with disdain. If he hesitates even to save his own mother, his character is certainly questionable. Feng Ju spoke softly. Mother, Aunt has been gravely injured and is on the brink of death. In my humble opinion, we should carry her into the Qi Feng pavilion and summon a physician for treatment. The noble women were taken aback, all turning their gazes toward the young lady adorned in phoenix-hued garments. Recently, rumors about her had been rampant, claiming she sought to demand Murong Zhao from Emperor Jin and compete with the princess, as well as viciously chastising Chu Rao. Each incident painted her as exceedingly formidable. Consequently, in the eyes of most nobles, Feng Ju had become a figure even more arrogant and untouchable than Princess Wen. However, witnessing her defend a half-sister who had sought to harm her began to dismantle the negative image that had been constructed through hearsay. Before Xie Yun could speak, the mute matron grasped Feng Ju's arm, exclaiming and shaking her head repeatedly. Feng Qingwan glanced at her ailing mother, then at the eyes filled with disdain, and in her desperation, she knelt on the ground. Mistress, even if you intend to expel my mother from the main residence, please wait until she recovers. Otherwise, she will surely perish if she is cast out in her current state. The mute matron, unable to speak, could only let out a heavy grunt in response. A cold glimmer flashed in Feng Qingwan's lowered gaze. Tan Yunyu spoke with profound significance. One girl, your concern for your mother's life is commendable, yet to keep her in the residence is akin to harboring a malevolent spirit within your home. Have you considered the safety of the head of the family and his wife? Have you pondered the well-being of the young lady? Feng Qingwan lowered her head, biting her lip, rendered speechless. Madame Pei discreetly observed the expressions of Xie Yun and Feng Ju, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, like mother, like daughter. Since she had been invited today, she felt compelled to be of service. With a deep sigh, she remarked, as the immortal master has stated, the malevolence within the 5 husbands is merely in a temporary slumber, and your fate can awaken it. In my opinion, a compromise is not out of reach. If you wish for your mother to remain in the main residence for treatment, you may have to leave the estate yourself. A lady, who had always maintained a good rapport with Madame Pei, concurred. Madame Pei's words are most apparent. Such peculiar circumstances concern the safety of the entire household. You cannot blame the main family. The situation of you two, mother and daughter, is indeed perilous, and one must depart while the other remains. A chill ran through Feng Qingwan's heart. Were they to ask her to move out? Feng Yi and his sister fell into silence simultaneously. If it was inevitable that someone would be expelled from the main residence. Xie Yun sighed softly and addressed Feng Yi, third master. You are the most valued descendant of the family, a leader of your branch. This matter involves your mother and sister, so it is imperative that you make the decision. Feng Yi turned to his sister, their gazes met, and their hearts gradually sank. The mother's reputation lies in ruins, her body reduced to this state. Henceforth, It seems she may be unrecognizable. If it is inevitable that someone must be cast out, then one must certainly make the most valuable choice. Feng Yi gritted his teeth, approached Lin Xiaoran's stretcher, and bowed respectfully to Xie Yun. Madam, I shall now send my mother out of the residence for proper arrangements. A group of individuals carefully carried the severely injured Lin Xiaoran out of Wudong courtyard. Observers could not help but shake their heads in dismay, realizing that this brother and sister were abandoning their mother. The lingering scent of charred remains in the air caused many to feel a wave of nausea. Kong Xuanzi, with utmost respect, addressed Xie Yun. Madam, I have one more piece of advice. Your daughter's birthday is associated with the fire phoenix fate. It is said that water and fire cannot coexist. The reason for your daughter's prolonged, unresolved illness, culminating in recent peculiarities, is likely due to this. Therefore, it would be prudent for both young ladies of your esteemed residence to avoid each other as much as possible in the future. Chapter 187. The urgency of fate. Feng Qingwan felt her entire body weaken, collapsing onto the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Her maidservants, Shu Hui and Hua Ping, hurried to her side for support. As she watched the once graceful figure depart, Mrs. Pei approached Feng Zhu, whispering with a smile. You hastily sent your maid to find me, requesting assistance in inviting distinguished guests. Pray tell, are the guests I have procured for you to your satisfaction? Feng Zhu smiled gently, bending slightly in a bow that was discreet enough for others to overlook. I am grateful for your help today, madam. Your ability to forge good relations ensures that those you have invited on my behalf must be congenial and amiable. Lin Xiaoran invited the consort of the loyal duke and the wife of the minister, not only to exert pressure on Xie Yun to concede, but also to ensure that the events of the day would be disseminated through their voices. Given their evident malice towards Feng Zhu, it is clear that should they succeed, the tales that would circulate in the future could be quite unsavory. While Lin Xiaoran sought to gather allies, Feng Zhu too could employ her own strategies. In contrast to Xie Yun's unconventional demeanor, Madame Pei was quite well connected among the noble women of the capital. Given the relationship between the Feng and Pei families, the guests she invited, even if unfamiliar with Xie Yun and her daughter, would certainly not belong to the same circle as the loyal duke's consort. However, having summoned such esteemed guests to her residence, Feng Zhu's intentions were far from superficial. She had previously requested Xie Yun to arrange a banquet within the Wudong courtyard. Xie Yun first guided the guests to the banquet location, while Feng Zhu remained behind. As the crowd dispersed, the surroundings instantly became spacious. The previously ethereal and aloof Kong Xuzi seemed to transform entirely, bowing and scraping before Feng Zhu. UCI produced 2 gold ingots from his sleeve and handed them to Kong Xuzi, stating, "You have performed admirably. The remaining gold will be delivered to you shortly. You understand your next steps?" Yes. I shall depart the city promptly and will never again set foot in Hualing City, Kong Xuzi replied. Turning to leave when Feng Zhu suddenly inquired, "You mentioned previously that you hail from the esteemed disciples of the Northern Celestial Master Dao under the great sage Huang. Is that true?" Kong Xuzi smiled sheepishly. "I would not dare to deceive you, esteemed lady. That was but a fabrication of mine." Feng Zhu felt a twinge of disappointment and chose not to detain him further. She cast a glance at UCI, who was lost in thought, and spoke in a tone that was light and carefree. "Do you truly believe that my treatment of the Lin family is excessively ruthless?" Feng Zhu looked at her with surprise, noticing her genuine indignation, and couldn't help but let out a faint smile. "You and Wei Shi are indeed quite different." UCI furrowed her brows and said, "I simply cannot fathom how the eldest lady can be so certain that the Lin family would act today." Feng Zhu slowly exhaled. "There is a saying by Kong Xuanzi that rings true. The number 11 is indeed a fortunate number for Lin Xiaoran. She often favors this number. And today marks the 11th day since she invited the sorcerer into the estate. Unfortunately, the so-called fate is not immutable. The auspicious number that Lin Xiaoran once revered in her past life has now transformed into her fatal number in this life." The gentle tone, amidst the warm sunlight, carried a chilling undertone. Chapter 188. Striking with restraint in the hall of ink and brush. Water is the essence of virtue, benefiting all beings without contention. It is precisely because it does not strive that nothing in the world can contend with it. Feng Jin lowered her head, her brows deeply furrowed. And after a long pause, she spoke solemnly. "Harboring malice within is ultimately not a beneficial matter." Pei Feng glanced at the lines of text and dismissed it, The eldest lady merely allows those who do evil to reap the consequences of their actions. It is not as if she seeks out conflict. If the eldest lady had not taken the initiative, the head of the family would now witness her consumed by raging flames, her visage unrecognizable. Tomorrow, rumors of the eldest lady being possessed by malevolent spirits would surely spread. Is that truly a beneficial outcome? This marked the first time Pei Feng had voiced opposition to Feng Jin. Feng Jin cast a glance of mild astonishment at Pei Feng, who, realizing his slip of the tongue, felt his handsome cheeks flush crimson. You two have been under my tutelage for many years, and yet, in just a few days, you have fallen under her influence. The two young men could only lower their heads, embarrassed, and chuckle softly. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Jin shook his head. It is not that one cannot strive. Rather, it is striving with moderation that is essential. I hope she possesses discernment in her heart and does not tread to extremes. With a sidelong glance, Feng Jin remarked coolly, "Are you referring to San Lang?" He refrained from elaborating further, yet his meaning was abundantly clear. A sudden silence enveloped the study. After a brief pause, a lengthy sigh resonated softly. I once believed he was the most suitable candidate among the many young scions. However, his recent conduct has indeed left much to be desired. The selection of the young master is still 2 years away, and by then, Feng Jin's voice trailed off. Perhaps even he was uncertain of how to choose a future heir from amongst the numerous descendants when the time comes. In the Wutong courtyard, a gathering of noble women and socialites, upon being ushered into the banquet hall, could not help but wander about, observing their surroundings. Years ago, upon the birth of the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, the still-living elder Feng commanded the construction of this very Wutong courtyard within the main estate, facing due east. It is said that the Wutong courtyard spans dozens of acres, surpassing even an independently built princess's residence in size. Rumors abound that the courtyard is adorned with phoenix trees, their branches entwined with golden silk, embodying the true essence of noble lineage. It is further whispered that the boudoir of the Feng family's daughter, the Qi Feng Tower, is embellished with rare redstone lacquer, the interior perfumed with a specially crafted 9th-grade incense, and every furnishing is an exquisite treasure. There are numerous rumors regarding the esteemed residence of the Feng family's daughter, yet few have ventured within to glimpse its splendor. Now, having received an invitation, the curiosity of the guests is understandably piqued. In Chapter 189, Relying on Oneself, Madame Pei and Xie Yun stand side by side beneath a towering phoenix tree, their respective maids maintaining a respectful distance. The conversation between them is a private affair, discernible only to their ears. Over the years, that Lin family has sown discord between you and your mother, harboring designs on the Grand Tutor, seeking to usurp your place. Thankfully, that calamity has finally been eradicated. Madame Pei reflects with a hint of melancholy. However, Xie Yun responds with a cool smile. Calamities are endless. Eliminating one Lin family member will hardly diminish future troubles. Madame Pei pauses, quickly grasping the underlying sentiment, for she too harbors similar concerns. I once envied you. That Feng San appears humble and has shown dedication to Aju. If he were to inherit the leadership of the Feng family, Aju would have a stable support, and you could find peace of mind. Yet, judging by today's revelations, he seems no different from that Pei Xiao, duplicity evident in his character. For the sake of his own ambitions, he would disregard even his own mother. How can one expect such a person to be a reliable anchor for Aju in the future? Reliable? Xie Yun's voice betrays a somber tone as she reflects on the deepening rift between Aju and the Zhou family. What was once a source of support has now morphed into a potential threat. She falls silent, her gaze drifting towards the horizon, laden with profound anxiety. Yet, as she focuses on a distant figure, her worries seem to wane slightly. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. She suddenly uttered such a statement, causing Madame Pei to pause momentarily. Upon following her gaze and spotting the vivid crimson figure, Madame Pei couldn't help but smile. Indeed, you have borne a remarkable daughter. Like yourself, she would never allow herself to be at a disadvantage. Yet, as she spoke, Madame Pei suddenly shook her head. No, that is not entirely accurate. At least in terms of hosting this banquet. Yun, your daughter is even more astute than you. Xie Yun had always shunned the superficialities of social engagements, inevitably leaving an impression of arrogance and aloofness. Esteemed guests, Aju has just been occupied with some trivial matters, hence her tardiness. If there has been any neglect, I hope you will be forgiving. Feng Ju's voice was languid, gentle, and melodious, imbued with a subtle laughter. yet it exuded an air of grandeur and elegance that inspired an inexplicable reverence. Feng Ju slightly inclined her head toward the Dawn figure standing before the bamboo curtain. And as Dawn turned to face the curtain, the soft strains of stringed instruments began to resonate. It became evident to all that musicians had been concealed behind the drooping bamboo screen all along. As noon approached, esteemed guests, please take your seats. While uttering these words, Feng Ju's eyes were ever watchful. As soon as the guests settled, they noticed that Xie Yun had taken a position slightly off-center at the accompanying table, while it was Feng Ju, the daughter, who occupied the central seat, which piqued their curiosity. There is no need for astonishment. Today, the invitation to this banquet extended by Madame Pei was not from my mother, but rather from Ah Ju herself, which is why this feast is being held in my Wudong courtyard. As Feng Ju actively sought to dispel the doubts of those present, 2 rows of elegantly attired maidservants gracefully emerged, presenting an array of exquisite fruits, delectable dishes, and fine wines upon the long table. Although this gathering was termed a banquet, it was, in truth, rather hastily arranged, and the circumstances of the day had not gone unnoticed by the attendees. With an apologetic smile, Feng Ju continued, "As you all are aware, I have been frail for many years, seldom engaging with the outside world. Consequently, both my understanding of others and theirs of me are marked by unfamiliarity and distance. Even now, should I desire to forge connections, I find myself at a loss. Not wishing to randomly seize a stranger's hand in the marketplace and declare a desire for friendship." Her tone, tinged with self-deprecation, elicited laughter from the assembled ladies, swiftly dispelling the earlier awkwardness that had lingered in the air. Thus, in her moment of need, Feng Ju could only implore Aunt Pei for assistance. As she spoke, Feng Ju rose from her seat, holding a delicate jade cup, and approached Madame Pei. "Aunt Pei, you and my mother share a friendship spanning over a decade, and I have been bonded with Ming Xue since childhood. Such ties are indeed profound. Today, with merely a word from me, you have gone above and beyond, and I shall forever remember this kindness. In the future, any matters concerning Aunt Pei and Ming Xue shall also be my own responsibility as a member of the Feng family." With that, she raised her glass in a toast. The sweet peach blossom wine swiftly consumed. Madame Pei, fully aware of the underlying message, recognized that Feng Ju's actions were intended for the benefit of all present, signaling the strength of the Feng Pei alliance. Relationships among noble families often stem from mutual interests, and the same holds true for the women in the household. Feng Ju seeks to gain favor, wishing to enlist her assistance. While her own motivations for aiding Feng Ju are fundamentally rooted in her desire to find a reliable ally for her daughter. Though this is the stark reality, the sincerity and determination reflected in those amber-hued phoenix eyes evoke a sense of warmth within Mrs. Pei. After all, one is not merely a plant. There exists a measure of mutual utility, and emotions, in the end, are undeniably present. Not every noble lady has received an invitation today, yet those who are present must surely be favored by Aunt Pei, making them worthy of Feng Ju's acquaintance. With a genuine intent to forge connections, Feng Ju raises her cup, inviting all to partake freely, with no compulsion. Mrs. Pei takes the lead in raising her glass to express her stance, prompting the others to exchange glances before they too cheerfully lift their cups. Aligning oneself with the prestigious Feng family is a coveted opportunity that many yearn for. Now, with the family as cherished heiress extending an olive branch, who could refuse unless harboring deep-seated enmity? Some ladies of lower birth begin to stir with eagerness, casting aside their previous reticence and revealing their desire to ingratiate themselves. How fortunate it is to receive an invitation and favor from the eldest daughter of the Feng family. There is no rationale for rejection. Indeed, considering the esteemed background of the noble ladies, they should not disdain our humble aspirations. Feng Ju may not know these ladies personally, yet she continues to respond with a smile, bringing a sense of comfort to those around her. Although the conversation has largely been carried by others, Feng Ju listens quietly, and the atmosphere has gradually transformed into one of amiable harmony. Among the distinguished ladies present, there were certainly some with keen insights, who perceptively noted that within merely a quarter of an hour since the banquet commenced, the esteemed young mistress of the Feng family had completely transformed the impressions held by those around her. Remarkably, she had forcefully and swiftly stepped into a social circle that had initially resisted her presence. Chapter 191. The Duality of Grace and Authority, Part 2. A gentle breeze brings forth delightful melodies as the dancers glide gracefully. their flowing sleeves reminiscent of dragons frolicking in water, scattering the essence of peach blossoms in their wake. The initial restraint of the banquet had vanished amidst a flurry of vibrant colors. Familiar faces gathered in twos and threes, engaged in animated conversations. Even Xie Yun had found her way to sit beside Madame Pei, exchanging hushed words. At the head of the table, the figure of Feng Zhu was conspicuously absent. "Mother, has the headache returned?" A young lady clad in splendid attire looked anxiously at the noblewoman beside her. The noblewoman, massaging her temples, replied softly, "Yaoer. It is nothing to be concerned about." Suddenly, two panels of green gauze were drawn apart, shielding the gathering from the breezes on either side. Both the noblewoman and the young lady looked up in surprise, their gaze drawn to a figure clad in red. "Madam One is unwell." "There is no need for her to rise," Feng Zhu spoke softly. A maid knelt before the table, placing a censer in the direction of the prevailing wind. As the gentle breeze wafted by, a delicate and refreshing fragrance filled the air, reaching Madame Wen's senses. She paused momentarily, exclaiming, "This fragrance." Feng Zhu smiled and replied, "This is the nine-tiered spirit incense. It should alleviate your headache." Nine-tiered incense. Lady Wen Yao, the legitimate daughter of the Wen family, widened her eyes in astonishment. Could it truly be the esteemed ninth-grade fragrance crafted by the renowned ninth-grade perfumery? Feng Zhu cast a glance at Chun-Shi beside her, who responded with a smile, "The young lady is quite right. In this city of Hualing, which other establishment besides the ninth-grade perfumery would name its fragrances according to their grade?" Madame Wen said, somewhat embarrassed, "The ninth-grade fragrance is far too precious. And to burn it outdoors, such generosity is truly excessive." Feng Zhu shook her head gently. "I have often heard my father mention that the Feng family and the Wen family share a deep and cherished friendship. He and Minister Wen are not only colleagues, but also close confidants. As such, it would not be presumptuous for me to address you as aunt. Please, there is no need for such formality." She gestured with the closed fan in her hand, and Chun-Shi promptly presented a wax-sealed box of incense to Madame Wen. Feng Zhu said with a touch of melancholy, "Before you, Madam, I need not conceal anything. You witnessed the events of today. I offer honey, but receive poison in return. Even my own cousins harbor malice. I truly do not know how many more will aim their hidden barbs at me in the future. The strife between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, the animosity among family members, these are unavoidable in every noble and influential clan." Madame Wen felt a pang of sympathy in her heart, but beyond expressions of commiseration, she knew not how to respond. Feng Zhu offered a faint smile and continued, "Today, in the presence of the concubine of Prince Jiangsu and the wife of the vice minister, you were willing to speak on my behalf. I am deeply grateful. Please accept this box of ninth-grade Lingtai incense as a small token of my appreciation, even if not as a gesture of gratitude. It is only natural for a niece to show concern for her aunt's illness. Please, do not refuse." Madame Wen remained hesitant, while Feng Zhu, with a smile that lacked the elegance and grace she had shown to Madame Wen, directed a playful glance towards her companion, Wen Yao. Taken aback, Wen Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. "Mother, what my sister A Zhu has said is indeed true. The Feng and Wen families are interconnected, and your excessive modesty may only serve to create distance between us. Since A Zhu means well, and this fragrant remedy could genuinely alleviate your headaches, you should graciously accept it." Madame Wen cast a surprised glance at her daughter, who had always appeared to adhere strictly to etiquette, yet possessed a stubborn pride. It was unusual to see her express such fondness towards another young lady. After Madame Wen accepted the gift box, Feng Zhu gracefully moved on to converse with others, having previously engaged with those who had spoken in favor of the Lin family matter. "Mother, it seems there is a significant discrepancy between this A Zhu and the rumors surrounding her," Wen Yao remarked, adding, "In any case, she is far superior to her cousin." The renowned Linbo Madame Wen quietly praised, "This young lady from the Feng family is indeed perceptive, possessing the poise of her father and the intellect of her mother. With the esteemed lineage of the Hualing Feng family, she is bound to surpass many in Hualing City." Meanwhile, Madame Pei's gaze silently tracked Feng Zhu, observing her adeptness as she navigated through the assembly of noblewomen with increasing ease, eliciting a mix of admiration and envy. "Ah, Xie Yun, you, the daughter of a merchant, provoke an envy that is hard to suppress." The merchant's daughter, as she spoke, bore no hint of disdain. It was merely the playful banter between friends. "What is it?" Xie Yun leisurely sipped her peach blossom wine, her gaze unwavering. "Lady Pei." With the innate temperament of a general's daughter, felt a surge of irritation and spat lightly in response, casting a complex glance towards the distant figure clad in red. Her eyes, sharp as blades, pierced through Xie Yun with a fierce glare. How generous of you, to win the hearts of others for your cherished daughter. You readily offer such an abundance of ninth-grade incense. I doubt you would part with it even if I asked. Xie Yun, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, 12 years ago. I gifted you a tale of ninth-grade osmanthus incense, and you remarked that it was less fragrant than the monk's equal incense. 10 years ago, I presented you with a piece of ninth-grade fruit dew incense, which you claimed to enjoy, yet you tossed it entirely into the incense burner, rendering you dizzy for 3 days. Enough. If you're reluctant to part with it, why bring up these old tales? Xie Yun glanced at her and suddenly sighed deeply. When I first met you, the valiant daughter of a general, donning your father's armor and galloping through the streets, lashing at the scions of noble families with such audacious spirit. Oh, how time has passed. Those high walls and deep courtyards of the aristocracy have softened your once sharp edges. Ji Hongyu, Lady Pei, born of the Jingnan general's household, with the given name Hongyu, felt a bittersweet pang in her heart and replied softly. In this world of intrigue and deception, one must always be on guard. To protect those we love, we often find ourselves ensnared. Who can truly maintain their original nature unchanged? I have transformed, and surely you have not remained entirely the same either. Choosing to marry into the Feng family, becoming the matriarch of such a distinguished clan, have you not learned the virtue of forbearance? Otherwise, how could the Lin family continue to flaunt their power to this day? Indeed, forbearance. Observing the intricate dance of wine cups and the revelry of the noble court, Xie Yun found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yet, I suddenly realized my error. Forbearance must be directed towards worthy individuals. To those with hearts as cold as wolves and as ungrateful as dogs. Such forbearance only serves to embolden their arrogance. At the slightest hint of weakness, one may find themselves utterly devoured by their onslaught. Madame Pei, perhaps reminded of her own situation, absent-mindedly nodded, her gaze shifting to Xie Yun with a mixture of surprise and confusion, whispering, "What do you intend to do?" Xie Yun smiled enigmatically. That depends on what she intends to do. Following her gaze, Madame Pei beheld a tall and graceful figure in the distance, resplendent and radiant, akin to a phoenix soaring amidst the gentle breeze. Chapter 193, Self-Reproach and Compassion for the Young. After enjoying the performances and savoring exquisite delicacies, the guests, having received their cherished gifts and thoroughly explored the various attractions of the Wutong courtyard, departed with their long-held curiosities fulfilled. This grand banquet, the first of its kind hosted by Feng Zhu in her lifetime, could be deemed a resounding success. However, she refrained from basking in pride, for this event, in its truest sense, could not be attributed solely to her efforts. The banquet was far from a simple affair. Rather, it served as a valuable opportunity for learning. The maidservants busily tidied up the remnants of the celebration, moving with utmost care, for their young mistress still occupied the central seat of honor. Xie Yun discreetly cast a glance at the paper, discovering it densely inscribed with details pertaining to the banquet, including the seating arrangements, the attire and demeanor of each guest, as well as the nature of the gifts received. The gifts, meticulously orchestrated by Xie Yun beforehand, included health-preserving herbal fragrances, all of which had been noted on that day as exquisite peony stationery. From the recipient's reactions, it was evident that the presents selected by her mother were tailored to suit each individual's preferences. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming and intricate. Moreover, the guests had long departed, making it exceedingly challenging to record such details without an extraordinary memory. Xie Yun merely smiled with her lips pressed together, refraining from immediate response. The abilities of this daughter surpassed all expectations. At one point, Feng Zhu found herself at a loss and casually inquired, "What fragrance did the madam of the Assistant Minister of Revenue receive?" It was the 7th-rank cold-preventing fragrance. The madam was known to be sensitive to cold, and the composition included herbs that invigorate the blood and warm the body, with a scent that was subtle enough for summer use, making it perfectly suited for her. Previously, Feng Zhu could only note the name of the fragrance without understanding the underlying reasons. Upon hearing this, she instinctively began to write fervently. Once she finished, she realized something was amiss and looked up in astonishment. "Mother, you may all leave for now." Xie Yun gestured to the surrounding maids, and soon only the mother and daughter remained. She then said, "Aju, there is something I wish to inquire of you." "Please, mother, go ahead." After a moment of silence, Xie Yun finally inquired, "Is there an issue with the medicine prescribed by Dr. Jia?" The question struck Feng Zhu with unexpected force, leaving her momentarily aghast. Yet, considering her mother's keen awareness of the preferences of various ladies, how could she possibly conceal her clandestine visit to the ghostly physician? She chose neither to hide nor elaborate, simply nodding in silence. If her parents were to learn too much, it would only incite worry and perhaps guilt. Xie Yun had anticipated this response and merely replied coolly, "I understand." She lifted her gaze to her daughter, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She had believed she had shielded her well, unaware that her daughter had been struggling alone beneath the fangs of a venomous serpent. "You must be weary. It's best to rest early." Xie Yun turned away hastily, unable to bear the sight of her daughter's pale, yet strangely mature visage. Chapter 194. Sharpening the sword at the last moment. Beside Feng Zhu lay a towering stack of books, with the topmost volume opened to the I Ching, accompanied by Tao Te Ching, while she cradled Zhuangzi in her hands. Yun Tuan lay nestled beside the pile, fast asleep, its tail occasionally flicking against Feng Zhu. With a sigh, she placed her book aside and remarked, "These profound discourses are truly ill-suited for someone like me, a mere mortal ensnared in the mundane." She had perused these texts in her previous life, a time when carefree days allowed her to indulge in such thoughts. Yet now, immersed in the tumult of the world, the ethereal philosophies of Laozi and Zhuangzi felt utterly discordant with her current reality. Unresolved by the circumstances, Wei Shi pondered, if it is unsuitable, why does the young lady still insist on displaying so many books, compelling herself? Feng Zhu gazed outside, observing several embroiderers diligently crafting a garment, which appeared to be men's attire. Merely a last-minute effort. Feng Zhu sighed and inquired, "Is everything in order for Zhuanglang? There must be no oversight." "Indeed, my lady, Lord Murong is a distinguished individual. I dare not be negligent. The arrangements in the hostage residence have been made according to Lord Murong's accommodations at Chi Feng Lu, and that dilapidated courtyard has been redecorated. Furthermore, 2 young servants have been assigned to attend to him closely, with General Lu's approval." Feng Zhu nodded. "Is Zhuanglang satisfied?" Wei Shi replied, "Lord Murong has not expressed any discontent. However, just before I departed, he requested that I convey a message to the young lady. He wishes for her to come and fetch him promptly, for he fears that remaining idle in the hostage residence will lead him to act out in frustration." Feng Zhu chuckled coldly. "Does he presume I intend to keep him merely for my amusement? Even if he yearns for comfort, I shall not acquiesce to his desires." As she spoke, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to rise abruptly. Wei Shi hurried to assist her in arranging her garments, asking, "Where does the young lady intend to go?" "Father is due for dinner." Feng Zhu raised an eyebrow, her smile laden with meaning. Hualing courtyard. Warmth and nurturing pavilion. Feng Zhu stood quietly by the window, while Yuci and Wei Shi remained a few steps away. Inside, Xie Yun placed a piece of tangerine-hued soft cake onto the small porcelain dish in front of Feng Jin. "My dear husband, your appetite has not been well of late. This hawthorn and jujube cake is appetizing. Do try it." Feng Jin, unwilling to let his wife worry, accepted the offering despite his lack of appetite. The sweet and sour delicacy was far more palatable than the overly rich meals he had endured. Thus, Xie Yun served him 3 or 4 pieces. And once he had consumed a sufficient amount, her gaze flickered slightly as she gently set down her chopsticks. Outside the window, Feng Zhu smiled faintly and stepped into the room. "Father, mother," he greeted. The morning light behind Xie Yun smiled and inquired, "Has the young lady dined yet?" "I have. I came to discuss a matter with father." Xie Yun rose at the opportune moment, instructing the attendants to clear the dishes. "I will take a stroll in the garden. You may converse freely, father and daughter." "Indeed." Feng Zhu bowed slightly to make way for her. In the small study, Feng Zhu cautiously asked, "Father, has my conduct today caused you any trouble? Have any relatives expressed discontent?" Chapter 195. Calm and clear. Feng Jin felt a warmth in his heart and gestured for her to sit on the soft seat opposite him. "Today's events are not to be blamed on you. It is truly that the Lin family has gone too far. With so many esteemed guests present, and her children witnessing it all, the truth will reveal itself in due course. Our family has already shown great forbearance. As for the other relatives, they visited this afternoon. And your uncles and aunts acknowledged your grievances. They did not place any blame upon you." He understood that this outcome was largely due to his daughter's thoughtful considerations. Feng Zhu personally poured fragrant tea for his father, saying, "As long as father does not reproach me, I shall be at ease." Gazing at the steaming tea within the jade cup, Feng Jin remarked with a serene tone. Your visit must extend beyond this matter alone, I presume? Today, while in the marketplace, Aju overheard a tale of dire circumstances along the Luo River, where the local officials are proving inadequate. It is said that the court intends to dispatch an envoy to inspect and provide relief, yet the selection of this emissary remains undecided. Feng Jin cast a dubious glance. Why do you inquire about this? Having never ventured beyond the confines of Hualing City, Aju thought, should there be someone among the envoys whom father trusts? Perhaps she could accompany them on a journey to the regions surrounding the Luo River. Preposterous. Feng Jin's countenance darkened instantly, knowing full well the severity of the disaster. How could you consider it a place for mere amusement? Realizing his tone had been overly harsh, he softened it slightly, fearing he had startled his daughter. If you truly desire to travel, I shall confer with your mother and select a more suitable destination. Is not the Luo River renowned for its scenic beauty? Aju merely wishes to behold it. What good are other places, sheltered by parental wings, free from wind and rain? If it is no different from remaining within Hualing City? Feng Jin's handsome face tightened, and he stood up, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze upon his daughter fraught with complexity. Is it not fortunate to be free from wind and rain? Do you know how many yearn for the prosperity and tranquility you possess? Moreover, you are a daughter. I indulge your minor whims. But there are matters in which you should not meddle. Your father acts in your best interest. This matter is not open to discussion, and I shall not consent. Feng Ju lowered her gaze, focusing on the wisps of white mist curling from the cup, a tender tea leaf floating in the water like a small boat. The phrase tea is like life suddenly emerged in her mind. In this lifetime, she wished to cease her involvement in tea production and instead embrace the role of a connoisseur. 16 years ago, her father was the most envied scion in Hualing City, relishing the protection of his family, enjoying the beauty of mountains and rivers, living a carefree existence. As her father often remarked, is it not delightful to experience life without storms or tempests? Yet, why did he choose to stand before the battlefield, vowing with unwavering resolve to sacrifice himself in the river for his country? Feng Jin's expression darkened as she glared at him, exclaiming, how can these two matters be compared? Indeed, they cannot be juxtaposed. Feng Ju maintained his composure, gazing intently at his father. She understood that few would dare to confront her father in such a manner. However, what could she do when heaven had bestowed upon her such privilege? The affection of her parents was her most abundant resource and the most reliable support. Chapter 196, Returning Defeated. Her father was driven by a sense of national duty. Ju did not possess his vast heart and did not dare to compare herself to him. However, when she indulged in a life of peace and prosperity, only to discover that certain realities existed in the world that she wished to ignore yet felt powerless to alter, the despair and anguish she felt were surely understood by her father. Otherwise, he should be among the esteemed scholars at Heading today, rather than within the court. At that moment, Feng Jin's usually steadfast gaze shattered, trembling violently. He turned and walked a few paces, uncertain whether he was looking out the window or at the calligraphy on the wall, which simply bore the words, style and integrity. Feng Ju was momentarily taken aback. Her father's silhouette at this moment bore a striking resemblance to Lu Maohong's, both exuding a rugged and desolate strength akin to ancient pines clinging to a cliff. In a world rife with turmoil and national sorrow, the multitude of scholars can only gaze into the abyss of uncertainty. How could a mere maiden comprehend such depths? The weariness had already tinged Feng Jin's tone. Feng Ju furrowed his brow, weary of the repeated phrase, a mere maiden. Sensing his father's sorrow, he chose not to press further, yet as he turned away, he remarked, Father, while the affairs of the court are undoubtedly pressing, your health is of utmost importance to both mother and me. If you still enjoy the hawthorn and sour jujube cake, I shall bring it to you tomorrow. Feng Jin paused, and only when the door was shut did he smile slightly, warmth flickering in his eyes. Indeed, how easily one is softened by sweet words. Pei Feng quietly mused. The young lady's eloquence is truly remarkable. She has left even the patriarch momentarily speechless, and he is a master of discourse. Chun, she commented, it seems the young lady has returned empty-handed. One wonders what she sought from the patriarch. Yin Yang pondered for a moment before gesturing to Xie Yun. Could her request be related to the king of Chongling from Beiyin? Even if not entirely, there must be some connection. Xie Yun considered this, then smiled and replied, convincing others is an indispensable skill. If one is met with refusal, there is little one can do. To give up easily would hinder her path significantly. The following day, before dawn, Feng Zhu rose to try on garments and refine his appearance, never idle yet perpetually dissatisfied. Does it resemble the desired look? Not quite. What about this? Still, not quite right. In Qifeng Tower, a dozen servants stood in a line, awaiting his decision. As Wei Shi and UCI observed from the side. One stood with her mouth agape, unsure of what to say, while the other covered her mouth, giggling incessantly. Miss, do you truly intend to venture out in this manner? What if someone recognizes you? Feng Zhu cast a slightly intimidating glance at Wei Shi and remarked, if someone recognizes you. It is a testament to your lack of diligence. Wei Shi fell silent, her face contorted in dismay as she silently adjusted another hairpiece for Feng Zhu. Indeed. It was a hairpiece designed for men. Just focus on your tasks. As long as it appears convincing, whether I am recognized after we step outside is my own concern, and I shall not hold you accountable. At that moment, a series of footsteps approached from outside, followed by the voice of Lu Chun. Chapter 197. An invitation to the Lord Miss. The madam has sent word. Tomorrow, the Empress will host a spring banquet in the palace, and all the ladies from various households are required to attend. Please make the necessary preparations. The Empress? A spring banquet? Outside the Feng residence. Wei Shi and UCI anxiously gazed at a carriage adorned with cloud patterns and green curtains. The carriage was neither ostentatious nor particularly eye-catching. Yet it could not be mistaken for that of an ordinary family. Miss, do you truly not require our company? Wei Shi asked, still uneasy. As the voice floated lightly from the carriage's curtain, the carriage rolled out of the alley at the driver's call. The Miss's current behavior is becoming increasingly peculiar. Wei Shi muttered, her brows furrowed in concern. UCI, however, was less troubled, responding with a smile. Isn't this splendid? Do you wish for the Miss to revert to her former self? Wei Shi found herself at a loss for words. The moonlight embraced, illuminating the heart with its serene glow. Upon the marble archway, the characters King Wangman shimmer under the sunlight, radiating a luminous white akin to jade. King Wangman stands as the second most prestigious district, following the grand mansions of Chengzi Lane. Carriages pass through King Wangman, entering the luxurious enclave beyond. However, a quaint carriage has remained stationary for nearly half an hour. A young attendant, casting his gaze about, inquired towards the interior of the carriage, my lord. Is the young lady from the Feng family not coming? Let us wait a little longer. Lord Xiao possesses numerous villas in the capital. And I forgot to consider this yesterday. She may have gone to another location, replied Heng Lanji, his voice as gentle as a breeze, yet imbued with certainty. Suddenly, a carriage rushed forth at the urging of the driver. The attendant, fearing a collision, hastily stepped aside, just about to murmur when he heard his master chuckle. Isn't she just arriving? My lord, how can you be so sure without seeing the occupant? Feng Zhu contemplated apologizing as he prepared